298 Thomas Mann. Rough-hewn pyramid of blackish stone, the surface of which looked as though it were broken out into tiny pustules. Already he was busy weaving the myrtle wreath, and the fine tendons stood out as they moved on the backs of his hands. Benjamin looked at him from the side. Cheeks and chin showed a dusky smoothness. They betrayed that Joseph already shaved. He used a mixture of oil and potash, and a stone knife. If he were to let his beard grow, what then? It might be that it would have changed him a good deal. Quite possibly he had not as yet much beard, yet even so what would have become of his beauty, that especial beauty of his 17 years? He might just as well wear a dog's head on his shoulders. The difference could not have been much greater. Certainly we must agree that beauty is a very perishable good. They seek him, Joseph went on, for he is noble and he is lost. Some of them have hidden the figure in the shrubbery. But they search with the others, they know where it is and know it not, they purposely bemuse themselves. And they all lament as they move about in the searching, they lament in chorus and singly. Where art thou, O my adored God, my spouse and my son, my bright shepherd bird? I long for thee. What hath befallen thee, in the grove, in the green meadow, in the world? But they know, put in Benjamin, that the Lord is dead and mangled. Not yet, Joseph responded. That is the feast. They know it, because the figure hath been discovered before, yet know it not, because the hour to discover it again is not yet come. In the feast, each hour hath its knowledge, and each of the women is the goddess, seeking what she hath not yet found. But then they find the Lord. Thou sayest it? He lieth in the bushes, and his side is torn. They rush to him, they fling up their arms and shriek. Thou hast seen and heard it? Thou knowest I have already twice seen and heard it, but I had thy promise not to tell our father. Hast thou kept silence? Indeed have I, Benjamin assured him. Shall I offend our father? I have enough offended him with my very life. And when the feast cometh round, I will go again, said Joseph. At the moment we are equally distant from the last and the next. The solstice cometh with the next pressing of the oil. It is a wonderful feast. There lieth the Lord, stretched out in the shrubbery, and his wound gapeth wide. How doth he look? As I described him to thee. A beautiful form, carven of olive wood, with wax and glass, for his eyeballs are of black glass and they have eyelashes. Young Joseph 299. He is young. I have told thee already he is young and beautiful. The grain of the yellow wood looked like to veins upon his body, his locks are black, and his loincloth embroidered in divers colors with pearls and glass paste and purple fringes. What hath he in his hair? Not at all, answered Joseph shortly. His lips and nails and the marks on his body are made of wax, and likewise the frightful wound of Nineveh's teeth is marked with red wax. It bleedeth. Thou sayest the laments of the women are very great when they find him. They are very great. At first they were but mourning of the loss, but now beginneth the mourning of the finding, and that is incomparably louder. There is the wailing of the flutes for dead Tammuz, for the flute players sit here on the spot and blow with all their might upon little flutes, so that their sobbing make the bones to quake. And the women let down their hair and give free vent to gesture as they lament over the corpse, O my spouse and my child. For each of them is as the goddess, and each laments. None love thee more than I. Joseph, I cannot forbear to weep. For I am so small, the death of the Lord is almost too great a pain for me and rendeth me within. Why was it the young and lovely one had to be mangled, in the grove, in the green field, and in the world, and be lamented with such anguish? That canst thou not yet understand, Joseph said. He is the sooth fur and is the sacrifice. He descendeth into the abyss that he may rise again and be glorified. Abram knew that of a surety, when he raised the knife against his true-born son. But when the knife fell, there was a ram in the place. Thus it is that when we sacrifice a ram, or a lamb, we hang about him a seal with the image of a man, as a sign that it representeth the man. But this mystery of the substitute is greater than that, it comprehends the whole stellar position of man, God, and beast, and is the mystery of substitution. Man offereth the son in the beast, so too the son offereth himself in the beast. Nineveh is not accursed, for it standeth written, a God shall they slay, and the meaning of the beast is the meaning of the son, who knoweth his hour as he doth in the feast, and know it moreover, when he shall overset the dwelling of death and come forth out of the hollow. Ah, said the little one, if only it were now, and the feast of joy were beginning. Do they lay the Lord in the grave and in the hollow there? Joseph, at his weaving work, rocked lightly from his hips as he hummed. 300 Thomas Mann. In the time of the feast of Tammuz play upon the flute of lazuli, and upon the ring of cornelian play thou likewise. With wailing and lamenting, he said, they bear it hither to the stone. And the flute players play ever louder so that their wailing pierceth the heart. I saw the women busy over the form of the corpse. In their laps, they washed it with water and anointed it with oil of nard, so that the face of the Lord and his mangled body glistened in the light. Then wrapped they it in bands of wool and linen, shrouded it in purple cloths, and laid it upon a bier here at the stone, lamenting unceasingly the while to the sound of the pipes. Woe, alas, for Tammuz. Alas for my beloved son, my spring, and my light. Adon. Adonai. We sit down with tears. For thou art dead, my God, my spouse, my child. Thou art a tamarisk, which in its bed hath drunk no water, whose tips in the field brought forth no shoot. A sprig art thou, not planted in the stream. A shoot whose roots have been torn out. An herb that in the garden hath drunk no water. Alas, my Damu, my child, my light. None hath loved thee more than I. All the words of the wailing thou knowest, then. I know them, Joseph said. And they go near to thy heart too, so it seemeth to me, added Benoni. For as thou sangest, it was to me twice or thrice as though the words would pierce thy heart too from within, even though thou well knowest the women do as they have learned, and that the son is not Adonai, the God of Jacob and Abram. He is the son and the beloved, said Joseph, and he is the sacrifice. But what sayest thou? For it hath not touched me. I am not small and puling like to thee. Nay, for thou art young and beautiful, said Benjamin meekly. And so thy garland is ready, which thou reservest to thyself. I see. Thou hast made it higher and wider in front than behind, like a crown, that it may display thy skill. I am rejoiced that thou wearest it, instead of the wreath of the rowan which thou wilt weave for me. But the beautiful God lieth now 4 days upon the bier. Thou sayest, and hath held it in thy memory, Joseph answered. Thy understanding waxed and will soon be round and full, that one may speak with thee of all things without exception. He lieth ex post until the 4th day, and daily the townsfolk come out from young Joseph 301. The town, with their musicians, and beat their breasts at sight of him, and wail. O Joseph, my lord, how long liest thou there? O Lord of the sheepfold, how long liest thou powerless there? I will eat no bread, I will drink no water. For dead is youth and dead is Tammuz. And in the temple and in the dwellings they send up the same lament. But on the fourth day they come and lay him in the coffer. In a box. One must call it a coffer. Box would be just as good a word, only not admissible here. Coffer is the word that has always been used. The Lord fitteth exactly into it, it is made to measure, out of wood. Painted scarlet and black, and could not fit better. So soon as he is within they shut down the lid and put pitch all round the edge. And then they entomb him there in the hollow place with weeping. Roll the stone to the mouth, and return home from the grave. And then doth the weeping cease. Thou hast forgotten. They lament in temple and dwelling the space of 2.5 days. But on the third day, at dusk, beginneth the feast of lamps. That I loved. Then they light a few lamps. Lamps without number they light, everywhere, Joseph said. As many as they have, round about the houses under the sky as well. As on the ways hither and here upon the spot and among the bushes. Everywhere are burning lamps. They come to the grave and again. They lament, the most bitter lamenting of all, never wailed the flutes. So piercingly to the lament, O Joseph, how long liest thou there? Never have the women so beaten their breasts as in this affliction. Their bruises will last long. But at midnight all is still. Benjamin clutched his brother's arm. And the stillness is very sudden, he asked. They all stand without motion or sound. The stillness is long. Then from afar cometh the sound of a voice, a single voice, swelling. Loud and joyous, Tammuz liveth. The Lord is risen. He hath overthrown the abode of the shadow of death. Great is the Lord. Ah, what a word is that, my Joseph. I knew that it would come. At the time of the feast, but yet the words pierce me to my marrow. As though I had never heard them before. Who is it that calleth? It is a maiden, of delicate countenance, chosen and named anew. Each year. Her parents are proud and held in high honor on account of it. She who bringeth the tidings cometh walking, a lute in her hands, and she striketh and singeth. 302 Thomas Mann. Tammuz liveth, Adon is arisen. Great is he, great, the Lord is great. His eye, that was closed in death, he hath opened it. His mouth, that was closed in death, he hath opened it. His feet, that were fettered, walk. Flowers and leaves they strew beneath his feet. Great is the Lord, Adonai is great. But as the maiden cometh and singeth, they all rush to the grave. They roll away the stone, and lo, the coffer is empty. Where is the mangled one? He is no more there. The grave hath had no power to hold him. For lo, now 3 days are past. He is risen. Oh. But how, then, Joseph, arisen? Forgive me, chubby cheek. Urchin that I am, if I ask thy meaning. Pray deceive not thy mother's son. For thou hast told me more than once that the lovely image is kept in the temple from year to year. Then what meaning hath here arisen? Little foolish one, responded Joseph, thy understanding still lacketh much, however it increaseth. It still resembleth a little bark, gliding across the sea of the sky. Do I not tell thee of the feast as it occurreth hour by hour, and do not likewise the folk deceive themselves, knowing what is to come, yet honoring what is? For they all know that the image is kept in the temple, and yet is Tammuz arisen. I almost think thou meanest that because the image is not God, God is not the image. But God forfend that it should be so. For the image is the instrument of the present and of the feast. But Tammuz, the Lord, is Lord of the feast. So saying he set the finished crown on his head. Benjamin looked at him large-eyed. God of our fathers, cried he admiringly, how the myrtle crown becometh thee, this that thou hast made before my eyes with thv skillful fingers. Only thee it becometh, and when I think how it would look upon my otter cap, then I see what a mistake it would be. Not to keep it for thyself. But go on and tell me truly, when the townsfolk have found coffer and grave empty, then, I suppose, they go home with inward joy and peace unto their homes. Then beginneth the rejoicing, Joseph corrected him, and the feast of joy bursteth out. Empty, 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 cry they all, the grave is empty, Adon is risen. They kiss the maiden and cry, the Lord is great. Then they kiss one another in turn and cry glory. Fide is Tammuz. Then they hold round dances and whirl about the monument of Ashtaroth in the lamplight. And also in the lamplit town is naught but joy and merrymaking, feasting, and drinking. While the air resoundeth with the crying of the glad tidings. Even young Joseph 303. Next day they greet each other with exchange of kisses and the greeting, he is risen. Yes, Benjamin said, so it is, and so hast thou told it to me. I had but forgotten it and thought they went quietly homewards. That is. Then a glorious feast, in each hour as it proceedeth. And the Lord hath had his head lifted up for this year, yet he knoweth the hour when Nineveh will slay him again in the greenwood. Not again, Joseph instructed him. It is always the one and the only time. As thou thinkest, dear brother, so it is. My words were unripe. They were the language of a little urchin. The one and the first time. Always, for he is the Lord of the feast. But after all, when one considereth, there must have once been the first time in order that the feast should be at all, it must have been that Tammuz died and the lovely one was mangled, or must it not? When Ishtar vanisheth from heaven and descendeth to awaken her son, that is the event. Oh, yes, that is the heavenly event. But how in the world below? Thou speakest of the event, but tell me then the story. They say, answered Joseph, there was a king Echabal, at the foot of the snow mountains, who had a daughter fair of face, and Nana, that is Ashtaroth, smote him with the madness of desire for her, so that he lusted after his own flesh and blood, and knew his daughter. As he spoke, Joseph pointed behind him to the signs cut into the monument by which they sat. As she was now pregnant, he went on, and the king saw that he would be the father of his grandchild. Confusion seized upon him, rage and remorse, and he roused himself up to kill her. But the gods, well knowing that Ashrath had done this, changed the pregnant woman into a tree. What kind of a tree? A tree or a bush, said Joseph with some irritation. Or a bush. As large as a tree. I was not there, and he cannot tell thee the shape of the king's nose, nor what sort of earrings the nurse of his daughter wore. If thou wilt hear, then listen, and throw me not thy ill-considered questions, like stones into a hedge. But if thou chide me I shall weep, Benjamin complained, and then must thou console me. Therefore do not chide, but only be. Leave I want not more than to hearken. In 10 months, Joseph went on with his narrative. The tree opened and revealed itself after the space of time, and lo, it was the lad Adonai who came forth. And Asherah, who had done all this, saw him and yielded him to no one. Therefore she kept him in the kingdom of the lower world, with Queen Ereshkigal. But she too. 304 Thomas Mann. The queen would yield him to no one, and said, Never will I give him up, for this is a land of never more return. Why then did these queens yield him to no one? To no one, neither to each other. Thou askest all and will know all. But if one hath the power of inference, then one needeth to say but one thing, and the rest proceedeth from it. Adon was the son of the fair one, and Nana herself had a hand in his begetting, from which it followeth that he was born to be occasion for envy. Thus when the queen of the air appeared in the lower realms to ask for him, Queen Ereshkigal was affrighted in the depths of her soul, and clenched her teeth. She spoke to the gatekeeper, deal with her according to custom. And thus a start the queen had to pass through the 7 gates, leaving behind at each a piece of her garments in the gatekeeper's hands, headcloth, draperies, girdle, and clasps, and at the last door the loincloth, so that she came naked before Queen Ereshkigal to ask for Tammuz. Then these mistresses made claws of their fingers and flew at each other. They flew at each other with their nails. Yes, one wound the other's hair round her hand and plucked at it, so great was their jealousy. But then Queen Ereshkigal had Queen Astarte locked in the lower regions with 60 locks and afflicted her with 60 diseases, so that the earth in vain awaited her return. And the shoots were imprisoned in the earth as the blossoms on the tree. At night the field grew white, for it bore salt. No grass sprung up nor any grain grew. The bull no longer covered the cow, nor the ass the she-ass, nor man-woman. The womb was closed. Life, for sockened by desire, lay numb in affliction. Ah, Josephja, let us get on to the other hours of the tale and speak no more of this. I cannot hear that the ass no longer crouched over the she-ass and that the earth was leprous with salt. I shall weep, and thou will be troubled with me. And God's messenger wept too, when he saw it, said Joseph, and showed it weeping to the Lord of hosts. And he said, It is not good that the blossoms should be imprisoned on the tree. I will throw myself into the breach. And he intervened between the queens Ashtaroth and Ereshkigal and arranged that Adonai should spend a third of the year in the lower regions, a third on earth, and a third where he himself chose. Then Ishtar led back her beloved to the upper earth. But where did the shoot of the tree stay in the third part of the year? That is hard to tell. In various places there was much jealousy of him and many machinations of envy. Ashtaroth loved him, but more than one god led him astray and yielded him to no one. Young Joseph 305. Gods made in man's image, and made like me, asked Ben Jamin. Made like thee it is a phrase which everybody would understand, answered Joseph. But with gods and half-gods the thing is not so clear. For many call Tammuz not master but mistress, not lord but lady. By which they mean Nana the goddess, but at the same time the god who is with her, or even they mean him instead of her, for, indeed, is Ishtar a wife? I have seen pictures of her and she had a beard. So why do I not say, I saw pictures of him? Jacob, our father, imagineth no picture. No doubt that is the wisest way. But we must speak, and often the clumsiness of our speech doth not serve the truth. Is Ishtar the morning star? Yeah, and the evening star as well. So she is both. And I saw written upon a stone about her, at evening a woman, in the morning a man. How could one make an image of that, and what sort of words should one choose to express the truth? I saw an image of God, showing the water of Egypt, that waters the fields, and its breast was half a woman's and half a man's. Perhaps Tammuz was a maiden and became a youth only. In death. Hath death then the power to alter nature? The dead is God. He is Tammuz the shepherd, who is called Adonis here, but Osiris in the underworld. There he hath twisted mustaches, even if he was a woman when alive. Mommy's cheeks, so thou hast told me, were very soft, and smelled like a rose leaf when one kissed her. I will have no bearded image of her. If thou requirest it of me, I shall be rude and not comply. Foolish child, answered Joseph laughing, I require it not from thee. I am only telling thee of the people of the lower land and their ideas concerning things not readily understood. My chubby cheeks are soft and tender too, Benjamin remarked, and felt his cheeks with both his little palms. That cometh because I am not yet even what one could call young, but only a little urchin. But thou art young, and therefore keepest thou thy face clean of beard until thou art a man. Yeah, I keep myself clean, answered Joseph. And thou art clean. Thou hast cheeks soft as were mommy's, tender as though thou wast still an angel of the Most High God, the Lord, who hath betrothed himself to our seed and to whom the same is betrothed in the flesh, through the bond of Abraham. For he is to us a bridegroom by the shedding of blood, full of ardor, and Israel the bride. But then, is Israel a bride or a bridegroom? That is not readily understood, and one may make no image of it, for after all he is a bridegroom, CIR. Come sized for the bride, dedicate and set apart. If I try to make a 306 Thomas Mann mental picture of Elohim, he looks like my father, who loveth me more than he doth our fellows. But I know that it is mommy whom he loveth in me, because I am living while she is dead and liveth now. In another nature, I and the mother are one. But Jacob, v/hen he, looked on me, think of Rachel, just as the people hereabouts think of Nana when they call Tammuz the queen. I think of mommy, too, when I am tender with thee, Josephja, dear. Jehoshaphat, Benjamin cried, and flung his arms about Joseph. Behold, that is the substitute and the representation. For our soft-cheeked mother went down to death for the sake of my life, and the little urchin is an orphan and ill-doer even from the first. But thou art to me like her, thou leadest me by the hand to the grove, into the greenwood, into the wide world, thou tellest me of the feast of God in all its hours as they pass, and makest me garlands as she would have done, even though of course thou wilt not grant me the wear of every sort of green, but keepest something for thyself alone. Woe, alas, that it had to come over her with such sharpness. By the way, so that she had to die. Would she had been like the tree that sprang up and opened out so conveniently and sent forth a shoot. What sort of tree saidst thou it was? My memory is as short as my legs and my little finger. Come, let us go now, Joseph said. The dream of heaven. At that time the brothers had not yet begun to call him the dreamer, that came a little later. At present they named him Ut, Nepishtim, and reader of stones, and the mildness of these epithets, intended to give offense, shows the poverty of the brothers' imagination. They would gladly have called him worse if they could have thought of it, and so they were glad when they could take up the dreamer of dreams, as having a little more edge. But that day was not yet come. His prattle to his father about the dream concerning the winter rains had not been enough to make them take notice of his presumption. Moreover, up till now he had not talked in their presence of his dreams, though he had had them for a long time. The tall est of them he never did tell, either to them or to his father. It was the relatively modest ones which he repeated, to his own undoing. But to Benjamin he told all, in their private hours he told his lit. Brother even the most shameless ones, which otherwise he had the good sense to suppress. It goes without saying that the little urchin listened with all his ears and heard with the utmost gratification, and that he never tired of asking to hear. But even so, weighed down as he already was by such mysterious doings as that of the Myrtle Gar land, he never was able to get rid of a feeling of unease and anxiety. Young Joseph 307. As he listened, though he ascribed it to his own youngness and tried to overcome it, unfortunately there was far too good ground for the feeling, probably nobody could have helped having some concern. In view of the rank egotism of the dream that follows, which Jamin, and Benjamin alone, got to hear more than once. Precisely the circumstance that he was the only hearer oppressed the child no lit. TLE, however much he recognized the necessity and felt honored by the fact. Joseph told his dream for the most part with his eyes closed, in a voice now dying away, now suddenly swelling forth, with his fists held clenched on his chest, plainly in a state of great emotion, though he warned his hearer not to be carried away, but to listen quietly. Thou must not be startled, he said, nor cry out, thou must neither weep nor laugh, else will I not speak. How should I? Benjamin would answer each time. I may be but a little urchin, but I am no simpleton. I know well what I shall do. So long as I feel quiet, I will forget that it is a dream, that I may enjoy it to the full. But so soon as I am frightened or feel myself get ting hot and cold, then I will tell myself that it is all a dream which thou art telling me, and that will cool my mood, that I make no disturbance. I dreamed, Joseph began, that I was in the fields with the flocks, and was alone among the sheep that pastured on the slope where I lay. I lay on my belly with a straw and empty mouth, and had my feet sticking in the air, and my thoughts were as carefree as my limbs. Then it happened that a shadow fell upon me and the spot where I lay, as of a cloud which darkened the sun, and therewith was a mighty rustling in the air above, and when I looked up, lo, it was an eagle which hovered over me with outspread wings, a huge bird, large as an ox, and with the horns of an ox on its head. This it was which overshadowed me. And there was all about me a great and violent roaring of wind, for it came straight over me, seized me by the hips with its tall arms, and snatched me up from the earth with flapping pinions, from out of the middle of my father's flocks. Oh, wonder, interjected Benjamin. I do not mean that I should have been afraid, but didst thou not cry out, help, help? That did I not, said Joseph, for 3 reasons, for first there was nobody there on the wide fields to hear me, second, my breath failed, so that I could not have cried out had I wished, and, thirdly, I did not wish, for there was instead a great joy within me, as of something long awaited and hoped for. The eagle held me by my hips from behind and held me before him with his claws, his head above mine, while my legs hung down into the great wind of our flight. Sometimes he bent down his head to mine and looked at me with his steely eye. Then spoke he from his bronze beak, do I hold thee well, my 308 Thomas Mann, child, and not clutch thee too firmly with my resistless talons? I am taking great pains not to do so, to do no injury to thy flesh, for were I to hurt thee, then woe is me. I asked, who art thou? He answered, I am the angel Amphiel, to whom this shape hath been given for this present purpose. For thy sojourn, my child, is not upon earth, thou shalt be transported, such is the decree. But why? I asked. Be silent, said the uprushing eagle, and keep thy tongue from questioning, as all the heavenly hosts are bound to do. For it is the decree of overwhelming favor, and there is no tongue glibness availeth against it. If thou speakest and talkest, the decree cometh down heavy-handed. Let no one blister his tongue by speaking monstrous words. So then I held my peace at his words and was silent. But my heart was full of fearsome joy. I am glad thou sittest beside me, in proof that it was all a dream. Benjamin said. But hadst thou then no sadness, to be mounting from the earth on the wings of eagles, and hadst thou no pain at all to be leaving us, even for instance thy little one here? I was leaving you not, Joseph answered. I was taken from you, and could not help it, but it seemed to me also that I had expected it. It is true in a dream too that one hath not all the happenings before one at once, but only one thing, and with me that was the fearful job in my heart. So great was it, and so great what happened to me, that it may be the things thou speakest of look small by comparison. I am not angry with thee, Benjamin said, I only look at thee amazed. Thanks, dear little Benny. And thou must remember that the ascent perhaps blotted out memory, for upward I went, without pause, in the eagle's talons, and after 2 double hours he said to me, look down, my friend, on land and see what hath become of them. And, lo, the land had become like a mountain in size and the sea like a river of water. And then after another 2 double hours the eagle said, again, look down, my friend, and see what hath become of ocean and shore. And the land was become like to a plantation, and the sea like a gardener's ditch. But after 2 double hours again, when a.m. feel the eagle bade me look down, lo and behold, there was the land like a flat cake and the sea the size of a bread basket. After I saw this, I was swept upwards again another double hour, and then he said, look down, my friend, and see that they have vanished, the land and the sea. And they were vanished, but I was not afraid. Through sheer Joachim, the cloudy heavens, the eagle rose with me, and his pinions dripped with wet. There were golden gleams in the grey and white, for already on the cloudy islets about us stood single angels and members of the heavenly host, all clad in golden armor. Young Joseph 309. These hied one hand to their foreheads and peered after us, and on mouths crouched upon cushions, and I saw them lift their noses and sniff the breeze of our upward flight. Through Rakia, the starry heaven, we rose, then came 1,000-fold harmonious thunder in mine ear, and all about us were stars and planets, in their musical numbers, and angels stood upon fiery foot stools here and there, with tablets full of numbers in their hands, and pointed with their fingers the way to those oncoming mightily, for they might not turn round. And they cried to each other, blessed be the glory of the Lord where it resideth. But when we passed they were silent and cast down their eyes. In the midst of my joy I was afraid, and I asked the eagle, whither then and how high wilt thou bear me? He answered, endlessly high, into the highest height of the north of the world, my child. For so it hath been decreed, that I should bring thee straightway and without delay unto the uttermost height and breadth of air both, where are the storehouses of life, peace, and blessedness, and unto the highest vault, into the midst of the great palace. There is the chariot, and there the seat of glory, which from now on thou shalt daily serve, and shalt stand before him and have power over the keys, to open and to close the halls of air both, and whatever else one hath in mind concerning thee. I said, if then I am elected and chosen, out among mortals, then so let it be. For indeed it cometh to me not quite without my expectation. Then saw I a fortress, most awe-inspiring, built of ice crystal, the battlements manned with warriors, whose wings covered their bodies down to their feet, and their legs stood straight, but their feet were round feet, as one might say, and they shone like polished bronze. And lo, two such stood together, resting their arms on their snaky swords, bold of countenance and with prideful furrows on their brows. The eagle said, They are Azza and Azael, two of the Seraphim. Then heard I how Azza spake to Azael, 65 thou sand miles have I smelled out his coming. But tell me, what is the smell of one born of woman, and what the worth of one grown from the white drop of semen, that he may come up to the highest height of the heavens and take service amongst Usr and Azael, in alarm, closed his lips with his finger. But Azza said, Not so, I will fly with thee before the face of the one and only, and will dare to speak, for I am an angel of the lightning, and my words are free. And the two of them flew behind us. And through whatever heavens the eagle bore me by my hips, and through whatever ranks of hosts and swarms of fiery ministrants, all singing praises, their song was silenced on the instant as we flew past. And of the children of the upper air some attached themselves to us. 3 Thomas Mann. So that we were soon accompanied by hosts of the winged before and behind, and I heard the rustling of their wings like the rushing of mighty waters. Oh, Benjamin, believe me. I saw the 7 halls of Zebul, built fire, and 7 hosts of angels stood there, and 7 fiery altars. There ruled the highest prince, named who is like God, in all the splendor of priestly vestments, and made fear of sacrifice, and caused columns of smoke to rise on the altar of the burnt sacrifice. I know not the sum of the double hours, nor can bring to mind the number of the miles, until we reached the heights of Araboth, and the 7th terrace, and set foot upon its earth, which was so soft and light that it did good to the soul of MB foot all through my body, even to mine eyes, that I was like to weep. The children of light passed on before and behind us, leading and following. And one took me by the hand and led me, a strong angel, naked to the waist, in a golden skirt to the ankle bones, with armbands and neck lace and a round helmet resting on his hair, and the points of his pin irons touching his ankles. He was heavy-lidded and fleshy-nosed, and his red mouth smiled as I looked upon him, but he did not turn his head towards me. I lifted up mine eyes in my dream, and I saw, far on into endless space, light glittering upon arms and pinions, as of countless hosts, encamped about their standard and singing full-throat praise and war. It all swam about me in the colors of milk and gold and roses. I saw wheels revolving, frightful in height and round, they glowed like turquoise, and one wheel went into the other, 4 together, and they turned not when they went, and their rings were full of eyes round about them. But in the midst was a mountain, sparkling with fiery stones, and upon it a palace built out of the light of sapphires, and thither we went, attended by hosts before and behind. Its halls were full of mess senders, guards, and keepers. We entered into the pillared hall in the center, and its end and depth were not to be seen, for they led me in along the length of it, and cherubim stood on both sides in front of the columns and between them, each with 6 wings and all covered with eyes. Thus we passed between them, I know not how far, towards the throne of the Most High, and the air was jostling with the cries of those among the columns and of those who stood in hosts about the throne, Holy, 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 Lord God of Sabaoth, heaven and earth are full of the majesty of thy glory. The throng about the throne, however, was of seraphim, which with 2 wings covered their feet, and with 2 their faces, but they peered a little through the feathers. And he who led me said to me, Cover also thy countenance, for it is fitting. Then I put my hands before my face, but I peered out somewhat too between my fingers. Young Joseph 3 Joseph, cried Benjamin, for God's love, tell me, didst thou see the countenance of the universal? I saw him sitting in sapphire light upon the throne, formed like a man and created in his image, in majesty well known unto us. For his beard and the hair on his temples flowed down shining, and there were furrows in his cheek, good and deep. The flesh under his eyes was soft and weary looking, and the eyes, not very large, but brown and bright, peered at me as though in concern as I came up. Benjamin said, It giveth me a picture of Jacob our father looking at thee. It was the father of the world, Joseph responded, and I fell upon my face. Then I heard the voice of one speaking and saying to me, Child of man, stand upon thy feet. For from now onwards shalt thou stand before my throne as Metatron and child of God, and I will give thee power over the keys, to open and to close MB era. Both, and thou shalt be set as commander over all the hosts, for the Lord hath pleasure in thee. Then through the hosts of angels there went a rustling and a roaring like the sound of a great army. But now, behold, there came forth Azza and Azael, whom I had heard speaking together. And the seraph Azza said, Lord of all the worlds, who is this one that cometh to these upper regions, to take his service amongst us? And Azael added, and covered his face with his 2 wings to lessen the force of his words, hath he not been begot of the white drop of semen, and from the race of those who drink up injustice like water? And I saw the countenance of the Lord cloud over with ill will, and his words were proud and imperious as he answered and said, What are you, that you speak in the midst of my speaking? For I favor whom I favor, and give grace to those to whom give grace. Truly, sooner than you all will I make him prince and Lord in the heights of heaven. And again there went throughout the throng that wave of sound, and it was as though the wave retreated and went back. The true Bim beat their wings, and all the children of heaven made the echoes ring with crying, Glory be to the Lord where he resides. But the king went still further in his language and said, Upon him do I lay my hand and bless him with 360,000 blessings, and make him great and exalted. For I will make him a throne, like to mine own, with a tapestry over it wove out of pure brilliance, light, glory, and splendor. It I will set at the entrance to the 7th terrace, and seat him on it, for I will magnify him beyond all words. There shall go a cry before him from heaven to heaven, have a care and take it to heart, Enoch, my servant. Have I named prince and mighty over all the princes of my kingdom, and over all the children of light, save at most the 8 powerful and awful ones who are named with the name of God after the name of 3 Thomas Mann, the king. And every angel that hath a plea to me shall go first before him and speak with him. But every word which he speak to you, in Audi name you shall heed and obey, for the princes of wisdom and reason stand at his side. Such the cry that shall go out before him. Give me the robe and the crown. And the Lord threw over me a priceless garment with all sorts of light woven into it, and arrayed me therein, and took a heavy ring with 49 stones of unspeakable brilliance. This with his own hands he set upon my head in addition to the robe, before the face of the whole heavenly host, and named me by my title, Yahu, the lit. Tle1, the eminent prince. For indeed he went very far. Then again the wave of the angels swept and shrank backwards. And all the sons of heaven bowed themselves, and likewise the princes. Among the angels, the mighty and great ones, the lions of God, greater than all the hosts, who have their service before the throne. Furthermore the angels of fire, of hail, of lightning, of wind, of anger, and wrath, of storm, snow, and rain, of day and of night, of the moon, and the planets, who guide the destinies of the world with their hands, all these trembled too and covered their faces as though blinded. But the Lord stood up from his throne and carried things to the uttermost, and went on to declare and to say, Lo, there was in the valley a tender shoot of the cedar tree, this have I transplanted upon a lofty mountain top, and made of it a tree within which the birds can dwell. And among the host he was the youngest in days, moons, and years. This youth made I greater than all other created beings, simply out of my incalculable will and predilection. I made him over seer over all the treasures of the halls of Erebboth, and over all the treasures of life preserved in the heights of heaven. And it was more over his office to bind the garlands round the heads of the sacred beasts, to adorn the wheels of splendor mightily, to clothe the share Ubim in magnificence, to make to shine the fire bolts of heaven, and enfold the seraphim in pride. Each morning he put my throne to rights, when I would mount my seat to sit in it and hold review in all the height of haughty power. I garbed him in a priceless garment full of pride and glory. With a heavy crown I crowned his head, and I gave him of the majesty, the pomp, and magnificence of haughty throne. And my one sorrow is that I could not make higher his throne than Adonai, and his splendor greater than mine, for it is infinite. But his name was the little God. Upon this pronouncement came a mighty clap of thunder, and all the angels fell upon their faces. But the while the Lord so singled me out for joy, my flesh was on fire, my veins glowed bright, my bones were like a fire of juniper wood, the casting up of my lashes like a lightning flash, my eyeballs rolled like balls of fire, the hair of young Joseph 3:13. My head was a lambent flame, my limbs were fiery pinions, and I awaked. I tremble in my whole body, said Benjamin, from thy dream, Joseph, for it is beyond all bounds. Thou too tremblest somewhat, I should think, and art thyself somewhat pale. I can see that, for the places in thy face that are dark and shiny from the razor stand out very plainly. Absurd, said Joseph. Shall I tremble at my own dream? And wast thou then eternally glorified in those heights, and thoughtest no more of thine own, for example of thy little one here? Asked Benjamin. Thou canst despite all thy simplicity imagine, responded Joseph, that I was a little bewildered with all that arbitrary grace and favor, and had not much time to think back. But I am convinced that in a little while I should have thought of you all, and had you come after me and be exalted by my side, the father, the women, the brothers, and thou. That would be but a trifle, with all the power that I possess. But hearken now, Benjamin, and be warned. In thee I confide everything, because thou art right to hear and understand. Thou must not prattle to our father or to the brethren concerning my dream, which I have told thee, for they might put upon it a bad construction. Not for my life, Benjamin responded. That were a mortal evil. All too easily thou forgettest the difference between an urchin and a simpleton, although it is an important one. Not even in a dream will it occur to me to prattle, not even a syllable of all that hath come to thee in sleep. But thou thyself, Joseph, if I may say so, thou must be even more careful, do for my sake, my dearest brother. For it is easy for me not to forget, out of gratefulness for thy confidence. But it doth not prevent thee, who hast thyself dreamed and art fuller of it than I, to whom thou hast only lent of the splendor and brilliance of thy dream. Therefore think of thy little one, when it shall thee to relate in how much gladness the Lord chose thee out and exalted thee. I for my part find it fitting, and I am angry with Uzzah and Azael that they spoke against it. But it might cloud the father's mind with care, as such things are wont to do, and the brothers would spit and spew out their disapproval and make thee to suffer in their envy and jealousy. For they are all louts in the sight of the Lord, and that we both well know. 3H. Chapter 4. The Dreamer. The coat of many colors. Not for the harvesting, as had been expected, but as early as the night of the spring full moon, the sons of Leah came tumbling heels over head back to Hebron from the plains of Shechem. They came, ostensibly, to eat the Passover lamb with their father and with him to observe the moon, but actually because they had heard an exciting piece of news, affecting all of them. They came to convince themselves, on the spot, of its truth, with their very own eyes, and to see if anything about it could be changed. The thing was so startling and portentous that the sons of the maids had found it of the first importance to select one of their number to make the 4-day journey from Hebron to Shechem to fetch news. Of course it was the nimble Naphtali who had been chosen. At bottom, actually, it did not matter who went, or how fast. For Naphtali rode on an ass, as another would have done, whether a longer or shorter pair of legs hung down on either side. The beast was of no importance. In any case the journey took 4 days. But it was with Naphtali, son of Bilhah, that the idea of seal right was bound up. The role of messenger was his tradition. Ally, and as his tongue was as nimble as his legs, there was perhaps some sense in the idea that he would, at least in the last moment, give the brothers the benefit of what he had learned a little quicker than anyone else. What was it had happened? Jacob had made a present to Joseph. That was nothing new. The father, in willful indulgence of his feeling toward his son, his lamb, his scion, his heavenly youth, and son of a virgin, or whatever other appellations might occur to him, had always made him gifts and tender remembrances, sweetmeats, pretty bits of pottery and stones, purple laces, scarabs, and what not. Seeing them in his careless possession, the brethren would scowl. They would feel their rights curtailed and be aggrieved. To such fundamental and almost intentionally emphasized injustice they had had plenty of opportunity to accuse themselves. But this particular young Joseph 3I5 gift was so startling in its nature, one could not but fear that the act was decisive. It appeared to mean a slap in the face for them all. Here is what happened. It was tempting weather, the latter rains had come on. Jacob had withdrawn himself in the afternoon into his house of hair, that secure and complete protection against the blessing bringing downpour, a woven felt of black goat's hair, stretched over 9 stout poles and fastened by strong ropes to picks driven into the ground. It was the largest tent in the rather scattered settlement. Jacob lived in it alone, being a rich man and setting store by being able to give the women their separate dwelling. It was divided from front to back by a curtain hanging to the middle posts. One of the rooms served as private storeroom and supply chamber, camel sad, DLES and pockets, unused carpets rolled or folded, handmills, and other gear lay about, and there were skins hung up, full of grain, butter, drinking water, and palm wine made of soaked dates. The other half was the dwelling of the bearer of the blessing. The conveniences it displayed were in strong contrast to the half-bed, wing kind of life to which he clung. Jacob needed ease. He disliked the effeminacy of city life, but that did not prevent him from wanting certain comforts when he withdrew from the world into himself. For meditation and law brooded upon his thoughts of God. Open in front, to the height of a man, the chamber was warmly carpeted with felt, and over that with gaily colored rugs. Some of these also hung upon the walls. A cedar wood bedstead with covers and cushions and bronze feet stood in the background. Several earthen lamps with ornamental bases and shallow bowls with short snouts for the wick were always burning here, for it would have been unfitting and poverty-stricken for the bearer of the blessing to sleep in the dark. They were even lighted in the daytime, that they might lend no sin. Ister meaning to the phrase, Jacob's lamp is out. Painted jugs with handles stood on the flat top of a sycamore coffer, the sides of which were decorated with intaglio in blue glaze. Another tall leaded coffer, carved and written over with texts, had a vaulted lid. There did not lack a glowing brazier in the corner, for Jacob was inclined to chilliness. Low stools were everywhere, less as seats than as places whereon to lay things. On one stood a small incense burner, shaped like a tower, out of whose little window openings came clouds of smoke, scented with cinnamon, styrax, and galbanum. On another was a valuable specimen of Phoenician art, which only a well-to-do person could possess, a flat gold basin on a dainty stand. When you pressed the bottom with your hand, it showed a female figure playing on a lute. Jacob and Joseph were sitting on cushions by a low taboret at the entrance to the tent, playing a game with pieces spread out on 3x6 Thomas Mann, the engraved bronze surface. He had summoned his son to play the game at which Rachel once had been his companion. Outside, the rain plashed down on stones and shrubbery and olive trees, the blessing of God's moisture upon the corn of the valley, that it might bear up under the summer's heat until the harvest time. The wind lightly rattled the wooden rings on the roof, to which the tent ropes were fastened. Joseph let his father win the game. He had purposely got into the field of the evil eye and put himself at a disadvantage. Thus Jacob, though playing with his attention greatly distraught, had to his pleasurable surprise finally won the game. He admitted his absence of mind and said the victory was his more by good luck than good management. Hadst thou not been defeated in time, my child, he said, I must have been so, for my thoughts wandered and I made many blunders. Whereas thou hast drawn cleverly and never failed to make good thy mischances. Thy way of playing reminds me of Mommy's. She used so often to put me in the corner. Even her way of biting her little finger, as she considered, and certain little stratagems she loved, thou hast. And I am moved by them as I play. All that is as nothing, Joseph answered, stretching himself, putting his head back, one arm out sideways and the other bent to his shoulder. The issue speaketh against me. If my dear father won, even with his thoughts distracted, how would it have gone with the child if he had had his full attention upon the game? The end would have come quickly. Jacob smiled. My experience, he said, is longer and my school the best, for as a boy I played with Itzhak, thy grandfather upon my side, and after that often with Laban, thy grandfather on the side of my beloved, in the land of Naharain, beyond the water, he too played with great deliberation. Jacob too, more than once, had let Laban and Itzhak win, when he was wanting to put them in a good mood, but it never occurred to him that Joseph might have done the same. It is true, he went on, that I played badly today. More than once a thought came over me that made me forget the position of the pieces. /v had I was thinking had to do with the approaching feast and the night of sacrifice, when after sunset we slaughter the sheep and dip the sprig of hyssop into the blood to strike it upon the two side posts, that the avenger may pass over. Lord, it is the night of the Passover, and the substitution of the sacrifice, in token that the firstling is slain in expiation for man and beast whom it lusteth him to slay. Upon all this I fell a musing, for lo, a man will do much and know not what he doth. Yet were he to know and think about it, it might be that his entrails would turn over within him and he would, young Joseph 3:7, be sick to his very bottom, as it hath happened to me many a time in my life, and the first time was when I heard that Laban, at Shinar, beyond the river path, had slain his firstborn little son as a sacrifice, and buried it in a jar in the foundations to bring good fortune to his house. But dost thou think it brought him blessing? No, but harm, hindrance, and adversity, and had I not come and given a little life to house and business, it would all have foundered in misery. Never again would he have been fruitful with his wife Athena. And yet Ban would not have walled up his little son had such a deed not brought his forebears blessing in earlier times. Thou sayest it, Joseph responded. He had folded his hands at the back of his neck. And it is clear to me, from thy words, how this came to pass. Laban behaved according to outworn custom, and thereby committed serious blunders. For the outworn is repulsive to the Lord, he is already beyond it and wisheth us to be so too, and he rejecteth and curseth it. Therefore, if Laban had understood himself and the times, he would have slaughtered instead of his son a goat or a kid and struck the blood upon the posts and threshold. Then would he have been glad and his incense would have mounted up to heaven. Again, said Jacob, thou sayest it and takest the thoughts and the words out of my mouth. For the avenger lusteth not alone after the beast, but also after the blood of man, and we appease his desire, not only in respect to the flocks through the blood on the door posts, but also by the sacrificial meal, which we eat and devour in haste by night, that nothing of the roast meat may remain over by the morning. But when we think of it, what sort of roast meat is that, and doth the lamb atone only for the flock when we slay it? What should we slay and eat, if we were mad like Laban, and what was slain and eaten in more indecent times? Do we know what we do in the feast, when we slay and eat, and would not our very words come uppermost if we thought of it, so that we vomited? Let us slay and let us eat, said Joseph, lightly, in a high-pitched voice, rocking himself in his hands at the back of his neck. The feast and the feasting are both good, and if they are also salvation, then let us joyfully save ourselves from being obscene, by dint of understanding the Lord and the times in which we are. Lo, there is a tree, he cried, and pointed with outstretched arm into the tent, as though a tree actually stood there, splendid in trunk and crown, planted by the fathers for the delight of those coming after. Its tips move and sparkle in the wind, its roots cleave to the kingdom of the earth, in darkness, in the dust, and among the stones. But doth the blithe tip know overmuch of the dirt-encrusted root? No, for it hath come out beyond it with the Lord, swayeth in the air, and think not thereupon. So, in my view, is it with the tradition and 3 Thomas Mann, the indecency. But if we want to have the pious tradition taste well in our mouths, by all means let us leave the underneath things quietly. Underneath That parable is charming, Jacob said, nodding. He stroked his beard, holding it at one side and letting it glide through the hollow of his hand. Thy words are witty and well invented. But even so, we must still meditate, still stoop under the cares and the unrest, which were Abraham's portion and must be ours forever and ever, that we may free ourselves according to the Lord's will, and it may be are already free of that from which he would release us, namely, care. But say, who is the avenger and what is his passing over? Doth not the moon, on the night of the feast, go full and beauteous through the pass which is the northernmost point and zenith of his way, where he himself turneth in his fullness? But the northernmost point is Nergal's, the murderer, the night is his, sin ruleth for him, sin is Nergal at the time of this feast, and the avenger, who passeth over, and whom we appease, he is the red one. That is clear, Joseph said. We hardly think of it, but so he is. Such was the unrest, went on Jacob, that was distracting me as we played. For it is the stars that determine this feast for us, the moon and the red one, and on that night they change places. But shall we then throw kisses to the stars and celebrate their histories? Must we not rather distress ourselves over the Lord and the time? Whether we do truly and in fact understand them and not transgress against both, considering that we continue out of sheer idle habit in the ritual indecency from which he would win us? Sometimes I seriously ask myself if I ought not to call the people together under the tree of wisdom, that they might hear my misgivings and hearken to my cares in the matter of the feast passage. My dear father, said Joseph, as he bent over and laid his hand on the old man's beside the board which registered his defeat, is much too precise in his interpretations. I must pray him not to let himself be moved to undue haste and so to destruction. If thy child may regard himself as having been asked, then he would advise thou the feast be spared and not too hotly attacked on account of its leg ends, instead of which perchance another might come up, which then thou wouldst relate at the roast meal, for instance the saving of Isaac, which would be very suitable. Or else we wait on time, whether God might not for once glorify himself in us by a great redemption and deliverance, which then we would make the basis of the feast and its legend, and sing songs of rejoicing. Have I, in my folly, spoken consolingly? Thy words, responded Jacob, are like balsam, very sage and comforting, which is what I mean by balsamic. For thou spokest for the custom and yet at the same time for the future, and that shall, young Joseph 3:19, be reckoned to thy honor. And spokest at the same time for an abiding, which is at the same time a station on the way, and there. Over my soul smileth at thine, Joseph L., thou shoot of the tenderest tree. Let me kiss thee. And across the board he took Joseph's lovely head between his hands and kissed him, rejoicing in his son from the depths of his heart. If only I knew, Joseph said, whence wisdom cometh to me at this hour, or the small sagacity I have to meet the shrewdness of my Lord in his speech. Thou saidst that thy thoughts wandered during our game, then, to be frank, so did mine. They kept slipping aside from the pieces, and the Elohim alone know how I managed to keep going on so long. Whither then, my child, went thy thoughts? Ah, answered the youth, thou canst easily guess. A word of thine itcheth in mine ear day and night, a word which my father spoke of late to me by the fountain, and which hath robbed me of peace, so that curiosity plagueth me wherever I go, for it was a word of promise. What said I, then, and what promise gave I to thee? Oh, thou knowest, I can tell by thy face thou knowest. Thou hadst in mind, so saidst thou. Well, canst thou guess now? I purpose to give thee somewhat to make thy heart rejoice, and which will be fitting unto thee. Thus word for word didst thou speak. I remember it only too well, it keepeth on tickling me in my ear. What then did my little father mean with this promise of his? Jacob reddened, and Joseph saw it. It was a slight rosy flush, which ran up into the grey hair on his cheeks, and his eyes clouded over in mild confusion. It was nothing, nothing at all, he said defensively. My child is indulging in vain imaginings. What I said was mere chance, uttered without purpose or significance. Have I not given thee various things, as my heart prompteth me? Thus, then, was the meaning of what I said, that I might give thee something some day, at a fitting hour. Nay, and indeed, Joseph cried, sprang up and embraced his father. This wise and good man who sitteth here cannot speak with out meaning that would be unheard of, as though I had not seen plain and clear as he spoke, that he spoke not emptily, but had a plain thing in his mind's eye, beautiful and definite, not just anything at all, but some particular and splendid thing which he thought of for me. But not only hast thou thought of, thou hast spoken and is. May I not know what is mine and what awaiteth me? Dost thou think I could find rest or give thee any peace until I knew how thou teasest me? Said Jacob, hard pressed. Shake me. Not so, and take away th_y hands from the lobes of mine ears, that I 320 Thomas Mann may not look like a child in thy hands. Thou wouldst know well. Why shouldst thou not know? I will tell thee, I will admit that I did have one clear thing in my mind, and not anything indefinite. Hearken then, and stand down upon the ground. Hast thou heard of Rachel's chivone passim? The garment of mommy's? Something she wore? Oh, I understand. Thou wilt make me from her robe. Hearken, Jehoshaphat. Thou dost not understand. Let me tell thee. When I had served 7 years for Rachel and the time approached when I should receive her in the Lord, Laban spoke to me, I will give thee a veil, wherein the bride may veil herself and dedicate her self to Nana and be a consecrated one. Long ago, he said, I bought the hide from a pilgrim and preserved it in the chest, for it is precious. It is supposed to have belonged to a king's daughter in times past and been the maiden garment of a princess, a thing easy to believe, so skillfully is it embroidered everywhere with all sorts of emblems of idols. But she shall veil her head in it and be as one of the Anio and like to the bride of heaven in the tower at Menachem. In some such words spoke the devil Laban to me, and lied not in these words, which he spake, for Rachel received the garment and was a splendor incomparable in it as we sat at the wedding feast, and I kissed the image of Ishtar. But when I handed the bride the flower and lifted her veil that I might see her with my seeing hands, lo, it was Leah, whom the devil had craftily brought into the bedchamber, so that I was happy only in my imagination, but not in the fact. All which maketh one to lose one's reason to think upon, so I pass it over. But at the time I was glowing in the sun of my fancied bliss, and I folded the sacred weave and laid it upon a chair, and to the bride I said, we shall hand it down through the generations, and countless blissful brides shall wear it. And did mommy too wear the wrap at her time? It is no wrap, it is a sumptuousness, a piece of material to be used as one will, ankle length, with sleeves, and one can put it on as sweet one's taste and one's looks. Mommy. Yeah, she wore it and kept it, when She went away, when we broke the dusty bolts and swindled that devil Laban, she faithfully packed it up and took it with her. Always. It went where we went, and as Laban preserved it for years in his chest, so have we done. Joseph's eyes darted about through the tent and rested on the coffers. He asked. Is it close to us? Not far off. And MV Lord will give it me. I have designed it for the child. Designed and promised. Young Joseph 3-2. But for later, not this very minute, cried Jacob in his distress. Be reasonable, child, and let it stop for the moment at the promise. Lo, things are in the balance, and the Lord hath not yet pronounced upon them in my heart. Thy brother Reuben fell away and I was driven to take from him his right as firstborn. Is it then thy turn? Next, that I should give thee the right to array thee in the bed. One might say no, for after Reuben came Judah and then Simeon. And Levi. One might answer yes, for after Leah's firstborn fell and was cursed, then came the turn of Rachel's firstborn. But all that is doubtful and unclear. We must wait and let the signs make it plain to our understanding. But if I garb thee in the bed, then might the brethren falsely interpret it in the sense of the blessing and the choice and rise up in jealousy against thee and against me. Against thee, asked Joseph, in great astonishment. I almost think that my ears deceive me. Art thou not our father and our Lord? If they murmur, canst thou not rise up and overwhelm them with thy words and say unto them, I choose whom I choose and show favor to whom I show favor? Who are ye that ye oppose me? Sooner than any of you will I clothe him in the garment and with his mother's bed pass him. But I think not that mine ears deceive me, they aid young and keen. And especially when my dear father speak, I prick them up. Saidest thou once to the bride, countless ones among beloved shall wear it? Or saidest thou no to tell me? Then, who, saidest thou, shouldst wear it? Be quiet, tempter. Leave me, and coax me not, that thy folly may not overflow and fall upon mine own head. Dear father, let me see it. See it? Well, seeing is not having, but seeing is wanting to have. Be reasonable. Shall I not see what is mine and promised unto me? Shall we make a bargain? I will sit here and not stir from the spot. Then thou goest and showest me the festal garment, holding it up before thee, as the merchants in the bazaar at Hebron display their wares and drape the cloth upon themselves before the eyes of him who coveteth it. But he is poor and cannot buy. So then the merchant putteth it away. Again. So be it, in the name of the Lord, said Jacob. Although an onlooker would think thou tookest liberties with me. Stop where thou art. Squat upon thy heels, put thy hands behind thee. Then shalt thou see that which perhaps, under certain circumstances, might be thine. What is mine already, Joseph cried, only that I may not yet enjoy it. He rubbed his eyes with his knuckles, to see the better. Jacob went over to the round-topped coffer, slipped the bolt, and flung back the lid. On top were woolen things, mantles, covers, skirts, head. 32 Thomas Mann. Cloths, smocks, which he dropped, folded, on the floor in a pile. He found the veil where he knew that it lay, took it, turned round, and spread out the folds. The lad stared in amaze. He drew a long breath through his open, laughing mouth. The metal embroideries glittered in the lamplight. The flashing silver and gold blotted out at times the quieter colors. As the old man held it up in his unsteady arms, the purple, white, olive green, rose color, and black of the emblems and images, the stars, doves, trees, gods, angels, men, and beasts, lustrous against the bluish mist of the background. Ye heavenly lights. Joseph burst out. How beautiful. Oh dearest father merchant, what showest thou to THV customer, there under thy arch? There is Gilgamesh, with the lion in the bend of his arm. I recognize him from here. And there is a man fighting with a griffin. And swinging a club. Wait. Ye heavenly hosts, what animals are here? I see the paramours of the goddess bat, steed, wolf, and bright-colored bird. Let me look, let me look. I cannot make out, I cannot distinguish. And my eyes burn from staring across such a distance. Is that the scorpion human pair, with the prickly tails? It seemeth so, but I cannot be certain, though mine eyes water with staring. One moment, merchant, while I hitch a little nearer, still with my hands behind my back. But oh, ye Elohim, how it groweth in beauty as I come nearer it. And all becometh clear. What are the bearded spirits doing at the tree? They are fructifying it. And what is it that is written here? I have put off my coat, how shall I put it on? Wonderful. Always nada, with sun, moon, and dove. I must stand up. Merchant, I must get up, else I cannot see the top. The date palm, out of which a goddess stretcheth her arms with food and drink. I may touch it, may I not? There is no charge, I hope, if I lift it up, ever so carefully, in my hand, to feel its weight and its mix. Tour of lightness and heaviness. Merchant, I am poor, I cannot buy. Merchant, give it to me. Thou hast so many wares, give me the veil. Or be so kind to lend it me, that I show myself to the people, to the honor of thy shop. No, thou wilt not, thou art adamant. Or averse thou, perhaps, a tiny bit, and despite all thy severity, wouldst like to see me in it? No, I am wrong, thou swayest a little. Only from the holding up and spreading out. Thou hast strained thyself much too long already. Give it to me. How doth one wear it? How put it on? Like this, or like this, or this way. How do I please? Am I the gay shepherd bird in the many-colored coat? Mommy's raiment, how doth it become her son? He looked, of course, like a young god. The effect he produced was only to be expected, and his eagerness to bring it about did anything but strengthen Jacob's resistance. We shall do well to recognize at once the irresistible guile by which he had finessed the gar. Young Joseph 3-2-3 meant out of Jacob's hands into his own. And this was scarcely done, when the thing was on his back put there by 2 or 3 deft and assured motions which themselves evinced great skill in the art of dressing. How well it set him off. It covered his head and wrapped his shoulders, the silver doves glittered and the gay embroideries flowed, it fell in folds about his youthful form and made him look taller than he really was. But not only so. For the festal garment became his face to such an extent that nobody who saw him could have disputed the popular verdict upon his charms. It made him so lovely and so well favored that the phenomenon was actually no longer quite earthly, in fact it bordered on the supernatural. Worst of all, the likeness to his mother, her look, her forehead, and brows. The shape of her mouth had never stood out so clearly as in this dress. Poor Jacob was so smitten by it that his eyes overflowed, and he thought nothing else than that he was beholding Rachel in Laban's house, on the day of the fulfillment. It was the mother goddess who stood there before him smiling, in the boy's lovely guise, and asked, I have put on my coat, shall I take it off? No, no, keep it, the father said. The young god rushed away. Jacob lifted his brow and his hands, and his lips moved in prayer. The nimble runner. The excitement was tremendous. The first to see Joseph in his coat of many colors was Benjamin, but Benjamin was not alone. Joseph found him in the women's tent, with the concubines. He entered their quarters in his new finery and said, Greeting to you all. I have just come by chance to look in on my little brother. Lo, thou art he. My Benny, I only wanted to ask how you all are. So you are combing flax, and Tertera is helping? Do any of you know the whereabouts of old Eliezer? Tertera meant little one. Joseph often called his brother by this Babylonian pet name, and Tertera was already giving vent to long drawn out cries of admiration. Bilhah and Zilpah chimed in. He wore his robe with a careless air, drawn up and thrust through the girdle of his smock. What are you all chirping about and making eyes like cart wheels? Oh, you mean my garment, mommy's veil kitone? I am wearing it for a while, Israel having made me a present of it a few minutes. Joseph L., thou sweetest Lord, son of the favorite, cried Zilpah. Hath Jacob then given thee the coat of many colors, and which he first received Leah my mistress? He hath done wisely and justly. Indeed, for the heart melteth within one at the sight, so that one could. 324 Thomas Mann. Not imagine another wearing it. One of those now on a journey for haps, the offspring of Leah, from whom Jacob lifted it for the first time. Or my Gad or Asher, born on Leah's lap. The very idea maketh one to smile, albeit ruefully. Joseph J.A., loveliest one. Bilhah cried. Nothing more beautiful can be conceived than thy looks in this robe. One is tempted to prostrate oneself at the sight, and especially I, who am only a handmaid. Though sister and favorite to Rachel thy mother, to whom by the power of Jacob I bore thy elder brothers Dan and Naphtali. They, too, will fall down before thee or be like to it, when they see the youth in their mother's wedding garment. Go then swiftly and show thyself to them unawares, while they are yet all innocence and dream. Not that our Lord hath chosen thee. Likewise thou shouldst go across country and show thyself to Leah's 6 red-eyed sons, that thou mayest hear their exulting shouts and their hosannas may strike upon thine ear. It is almost incredible, but Joseph did not notice the thick layer of bitterness and spite which coated the women's words. His self-absorption, his blissful though none the less reprehensible self-confidence made him deaf and unresponsive to any warning. He sucked up the honey of their words, quite convinced that he deserved it all. It never occurred to him to look beneath the surface. But precisely therein lay the blame. Indifference to the inner life of other human beings, ignorance of their feelings, display an entirely warped attitude toward real life, they give rise to a certain blindness. Since the days of Adam and Eve, since the time when one became two, nobody has been able to live without wanting to put himself in his neighbor's place and explore his situation, even while trying to see it objectively. Imagination, the art of divining the emotional life of others in other words, sympathy is not only commendable inasmuch as it breaks down the limitations of the ego, it is always an indispensable means of self-preservation. But of these rules Joseph knew nothing. His blissful self-confidence was like that of a spoiled child. It persuaded him, despite all evidence to the contrary, that everyone loved him, even more than themselves, and that therefore he needed to take no thought of them. To pardon such conduct as his on the score of his beautiful eyes would be weakness indeed. But with Benjamin the thing was different. Here for once complete wholeheartedness was in place. He cried out, Jehoshaphat, thou heavenly one. Not as in our waking life but as in a dream it seemeth 10, and the Lord hath wrapped thee in a garment of splendor, woven full of colored lights, and hath put upon thee a mantle full of pride and glory. It must ravish the soul of a little urchin like me. Go not, I pray thee, to the sons of Bilhah, and leave young Joseph 325. The sons of Zilpah yet in ignorance a little. Stay by thy little brother, that I may admire thee the more and look my fill. All that Joseph might take at its face value, it rang true. Even so, he might draw a warning from his little brother's simple words. For we cannot help feeling that Benjamin was afraid of the meeting of the brothers and wanted at least to delay it. Joseph himself possessed enough instinct, if not enough insight, not to appear straightway before the children of the maids in his new garment, with the exception of a few underlings, who saw him in passing and outdid themselves in adulation, hand-kissings, and obvious envy. The only person who beheld him that day was Eliezer. The old man fell into a prolonged nodding, which might be taken for approval, but equally for a sort of general contemplation of mankind and his destiny. He then, with an abstracted and godlike mien, began to enlarge upon his so-called recollections, those which the sight of the garment called up in him. How, that is, he, Eliezer, had once as Wu in Isaac's stead brought Rebekah up out of Haran's underworld, and when they had reached the upper regions and the bridegroom was approaching, had shrouded her in the veil. And for what reason? That Isaac might know her. For how should he have known her and lifted her veil, unless she had veiled herself beforehand? Eliezer's countenance, as he talked, was so unmoved that it looked like a false face, which you could perhaps take off and show another one beneath it. A marvelous thing, MB child, said he, hath Israel given thee, for in the veil is life and death. But death is in life, and life in death, and he who hath learned this truth hath penetrated the mysteries. The sister, mother bride had to unveil herself and stand naked at the seventh gate of hell and in the face of death. But when she returned again to the light she veiled herself, in token of life. Lo, the seed corn, how it sink to earth and dieth, that it may arise again for the harvest time. For the sickle lieth already close to the blade, the sickle which waxeth in the darkness of the moon as young life, yet is it death and taketh the manhood of the father that it may assume new lordship over the world, and from the harvest of the sickle rolleth the fruit of life and death. Thus the veil signifieth life after the unveiling in death, and therewith already possesseth knowledge and death, since after all in knowledge is procreation and life. A great thing hath the Father given thee, he hath given light and life when he veiled thee with the veil, which thb mother had to leave behind her in death. Therefore shush it, my child, that no one rend it from thee and that death may not know thee. Thanks, Eliezer, answered Joseph. Many thanks, wise old serve. And, who in Abram's train struck down the kings and toward whom the earth did spring. How weightily thou speakest of all these men. 326 Thomas Mann. Glad things, a veil, and sickle and seed corn, rightly too, since these things are related and are one in God, though to our eyes they are embroidered manyfold upon the veil. But now, as for me, I will take off my coat and cover me with it upon my couch, that I may sleep beneath it as sleep hath the earth beneath the world mantle of it. Stars. Thus he did. And thus they found him sleeping, the children of the maids, when, instructed by their mothers, they entered the tent, which he shared with them. The 4 brothers, Dan, Asher, Gad, and Naphtali, stood at his bedside, and the youngest, Asher the sweet tooth, barely 22, held the lamp to lighten his sleeping face, and the gay robe that covered him. Behold, he said, there hast thou it. It is precisely and no other than what the women said, when they told us that the coxcomb had shown himself to them in his mother's ketone passim. He hath spread it out and sleepeth beneath it the sleep of the just, with a sanctimonious expression on his face. Is there any more doubt? Our father, poor man, hath given it him, beguiled thereto with honeyed words. Oh, for shame! For we feel equal angered over this abomination that hath come to pass, and it is Asher who taketh our combined anger into his mouth and spitteth it out over the head of this offence. That here sleep hath made it give him at the very least bad dreams. He greatly loved, this Asher, to be of one mind and heart with his fellows and to strengthen his sense of unity by expressing it in words, which should do full justice to the common opinion. This gave him a feeling of warmth and comfort even in the midst of his ray, and the characteristic harmonized with his humid lips and eyes and his love of eating. He went on. So I have cut pieces out of live rams and sheep and eaten them. Have I? He told that to our dear, good, credulous father, who then gave him the ketone as a reward for his lying. And so with each of us, he hath charged each one of us with some fault, and now lieth there under the garment gained by his falsity and the evil reputation he hath given to us. So then, brethren, let us stick together and be of one mind in our wrath, and let me name him by some name that shall ease all our hearts, such as thou puppy. He had wanted to call him, quite simply, thou dog, but at the last minute a fear of Jacob made him soften the epithet. It was Dan who spoke next. He was 27, the same age as Leah Simeon. He wore a tight-fitting embroidered smock, had no mustaches, but a pointed beard, and his prominent eyes lay close together at the root of a crooked nose. It may be, said he, that I am called Snake and Adder, forsooth, because I am said to be somewhat malicious. But what is that compared with him who lieth here? He is a monster in the guise of a lovely youth. Cursed be that young Joseph 327. Lying shape, which make the folk to ogle and gape and bewitcheth our father utterly. I would I knew the charm which could force him to reveal his true form. Then Gadiel took his turn, a sturdy fellow, a year older than Asher, with an expression of rude honesty. He wore a sugar loaf cap and had a military air, due to the baldric round his short coat, and the breastplates he had sewn upon it. His red and sinewy arms, with their stubby and equally sinewy hands, stuck out from the short sleeves of his coat. Let me advise thee, Asher, he said, to take heed to thy lamp, that thou lettest no oil drip down, to awaken the sleeper with its smart. For if he awake, he shall feel my fist straight way in his jaw, and it will swell till he seem to have a lump of flour in it, and so remain till 9 days from tomorrow, as sure as my name is Gad. For I am hot with rage and sick to death at sight of him and of the coat beneath which he sleepeth, the price of his shameless betrayal of our father. I am no coward, but something, I know not what, rumbleth in my belly and admonisheth me out of my entrails. Here we stand, we brethren, and there lieth he the rascal, the coxcomb, the puppy, the turner of heads, and he hath the coat. Are we to bow down before him? I keep hearing those words bow down, as though some cursed insect kept buzzing them in mine ear. There. For it is that my hand itcheth to be at his ear, that would be the right treatment for him and would satisfy the hatred in my belly. The straightforward Gad had uttered much profounder things than A and B that Asher, despite all the latter's need to consolidate open ion and achieve unity through the spoken word, had even tried to reach. For Asher's one thought was to call out affection and produce solidarity by expressing only what was simple and easy to grasp. Gad took more trouble. He struggled to get at the things that tormented and frightened them all, things which lay far beneath the simple emotions of envy and rage. He wrestled to find words for obscure memories, anxieties, apprehensions, for some shadowy train of associations which should combine the essence of manifold conceptions, such as firstborn, deception, exchange, world dominion, brother, vassalage, and which, while not properly recognizable as either past or future, as legend or as prediction, yet perversely evoked the words, bow down, they shall bow before thee. The others felt greatly, even inexplicably challenged by the power of Gad's words. Esp. Chaly the long, lean, stoop-shouldered Naphtali, who was already shifting from one foot to the other, so greatly had Gad's words made him tingle in all his limbs with eagerness to be off. He had the instinct of a carrier pigeon, and his calves had for long been fairly twitching, and his body shaken. His imagination was completely controlled by the conceptions of space and separation. He regarded space as his most familiar enemy, and himself as the appointed means of its con. 328 Thomas Mann. Quest. In other words, he felt it his mission to even out those differences in man's knowledge which were affected by distance. When anything happened in the place where he was, he immediately connected it in his mind with some distant spot where nothing of it was yet known. And to be in such a state of, so to say, vegetable unconsciousness was intolerable in Naphtali's eyes. It made him quiver with the urgency of striding out with his legs and of loosening his tongue, to set things right, in order wherever possible to equalize the sum of man's information by spreading it from where it existed to regions still disgracefully ignorant. The place and point at present was that where the rest of the brethren were, straightway, and before any of the others, he thought of it. They were in ignorance, they knew not, thanks to the deplorable working of space and distance, but they must learn speedily. In his mind Naphtali was already running. Listen and hearken, brethren, children, and friends, he began, in his quick, soft voice. We are standing here and see with our eyes what has happened. We are on the spot. But at this very moment in the vale of Shechem the red-eyed brothers are sitting about the fire, chatting of this and that and the other, of anything save the fact that Jacob hath exalted Joseph's head to their own undoing. For they know it not, and however loud their shame crieth aloud, theirs and ours, they hear it not. But shall we then content ourselves with the advantage we have, saying, they are distant and thus foolish, for to be distant is to be foolish, and let it go at that? No, for we must tell them that it may be there as it is here, and that they may not go on living as though it were not. Send me. I will speed to them across country and give them word that shall lighten their darkness, and make them to shriek aloud. But to thee, hastening back again, will I announce how they shrieked. The others were of the same mind. The red-eyed brethren must hear the truth. Indeed, it almost touched them more closely than it did the present, for Naphtali knew the road they would tell there. Father that he had gone on pressing business. He scarcely slept for patience and saddled his ass before dawn, when Joseph awaked under his world mantle. He was already far off, and knowledge well on its way to the distant brethren. 9 days later, exactly on the day of the full moon, they all returned to Hebron, together with the mess. Senor Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun and feared dearly about them. Naphtali said that the twins Simeon and Levi, so called because they were only a year apart, had roared like bulls on hearing the news. Young Joseph 3:9. Of Reuben's alarm. Joseph did have enough sense and understanding not to appear at once before his brothers in the coat, though he had the greatest desire to do so. A faint doubt whether they really did love him so much, more than themselves, that they would have no other feeling than pure joy at his elevation made him lie beside the garment for the time, and greet them in his everyday clothes. Greetings, dear sons of Leah, brothers and strong men, he had dressed them. Welcome to our father's house. A few of you at least I will kiss. And he went among them and kissed 3 or 4 on the shoulder, they standing like images and not touching him at all, save Reuben, now a man of 29 years. Without any particular change of feature, he lifted one heavy hand when he felt Joseph's kiss on his shoulder, and stroked the lad's hair lightly, almost furtively. He was tall and heavy and wore a skin apron, with leather straps wound round his powerful legs. His face was red, clean-shaven, fleshy, and muscular. It had a pugnacious expression, yet the rather blunt profile suggested both dignity and self-consciousness. His low brow was darkened by a mop of curly black hair. Jehudah, the next elder son, but 3 years younger than Reuben, was quite as tall, but walked with a stoop and showed traces of suffering about his nostrils and lips. He wore a cloak, in which he wrapped his hands, and a close-fitting cap from which a shock of red-brown hair streamed out like a mane. Red-brown too was the heavy, pointed beard and the narrow, drooping mustaches that covered the thick red lips. These last spoke of sensuality, but the nose, finely shaped and delicately arched, which drooped over them, suggested some gift of the spirit, while the eyes, large and prominent and heavy-lidded, like a stag's, had a melancholy cast. Like several of his brothers and half-brothers, Judah was already a married man. Reuben, for instance, had wooed a daughter of the soil and with her raised up several children to Abram's God, among them the lads Ladak and Palu, whom Jacob sometimes trotted on his knees. Simeon had married a maid of Shechem, named Buna, carried off as booty when they had sacked the town. Levi, a worshipper of Yahoo, who passed for a grandchild of Eber. Naphtali, a young female whose origin Jacob somewhat arbitrarily derived from Nahor, brother of the Chaldean, and Dan, quite simply a Moabite woman. It would not have been possible to compass marriages entirely irreproachable from the religious point of view, and in Judah's case Jacob had perforce to be satisfied with any which might bring the youth some tranquilizing and steadying influence, for his sex life had from the first been marked by disorder. 330 Thomas Mann. And suffering. His relations with the love goddess kept him strained and unsatisfied. He writhed beneath her lash and was her unsubmissive slave, hence the deep conflict in his soul and the lack of unity in his character. His intercourse with the consecrate and the whores in the temples of Ishtar brought him into contact with the follies and abominations of the worship of Baal and the shamelessness of Canaan and Nobab. Not even Jacob himself could find that more repugnant than did Judah, he being of a religious temperament, seeking a pure and reasoned worship, and from the bottom of his heart abominating Sheol and the follies and mysteries with which the folk defiled themselves. Moreover, he felt he had good reason to think well of himself, for since the stumbling of Reuben and the night when the twins had plundered Shechem, there was some thing to be said for the view that Judah, the 4th son, was next in line for the blessing and the bearer of the promise. Of course, these things were not said among the brethren, no claims being put forward save in the form of their common ill will against Rachel's son. Through one of his shepherds, named Hira, from the village of Adullam, Judah had got to know a Canaanite man called Shua, and Shua his daughter round favor in his eyes. He married her, with Jacob's consent. Up to now she had borne him 2 sons, whom he brought up in the fear of God. But just as Ishmael had resembled Hagar, so these sons were like their mother and not like their father. At least Judah thought and said so, saying that they were an evil generation, children of Canaan, of the bad breed of Baal, Sheol, and Molech, though it was possible that the trouble was not all of Shua's daughter's making. She was now pregnant with a 3rd child, and Judah already looked forward with misgivings to its appearance. In short, the shadow of melancholy lay in Judah's eyes. But that did not make him better-natured nor lead him to stroke Joseph's hair, as Reuben had done. He said, "Well, writing man, is it seemly of thee to come thus before thy elders, in an ordinary smock full of ink spots, they having been long away and now are returned home? Carest thou so little to please us, when thou art so ready to curry favor among common folk with fine garments? We hear thou hast fine and dazzling raiment in thy chest, worthy of a prince's son. Wouldst thou insult us by being so niggardly with it at our home coming?" Next spoke Simeon and Levi, the twins, leaning upon their heavy cudgels. Their eyes were hot, their tattooed breasts glistened with oil, their whole bodies were marked with scars. They burst out together into a short bellowing laugh. Said one, "Since when do wantons walk about unveiled?" And the other, "How long?" Young Joseph 33. Since have the temple whores ceased to cover their eyes? He spoke unmindful of Judah, who started at the words. "Oh, thou meanest my picture robe?" questioned Joseph. "Hath our brother Naphtali told thee on the way how your father Jacob hath had his heart moved toward me? But in thy goodness forgive my lack." And he made the most charming obeisance before them all, with his arms crossed. "It is hard," said he, "to hit upon the right thing in doing and in leaving undone, and whatever he doth a man falleth into sin. I thought, in my folly, shall I spread myself before my elders? No, for I should come before them in humility, so that they take no umbrage at my arrogance, but love me instead. And lo, I have done foolishly, for I hear that I should have made myself fine in your honor. But believe me, on the evening of the roast meal, when you have washed yourselves and put on feast day garments, I will sit on Jacob's right hand in my Kedovet, and you shall see our father's son in all his glory. Shall it be a promise?" Again the savage twins gave a roar of laughter, and the others bored deep into his eyes, trying to distinguish between simplicity and impudence in what he had said, and not succeeding. "A golden promise," said Zebulun. He was the youngest, and tried to look like a Phoenician. His beard was trimmed to a round shape, and he had a mop of short curls. His upper garment was patterned in gay colors and ran over one shoulder and under the other, showing the undershirt. His mind was set on the sea, so that he had liefer not been a shepherd. A delicious promise, like a sacrificial cake of fine meal made with honey, a promise which I should like to thrust Back down thy throat that thou mightst choke upon it. Come, come, Zebulun, these are but coarse jests, Joseph replied, casting down his eyes and smiling as though embarrassed. Hast thou heard them from the galley slaves at Gaza and Ascalon? He hath called my brother Zebulun a drunken galley slave, said Issachar, 21 years old, tall and heavy-limbed, nicknamed the bony ass. Reuben, thou hast heard, and thou must take it up. If not with thy fist, as I could wish, yet with such words as shall make him remember. Thy words are inexact, Issachar, Reuben replied, in the high, effeminate voice which men of his powerful build may sometimes have. He hath not called him that, but merely asked if he heard the words from such a one. It was pert enough as it was. I understood him to say that he would like to choke me with the sacrificial cake, put in Joseph, which would have been blasphemous, to boot, as well as very unfriendly. But if he did not say that or mean it, then of course I will take back what I said to. And now, concluded Reuben, let us go our ways, that our coming together may not end in tauntings and misunderstanding. 2 Thomas Mann. They separated, the 10 and the 1. But Reuben followed at Joseph, and called him by name. He stood before him, just they two alone. Reuben on his leather-bound legs like heavy columns, and Joseph, gazing up with polite attention into the hard-fleshed face, WHX. Pressed both embarrassment and dignity, since he was conscious both of his strength and of his proneness to err. His eyes, with their inflamed lids, were close to Joseph's. They lost themselves in Joseph's face, or rather they stopped at it and returned into them. Say yes. He kept kneading his brother's shoulder with his powerful right hand, as he was wont to do when he talked with anyone. Thou keepest the robe, young one, asked he, moving his lips, but scarcely opening his mouth. Yes, Reuben, my lord, I will keep it, answered Joseph, for Israel hath given it me, when he was merry from play. Did he defeat thy men? Reuben asked. Thou playest shrewdly and discreetly, for thou art practiced by Eliezer in all sorts of mental exercise, which can stand thee in good stead in a game. Doth he often win? Now and again, Joseph said, showing his teeth. When thou wilt. It doth not depend on me alone, replied the other evasively. Yes, yes, so is it, thought Reuben to himself, and his gaze grew even more brooding. That is the deceitfulness of the blessing bearer, and his way of deceiving. He must hide his light under a bushel, that it light him not to his harm, and the others must boast of more light than they have in order to keep up with him. He looked at his half-brother, Rachel's child, he thought, what charm he hath. The people are right to smile upon him. He is precisely tall enough, and casteth up his lovely eyes at me and mocketh within himself. Of that I am certain, as I stand here before him like a tower, disproportioned, tall and unwieldy, with this loutish body of mine, the veins of it fairly bursting with strength, so that I forgot myself like a bound bull with Bilhah, not even looking to see if we were alone. Then with innocent malice Joseph goeth and telleth Jacob, and I am undone. For he is wise as the serpent and gentle as the dove, and thus one should be malicious in his innocence and innocent in his malice. So that innocence becomes the danger and malice a sign of grace. And these are the unmistakable marks of the blessing, and one could do not against it, even if one would, and one would not at all, for there is God. With a single blow I could stretch him out upon the earth so that he rose not again. The strength that overcame Bilhah were enough for that, and the thief of my firstborn right should feel it as a man, even as Bilhah felt it as a woman. But what would that avail me? Abel would lie slain, and I should be he whom I understand not, that is Cain. For how can one act against his conviction? Young Joseph 333. An open eyed strike down the pleasing one, because one is oneself unpleasing. I will deal not against mine own conviction, I will be fair and just, as is more conformable to my soul. I shall betray it in nothing. I am Reuben, my veins full of strength, Leah's firstborn, Jacob's eldest son, and head of the 12. I will make no lovesick faces at him, nor humble myself before his charms. It was silly of me even to have stroked his hair, silly and weak. I will lay no hand upon him, one way or the other. I stand before him like a tower, clumsy, if you like, but in dignity. The muscles of Reuben's face were drawn as he asked, Thou hast wheedled the coat out of him, hast thou not? He promised it me of late, answered Joseph, and when I reminded him of the promise, he gave it to me out of the coffer and said, Keep it, keep it. Ah, so thou hast reminded him and begged him for it. He gave it thee against his will, tempted by thine. Knowest thou that it is against God to misuse the power that is given thee so that he willeth unjustly and doth what he regretteth? What power have I over Jacob? Thou liest in asking. For thou hast over him Rachel's power. Then have I not stolen it, nor earned it? The Lord saith, I favor whom I favor. Thou art he impudent, Reuben said, with drawn brows, shaking him slowly to and fro as he held him by the shoulder. It is said of me that I am unstable as water and that sin is not far from me. But what is far from me is impenitent frivolity like unto thine. Thou boasteth of thy God and fleerest at the heart that lieth in thine hand. Dost thou know that thou hast brought the old man into anguish and stress by beguiling him of the coat? Into what sort of stress, big Reuben mine? I know already thou liest, since thou askest. Hast thou then such joy in being able to do this? In stress over thee, who art his dearest? Without desert, according to the wish of his heart that is so proud, and yet so soft. He was blessed before he saw his twin, yet hath he not suffered enough, in that Rachel died a furlong from Ephron, and in the matter of Dinah his child, and even through me which I mentioned myself, seeing that thou wast about to remind me. Not so, big Reuben. For I had not in mind that day when thou didst sport with Bilhah so that thou wast to the father in his wrath, like to a hippopotamus. Hold thy tongue. How canst thou mention it, when I took it out of thy mouth and said it before thee? Always thou thinkest of new sorts of lies, saying thou thinkest not thereupon when thou expressly spakest of it. Is it that which thou learnest from the tablets? 334 Thomas Mann. Of stone and contest when thou and Eliezer study the wisdom of the temple. Thy lips move, I know not how, having been carved in this wise by the Creator, and thy teeth glisten between them. But the words that come forth are naught but insolence. Have a care, my young one, he said, and held him so that Joseph rocked to and fro on heels and toes. Have I not saved thee 10 times out of the hands of the brethren and from the wrath of those who trod Shechem under their feet for the sake of the ravished one 10 times? And more, when they would have given thee a good pummeling for telling tales to the father about cutting pieces from the living flesh, and more of the same sort? And for that thou wouldst go and beguile our father of the coat, while we are pasturing far away, and wouldst in thy folly defy the wrath of 9 brothers if not 10? Tell me who Thou art, and how much is thine arrogance, that thou makest thyself different from us all and walkest as one set apart? Fearest thou not that thy conceit will draw down about thee the dark clouds out of which the lightning striketh? Hast thou no gratitude at all for those who mean kindly by thee, that thou causest them anguish? Thou art he, as one who climbeth high in rotting branches and laugheth at those who stand beneath and call to him in fear lest the branch break and he fall and his bowels gush out. Put me down upon the ground, Reuben, and hearken to what I say. For I am grateful that thou speakest a word for me against the brethren's ill will. And I am grateful too that thou holdest me thus and shakest me about, both together. But now set me upon my feet that I may speak. I cannot collect my thoughts being so shaken about. But now, standing here upon my feet, I will collect them. And sure am I that thou wilt in thy justice grant me right. I have not got the coat by stealth or stealing. For he promised it to me by the well, and ever since I have known of his purpose to give it to me to keep. But as I saw him, our gentle-hearted father, somewhat at odds with his own will, I held to what he had said and easily got him to give it to me. Give, I say, and not present, for mine it was before he gave it me. How so thine? Thou askest. I will answer. For who was it from whom Jacob first lifted the veil and made a promise concerning it at that hour? It was Phi. Yes, actually, it was. But in deeper truth it was Rachel. Phi was only arrayed in it, but Rachel was the owner of the robe, and she kept it to her death, a furlong from Ephron. But since she died, where is she now? Where the earth is her portion. Yes, actually again. But in very truth it is otherwise. Knowest, young Joseph 335, thou not that it is in the power of death to change the sex, and that Rachel still liveth for Jacob though in another form? Reuben started back. I and my mother are one, Joseph said. Knowest thou not that mommy's garment is likewise her son's and that they wear it by turns? One in the other's place. Name her and thou namest me. Name what belonged to her and thou namest what is mine. Well then, whose is the veil? He had stood there quite simply and modestly as he spoke, his eyes cast down. But when he had done he suddenly directed his wide-open gaze upwards upon his brother's face. Not as though he wanted to force his view aggressively upon the other, but rather as though he were silently offering his soul to be looked into, as though he were receiving the astonished and blinking stare of Leah's red-eyed son deep into the unfathomableness of his own gaze. The tower shook. Big Reuben shuddered. What did the lad mean? What was he trying to express? What was the origin of it all? Reuben had taunted him with his arrogance and now he was sorry, for he had had his answer. He had asked in his wrath who the lad thought that he was. Would that he had not done so. For now he had heard so riddlingly that it made him shiver all the way down his back, long as it was. Was it chance that had shaped the words in the boy's mouth? Had he meant to play upon the divine, and make use of it to justify his own duplicity, or end this, or gave rise in the very marrow of Reuben's being to the same horror of which brother Gadiel had complained as they stood at Joseph's bedside? Only it was stronger in Reuben, a profounder shock, and it was accompanied by a sort of admiration, a gentle, even tender amazement and terror. We must try to understand Reuben. He was not the man to be unique in misconstruing the significance of the question as to who one was, in whose footsteps one walked, to what past one's present had reference, in order to give it reality. Joseph had given evidence in so monstrously presumptuous a way as to make Reuben shudder. But the magic of the word, whereby the uppermost was turned undermost, an unforced and flexible and perfectly genuine use of language to work enchantment, brought before Reuben's eyes in brilliant clarity the footsteps in which his younger brother walked. He did not go so far at this moment to think of Joseph as a veiled goddess, that we must not suppose. But yet his love was not very far from becoming belief. Child, said he, in that piping voice out of his powerful body, spare thine own soul, spare thy father, spare the light thou walkest in. Put it under a bushel, that it may not light thee unto thine. 336 Thomas Mann. Undoing. He took 3 backward steps, with drooping head, then turned and walked away. But at the evening meal Joseph wore the coat. The brothers sat there like graven images. Jacob was full of fears. The sheaves. When these things had happened, and after many days, it came about that they were cutting the wheat in the vale of Shechem. It was the time of the harvest and of joyous and sweating labor up till the day of the first fruits, when they made offering of leavened bread, of the new wheaten flour, 7 weeks after the spring full moon. For the late rains had been plenteous, but the hatches of the sky were early closed, the waters ran off, and the land dried. Marduk Bel, the sun, the triumphant, drunk with his victory over the dripping Leviathan, ruled flaming in the heavens and sent up golden spears into the blue, even at the turn between the second and the third months. So great was the ardor of his sovereignty that there might have been fears for the sowing, but that a wind sprang up, the welcome approach of which was first scented by Zebulun, 6th son of Leah, who said, My nose is pleasantly assailed by this wind, for it bringeth moist to her from afar and beareth on its wings the refreshing dew. Lo, now, as I always say, what great good cometh from the sea. Better it were to dwell by the edge of the green vast and close to Sidon, rather than to tend the sheep, which pleaseth me but little. For upon the wave, and on the shapen plank one can reach folk who wear tails, and a lighted horn upon their foreheads, or to such as have ears so great as to cover the whole body, and others whose forms are covered with grass. A man from the port of Kadadi told me of all this. Naphtali agreed with him. It would be good to exchange news with those grass-grown folk, for most likely neither they nor the earlap nor the tailed creatures had the least notion what went on in the world. But the others dissented and would hear nothing of the sea, even though it brought the moisture-bearing wind. Those were subterranean regions, full of monsters of the prime. Zebulun might just as well express admiration for the desert. Simeon and Levi expressed themselves with peculiar force. In this sense, they were crude but religious, and at bottom they did not much care for the shepherd's life, preferring something more exciting, though they stuck to this one for the sake of the succession. The harvesting, beginning with the reaping of the barley, was a welcome change for them all. They sweated blithely in their hopes of profit, as one does at the season. Even their relations with Joseph sensibly improved, as he worked by their side cutting and binding young Joseph 337, until by his irresponsible chatter he ruined everything again and reduced them to extremes, all which I shall relate in due course. As for Jacob, these seasonal joys touched him but little, though all the district yielded to them with gusto, his own son swinking in the midst of the sweating peasantry. Rather he had a dampening effect upon the gaiety, even without appearing on the field, which he seldom did. This time he came once, by way of exception and at the request of Joseph, who had his own reasons for making it. But on the whole, Jacob troubled little about the sowing and mowing, carrying on his bit of farming as a WR without looking at it, and only out of prudence, not inclination. Nay, he felt not only indifference but even disinclination to the whole sphere, the religious hostility of the moon shepherd toward the duty which the sunburnt farmer paid the earth. The harvest time was even, in a certain sense, an embarrassment to him, in the sense that it made him draw profit from the cult of fertility which the children of the country paid from spring to spring to the sun gods and love women of their temples, a cult abhorrent to his soul. He was rather ashamed of drawing profit from it, and closed his lips tightly when he heard the thanksgiving hymns of the workers bringing home their sheaves. After the barley harvest he ordered the wheat to be cut for the provisioning of his own people, and as every pair of arms was needed, Eliezer having also taken on a few hired hands for the harvest weeks, Joseph's studies with the latter were interrupted, and he too, in his own exalted person, labored from early morn to dewy eve in the fields. He attacked the bearded grain with the sickle, gathering the stalks together with his right hand. He bound the sheaves with straw, and helped the brethren and the hands to load them on carts or hang them on asses to be brought to the threshing floor. We must recognize that he did all this gladly and willingly, not looking upon it as an imposition, and in simple modesty, but it is also true that his attitude toward the work was in flat contradiction to certain revelations of his inward life, which he permitted himself precisely at this very time. In any case it would have been easy for him to get Jacob's mission not to appear on the field, yet he never thought of doing so, partly because he liked the work, but even more because it brought him into contact with the brethren, and he felt pride and pleasure in working among them, helping them, hearing them call him by name. All that was literally true. Labor upon a common task time proved relations between him and them. It uplifted his heart, it made him happy. However inconsistent all this may seem, it was the truth. The seeming contradictions cannot do away with the fact that he loved his brothers, that, however senseless and even deluded it may seem, he counted on their love and expected some advantage from it. For the unhappy lad little imagined how much he asked. 338 Thomas Mann. The field work tired him very much, and he often took short naps. Was asleep, indeed, at the midday hour which found all the sons of Jacob, save Benjamin, gathered to rest and eat, beneath a brown awning stretched over crooked poles. They had broken bread and talked, squatting on their heels. Each of them wore for all clothing a leather apron carrot. Their bodies were burnt by the ardor of the sun, which blazed down between fleecy clouds upon the half-harvested field. Here and there, the sickle had made breaches in the golden host, leaving patches of stubble dotted with leaning sheaves and bounded by low walls of rubble which served to divide Jacob's land from that of the peasants. At a little distance stood the hill which served his people for a threshing floor. Laden asses were on their way thither, and men were on top, using pitchforks to separate the stalks and toss them down before the oxen. Joseph then, likewise in his working apron, his skin glowing from the sun, was asleep in a squatting posture, with his head on his arm. When he lay down, he had in all simplicity begged Issachar, the bony ass, who sat next to him, to lend him one of his knees to prop up his head. But Issachar had inquired whether he would not also like him to scratch his head and to keep off the flies, and then curtly bade him to be his own pillow. Joseph had laughed and taken it in good part, resigning himself to sleep without the desired prop. He found it elsewhere, as we shall see. But for the moment nobody was paying him any attention, only Reuben glanced now and again at the sleeper's face, as it lay turned toward him. It was not in repose. The forehead was drawn, the lips twitched, and the partly open mouth moved as though to speak. Meanwhile the brethren had been discussing the pros and cons of a new sort of implement which had come into use of late, the threshing table. It was drawn by oxen and had pointed stones on the under side, which tore the airs. It was undeniable that it saved time. But some of them said that the winnowing afterwards was harder work than if the grain had been thoroughly trodden out by means of oxen. Also they spoke of a threshing cart used by many of the peasants. It ran on rollers and was fitted with sharp iron plates. At that point, Joseph roused and sat up. I have had a dream, he said, looking round upon the brethren, and smiling as though in surprise. They turned away their heads and went on talking. I have had a dream, he repeated, and rubbed his hands across his brows as though still dazed, smiling pleasantly as he gazed into space. Such a vivid and wonderful dream. What is that to us? Retorted Dan, suddenly turning his prominent eyes upon Joseph. Better is it to sleep without dreams, if thou needs must sleep, for dreams, so they say, are not refreshing. 339 Young Joseph. Would you like to hear my dream? Asked Joseph. Nobody answered. One of them, it was Jehudah, went on with their discussion in a tone which was itself a proper reply to such a question. It is needful, he said, in a clear, detached voice, to keep the iron blades very sharp, as otherwise they do not cut but crush, and the grain cometh not fully out of the ear. But consider if we can rely upon the laborers, especially the hired hands, to sharpen them regularly. And then, if the little wheels, on the other hand, are very sharp, they cut the grain, and so cometh it that the meal. Joseph listened a while to the talk passing over his head. But finally, he interrupted and said, Forgive me, brothers, but I feel drawn to tell you this dream, which I have had. It was not a long dream, but so real and marvelous, that I desire not to keep it to myself, but from my heart I yearn to put it before each of your eyes, that ye may laugh for joy and slap your thighs. Fleerton, said Judah, and shook his head. What aileth thee that thou troublest us with matters that concern us not? For what do we care about thine inward workings, or the ferment of thy dreams, or what riseth from thy belly to thy head after eating? It is not seemly to speak of it, and it concerneth us not at all, therefore be quiet. But it doth concern you, Joseph eagerly cried. It concerneth you all, for you all come into it, and so do I, and my dream is so full of meaning and marvel that you might well sit with your heads in your hands and think of naught else for 3 days long. Shall he tell us it then, in few words, without more ado, so that we may know it? Asher asked. People with a sweet tooth are often very inquisitive, and indeed they were all curious and liked well to hear stories told, and the fact and fable, the legend, dream, song, and story of primitive time. Very good, then, Joseph said with satisfaction, if you like, I will tell you my vision, which is worth hearing on account of its meaning alone. For the dreamer shall not interpret his dream, but another shall do it for him. If any of you dream and ask me, I will tell him the meaning. It costeth me naught, for the Lord giveth it to me for the asking. But with mine own it is different. Dost thou call that a few words? Asked Gad. Listen, then, Joseph began. But at the last moment Reuben would have prevented him. Phi had been watching the owner of the veil all This time, and his mind misgave him. Joseph, said he, I know not thy dream, for I lay not with thee. In thy sleep, there thou wast alone. But meseemeth it were better. Each one should be alone with his own dreams, and thou shouldst keep thy dream to thyself, that we may all go to work. 340 Thomas Mann. We were at work. Joseph snatched up his words, for upon the field saw I us all together, us sons of Jacob, and we were harvesting the grain. Marvelous, cried Naphtali. That is a dream like to an unreal vision, forsooth, and thy dreams are remote from us, and very fantastic and high-colored indeed. But it was not our own field, went on Joseph, it was the field of another, very strange to us. But we spoke not of it. We labored together without speech and bound the sheaves after cutting the stalks. That is a great dream before the Lord, said Zebulun. A vision incomparable. For of course, thou told, we should have bound first, and cut afterwards. Must we hear it all, even to the end? Some of the brethren had already got up, shrugging their shoulders, and making riad to leave. Yeah, hear it up till the end, cried Joseph, lifting his hands. 4. Now cometh the marvel, each of us was binding a sheaf and we were 12, for Benjamin too was with us in the field and bound his little sheaf with you in a circle. Do not talk rubbish, ordered Gad. Why with you in a circle? When thou meanest with us. Not so, Gadiel, for my meaning is far otherwise. For ye made up the circle, the 11 of you, and were binding, but I stood in the center of the circle and bound my sheaf. He paused and looked into their faces. They had all lifted their brows and tipped back their necks so that the Adam's apple stood out as their heads swayed slightly. Misgiving, amazement, mockery, and warning were expressed in all their attitudes. They were waiting. Hearken now how it fell out and how wonderful was MV dream. Said Joseph again. When we had bound our sheaves, each one his own, we left them and went away, not speaking and as though we had nothing more to do there. But we had gone only 20 paces or so together when lo, Reuben turned round to look and motioned backward with his hand to the place where we had been. Yet, Reuben, it was thou. We all stood and looked, shading our eyes. And behold, my sheaf arose there in the middle and also stood up. Right, and your sheaf stood round about and made obeisance to MV sheaf. And mine stood upright. There was a long silence. Is that all? Asked Gad, breaking the silence, in a low, curt voice. Yeah, for after that I waked, replied Joseph, rather crestfallen. His dream had disappointed him in the telling, though in the dream it had been strange and gratifying and even a little frightening. Especially the part about Reuben pointing silently behind him. However, the narration had sounded meager, even foolish, in Joseph's young Joseph 341 opinion. It could not have impressed any of his hearers, and his view was confirmed by Gad's words. Is that all? He was ashamed of himself. Silence had fallen again, broken by Gad with an oath, so suppressed that only the first syllables were anything but a whisper. Joseph lifted his head. He took heart. It would seem that his dream, even as he had told it, was not without any effect upon his hearers. Is that all? Had been crushing, but the oath was full of encouragement. It meant all sorts of things. It meant no little. It meant, what? The devil, and that sort of thing. He looked into their faces. They were all pale, and vertical folds stood between their brows alto. Together they made a singular impression indeed, as when one gnaws his underlip, or his nostrils go in and out like gills, as many of theirs did. Their breath came fast and uneven, so that it sounded like an irregular, tenfold snorting. And all this went on under the awning, where they sat, and if regarded as the effect of his narrative might well have made young Joseph feel disturbed. And so it did, to a certain extent, but in a way that made the scene seem to him like a continuation of his dream, having, for all its actuality, the same extraordinary character of uncanny joy and joyful uncanniness. True, the effect upon the brethren was not very happy, but it was obviously much stronger than Joseph had dared to hope, so that he was evenly balanced between the sinking feeling he had at sight of them and gratification that his tale had after all not missed fire. He felt no different when after the lip biting and the snorting had gone on for some while Jehudah burst out in a hoarse, throaty voice. A more disgusting piece of nonsense have I never heard in all the days of my life. For such words could only be an expression, not very happy indeed, of Jehudah's amaze. Then came another pause, filled with pallid silence and gnawing of lips. See. Then, thou brat, thou jackanapes, thou poison toad, thou stinking fart, roared Simeon and Levi both at once. They could not even speak in turn and make a sort of couplet as they usually did, but all mixed up together, with crimson faces and veins standing out on their foreheads. Actually they displayed the phenomenon reported of them at the time of the plundering of Shechem, for the hair on their chests rose up and bristled like porcupine quills as they roared with one voice. Thou peacock, thou swaggering puppy, thou blackguardly fool. What care we what thou hast dreamed and what seen behind thine eyelids, thou shameless, thou thorn in our flesh and stone of stone. Bling to our feet, thou stench in our nostrils that we should inter. 342 Thomas Mann. Pray it unto thee. Bow down, ah, the falsehood and vanity of what thou dreamest enforcest us honest men to hear. So our sheep stand in a circle and flop down before thee, but thine standeth upright. It turneth the stomach as nothing I have before heard in this world. Thou foul, thou filthy sink of abominations, so thou wouldst play the master and lord with us by filching the ketone behind the backs of THV elders. Thou trickster and thief of the birthright. But we will teach thee all about standing and bowing down, and will show thee thy masters, and thou wilt name to us thy name and wilt perceive thine own shameless lies. Thus bellowed the twins. And when they had done roaring, all the 10 left the shadow of the awning and went out on the field, still red and pale, still gnawing their lips. But Reuben, as he went out, said to Joseph, There hast thou it, my lad. Joseph still sat a while, daring, upset and cast down because the brethren did not believe in his dream. For this was the thing he had grasped of all they had said. That they did not believe him had not the twins several times used word like lies and vanity. He asked himself, sadly, what he could do to prove to them that he had not said a word too much, but only quite honestly related what he had dreamed in their very presence. If they only believed him, he thought, their violent humor would abate, for surely he had shown brotherly good feeling in telling them what God had revealed to him in a dream, that they might likewise rejoice and with him discuss the significance of the matter. It was impossible that they should take umbrage at his confidence in them, and the bond between them, which had been the whole ground of his revealing God's mind concerning him. True, the dream displayed him exalted over them, but that they, to whom he had always, in one sense, looked up, could find that fact intolerable would have been such a disappointment to him that he simply could not have thought of it. At all events, he perceived that the harmony between them was destroyed for the day. He did not go back to the field, but went home, and found his little brother. To him he confided that he had told the brethren an altogether modest dream, comparatively speaking, the content being such and such, but that the brethren had not believed it, and the twins had been furious, although by comparison with the eagle dream, of which he had not mentioned a single syllable, this one was modesty itself. Turturro was glad that nothing had been said of that monstrous dream, and for his part displayed such delight over the dream of the sheep that it entirely made up to Joseph for the fact that it had missed fire with the elder brethren. The little one jumped and laughed at the thought of his own small sheep bowing down with the rest. It so precisely corresponded to his feelings. Young Joseph 343. The council. Ian while the tent stood on the meadow in the light of the setting sun and took counsel together in anger and in fear, leaning on their tools. At first they had silently acquiesced in the interpretation given by Simeon and Levi to the dream, namely, that the little liar had made up the whole thing himself. Indeed, they preferred this interpretation, for it fortified their own inward position. It had been Judah who had wanted to explore all the possibilities, and he it was who pointed out that Joseph might actually have so dreamed as he reported himself to have done and not drawn a long bow at all. After that they all explicitly reckoned with the possibility and thereupon subdivided it into two, namely, that the dream, if actually so dreamed, had indeed come from God. This they naturally regarded as the greatest conceivable catastrophe, or, contrary ise, that it had nothing to do with God, but had originated entirely in the insufferable vanity of Joseph, which, overweeningly nourished by the gift of the ketone, had given rise to these visions. Reuben's contribution to the discussion was that if the dream came from God, then there was nothing for it but to pray to God, of course, not to Joseph. But if, on the other hand, it had been born of conceit, they could afford to shrug their shoulders over it and leave the dreamer to his folly. In the end he reverted to the probability that the lad had childishly made up the dream and deserved a beating for the same. Big Reuben, in short, proposed that Joseph be beaten for telling lies. At the same time, he recommended that they all shrug their shoulders, which proves that he was not very serious about the thrashing, for you cannot thrash with any conviction while shoulder shrugging. And from this one might deduce that Reuben wished to believe in the second interpretation in order to discount the first, and distract the minds of the brethren from thinking of it. Reuben, in short, was afraid that belief in the theory that God had sent the dream would not at all incline the brethren to humility and self-restraint, but rather to conduct infinitely more drastic than mere thrashing. They were not at all prepared, he felt, to view the matter objectively and let their attitude be governed according as Joseph had dreamed out of sheer conceit or had really had a revelation of God's plans for him. For their words seemed to show that in the latter case they did not find his conduct one with the less worthy of vituperation. If the dream really came from God and was a token of great preferment, then of course there was nothing to say against God as little as there was to say against Jacob for his honorable weakness. With them the whole point was Joseph. If God had actually preferred him over them and made their sheaves flop down. 344 Thomas Mann. Before his, it was because God too had been made a fool of, even as Jacob, and by the same means, namely, the double dealing by which he supplanted them in the father's affections. God was great. He was holy and irresponsible, but Joseph was a viper. It is clear. And Reuben saw it too that their notion of Joseph's relation to God perfectly agreed with his own view. They considered it the same as his relation to their father. Indeed, it had to be so, for proper hate is only generated on a basis of some common belief. Reuben was afraid of this train of thought. Therefore he did not try to defend Joseph by persuading the brethren that God sent him the dream. Rather he wanted to convince them that the lad had bugged them and ought to suffer for it while shrugging their shoulders. But he was, in reality, as little capable as the others of shrugging his shoulders. For even more, perhaps, than they, Reuben knew in the pit of his stomach the sinking sensation to which the downright Gad had first referred, and of which now not only the 4 sons of the maids but all the 10 were painfully aware. It was a horror springing from mythical and prophetic associations wrapped about such ideas as bartered birthrights, world domination, and fraternal submission. Reuben suffered in his soul more even than the others on the score of them, except that they did not put him in a fury of rage against the lad who was the source of his oppress, Zion, but only gave rise to unamable emotions toward the innocent babble of the chosen one, as well as an overpowering sense of surrender in the face of destiny. It would have been the last straw if he had said, "Bow down." Gadiel said through his clenched teeth. He said made obeisance, remarked the bony Issachar, who loved a quiet life and for its sake was willing to make sacrifices. If he dissociated himself at all for the brethren on this occasion, it was because of the specific leaning of his. I know, answered Gad. But he may only have said that to play a trick, and anyhow, it is just as disgusting either way. Not quite, Dan answered. He was a stickler by nature and never failed to stickle conformably to his nature. To make obeisance is not quite so much as to bow down. We have to admit that it is really less. Why do we? Yelled Simeon and Levi, determined to bear witness to their savage stupidity, let the occasion be foul or fair. Dan and some of the others, including Reuben, insisted that to make obeisance was rather less than to bow down. The former mict happened not out of inner conviction but as an empty and formal gesture. One made obeisance only on occasion, whereas bowing down was a constant attitude of the heart which honestly took cognizance of facts as they were, and thus, as Reuben explained, one might make obeisance out of caution and shrewdness, without really. Young Joseph 345. Bowing down, or, on the other hand, might actually bow down and yet be too proud to make the gesture of obeisance. Jehudah disagreed. He did not think that the position could be sustained, for that they were dealing with a dream, in which making obeisance was only the picture representation of the attitude for which Reuben would serve the words bow down. At this point young Zebulun interpolated that they were now doing the very thing to which Joseph had shamelessly invited them and which all of them had refused to consider, namely, they were blithely engaged in interpreting his shameful dream. The comment was so exasperating that it broke up the meeting, amid shouts from Simeon and Levi that it was all stuff and nonsense and that one neither bowed down nor made obeisance before such insults, but only took steps to get rid of the author of them, as had been their course at Shechem. Thus the council came to an end without other result than unappeased bitterness. Sun, moon, and stars. And Joseph, he had no notion, of course, of the torment which his dream was causing to the brethren, but thought of nothing else than that they had not believed him and of how he could carry conviction in 2 directions, both as to the actuality and the truth of his dream. How should he best bring this about? Insistently. He asked himself the question, and later was surprised that he had not known the answer, but had to be given it, or rather that it had given itself to him. That is to say, he had another dream, or rather he had the same dream, only in a form so much more splendid that the confirmation was more impressive than if he had dreamed exactly the same dream the second time. He was sleeping under the open starry sky, on the threshing floor, where he and some of the brothers and hence often spent the night at harvest time, to guard the grain which had not yet been threshed and put into the pits. Very likely though, this is in no sense an explanation of the source of dreams. The character of his had been influenced by the starry heavens spanned above him, also by the companionship in sleep of those whom he wished to convince. Still another element was introduced by the content of his day, the fact that he had spent hours receiving instruction upon the last things from old Eliezer under the tree of wisdom, upon world judgment and blessing time, the final triumph of God over all the powers to which the peoples had so long sent up the smoke of incense, upon the triumph of the Savior over the pagan kings, the planetary powers and gods of the zodiac, whom he was to subdue and cast down, shut up in the underworld, and mount above them to a universal and glorious world dominion. Of all this Joseph dreamed, but in such confusion that he childishly substituted his 346 Thomas Mann own person for that of the eschatological God hero, and beheld, or rather perceived himself, the boy Joseph, as the actual sovereign and ruler of the whole world as it revolved through the zodiac. He perceived, I say, rather than beheld this, for it would be impossible to reduce such a dream to an ordered narrative, and in repeating it he had to put it into the simplest and shortest words in order to express the feelings it gave him rather than to narrate it as a series of events, all which did not help to make it more acceptable to the hearer. He began to be concerned over the form and manner of his communication. Directly he roused from his dream and sat up in joyful possession of such striking confirmation of the earlier vision. His concern had to do with the question whether the brethren would give him a chance to tell them another dream. It seemed unlikely. Even the first time it had been a toss-up whether they would not refuse their attention or simply get up and leave the tent before he was done. A second opportunity appeared to him the more unlikely, in that they had not seemed to derive unmixed pleasure from the first. It behoved him to find some means to enforce them, and even as he lay upon the threshing floor Joseph conceived how this might be done. In the morning he went to his father, as he usually did, since Jacob desired to see him at the beginning of each day, to look into his son's eyes, assure himself of his well-being, and give him his blessing for the day. Joseph said, "A right good morning to thee, my father and Lord. Lo, here is a new day born of the night, and methink it will be a hot one. One followeth another like to a string of pearls, and life is joyous to this child of thine, especially at the season, when we bring in the harvest. It is lovely upon the meadow, whether we toil or whether we rest, and men grow to understanding of each other in common tasks. What thou sayest is pleasant unto mine ears," Jacob replied. "So it goeth well with you all on the field and the threshing floor. And you come together in the Lord, the brethren, and thou." "Excellently well," answered the lad. "Aside from small differences of opinion such as each day of necessity bringeth forth, and the division of the world displayeth them, everything is in the best of order. For honest words, even though they may be rude, help to clear up error, and then harmony ruleth once more. I wish that our father might but witness it. For thou art never there, and often do we regret it together. I do not love the field work. It is natural. And yet what a pity that the workers get no sight of the master, and no feeling that his eye is upon them, especially the hired hands, upon whom is no reliance. My brother Jehudah, young Joseph 347. Plain to me only lately that they do not sharpen the little wheels on the threshing cart, so that they crush the grain instead of cutting it. But thus it is when the master's eye lacketh. I must admit the justice of thy reproach. May God preserve my tongue from such. It is but a request, proffered by thy offspring in the name of the 11. And nobody suggesteth that thou shouldst share our labors, the service of the soil, the work of Baal. But only our midday rest, when the sun is high in the heaven and we break bread in the shade and talk among ourselves, we sons of the one and the four, and one or an other may relate some jest or dream that he hath had. Often we nudge each other with our elbows and say how fine it would be to see our father's head in the midst of the circle. Ah, well, I will come, for once in a way. Hurrah! Come then today and rejoice the hearts of thy sons. The work neareth its end, there is no time to lose. So it shall be. Today, then. I will say not to the red-eyed ones, nor blab it out to the sons of the maids, for it shall come to them as a surprise. But thy child will hug to himself in secret the knowledge to whom they owe it, and who hath so cunningly and loyally schemed to bring it about. Such, then, was Joseph's device. It so came about that midday of that very day found Jacob sitting under the awning on the field, after he had carried inspected the grain pits and the threshing floor, and tested with his thumb the sharpness of the little wheels. The 10 were amazed. For the last few days the dreamer had not shared their noontide rest. Now he was here again, with his head in his father's lap. Naturally, he ought to be here, if the father was, but what was it that had brought the old man so suddenly? They sat stiff and silent, all decently covered out of respect to Jacob's views. The latter was surprised to find none of the hearty good feeling which according to Joseph's account reigned at the harvesting. Perhaps its absence was due to respect for the father and master. Even Joseph had not much to say. He was afraid, even though he lay in his father's lap and had the protection and the hearing for his tale which that implied. He was, indeed, troubled by his dream and the results which might flow from it. He could say in a sentence all there was to say. There would be nothing left. If Gad were to ask, "Is that all?" he would be a beaten man. Of course, the briefness of his tale had the advantage that it would all be out at once, before anyone could stop him. But the large lines and scant ornament might be the very things which would defeat his purpose. He almost let slip his chance, in the end, for they were also bored that they were tempted to break up early. Even the signs of departure were not enough to conquer his misgivings, and perhaps 348 Thomas Mann. Nothing at all would have happened if Jacob had not helped him out by saying genially, "I hear you tell each other stories at the rest hour side, and so on did I not?" They stared in bewilderment. Yes, Joseph cried, starting up, "funny stories and dreams. Sometimes we are full of them." "Do we know anything new?" he asked brazenly, looking round the circle. They kept on staring at him and saying nothing. "But I do," said he, and sat up on Jacob's lap with an absorbed look. "There is a dream, which I dreamed last night on the threshing floor, father and brethren, ye should hear and be amazed. I dreamed." He went on and then stopped. There was a curious writhing of the Limbs, a spasmodic lifting of the neck and shoulders, a twisting of the arms. His head drooped, the smile upon his lips seemed to deprecate, and extenuate the sudden whiteness of his eyes. I dreamed, he repeated, in a sort of gasp, and I saw in my dream, this I saw, the sun, the moon, and the 11 Kokabim waiting upon me. They came and bowed down before me. Nobody stirred. Jacob, the father, kept his eyes severely cast down. It was very still, but in the stillness came an evil, mysterious, and yet distinct sound. It was the gnashing of the brethren's teeth. Most of them kept their lips closed, but Simeon and Levi showed their teeth as they gnashed. Jacob heard the gnashing. It is hard to say whether Joseph grasped its significance. He was smiling quietly and dreamily to himself, with his head on one side. It was out, let them do what they chose about it. Sun, moon, and stars, 11 in number, had attended him. Let them look to it. Jacob looked timidly round the circle. It was as he expected, 10 pairs of eyes were fixed wildly and importunately upon him. He summoned up his powers, and sitting at the boy's back he addressed him, as harshly as he could. Joseph, what sort of dream is this thou hast dreamed, and how couldst thou dream so unsavory a thing and tell it unto us? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren come and worship thee? Thy mother is dead and therewith beginneth the crack-brainedness, but is far from ending it. Shame upon thee. By all human reckoning, this stuff thou hast served up to us is so preposterous that it might just as well have been nothing but all Azayil and done just as much good. I am grieved in my soul that thou, with full 17 years, and despite all the enlightenment of the written word and reason which thou hast enjoyed by my permission through instruction from my servant Eliezer, hast made no greater progress in the understanding of the divine than to allow thyself to dream that which deceiveth thee and to play the buffoon before thy father and brethren. Let this be the punishment meted out to thee. I would punish thee more severely and perhaps pull thy hair till thou didst. Young Joseph 349. Cry out for pain, were not that prattle too childish for riper minds to take note of it, or the man settled in years be tempted to repay thee with great harshness. Fare thee well, sons of Leah, and greetings. After the meal, sons of Zilpah and Bilhah. Saying which he stood up, behind Joseph, and went hence. The reproof had cost him much to utter, he only hoped that it had satisfied the brethren. If any real anger had spoken in it, that could be only on the score that the lad had not told the dream to him alone, instead of being so mad as to make the brethren witness of the telling. Had he done it of set purpose to cause the father embarrassment, J. Cobb thought, he could not have found a better device. That he would certainly tell him when they were alone, since he could not have done it now. Probably he understood how shrewdly the lad had used the brothers as protection against himself, and himself as protection against the brothers. For he even suppressed a smile in his beard, as he went homewards, over the cleverness of this double dealing. He certainly felt the irritation he had expressed on the score of the boy's soul, as well as the anxiety over his tendency to dreams and prophetic spasms, but both anger and anxiety were swallowed up in the yearning, half-credulous satisfaction which filled him when he thought of Joseph's presumptuous dreams. Quite absurdly, he prayed God that the dream might have come from him, which was utter nonsense, seeing how highly unlikely it was that he had had any thing to do with it. And tears of sheer tenderness came into his eves at the thought that his son's innocent prattle might represent, though vaguely and uncomprehendingly, actual premonitions of future greatness. Ah, poor weak father heart. He might well have been an gry to hear that he and the brethren would come to bow down for the good for nothing that was perplexing for him to hear, for did he not adore him? As for the brethren, hardly was Jacob gone than they flung his one man into the open, but after a few paces out into the meadow stood still together and took stormy counsel. Big Reuben spoke, he told them what was to be done. Away. That was the thing. Unanimous departure from the paternal hearth, voluntary banishment. That, Reuben said, would be dignified and impressive behavior, and the only possible answer to such detestable treatment. Away from Joseph was what he had in mind, in order that no disaster might befall the lad. Of course he did not express his feelings, but put his advice entirely in the light of a reproach and a protest. That very evening they came before Jacob and told him they were going. A place where such dreams were told, without other risk than, at worst, of getting one's hair pulled, was no place for them. They had nothing to lose by leaving it. They had helped mightily with the harvesting. Now they would go to Shechem, not only the 6, but also 3 to the power of 0 Thomas Mann. The 4, in fact all 10. For the meadows of Shechem were fat and fertile, and there, in unchanged if also in unrewarded loyalty, they would pasture their father's flocks, and the camp at Hebron should know them no more, now that it was become a place of such high dreaming. They made obeisance and bowed down, they said, suiting the action to the words, in taking reverent leave of their father and Lord. They needed not to fear that their going would give him pain, since it was well known that Jacob would give 10 for 1. Jacob bowed his head. Did he begin to fear lest the ascendancy of the emotions which, basing on an exalted model, he permitted himself, was being taken amiss in the high place of its origin? 35:11. Chapter V. The journey to the brothers. The challenge. We have been told how Jacob bowed his head when he heard the embittered brethren announce their departure from his hearth. From then on he lifted it but seldom. It was now the season of parching heat. At no other time in the year did the sun's rays so cruelly scorch the land, for the moment of its waning was at hand. This was the solstice, the season in which the true wife had presented Joseph to Jacob, in the month of Tammuz. Yet even so Jacob's spirit was wont to suffer beneath the blackened desolation of this quarter of the circle. That he suffered now might be explained in the same way. But no. The true ground of his depression was the unanimous departure of his sons. I should be saying too much if I asserted that this had given Jacob great pain. In his heart he truly did give 10 for 1. Yet it was quite another matter to reckon with the objective fact, to realize that the brothers' notice to quit was decisive, and that he, Jacob, would be left with 2 sons instead of 12, a tree lopped of its branches. It was a blow to his dignity, first of all, but also it put him in an embarrassing position before his God, and he inquired of himself how much these actions of his went counter to the plans of the Lord of the promise, and how great was the accounting he had invited upon his own head. For he that ruled future things, had he not taken care that not all matters should go after Jacob's heart, and he be fruitful in Rachel alone? Yes, he had made him fruitful against his own will, and even those unwanted sons from the unloved wife were themselves the fruit of the blessing and bearers of destinies unknown. Jacob was well aware that his elevation of Joseph was a piece of arbitrary self-indulgence, which might easily come to clash with the vast designs of God and so reveal itself as culpable presumption. Indeed, it seemed already to have done so, for though Joseph's folly may have been the immediate occasion of the catastrophe, and though Jacob had suffered in chiding him, yet the father well knew who it was who must pay for this folly before God and man. In contending with Joseph he contended with himself. The boy had been only the 352 Thomas Mann, medium of whatever mischief had been done. The real culprit was Jacob's own loving heart. It had not availed to hide it from himself, for God knew it, and one hid not himself before God. For the truth was, therein lay the inheritance of Abram. It meant no more than that one did not give false evidence in matters known to God. Such were the mental struggles, in the time after the grain harvest, which slowly shaped Jacob's decisions. He had conceived evil in his heart. Now that heart must conquer its weakness by seeing to it that the spoiled darling who had been the medium of the harm should also be the medium of the healing. He would treat the lad with a little severity, would lay a responsibility upon him by way of doing penance himself. Seeing him at a distance he summoned him rather peremptorily. Joseph. Here am I, answered the boy, and was beside him at once. He was glad to be called, for since the departure of the brothers his father had spoken to him but little. Besides, that last meeting with the brethren had left him, even in his folly, with a feeling of discomfortable anxiety. Hearken, said Jacob. Some obscure motive made him feign absent-mindedness. He blinked repeatedly and drew his beard through his hand. Tell me if I am right in thinking that thy elder brothers are grazing the sheep together in the vale of Shechem. Yes, of a surety, responded Joseph, for it seemeth to me too, if my memory erreth not, they desired to go together to Shechem to tend thy flocks, on account of the fat meadows there, and because this valley will not hold all of thine. So it is, confirmed Jacob, and it is for this reason that I called thee. For I hear not of the sons of Leah, and of the sons of the maids all knowledge is hidden from me. It is not known to me how it standeth in the meadows of Shechem, whether its hawk's blessing was upon the summer lambing, or whether my herds are afflicted with swelling and with liver fluke. For my children thy brothers, I know not of them, nor hear whether they exercise our pasture rights in peace, in that district where, as I mind me, serious things once came to pass. It giveth me to think, and in such thoughts I resolved to send thee to them to greet them from me. Here am I, cried Joseph again. He flashed his white teeth at his father, hopped up and down, and stamped with his heels, on fire to be off. When I consider, went on Jacob, that thou enterest into the 18th year of thy age, methinks it is time to put thy manhood to some sterner test than thou hast known. And therefore I am resolved to stir thee up to this mission, that thou leavest me for thy brothers, for some short space, to inquire of them concerning all. Young Joseph 35:3. That of which I am ignorant, and to return to me, with God's help, after 10 or 9 days, and tell me what thou hast learned. Verily, here am I, cried Joseph again, enraptured with the idea. My father's words are golden and silver. I will make a journey across the land. I will visit the brethren and look after things in the vale of Shechem, and all that will be the greatest pleasure. Could I have wished for my heart's desire, it would not have been other than this. Jacob said, Thou dost not go to look after things. Thy brethren are men enough to do that themselves, and need not a child. Moreover, that is not the sense in which I send thee. Rather shalt thou bow before them with all seemliness and the forms of courtesy, and speak thus: I am come some day's journey to greet you and ask after your well-being, from my own desire as well as at my father's bidding, for our wishes in this matter are one. Give me Parash to ride. He is long-legged and hard, very strong-boned, and like to my brother Issachar. It speak for thy manliness, answered Jacob after a pause, that thou rejoicest over thy mission and regardest it not as strange to go away from me for a number of days, so that the moon shall change from a sickle to a half round before I see thee again. But say to thy brethren, the father willed it. Shall I a Parash? I am indeed minded not to deal with thee softly, but according to thy age. Yet the Asparash I will not give thee, for he is balky, and his intelligence doth not keep pace with his fire. A much better choice is White Huldah, a friendly and careful beast, also smart to look at. When thou journeyest abroad thou shalt ride her. But that thou mayst know that I expect somewhat of thee, and that the brothers may know it too, it is my command that thou makest the journey alone, from here to the meadows of Shechem. For I will give thee no serve, and along with thee nor let Eliza ride at thy side. Thou shalt travel independently, and shalt tell the brethren, alone I come, upon a white ass, to visit you, according to our father's will. Then may it be that thou needest not to ride back alone, but that the brethren may journey with thee, some or all. At least such is my second pose in this order. That I will contrive, promised Joseph. I make myself bail to bring them back to thee. Indeed, I will be guarantee therefore, and say to thee I come not again unless to bring them to thee. Thus Joseph pranced about his father, prattling away heedlessly, and giving praise to Yah that he was to travel by himself and see the world. He ran off to Benjamin and to Eliezer the old man to tell them all. Jacob, looking after him, nodded his head, for he perceived that, if one could speak of a challenge, it was directed toward himself and nobody else. But was he not doing rightly and acting as his inward 354 Thomas Mann responsibility for Joseph bade him act? He would not see the lad for several days. It seemed to him sufficient penance, and he refused to speculate as to what the upper spheres would have considered due severity. He reckoned with the failure of Joseph's mission, that is, he realized that the latter might return without the brethren. That they might return without him was so frightful a thought that his conscious mind did not even deal with the possibility. But since things always turned out otherwise than as one had thought, we might forestall destiny by our fears and apprehensions as with an exorcism, and therefore fate paralyses our imagination, that it may deal its crushing blows unhampered by our preventive spells. The needful preparations for Joseph's journey put Jacob in mind of his own past and of that fateful day when Rebekah got him ready, and he left, after the transfer of the blessing which she had conceived and carried through, and his soul was full of the solemn emotions of recurrence. Certainly the comparison was far-fetched enough, for his was by no means the heroic part which Rebekah had played when she deliberately sacrificed her own heart, assumed responsibility for the rectifying deceit, and then, fully conscious that she would probably never see him again, sent away the beloved son into a strange land. The theme admitted of some variations. True, Joseph too was leaving home on account of his outraged brethren's wrath, yet he was not flying from the wrath. Jacob was sending him as it were into Esau's arms. It was the scene by Jabbok which Jacob had in mind and whose recurrence he was so eager to bring about, the outward humiliation, the outward reconciliation which was inwardly so full of reservations, the smoothing over of obvious discords, the Achievement of apparent harmony. How different from all that was. Rebecca's resolute assumption of the guilt. Jacob's aim in sending Joseph was the impossible one of putting things back where they were, but since it was already plain that that could not be done, the result would simply be a resumption of the game, in which the pieces were Jacob's weakness, Joseph's blind conceit, and the brothers' deadly grudge, and which would have led, in all probability, to the same result. But it held so far good, that the favorite was being sent a journey on account of fraternal discord, and Jacob conformed to the pattern by fixing the time of Joseph's departure for the earliest dawn, before sunrise, it having been so in his own case. But when the parting took place, Jacob, or rather Rebecca, for he was playing the mother's role, held the traveler in long embrace, murmuring blessings against his cheek, took an amulet from his own neck and hung it round the boy's, pressed him to his heart again and again, and all in all behaved as though Joseph were to be gone for years or forever, 17 days or more distant Naharan into the unknown, whereas young Joseph 355, instead, amply supplied with provisions, he was setting out, to his own great joy, on safe roads and to travel no farther than to Shechem, which shows that a man can behave out of all proportion, as measured by his own knowledge, while from the point of view of the still unknown destiny his conduct may turn out to have been only too suitable. There may even lie some consolation therein, when we learn the real state of the case. Thus men should never take leave of each other lightly, for then, should the worst happen, they can say to themselves, at least I did press him to my heart. Father and son took leave in the dawning, standing at the stirrup of white Huldah, who was laden down with good things and adorned with glass beads and bright worsted flowers. The leave-taking, of course, was only the last of the many counsels, admonitions, warnings which had gone before. Jacob had instructed the boy in his route and the well-known stages on it, just in his mother's way, had warned him of the dangers of overheating and sudden cold, given him the names of folk and brethren in the faith in the various villages, at which the traveler might spend the night, and sternly forbade him, when he touched at the city of Jerusalem and saw at Baal's Tam, ple the dwellings of those consecrated to Asherah who lived and moved, and had their being in her, to permit himself the smallest speech with them. Above all he enjoined him to behave with particular courtesy toward the brethren. It could do no harm, he remarked, were Joseph to fling himself down 7 times before them, addressing them frequently as lords, when they would in all likelihood resolve to dip their hand at once in the bowl with him and not to go from his side for the rest of their lives. Much of all this Rebecca Jacob repeated afresh in the grey morning, before he allowed the youth to fling his leg over his ass, chirrup to it, and ride off northwards. Jacob even went a piece alongside the lively Huldah, as she covet in the high spirits of the dawn. But he could not keep it up long, and stopped with an absurdly heavy heart. One last gleam of Joseph's teeth as the lad looked laughing back and waved his hand, then his son's figure was hidden by a turn in the road. Joseph had ridden away, he saw him no more. Joseph turned east toward Shechem. The boy, no longer under the father's eye, but pleasantly absorbed in his own well-being, sitting far back on the crupper of his beast, with his slim brown legs stretched out and his body leaning gallantly backwards, trotted in the tender light of the morning sun through hilly country, on the road to Bethlehem. He felt entirely in harmony with the whole situation as he saw it, viewed with amused and indulgent forbearance the long drawn-out character of Jacob's farewell. 3J6 Thomas Mann. And felt not a whit weighed down by the consciousness that at this first separation he had snapped his fingers at the parental concern. Jacob, certainly, had expended himself in instruction and advice, forgetting neither precept nor warning. One thing only had he neglected, by reason of a singular and not quite innocent lapse of mem. Or he had refrained from cautioning the boy on a certain matter, upon a certain subject, or object, nor did it again occur to his mind's eye until so horribly made present to his material sight. It was the ketone. He had not told Joseph to leave it at home, and Joseph had slyly and silently taken advantage of the lapse. He had it with him. He was so on fire to show himself to the great world in the garment, that he had literally trembled lest the father at the last minute might think to forbid it. It is quite possible that he would in this case have lied to the old man, saying that the sacred embroidery lay in the chest, whereas in reality it was packed among his luggage. The milk white Huldah was a charming beast, a 3-year-old, wise and sweet-tempered, if also inclined to the harmless and engaging tricks which will sometimes betray the individuality of the dumb brute. She had eloquent velvet ears and a droll fuzzy forelock hanging down to the great soft, playful eyes, the corners of which were too prone to gather flies. From Huldah's back various supplies and requisites for the journey were hung on both sides, the goat skin full of sour thin milk to slake the thirst, and many-colored baskets and earthen pots, with oatmeal and fruit cakes, parched corn, salt olives, cucumbers, roast onions, and fresh cheeses. All this and more, designed for the refreshment of the traveler himself and for presents to his brothers. The father carefully inspected, only one thing he failed to examine, an object which since time immemorial had formed the most indispensable luggage on a journey, a circular piece of leather, sewn round the edge with metal rings, which served the traveler as tablecloth, and as table too. It was a Bedouin invention, particularly in use by desert folk. They ran a string through the rings and hung it up as a bag for the journey. Joseph had done this too, and with thievish joy. He had thrust the ketone into this leather bag. Since he had inherited it, he reasoned, since it was his own, why not show himself in it on his travels? The neighborhood folk on road and field recognized him and joyfully called him by name. But after some hours' travel no one would know him. It would be well to show them, and not alone by the wealth of his provisioning, that a fine gentleman was riding by. And thus, the more so that the sun was rising too, he soon drew out the splendid garment and put it on, in his own way, to protect his head, so that the myrtle garland which he wore rested not upon his hair, but upon the veil that framed his face. On this first day he did not reach the shrine, to honor which had young Joseph 357 been another reason for wearing the ketone. Jacob had admonished him with tears, also his own desire urged him to stop there for sacrifice and prayer. It was only a furlong from Bethlehem, where he spent the night with a man of Jacob's acquaintance, a carpenter, who believed in God. Early on the second morning, after parting from his host, his wife, and their friends, he reached the spot. Huldah waited under the crushed mulberry tree while Joseph, arrayed in the bridal finery, performed his prayers and poured his libations at the stone, which had been erected by the way the memorial for God, who, seeing it, might be reminded of what he had once done at this place. The stillness of the morning lay upon the vineyards and the rocky plots of ground. There was as yet no movement upon the Jerusalem road. A little wind played carelessly in the shining foliage of the tree. The landscape was still, and silently the shrine where Jacob once had laid the child of Laban to rest received the oblations and prayers of her son. He put water by the stone, and raisined bread, kissed the ground, beneath which a life so ready and willing had gone down, and stood up again, to murmur formulas of veneration with lifted hands, and the eyes and lips which he had from the departed. Nothing answered from the depths. The past kept silence, folded in forgetfulness, unable to feel such of it as had survived and was here. Present was himself, who wore her bridal gown and turned her very eyes toward heaven. Why could the maternal spirit, residing still in his own flesh and blood, not have warned him against his fate? Alas! It could not speak, being held in bonds by childish folly and self-indulgence. Joseph went on his way in great good cheer, upon made roads and along mountain paths. It was the smoothest journey in the world, its pleasantness unmarred by any mishap or unforeseen incident. Not that the earth exactly sprang to meet him. Rather it spread itself charmingly before his eyes and bade him welcome through the eyes and mouths of people whithersoever he came. He was strange to all. But his type is extraordinarily popular in these regions, and not alone by virtue of the veil did his appearance meet with favor and applause from all who saw him, especially the women. They sat suckling their babes, by the garish sunlit village walls, made of loose-baked loam and dung, and the comfort afforded them by the suckling was heightened by the sight of the charming and well-favored youth who rode past. Health to thee, thou sighed for sore ain, they called to him. Blessed be she who bore thee, heart's darling. And to you all health, responded Joseph, flashing his teeth. May your sons have dominion over many thousand thanks, they called after him. May Ash to favor. 358 Thomas Mann. Thou art like to one of her gazelles. For they all swore by Asherah and thought of naught but her service. Many, again thanks to the veil, but also on the ground of his lavish provisioning, actually took him for a god and were inclined to worship him. Still this was only in the countryside, not in the walled towns such as Beth-Shemesh, Kirjathjearim, Karam-Baalat, or the like, by whose ponds and city gates he chatted with the people, a crowd of whom often gathered round him. He astonished and delighted them by his urban culture, speaking of the magic numbers of God, of the wonders of the pendulum, and of the peoples of the globe. He told them too, in order to flatter them, of the harlot of Uruk, who civilized the man of the forest, and in all that he said he displayed such a charming sense of form and language that they thought amongst themselves he might well be the measure of a city prince and a great king's admonisher. He dazzled them by the knowledge of tongues which he had gleaned with old Elizur's help, speaking Hittite at the city gate with a man from Hutti, Mitannian with one from the north, and a few words of Egyptian with a cattle dealer from the delta. It was not much that he knew, but a clever man speaks better with 10 words than a fool with 100, and he knew how to create, if not in his interlocutor, at least in the crowd, the impression of wonderful polyglot facility. For a woman who had had a horrible dream, he interpreted her dream for her at the fountain. She dreamed that her little son, a 3-year-old boy, had suddenly grown larger than herself and wore a beard. That meant, he told her, rolling the whites of his eyes into view, that her son would soon leave her and she would indeed see him again, but only after many years, as a grown man with a beard. As the woman was very poor and would quite possibly be forced to sell her son into slavery, the interpretation had a certain probability in itself, and all the folk marveled at so much beauty and wisdom embodied in the young traveler. He always had many invitations and might have been a guest for days at a time, but he did not pause longer than human courtesy required, following as well as might be his father's directions for the journey. Of the 3 nights which separated his 4 days of travel, he spent the second in a house as the guest of a silversmith named Abisai, who had once visited Jacob and who, while not exclusively adhering to the God of Abraham, yet paid him homage and excused the fact that he made idols of the moon metal by saying that, after all he had to live, that Joseph granted him as a man of the world, and slept under his roof. The third of the brief spans of darkness he passed in the open, in a fig grove where he made his bed, for he had rested in the heat of the day and thus reached his third station, so late that he hesitated to enter the town. The same thing happened. Young Joseph 359. The last night, as he neared his goal, for he had slept again under trees in the daytime, overcome by the power of the sun, and taken the road again only toward evening. Thus the second night watch had come on as he reached the narrow valley of Shechem. And from this moment on, in the measure that his journey had been easy and pleased, and by so much did it now seem altogether bewitched and bedeviled, he entered the valley and by the light of the moon that swam a slender bark in the skies, beheld the walled town with citadel and temple lying on the slope of Gerizim, and thereafter nothing went right, but everything wrong and right to the extreme. Joseph, indeed, was tempted to connect the change in his fortunes with the person of the man who met him in the night before Shechem and made himself his companion for the last stage of his journey, leading up to the greatest change of all, the man on the field. We are told that he was wandering in the field. But what is the meaning of that? Had his father expected too much of him, and did young Joseph order his affairs so badly that he went astray and wandered lost? By no means. Wandering is not necessarily going astray. And if one seeks what is not there, he does not need to stray in order not to find it. Joseph had as a boy spent several years in the vale of Shechem. The neighborhood was not strange to him, even though his familiarity with it had the quality of dreams, and likewise it was night, with an ineffectual moon. He did not stray, he sought, and since he did not find, his seeking became a straying in space. In the darkness and stillness, leading his beast by the bridle, he wandered about among rolling stretches of meadow and plowland, above which the mountain brooded darkly in the starlight, and he thought, where may the brothers be? He came upon sheepfolds, of course, where the sheep slept standing, but whether these were Jacob's sheep was unknown, and there were no human creatures, the stillness being intense. Then he heard a voice and perceived that he was addressed by a man whose approaching step he had not heard, but who nevertheless had overtaken him and was now by his side. If he had come toward Joseph, the lad would have spoken, as it was, the stranger got in first, and said, Whom seekest thou? He did not ask, What seekest thou here, but simply, Whom seekest thou? And it may be that just this way of asking conditioned Joseph's rather childish and thoughtless answer. The lad was tired and confused, and his joy at meeting a human being in this AC cursed night walk was so great that he made the man, just because. 300 Thomas Mann. He was a man, the object of a simple and uncalled for confidence. He said, I am seeking for my brethren. Tell me, dear man, I pray thee, where they graze. The dear man took no offense at the simplicity of this request. He seemed to be in a position to disregard it and forbore to say to Joseph that his request was somewhat vague. He answered, They are not here, nor yet even in this neighborhood. Joseph looked at him in bewilderment as they went. He saw him quite clearly. This was not yet a man in the full meaning of the word, being only a few years older than Joseph, but taller, really tall, wearing a sleeveless linen tunic drawn loosely through a girdle, thus freeing the knees, and a little mantle flung back over the shoulder. His head, resting upon a somewhat thick neck, seemed small. By comparison, his brown hair made an oblique wave that partly covered the forehead down to the eyebrows. His nose was large, straight, and firmly modeled, the space between it and the small red mouth very narrow, but the depression beneath so soft yet so pronounced that the chin jutted out like a full round fruit. He turned his head rather affectedly on his shoulder and looked across it at Joseph. His eyes were not unlovely, but half shut, with weary, half-dazed expression, as of one politely forbearing to yawn. His arms were round, but white, and rather weak. He wore sandals and carried a stick which he had obviously cut for a staff. Not here, then, repeated the boy. How can that be? They said so definitely that they were all going together to Shechem one day. Left home. Dost thou know them, then? A little, answered his companion. As much as is needful. Oh, no, very familiar with them I am not, indeed no. Why dost thou seek them? Because my father sent me to them, to greet them and to see whether things go well with them. Indeed. Then thou art a messenger. Even as I. I often make journeys on foot with my staff. But also I am a guide. A guide. Yes, truly. I guide travelers and open the ways for them, that is my business, and therefore I spoke to thee as I saw that thou wast seeking as thou wentest. Thou seemest to know that my brethren are not here. But dost thou know where they are? I think so. Then tell me. Art thou then so eager to see them? Certainly I am eager for my goal, and that is my brethren, to whom my father hath sent me. Young Joseph 361. Well, then, I will name it to thee, thy goal. When I came by this place the last time on my ways, a few days ago, I heard thy brethren say, Up, we will go to Dothan with a part of the sheep. For a change. To Dothan. Why not to Dothan? It occurred to them and they did it. There is sweet pasturage in the valley of Dothan, and the people of the settlement on their hill are good for trade, they buy sinews, milk, and wool. Why art thou surprised? Surprised I am not, for there is no matter for it. But it is an evil star. I was so certain I should find the brethren here. Thou art not much used to having things go against thy will. Thou seemest a mother's boy to me. I have no mother, replied Joseph in some annoyance. Nor I, said the stranger. Perhaps a father's boy. No matter for that, responded Joseph. Rather advise me, what shall I do now? Very simple. Thou goest to Dothan. But it is night and we are tired, Huldah and I. To Dothan, for so much I know already, is more than a furlong from here. With easy going it is a day's journey. Or a night's. Since thou sleepest under the trees by day, thou must take the night to reach thy goal. How dost thou know that I slept under the trees? Asking thy pardon, I came past on my staff where thou layest, and left thee behind. Then found I thee here. I do not know the way to Dothan, especially by night, Joseph complained. The father hath not described it to me. Rejoice then, said the other, that I found thee. I am a God, and will lead thee, if thou wilt. I will open to thee the road to Dothan without price, since I must go thither myself, I will take thee the shortest way if thou wilt. We can take turns riding on thy ass. A pretty beast, said he, and looked at Huldah with his half open eyes whose gaze expressed a negligence and contempt out of harmony with his words. Pretty as thyself. But its pasterns are too. Huldah, Joseph said, is next to Parash the best ass in Israel's stables. No one think that her pasterns are weak. The stranger made a wry face. Thou wouldst do better, he said, not to contradict me. It is foolish in more than one way. First, because thou art in my care that thou mayest find thy brothers, and second, because I am older than thou. These two reasons will be clear to thee. When I say thy ass hath frail pasterns, then they are frail. There is no occasion for thee to defend him as though thou hadst made the ass, when thou canst only step before him and name. 362 Thomas Mann. Him. And while we are talking about names, I should also like to beg thee not to call the good Jacob Israel in my hearing. It is unfitting, and annoyeth me. Give him his proper name and leave these high-flown titles alone. Pleasant the man was not. He continued to speak across his own shoulder with a weird politeness which seemed every minute about to pass into an incomprehensible irritation. This inclination to ill temper seemed to contradict his ready offer to help a complete stranger. Indeed, it took away half the effect, since he appeared to be helpful against his own will. Perhaps he only wanted a lift to Dothan. For he mounted the ass as they set out, and Joseph walked alongside, chafing under the man's ill will over the name of Israel. He said, it is his title of honor which he got at Jabbokford after his victory. I find it absurd, the other retorted, that thou talkest of victory, where there can be no talk of anything of the sort. A proper victory, from which one cometh off halting all the rest of one's life. Carrying off, indeed, a name, but not that of him with whom he wrestled. Moreover, he said suddenly, making his eyeballs roll round in a circle in the most extraordinary way, pay no heed to me, but call thy father Israel if it please thee. It hath its justification, and my opposition was mere caprice. Likewise I note that I am sitting upon thy ass, he added, making his eyeballs perform the circuit once again. If thou preferst I will get off so that thou canst mount. A singular man. He appeared to regret his former unfriendliness. Yet even the repentance seemed no deeper or more spontaneous than his readiness to help. Joseph on the other hand was friendly by nature, and held with the principle that one best meets strangeness with increase of friendliness. He answered, since thou guidest me and openest out of kindness the way to my brethren, thou hast a right to my animal. Sit still, I pray thee, and we shall change anon. Thou hast walked the whole day, whereas I could ride. Many thanks, said the youth. Thy words are indeed no more than becoming, but still I thank thee kindly. I have been temporarily robbed of certain facilities for travel, he added, and shrugged his shoulders. Do missions and messages make thee pleasure? He next inquired. I rejoiced when the Father called me, answered Joseph. Who then sendeth thee? Thou mayest understand that many messengers go to and fro between the great lords east and south through this land, responded the other. Who actually sendeth thee, that thou dost not know at? Young Joseph 3 cubed. All, the commission goes through many mouths and it helps thee little to follow it to its source. In any case thou must take to the road. At present I have a letter to deliver in Dothan, said he, which I carry in my girdle. But I can see in the future that I must also play the guard. The guard. Yes, I am liable, for instance, to be commanded to watch over a well or some shrine or other, of which there is question. Messon. Guard all these I must play as they come, according to the taskmaster's will. Whether it give one pleasure and whether one actually feel made for the task is another matter, which I put aside. Likewise will I not inquire whether one has understanding for the ideas which give rise to these missions. No, I prefer to leave such questions open, only saying, as between ourselves, that there is much incomprehensible urgency about the matter. Dost thou low backslash mankind? Underscore. He put the question abruptly, yet it did not come to Joseph as a surprise, since the stranger's whole bearing displayed an arrogant displeasure with the human species, and a disinclination to go about his business among men. Joseph answered, we usually smile at each other, mankind and I. Yes, because thou art known to be beautiful and well favored, said his guide. Wherefore they smile at thee and thou smilest back. In order to strengthen them in their folly. Thou wouldst do better to show them a gloomy mien and say, what would you with your smiling? These hairs will fall out, alas, and these now white teeth. As well, these eyes are only a jelly of blood and water, they dissolve away and this whole hollow charm of the flesh will shrivel and shamefully decay. It would be decent for thee to sober them by the remembrance of what they know already, though they let themselves be beguiled by the servile smile of the present moment. Such creatures as thou are not but a fleeting and dissembling gloss upon the horror of all flesh beneath the surface. I do not save that even the skin and husk is the most appetizing in the world with its steaming pores and sweat glands, but scratch it ever so little and the salt scarlet brew comes out, while the deeper one goes the worse it gets. It is sheer guts and stink. The beautiful and well favored should be beautiful and well favored through and through, solid and fine grained and not filled up with dirt and jelly. Then said Joseph, you must stick to graven and carven images. For instance to the beautiful God which the women hide in the shrub, bury and seek lamenting that they may bury him in the pit. He, beautiful through and through, of solid olive wood, not gory, steaming. But they wish him to look as though he were not solid, but bleeding from the tusk of the boar, they paint upon him red wounds. 364 Thomas Mann. And deceive themselves so that they may weep over his dear life lost. So it is, either life is deception, or beauty. Thou canst not find both united in truth. Fie, said the guide, puckering his round chin and looking down over his shoulder with half-closed eyes at his companion. No, he added after a pause, say what thou wilt, it is an ugly breed, that drinked unrighteousness like water and has long since merited another flood, this time without an ark. Thou art most likely just, in the matter of the unrighteousness. Joseph responded. But consider that everything cometh in pairs. In the world, part and counterpart, to the end that one madest an hewish between them, and if the one were not next the other, then they both were not. Without life were no death, without riches no poverty, and if we made an end of stupidity, who could speak of cleverness? But thus is it with purity and impurity, so much is clear. The unclean beast speakest to the clean one, give thanks to me, for if I were not, then how shouldst thou know that thou art pure, and who would call thee so? And the evil man to the just, fall at my feet, for without me where were thine advantage? Thou hast said it, answered the stranger. For it is just that which I mistrust from my soul, this dual world. I do not understand the necessity for a breed whose purity can be spoken of only comparatively and in retrospect. Yet one hath always to be mindful of him. There are always plans regarding him, goodness knows how far-reaching, and this and that to be brought about respecting his puny little future, just as now, for instance, I must see that thou comest to thy right goal, thou bag of wind. It make me to weep with boredom. The vexatious creature, why then does he show me the way, if it is such a burden to him? Joseph thought, it is stupid to play the agreeable and then to sulk. It is clear he has only been thinking of the ride he might get off to. We were going to take turns and he talks just like a man, he thought, and smiled to himself over the way people have of criticizing their own kind and accepting themselves, so that the man sits in judgment over mankind as though he were not one of them. Then he said, yeah, thou talkest of humanity and sittest in judgment, saying of what bad stuff it is composed. But there was a time when even to the children of God themselves man seemed not so evil, since they went in unto his daughters, and giants and mighty men were conceived. The guide turned his head in his affected way toward the shoulder, farther from Joseph. Thou knowest all the little stories, I see, he answered with a titter. For thy years thou art informed in advance, that I must say. Young Joseph 365. For my part, be it said, I consider the tale to be idle gossip. But if it be true, then let me tell thee why it was that the children of light so behaved to the daughters of Cain. They did so from excess of contempt, yes, verily. Knowest thou why destruction came upon the daughters of Cain? They went with uncovered shame and mated like cattle. Their whoredom so mocked all bounds that man as it were could not look at it without being tempted. I know not if thou understandest that. They went to all extremes, they threw their garments on the ground and went forth without them. If they had not known shame, it might have answered, and the sight of them would not have got into the bones of the children of light. But they well knew shame. They were, on religious grounds, very chaste in deed, and their lust consisted precisely therein, that they would tread shame underfoot. Can such a thing be borne? The man had intercourse with mother and daughter and brother's wife openly, and on the streets, and they had altogether one thought in mind, the frightful enjoyment of wounded shame. Must that not seize upon the members of the children of light? They were tempted by their scorn. Canst thou not understand that? The last shred of respect was gone from them for this breed, who were set under their noses, as though there were not enough already in the world, and whom they should have respected on grounds of higher necessity. They found that man simply existed for unchastity, and their contempt took the form of lasciviousness. If thou canst not understand all that, thou art but a calf. I can understand it if I try, replied Joseph. But how dost thou come to know it? Ask thy old Eliezer, too, whence cometh what he hate thee. I know as much of the events too, perhaps even more, moving to and fro in the world as I do, as messenger, guide, and guard, I come to hear the most various things. I can assure thee that the flood only came at last because it appeared that the contempt of the children of light for mankind had taken the form of desire. That turned the scale, otherwise it would perhaps never have happened. I need only add that the children of light were of fixed purpose to bring on the flood. But unfortunately there was the ark, and man came in again by the back door. Let us be glad of that, said Joseph. Otherwise we should not be here chatting on the way to Dothan and taking turns to ride AC. According to our agreement. Thou art right, replied the other, and again rolled his eyes round. I forget everything chattering. Of course I must lead thee and guard thee that thou comest to thy brethren. But who is more important, the watcher or the watched? Not without some bitterness. Must I answer, the watched is more important, for him is the 366 Thomas Mann. Watcher there, and not the other way about. Therefore I will now dismount and thou shalt ride, and I walk beside thee in the dust. I can stand that too, said Joseph, as he mounted. It is after all pure chance that thou canst ride even a part of the time and not go all the way in the dust. So they went on under the stars by the pale moonlight, north wards from Shechem toward Dothan through broad and narrow valleys, over steep hills, clothed in forests of cedar and acacia, past sleeping villages. Joseph too slept by the hour as he sat on the ass, and the guide walked in the dust. But awaking out of such slumber, it was already dawn, he missed a little basket of pressed fruit, and another of roast onions from the ass's load, and noted reluctantly that the folds of his guide's girdle were correspondingly fuller. The man stole. It was a painful discovery and showed how little ground he had had to accept himself when he criticized the race of mankind. Joseph said never a word. Indeed, he himself in their conversation had defended the evil for the sake of its opposite. Moreover, the man was a guide and thus dedicated to Nabu, the lord of the westernmost point in the cycle, leading down into the underworldly half of the world, a servant, that is, of the god of thieves. One might assume that he had performed a pious and symbolic act when he stole from his sleeping charge. For all these reasons Joseph said naught of his discovery, but reverenced the dishonesty of the man in the guise of religious duty. Yet it was painful to learn that the guide had stolen, out and out. The fact might be a fresh explanation of his willingness to play the guide. In any case it impressed Joseph unfavorably and cast him down. But something much worse than the theft happened soon enough. The sun had come up behind Field and Wood, and Dothan's green hill was already in sight. It lay diagonally on their right in the morning sunshine, with the village on its top. Joseph, sitting on the ass while the thief held the bridle, was looking thither. There was a jerk and a fall, and it had happened. Huldah had gone into a hole with her foot, had fallen, and could not get up again. She had broken her pastern. They both examined it. Broken, said the guide, shortly. What a fix. Have I not said to thee the pasterns were weak? Thou shouldst not rejoice even if thou art right, the words should not come in thy mouth. Thou wast leading her and wast not careful, so that she stepped into the hole. I was not careful and thou complainest of me. But so it is with human beings, they must have someone to blame when things go wrong, even though it was prophesied beforehand. It is also the way of mankind to have willfully foreseen misfortune. Young Joseph 367. Tune and to make a petty triumph of it. Be glad that I complain of thee only for heedlessness. I might have accused thee of other things as well. If thou hadst not advised me to ride by night, then we should not have overtired Huldah, and a wise beast like her would never have stumbled. Dost thou think the pastern will be made good again by thy lamentings? No, Joseph said. That I do not. But that brings me back to the question, what shall I do? I cannot after all leave my beast lying here with all the load of provisions which I was to present to the brethren in Jacob's name. There remaineth much, though I have eaten some and more has been got rid of in other ways. Shall Huldah die helpless here, and the beasts of the fields eat my goods? I am near to weep from vexation. And who knows again what to do but I, responded the stranger. Did I not say that I can play the watchman, when need is? Go then. For I will sit here and watch thy beast, and the provisions, and frighten off birds and other thieves. Whether I am born for such a task is another matter which we need not talk of here. Enough, I will sit and guard thy ass until thou hast gone to the brethren and come back with them or a couple of servants to fetch the goods. And look after the beast to see if it is to be cured or killed. Thanks, said Joseph, so let us do. I can see thou art just like a man, thou hast thy good sides, and of the others we will not speak. I will make all haste and return again with help. I will await thee. Thou canst not go wrong, round the hill and then back into the valley behind it 500 paces through scrub and clover, there wilt thou find thy brethren, near a well where there is no water. If thou needest aught from thy ass, bethink thee. No, not a headcloth to shield thee from the sun. Thou art too right, cried Joseph. The mischance hath robbed me of my head. That will I not leave here, said he, and drew the ketone out of the bearing leather bag, nor in thy care either, whatever good side thou showest. For I will take it with me afoot into the vale of Dothan, that I may arrive in splendor even if not on white Huldah as Jacob would have wished. I will put it on at once and be for thine eyes so and so and thus, and thus. How dost thou like it? Am I not a gay shepherd bird in my coat of many colors? Mommy's veil, how doth it become her son? Of Lamech and his herd. Meanwhile Leah's sons and those of the maids sat, all 10, behind the hill at the bottom of the valley round a burnt out fire where they 368 Thomas Mann had cooked their morning mess. They stared into the ashes. They had all risen betimes from their striped tents set up at some distance in the shrubbery, had risen singly, but all very early, some even before dawn, for their sleep had relished them little. They had got, in fact, but little refreshment from it since they had left Hebron. Indeed, they had exchanged the pastures of Sichem for the vale of Dothan, out of no other than the desolate hope that it might refresh them better elsewhere. They had gone grumbling to the well, stumbling with stiff joints over the matted and twisted roots of gorse. It was a well of fresh water, near the place where the flocks were scattered over the field, for the well close at hand was dry at this time of year. They had drunk, washed themselves, and prayed, looked after the lambs, and then assembled at the eating place in the shade of a group of red-trunked, branching pines. The view from here took in the level country dotted with single trees and shrubbery, the hill with the village of Dothan on top, the distant flocks of sheep, and the low mountains in the background. The sun was already well up. The air was full of scents of sun-warmed grass, of fennel, thyme, and other field odors. Loved of sheep. The sons of Jacob sat in a circle upon their haunches, in their midst the dying brushwood fire with the pot atop. They had long since finished eating and sat there idle and red-eyed, their bodies sated, but their souls gnawed by a hunger and dry thirst to which they could not have given a name, but which spoiled their sleep and made their food like ashes to them. A thorn was in their flesh, in the flesh of each one. It could not be pulled out, it festered, tortured, and consumed. They felt slack, and most of them had headache. When they tried to clench their fists they could not. These men who once, to do vengeance for Dinah, had bathed Shechem in blood, asked themselves if they were the men for like deeds today, and then swore no, they were no longer those men. The gnawing worm of their grievance, the festering thorn, the hunger in their inwards, unnerved and unmanned them. Simeon and Levi, that savage pair, suffered especially from their shameful state. One of them poked dully with his crook in the dying embers. The other, Simeon, swaying his body to and fro, began a half-muttered sing-song, in which some of the rest joined one after another. It was an ancient ditty, a frag, meant of some half-forgotten ballad or epic, from times far remote. And Lamech the hero took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada and the name of the other was Zillah. Ada and Zillah, hear my voice. Ye wives of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding. Young Joseph 369. And a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged 7-fold. Truly Lamech 77-fold. That was all they knew, it was without beginning or ending. So they stopped there, yet hung on the sound, as it died away, seeing in their minds Lamech the hero, how he came up armed and glowing with pride from his deed, and told his women, as they bowed before him, how that he had washed his heart clean. They saw the young man laid low and lying in the blood-stained grass, the almost guiltless sin offering for Lamech's frantically sensitive honor. The plain word man was softened to the tenderer young man in the next line, and in the sacredness of his suffering and death might well have roused emotions of pity at least in the hearts of Ada and Zillah. Being women, even so, they could only have enhanced their adoration of Lamech's implacable and incorruptible virility and unquenched able thirst for revenge, these being the ringing theme of the ancient saga. Lamech he was called, said Leah's Levi, thrusting his charred stick into the fire till it broke. Does it please you all? I ask that. Because it pleaseth me well and even very well. That was a man, a blade, a lion heart, a fellow of the ancient mold, there are no more of his like. He lives only in a song, which we sing to refresh ourselves with thoughts of the past. With his heart washed clean he might come before his wives, and if he visited his strength upon them, one after the other, then they knew what manner of man they received, and trembled with desire. Dost thou come so before Shuah's daughter, Judah, or thou, Dan, before the Moabitess? Tell me what has become of the breed since then, that it begets only the prudent and pious, but no true men. Reuben answered him, I will tell thee what takest man's revenge out of his hand and bringeth it about that we are grown unlike to Lamech, the hero. It is twofold, Babel's law and the jealousy of God, both of which say, vengeance is mine. For revenge must be taken from the man, otherwise it breeds furiously on, rank as the swamp, and the world is full of blood. For what was Lamech's end? Thou dost not know, for the song telleth it not. But the youth whom he slew had a son or a brother, who struck Lamech down, that the earth received his blood. Likewise, then one out of Lamech's loins slew Lamech's murderer, out of revenge, and thus it went on, until neither of Lamech's seed, nor of the seed of the slain youth was there any left, but the earth might close its maw, for it was sated. But it is not good so, it is a weedy growth of revenge and groweth by no rule, hence it was. When Cain slew Abel, God set his mark upon him, that he belonged 37 degrees Thomas Mann to him, and spoke, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him 7-fold. But Babel decreed that man should humble himself to judgment for blood guilt and not revel in revenge. Thereto Gad, son of Zilpah, in all his directness. Yeah, so speakest thou, Reuben, with thy thin voice which cometh out of thy mighty body, and however often one heareth it one is surprised. Had I thy limbs I would not speak like thee and defend the revolution of time and its changes, which unman heroes and breed no more lion hearts in the world. Where is the pride of thy body, that thou speakest with thin voice and wilt put thy vengeance into God's hands or submit it to judgment? Shamest not thou thyself before Lamech, who spoke, this is a thing between me, and him who offended me, and the earth? Cain said to Abel, will God console me when Noah our sweet sister taketh thy gifts and smileth upon thee, or will the judgment decide to whom she belongeth, thee or me? I am the firstborn, and so is she mine. Thou art her twin, so is she thine. That God decideth not, nor the judgment of Nimrod. Let us go out upon the field that we may decide it. And they decided it together, and as I said, here, named Gadiel, whom Zilpah bore upon Leah's lap, I am for Cain. And I, for my part, said Jehudah, would no more be the young lion as I am called of the people if I were not for Cain, and still more for Lamech. He thought well of himself, on my word, and thought not meanly of his pride. 7 times, quoth he, but I am Lamech. 77 times will I be avenged, and there lieth he, the loud, for the sake of my hurt. What sort of hurt may that have been? Asked Issachar, the bony ass, and wherein may the pitiful youth have fallen under the mighty Lamech's displeasure, that he left it neither to God nor to Nimrod to avenge, but took vengeance abundantly with his own hand. That no man now knoweth, responded his half-brother Natan. Talai, Bilhah's son. The nature of the youth's insolence is unknown, and what it was which Lamech washed off in his blood, that is lost to the world's memory. Still I have it from hearsay that men in our time swallow shame much more loathsome than that which Lamech suffered. They swallow it, the craven creatures, so we hear, and go away elsewhither, and sit them down, and in their belly the shame fermenteth and consumeth, that they care neither to eat nor to sleep. And if Lamech whom they admire should see them, he would give them a kick behind, for they are worth no more. He spoke with glib and spitefully fluent tongue, and his face was distorted. The twins groaned and tried to clench their fists but could not. Zebulun said, there were Ada and Zillah the wives of Lamech, and Ada is young Joseph 37 I to blame, as I shall show you. For she bore Jabal, the father of such as dwell in tents and of such as have cattle, the ancestor of Abram. Of Itzhak and Jacob our gentle father. Therefrom have we our trouble and our destruction, and are no more men, as thou sayest, brother Levi, but cautious and pious, and as though castrated with the sickle, which may God forbid. Yes, were we huntsmen or even seafarers, all would be changed. But with Jabal, Ada's son, came love of tents into the world, the shepherd nature and Abram's dreams of God, and all that hath weakened us so that we tremble to do our worthy father a hurt, and big Reuben saith, vengeance belongeth unto God. But can one rely by means of abominable dreams upon God and upon his justice when he is a party in the strife, and himself instills arrogance into the good-for-nothing youth? For what can we do against the dreams? He cried out, his voice cracking in his anguish, if they are from God and it is ordained that we should bow. But something we might do against the dreamer of the dreams. Shrieked Gad, likewise with heaving chest, and Asher added, so that the dreams were without a master and no longer knew how to come true. That, replied Reuben, would likewise have meant setting one self against God. For it were all one, to set oneself against the dreamer, or against God, provided the dreams were from him. He spoke in the past tense, saying not would mean but would have meant, in token that the question was solved. It was Dan who spoke after him. He said, Hearken, brethren, and give heed to my words, for Dan is called snake and adder, and on account of a certain subtlety he availeth as judge. It is surely true and Reuben is right. If we punish the dreamer, so that the dreams become masterless and powerless, we thereby expose ourselves to the wrath of the self-willed and invoke upon us the vengeance of the unjust. There is no gainsaying it. But so, saith Dan, we must run the risk, for there is naught imaginable that could be worse or even as bad as the fulfilling of the dream. For in any case, self-will have lost, let it rage and storm as it will, and the dreams shall seek their dreamer in vain. We must act, for only the accomplished deed instructeth. Hath not Jacob too suffered this and that for his deceitfulness, and found Laban's service no matter for laughter on account of Esau's bitter tears? Yet he hath endured, for he carried off the main advantage, that is the blessing, it was put aside and in safety. And no God, whoever he was, could have done aught against him, however much he would. One must endure tears and revenge for the sake of the good, for what is put aside and in safety, that cometh not again. Here his speech, which had begun so suddenly, began to wander. But 37 to Thomas Mann. Reuben answered, and it was strange to see that man, strong like a tree in strength, turned pale and white. Thou hast spoken, Dan, and mayst now be silent. For we have gone thence and departed from the Father's hearth, and are annoyed. Hence is afar from us and in safety we sit at Dothan, 5 days distant, and all that is an accomplished deed. And then, after all these speeches, they let their heads droop low, almost between their knees, which stood up high as they squatted on their haunches, and there they crouched round the ashes of their fire, like 10 sheaves of misery. Joseph is thrown into the pit. Now it happened that Asher, Zilpah's son, with curiosity unquenched, even by affliction, peered out over his knees so that his eyes roved across the plain. And afar off in the morning light he saw something glitter like a flash of silver, which disappeared and came again, sometimes in a single flash, sometimes two or more close together. Asher jogged his brother Gad as they sat next each other, pointed out the will-o'-the-wisp, and asked him what it meant. They shaded their eyes to look and gestured their surprise. The others saw and heard, and those who sat with their backs to the plain turned round to gaze, following the direction of Asher's eyes, until at last all the brothers had lifted their heads and peered out together at a shimmering figure which was moving toward them. One cometh, all shining, Judah spoke. But after they had waited a while for the figure to come nearer, Dan answered, It is not a man, it is a boy. And with one accord their sunburned faces all went ashen as rue Bents had done a little time before, and their hearts beat with a wild and rapid rhythm, like drums, so that a hollow concerted drumming noise arose in the breathless stillness. Joseph came on across the plain, directly toward them, in his coat of many colors, and his garland resting on his veiled head. They did not believe it. They sat with their thumbs in their cheeks, fingers before their mouths, elbows on their knees, and stared out over their fists with starting eyes at the approaching illusion. They hoped they were dreaming, yet feared to find it so. Some of them, even, in a confusion of fear and hope, refused to believe their eyes. When the oncoming figure smiled and spoke, and there was no more doubt. Yeah, verily, and greetings to you all, he said in his very voice, and came close up to them. It is indeed I. I am come for our father's sake on Huldah, but she asked, to look after things with you and to. He stopped, disconcerted. They sat without word or stir and stared. Young Joseph 373. A sinister group, like men bewitched. But as they so sat, although there was no sunrise and no sunset which might have painted their faces, yet these grew red as the twisted trunks of the trees at their backs, red as the desert, dark red as the star in the sky, and their eyes looked as though blood would spurt out. He stepped back. There arose and swelled a thunderous roar, that bull's roar of the twins, which made one's inwards to quake, and with a long-drawn shriek as from tortured gullets, a furiously exultant yell of rage and hate and sudden release, they all 10 sprang up as one man and flung themselves savagely upon him. They fell upon him as a pack of hungry wolves falls upon the prey. Their blood-blinded lust knew no pause or consideration. It was as though they would tear him into 14 pieces at least, rending, tearing apart, tearing off upon that they were bent to their very marrow. Down, 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 they panted with one voice. It was the chitone they meant, the picture robe, the veil. It must come off, and that was not so easy, for it was wound about him and fastened at head and shoulder, and they were too many for the deed. They got in each other's way, one thrust another away from the victim as he flew and fell and bounded among them. The blows meant for him showered upon themselves, though he indeed received a plenty as well. His nose bled almost at once, and one eye was closed with a great blue wheal. But the confusion served Reuben's ends, as he towered among them, shrieking, down, down, with the rest. He used the immemorial tactics of those who wish to control a savage mob and keep a grip upon the course of events. He took part with apparent zeal in the fray, in order to prevent the worst from coming to pass. He dealt out blows while feigning to receive them, all the while cuffing and pushing those nearest Joseph, protecting him as best he might when they were about to strike him and tear off his robe. He aimed particularly at Levi, on account of the crook in his hands, blundering against it as often as he could. But despite all Reuben's maneuvers, Joseph was served worse than the petted youth could ever have dreamed possible. He reeled half-dazed, with his head drawn down between his shoulders, and his elbows spread against the hailstorm of brutality, descending out of a blue sky, which horribly seemed not to care where it struck, but beat down upon him, cutting into very little pieces his trust, his whole notion of the world, his conviction that everybody must love him more than themselves, as though it were a law of nature. Brothers, he stammered, with the blood streaming down his chin, from his nose and his bruised lips. What are you? A rude blow, which Reuben failed to fend off, knocked the words from his mouth. Another, landing in the pit of the stomach, between the ribs, made 374 Thomas Mann him collapse and disappear beneath the pack. I cannot deny, rather, I must emphatically say, that this uprising of the sons of Jacob, however much justice they had on their side, was a most shameful relapse into savagery. They sank below the level of the human and availed themselves of their teeth, being otherwise busy with their hands, to tear his mother's garment from the body of the bleeding, reeling lad. They were not dumb at the work, they said other things besides. Down, down, down. They were like laborers pulling and have and with monotonous cries subduing themselves to the common task, bringing up broken words out of the depths of their hate to feed their rage and stave off thought. Bow down, thou say. Est. Look after things, wilt thou, thou thorn in the flesh, thou lin. Carrying sickness. Therefore thy dreams. And their unhappy victim. To him the most horrible and incredible thing of all was what happened to the Ketone. That was worse, crueler, even, than all. This howling horror about him. Desperately he tried to protect the garment and keep the remnants and ruins of it still upon him. Several times he cried out, my coat, and even after he stood naked, still begged them like a girl to spare it. Yes, he was naked, for the violence of the brothers' onslaught not only carried off the veil, but shift, loincloth, and myrtle wreath lay in tatters beside it on the moss, while blows rained down upon his naked flesh and he sought as best he could to ward them off with his arms. Bow down, bow down. Take that for thy dreams. Big Reuben did what he could to keep them off by behaving as though the others prevented him from coming at the victim and dealing his blows. Thou thorn in the flesh. Thou lingering sickness, he cried out with the rest. But also he cried out something else, which occurred to him on the spur of the moment, cried it loud and repeatedly, in order that they might all hear it and be guided in their blind rage. Bind him, tie his hands and feet. It was a new suggestion, invented in haste to a good end, namely, to set a definite goal to this otherwise incalculable busyness and introduce a breathing space, in the which big Reuben, as he feverishly prayed, might avert the worst. They would not strike Joseph while they were busy binding him, and when he lay bound, that would be a temporary gratification, a stage at which they might stand off and consider what next. Such was Reuben's hasty calculation. And thus with desperate zeal he proposed his expedient, as though he were indicating the one and only useful and reasonable plan, and as though anyone was a fool who did not hearken to it. There that for thy dreams, he shrieked. Bind him. You fools. What a senseless revenge. Instead of hitting me, bind him. Is there no rope? He cried once more with all his strength. Yes, Gadiel for one wore a length around his waist, and he took it off. As their heads were empty, there was room in them for young Joseph 375. Ben's words. They bound the naked lad, bound his arms and legs with one long piece of cord, trussed him up properly while he moaned and groaned, and Reuben assisted zealously at the work. When it was done, he stepped back and wiped off his sweat with a gasp, as if he had worked harder than any. The others stood there, their lust for battle slaked for the present. Panting, inactive, dazed. Before them lay Rachel's son, in grievous state. He lay on his bound arms, with the back of his head buried in the grass, his knees drawn up stiffly, his ribs going in and out, all bludgeoned. Moss and dirt clung to his body, it was slobbered with the foam of his brother's fury, and across it ran in winding streams the red juice which gushes out of beauty when its surface is marred. His undamaged eye now gazed terror-struck at his murderers, now closed spasmodically in a reflex action against fresh violence. The evildoers stood getting their wind, they exaggerated their breathlessness in order to cover the lack of counsel, of which, as Lee sun returned, they were slowly aware. They, like Reuben, wiped off their sweat with the backs of their hands, they puffed out their lips, and made faces expressive of justified revenge, as who should say, whatever we have done, can any reproach us for it? They said the same in words. They panted out words justifying themselves in each other's eyes or before any court in the world. Cuckoo. Thorn. In the flesh. But we have shown him, we have cast him out. Good. One credited? Cometh here before us, in his coat before our eyes to look after things, but we've looked after them so he'll not forget it. And all the while there was stirring within them a horror and shuddering, which all their words were meant to quiet. And if the horror and shuddering were looked at nearly, it would turn out to be the thought of Jacob. Great God, what had they done with the father's lamb? To what state had they brought the youthful heir of the departed Rachel? How would the master of words behave when he knew or learned it? How would they stand before him, and what would happen to them? Reuben thought of Bilhah. Simeon and Levi thought of Shechem and of Jacob's wrath, and now he had come down upon them when they have returned from their heroic deeds. Naphtali especially, found it a present consolation that Jacob was 5 days away and entirely unsuspecting. Yes, for the first time Naphtali realized as a blessing the power of space, which separates and spares. But they all realized that the blessing could not be preserved. Jacob must presently hear all when Joseph came again before his eyes, the storm of emotion, the rolling thunder of his words, the flashing lightning of his curses. The brethren could not escape nor yet endure them. Grown men as they were frightened like children, possessed with the fear of the curse in itself, and in all its meaning and consequence. Cursed. 376 Thomas Mann. They would be, one and all, because they had raised their hand against the Lamb, and now the young hypocrite would definitely be exalted above them as the chosen heir. They would actually have themselves to thank for the fulfillment of those shameful dreams, precisely that which God willed would have been brought about by this accomplished fact. They perceived that big Reuben had made fools of them with his advice. Here they stood, and there lay the thief of the blessing, pretty well punished indeed, and bound, but was that really an accomplished fact? It would be different if Joseph never did come before his father's eyes again, if something final and conclusive happened to him. The calamity and the lamentation would be even greater, of course too great to think on. But somehow or either, it would pass. Stopping halfway, even so they were guilty. If they went on, they needed not to be. All this went through their heads. As they stood through Reuben's too, he could not help recognizing the situation. He had brought the brawl to a halt with a shrewdness which came from his heart. But his reason told him that too much had happened for it to stop there. That more had to happen, and yet, on no account and at no price must happen this it was which made him giddy. Big Reuben's sinewy features had never before worn that baffled, sullen look. Each moment he feared they would voice the inevitable, and he had no answer. Then they voiced it, and he heard. One of them said, it no matter who, since they must all be thinking the same thing. He must away. Away, nodded Reuben with grim confirmation. Thou savest it? But thou savest not where? Away altogether, answered the voice. He must go down to the pit and be no more. Long time he ought not to have been, now sir. Tainly he must be no more. I agree, responded Reuben with bitter scorn. And then come we before Jacob, his father, without him. Where is the Bob? He will ask. He is no more, we answer. But if he ask, why is he no more, then we answer, we have killed him. They were silent. No, said Dan, not so. Brothers, hear me, I am called serpent. An adder, and a certain subtlety is not to be denied me. Thus will we do. We will put him in the pit, down in the dry well here, half choked, in which is no water. There layeth he in safety and put away. And we'll see what his dreams bring him to. But before Jacob we must lie and speak with assurance, we have not seen him and know not whether he still is or is not. If not, then in any case a ravening beast hath devoured him, oh woe, alas. We must add oh woe for the sake of the lie. Be quiet, said Naphtali, he layeth close at hand and heareth us. Young Joseph 377. No matter, answered Dan. He will tell no one that he heareth. It is one reason more that he may not go from here, even before that. He could not, but now everything goeth together. We can speak as we like before him, for he is already as good as dead. A cry came from Joseph, he wailed out of his breast stretched taut. Under his bonds on which the tender red nipple stood out. He wept. Can you hear it and not pity? Reuben asked. Of what avail is that, Reuben, answered him Judah, and what talkest thou of pity, though the rest of us may feel it as well as thou? Doth his weeping in this hour blot it out that he hath been ashamed? Lest toad all his days and stank to heaven and hath supplanted us with the father with most shameless guile? Doth pity avail against Nasses? Sidey, and is it a good reason why he should go from hence and tell all? What good to talk of pity, even if it be felt? Hath he not already heard how we shall lie before Jacob? That is enough to end his life. That he hath heard it, and whether with or without pity Dan spoke the truth, he is as good as dead. Thou art right, said Reuben then. Let us throw him in the pit. Again Joseph wailed piteously. But he still weepeth, one of them reminded them. Must he then not even weep, cried Reuben. Let him go weep. Into the pit, what more can you ask? I would fain pass over what was said next, for it would shock our modern taste and however delicately put would place the brothers, or some of them in an exceedingly bad light. The truth is that Sim, Ian and Levi, as well as the downright Gad, offered to make an end of the lad without more ado. The twins wanted to do it with their staves, hitting out with the full strength of their arms, as Cain had done, until he was no more. But Gad asked to be given the job of cutting his throat quickly with the knife, as Jacob had once done with the kid whose skin he needed for the forged blessing. That these just irons were made is undeniable, but I am not anxious that the reader be finally disgusted with the sons of Jacob, therefore I will not put their thoughts into precise words. They uttered them because those things had to be said, because, so to speak, they lay in the nature of the business. Besides, it was only natural that those best suited to the role were they who expressed their readiness and so conformed to their myth on earth, namely, the savage twins and the stout Gad. But Reuben opposed. It is known that he opposed, and would not have it happen to Joseph as it had to Abel or to the kid. To that I will not agree, he said, protesting in his character as Leah's eldest, which despite fall and curse entitled him to a voice. The boy was as good as dead, they had said so themselves. He was only sobbing a little still, it would suffice to throw him into the pit. Let them look at him and say whether that was still Joseph the dreamer. He was 378 Thomas Mann, already unrecognizable from the punishment, in which he, Reuben, had taken part, and would have done more had he not been struck from all sides. But what had happened had been just a happening. It was not an act, not a deed, you could not call it so. It had come about, indeed, through them, but they had not done it, it had simply happened to them. Now, however, they were deliberately proposing, of set purpose, to commit a crime and raise their hands against the boy. They were about to spill their father's blood, whereas, up to now it had only flowed. And that was a worldwide difference. It was all the difference between an act and an occurrence. And if they did not see that, then they were short in their understanding. Were they, he asked, appointed judges of life and death, to judge in their own matter and then carry out the blood decree as well? No, there should be no shedding of blood, he would not stand for it. What remained to them to do, after what had occurred, was to put the boy into the pit and leave the rest to happen. Thus spake Reuben, but nobody believed that he was deceiving himself, or that he was so stoutly convinced of the hard and fast difference between happening and doing, or that he did not see that putting Joseph in the pit would be the same as killing him. After a while, Jehudah asked him what it would avail to kill the boy and conceal his blood. The question told Reuben nothing new, for all along we have looked into Reuben's heart and seen that his great desire was to gain time. He could not have said for what, simply time to feed the hope that he might save Joseph out of the brethren's hands and somehow bring him back to his father. It was his fear of Jacob which accentuated him, as well as his crabbed and shamefaced love of the culprit. They drove him to conceal his thoughts and meditate treason against the clan, for it can be called nothing else. Moreover, Reuben the unstable had manifold sins to atone for in Jacob's eyes, on account of Bilhah. What if he brought Joseph safe home? Would not then the ancient wrong be more than made good, the curse lifted, and his firstbornship be restored? I do not assume to understand all Reuben's thoughts and actions, nor would I minimize the motives of his deeds. But need it belittle them to guess that in his secret heart he hoped both to save and to vanquish Rachel's son? In any case his words met with scarcely any opposition from the brothers. They were willing to refrain and to let events decide. Probably they would have preferred that the happenings should have continued and led in one blind thrust to the goal they sought. But to continue deliberately and to shed blood, to act now that a pause for reflection had intervened, nobody wanted to do that, not even the twins, however savage, nor yet Gadil, no matter how stoutly he spoke. They were all glad, indeed, that their offer about bludgeons, young Joseph 379, and knives had not been taken up, but that Reuben's authority should prevail again. First the tying up, now the pit. Into the pit, was the word. They seized the cord which bound Joseph, caught hold here and there, and dragged the poor wretch across the field toward the pit at the edge of the pasture land. Some dragged in front, some tugged at the sides, the rest ran behind. Ben did not run, but moved with a long stride at the tail of the convoy. When a stone lay in the way, a gnarled root or stump or a prickly shrub, he lifted the poor soul that he might not suffer need less pain. So it was off with Joseph to the pit, with the hay and the hoe, for as they went, a fury of merriment seized upon the brethren, the animal spirits of men working in unison. They laughed and joked and shouted nonsense to each other, as that this was a sheaf which had been well bound and now should bow itself into the pit, into the well, into the depths. In all this they were venting the relief they felt at not being impelled to follow the pattern represented by Abel and the kid. Besides, it drowned the sound of Joseph's prayers and lamentations. Brothers, have pity, he mumbled with his bruised mouth. What is it you do? Stop, stop. Woe, alas, what will befall me? His moans helped him not at all. On they went at a trot, through bush and grass, a long way across country to a mossy slope. Here, some steep, broken steps led down to a walled-in bottom, paved with cracked flags. The air was cool, and oak scrub and fig trees grew out of the ruined walls. They dragged Joseph down the steps. He struggling desperately in their arms and against his bonds, for he should dared at the thought of the well that was there and of the hole of the well, but even more at the broken, mossy well stone that lay on the flag's end was meant to lie over the top. But let him struggle and weep as he might, his unclosed eye directed in horror into the blackness of the well. They hoisted him to the brink with a heave and a hoe and tipped him in, to fall who knew how far. It was far enough, though not an abyss, not a bottomless pit. Such wells often reach 100 feet and more down, but this one had been long out of use and choked with earth and broken stone for perhaps on account of old quarrels about the place. It was no more than 5 or 6 fathoms deep if that. Certainly too much to climb out of with bound limbs. But he fell with as much care for life and limb as he could, breaking here and there with feet and elbows round the wall, and moderating his fall to a slipping which landed him fairly sound among the rubbish at the bottom, to the discomfiture of all sorts of beetles, wood lice, and other crawling things. While he was collecting himself, the brethren did the rest, shouting as they lifted the stone at the top and heaved it into place. It was heavy, not 1. 380. Thomas Mann. Mann's work to roll it on top of the pit, so they all laid hold and shared in the task. For the ancient stone, all green with moss and full 5 foot round, was sprung into 2 halves, and when they had rolled each into place the 2 did not meet, but yawned, and through the uneven gap some light fell into the hole. Joseph looked up at it with his one eye as he lay huddled anyhow, naked and exposed, in the depths. Joseph cries out of the pit. Their task being done, the brothers sat down on the steps of the well chamber to rest. Some drew bread and cheese out of their girdles and ate. Levi, religious in all his savagery, gave them to remember in deed that one should not eat at the shedding of blood, but then sweared him that what they had done was to avoid bloodshed. Upon which, Levi ate too. They ruminated as they chewed. For the moment their thoughts were occupied with sensations which, though of little importance, yet altogether possessed them, their hands and arms, that is, for the memory of the contact with Joseph's bare skin, as they dragged him to his doom. No matter how ungentle the contact had been, now that it was all over, it gave them a retrospective feeling of tenderness, which was very strong, however little they understood what it meant. Nobody gave expression to it by so much as a syllable, and what they said concerned only the fact that Joseph was now safely out of the way, together with his dreams, and that they were greatly light, and thereby, now he is no more, said they. That was that. Now they could sleep. They could sleep in peace, they repeated, the more emphatically the more uncertain they felt about it. It might be true with regard to the dreamer who was gone and could tell the father nothing. But the thought failed to soothe, for it reminded them of the father waiting in vain for Joseph's homecoming, eternally in vain. Such a picture, however much security it contained, no ways invited to slumber. For all the 10, including the savage twins, it was a picture full of horror. Their childish fear of Jacob and of the tenderness and power of his soul was clear and lively. True, Joseph would never be able to accuse them. But they had bought their security by means of an offense against their father's emotions, which had terrified them. To realize what they had done to Joseph had its cause in jealousy. But we all know what feeling it is that suffers this distortion. It seems little convincing, looking at the slick brutality of the twins, to ascribe any such feeling to them, and precisely on this ground it is that I do not make any positive statements. There are cases where only half words will serve. So they mused and blinked as they chewed, feeling on hands and young Joseph 380 arms the memory of the softness of Joseph's flesh. Their reflections were not light, and they were further weighted by the weeping and begging that rose faintly out of the pit. After the fall he had so far gathered himself together as to realize the need of crying out, and he implored them from below. Brothers, where are you? Ah, go not away, leave me not alone in the pit. It is so earthy and so horrible. Brothers, have pity, and save me still out of the night of this pit where I perish. I am your brother, Joseph. Brothers, hide not your ears from my sighs and cryings, for you do falsely to me. Reuben, where art thou? Reuben, I cry thy name from below in the pit. You have all misunderstood, you have misunderstood, dear brothers, so help me still and save my life. I came to you on our father's account 5 days' journey on Huldah the white ass, to bring you presents, ears of corn and fruitcakes. Ah, how it hath all gone wrong. The man is to blame that it went wrong. The man who led me. Brothers in Jacob, hearken, and understand me. I came not to you to see how things were, for I am but a child. I came to bow before you with decorum and the forms of courtesy, and to ask after your welfare, that you should return home to our father. Brothers, the dreams was I so unmannerly as to relate my dreams. Believe me, I have only told quite modest dreams by comparison with what I could have, but not this was it I wanted to say. Oh, oh, my bones, my sinews right and left, and all my limbs. I thirst, brothers, the child thirsteth, for he hath lost much blood, and all through a mistake. Are ye yet there? Am I already quite forsaken? Reuben, let me hear thy voice. Tell them that I will say nothing if they will but spare my life. Brothers, I know you think you must leave me in the pit, otherwise I would tell. But by the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, by the heads of your mothers and by Rachel's head, my little mothers, I swear that I will not tell for ever and ever, if you let me out of the pit but this one time. He would tell, of a certainty, if not today, then tomorrow. Mud, tear Judah between his teeth, and there was none who did not share this view. Reuben not accepted, however much it might conflict with his wavering hopes and plans. But so much the more must he keep these secret and assert the contrary. Therefore he hollowed his hands about his mouth and called, If thou art not quiet we will throw down stones upon thee that shall kill thee entirely, for we will hear no more of thee. Thou art sped. When Joseph heard this and recognized Reuben's voice, he was terrified and ceased to speak, and they might sit undisturbed and taste their fear of Jacob. Of course, if they had meant to prolong their self-imposed exile and live in lasting discord with their father, then they need not have troubled themselves over the agony of waiting. Ta 2 Thomas Mann. And long despair which was hovering over Jacob's head. But the truth was exactly the opposite. The casting away of Joseph could serve one only purpose, that of removing the obstacle between them and the father's heart. Upon that they were childishly bent. The trouble was that they had been driven to extremes in order to win this soft but mighty heart for their own. This was the point of view under which they at all times saw the affair. Not punishment of Joseph's presumption. They were of one mind in thinking, nor yet revenge, nor even, in the first instance, the obliteration of the dreams, was their main concern. What they thought of was how to smooth their path to their father's heart. This now was done, and they would return. Without Joseph, as they had set out. Where was he? He had been sent after them. And thus sent, to those who by their departure had demonstrated that they could not stand him, their return without him would look very suspicious. Certainly Jacob would have an awful right to question them. They might shrug their shoulders in reply. Were they their brother's keepers? Of course not. But the answer would not satisfy Jacob's piercing, mistrustful gaze, which he would direct upon them relentlessly, while they continued to be witnesses of his tortured expectancy and of the long despair which in the nature of things must be its only is. So, it was a penance before which they quailed. On the other hand, were they to stop away until all hope had died and waiting had given way to the knowledge that Joseph would never return? That would last long, for the stout-hearted can bear long suspense, and besides, in the meantime the question might easily answer itself and become a curse for them all. No, it was clear that they must once and for all establish the fact that Joseph would not come back, that alone could clear their skirts. Their minds were all busy with these thoughts, but Snake and Adder brought to them speech. He combined his own earlier idea of telling the old man that a wild beast had killed Joseph, with Gad's reminder of the kid which Jacob had killed to obtain the blessing, and he said, Hear me, brothers, for I have power to judge and I know what we should do. For we shall take a beast of the flock and cut its throat, and let the blood run out. But in the blood of the beast we shall dip the accursed thing, the coat of many colors, Rachel's bridal garment, that layeth all in rags. Bring we it before Jacob and say to him, This have we found on the ground, torn and covered with blood. Is it not thy son's garment? Then may he draw his conclusion from the state of the garment, and it will be as when a shepherd showeth to the master the remains of the sheep that a lion hath slain. Thus is he cleansed and needeth not to swear himself free from guilt. Hush, muttered Judah, shuddering. For he can hear what you say under the stone and can understand what we shall do. Young Joseph 383. What harm in that? Dan retorted. Shall I whisper and mutter? For his sake? It hath naught to do with his life, it is our affair, but no longer his. Thou forgettest that he is as good as dead and done for. When he hath understood that and also this that I now say with my natural voice, then everything is settled. Never have we been able to speak freely and without caution when he was amongst us, for we well knew that he would tell the father and then we had to pay. But now at last we have him amongst us as our brother, whom we trust and he may hear everything we say. It make me to feel that I should like to throw a kiss to him there in the pit. But what think you all of my idea? They were about to speak, but Joseph lifted up his voice once more, imploring them from the pit not to do it. Brothers, he cried, do not that with the beast and the robe, treat not the father so, for he will not survive it. Ah, I beg you not for myself, for body and soul are broken in me and I lie in the grave. But spare our father and bring him not the bloody garment, it would kill him. Ah, hadst thou heard how he warned me in anxiousness about the lion, when he found me alone by night, and now it will be that a lion hath eaten me. Had you seen the care with which he prepared me for the journey and I indifferently endured his concern. Woe is me, it is most likely unwise that I speak to you of his love of me, but what shall I do, dear brothers, and how counsel myself that I do not vex you? Why after all is my life involved with his, that I cannot adjure you to spare his without begging for envy? Own. Ah, dear brothers, hear my weeping and do no violence to his suffering by showing him the bloody robe, for his gentle soul will bear it not and he will be stricken to the earth. Nay, Reuben said, that is more than I can stand, it is unbearable. He stood up. Let us move farther away, if you like. One cannot talk with him wailing, nor think for his crying out of the depths. Come to the huts. He said it angrily, they might think he had gone pale with rage. But actually his pallor was due to his having agreed in his heart with what the boy had said. He, too, realized that Jacob, at sight of the robe, would literally be struck to the earth. But more than that, Joseph's words had impressed it upon Reuben that the lad, in his hour of need, was mindful of their father and pleaded with the brethren on his behalf and for himself only for the father's sake. But was he perhaps pretending as of old? No, this time it was different. This was another Joseph who cried out from beneath the stone from the one whom he once had shaken by the shoulder to awaken him from vanity and folly. What the shaking had not achieved the fall into the pit had done, Joseph was aroused, he pleaded for the father heart, he mocked no more, but felt distress and remorse. The discovery strengthened big Reuben's vacillating 384 Thomas Mann purpose, while at the same time it made him more acutely sensitive of its helpless and hopeless character. Thence his pallor, as he got up and suggested to them all to go with him away from the place where Joseph was buried. They followed him, they went from thence, to gather up the rags of the bale on the spot of the beating, to bring them to the tents and there to take counsel over Dan's idea. So Joseph was left alone in the pit. His soul was anguished to remain alone in the grave, for some time. He wailed after the brothers and implored them not to leave him. Yet, he scarcely knew what he cried out, his actual thoughts were not with these mechanical and superficial prayers and lamentations but far below them, while lower down again were others yet more real, like their undertones and ground basses, so that the whole was like a moving music, perpendicularly composed, which his spirit was occupied in conducting on all three levels. This preoccupation was what caused him to commit the blunder of telling the brethren that he had only told them comparatively modest dreams, considering those others which he had also dreamed. No one in his right senses could even for a moment think that the remark was calculated to soften their hearts, but an absent and preoccupied mind might have done so, and thus was it with Joseph. Much had gone on within him, even since that astonishing and horrible moment when the brethren fell upon him like wolves and he had looked into their faces distorted by fury and hate, out of the eye which they had not closed at once with their fists. Their faces had been very near to him while they with nails and teeth tore the picture robe from his body frightfully near, and the hatred which he had read therein had been the greatest torture and the main cause of the horror he felt at the onslaught. Certainly he had quaked with fear and wept for pain under their blows, but fear and pain were quite permeated with the pity he felt for the torturing hatred which he read in the mask-like faces, dripping with sweat, that rose and fell and were thrust into his own. But pity for a pain the source of which we must recognize to be ourselves comes close to being remorse. Reuben's intuition had been quite right. This time Joseph had been so rudely shaken that his eyes were opened and he saw what He had done and that he had done it. While he was flung hither and thither among their raging fists, while his robe was torn off, while he lay bound, and during his penitential journey to the well house, amid all his days of horror his thoughts had never once stood still. They had not paused upon the frightful present, but sped back over a past in which all this, hidden to his blissful self-conceit though young Joseph 385, partly and presumptuously known to it, had been preparing itself to, while, my God, the brothers, to what had he brought them? For he did understand that he had brought them to this, through manifold and great mistakes which he had committed in the assumption that every body loved him more than themselves, this assumption which he believed and yet did not actually quite believe, but according to which he had always acted and which had brought him as he now clearly and distinctly recognized to the pit. In the brothers' distort and sweating masks he had read clearly with his one eye that the premise had gone beyond human power and over a long period had strained their souls and given them great suffering, until now at last the final issue had been reached in this end, so frightful for him, and doubtless for them too. Alas, poor brothers! What must they have borne before in desperation they laid hold on the Father's lamb and actually threw it into the pit? Into what a state had they thereby brought themselves to? Say nothing of his own, which was hopeless, as he shudderingly confessed himself. It was not credible that he would hold his tongue if he were restored to his Father. He could never make them believe it. He could not believe it. And so they must leave him in the grave, to perish there. There was nothing else for it. This he saw, yet wonder. Full to say, horror at his own impending fate left him room in his soul for pity for his murderers. We know this to be true. Joseph was quite he admitted it to himself openly and honorably as he sat at the bottom of the well, that the unashamed presumption which had been the guiding principle of his life had been a game in which he himself had not seriously believed nor could have done, that, for one thing, he ought never to have told his brothers his dreams. It had been impossibly and incredibly tactless. He even realized that he had actually known this all the time and yet he had done it. Why? That he did not know. Apparently, that he might be destroyed. But at the bottom of his heart Joseph did not believe it. Privately he was convinced that God looked further than the pit, that he had far-reaching things in mind as usual and had his eye upon some distant purpose, in the service of which he, Joseph, had been made to drive the brethren to the uttermost. They were being sacrificed to the future. And he suffered for them, however badly things went with himself. They would send their father the robe, unhappy men, after they had dipped it in the blood of the kid in lieu of his own, and Jacob would be struck to the earth. At the thought Joseph was moved to start up, to protect his father from the side, with the only result of course, that he felt shooting pains through and through him, sank back in his bonds against the stones of the well, and began once more to weep. 386 Thomas Mann. He had an agony of leisure in which to weep, to feel anguish, remorse, and pity, and despairing of his life, yet in his inmost being, to believe in the wise and healing future purposes of God. For, frightful as it is to think of it, he was to remain 3 days in the pit, 3 days and nights in his bonds, naked and exposed, in dirt and earth, mold, among crawling worms, without bite or sup, without consolation or any reasonable hope of ever reaching the light again. I, who tell it, must take care that I paint it as it was, that I may clear what it meant for Jacob's little son, who had never imagined that fate could be so harsh. How dismally the hours passed, till his scrap of daylight died in the crack between the stones, and a pitying star sent down its diamond ray into the grave. How the pale dawn twice came, abode, and went again. How he constantly peered up in the twilight at the round walls of his house to see whether there were footholds in the broken wall, or crevices made by pushing roots. But his bonds, and the stone well cover, each by itself and certainly together, quenched every hope in the bud. How he twisted himself about in the cords to find an easier posture, which quickly became even worse than the other. How thirst and hunger tortured him, and the emptiness of his stomach gave him burning sensations in his back. How like the sheep he soiled himself with his own filth, and therein nestled and shivered till his teeth shattered. I am greatly concerned to give a lively and exact picture of this all-embracing unpleasantness. At the same time I must be careful to cling to reality and not let my imagination get the upper hand and lose itself in empty emotion. Reality is sober precisely in its character as reality. At grips with the actual and undeniable, driven to an understanding with it, reality insists upon our suiting ourselves to the circumstances and adapting us without loss of time. We are easily persuaded to call a situation unbearable. Our easily aroused humanity protests indignantly, and that probably does the sufferer good, but it becomes a little absurd in the face of the really intolerable. The sympathetic friend's relation to this reality, which is of course not his own, is an unreal and sentimental one. He commits an error of the imagination, for the sufferer, thanks to his suffering, is in a different category. What do we really mean by the unbearable, when there is nothing to be done but bear it so long as we are in our senses? But young Joseph had not been entirely and clearly in his senses for a long time, not since the moment when the brethren had turned into wolves before his eyes. The storm which then broke over him had numbed him very much, affecting those palliations which the unbearable needs in order to be borne. The beatings he had received had dulled his feeling, as had that unbelievable conveyance into the well. His situation was certainly desperate, but at least it had put a period to those frightful shocks and produced a sort of equilibrium. Young Joseph 387. However objectionable his present state, it had the advantage of security. Buried in the womb of the earth, he needed not to fear further violence, and had time to pursue his lobbying thoughts, for these at times almost made him forget his physical sufferings and dangers, and his security, if we may use the word with reference to almost certain death, but whv not, since death is at all times certain, and yet we feel secure. His feeling of security then inclined him to sleep. His exhaustion was so great that it outweighed all else. He fell asleep, and through long stretches of time knew little or nothing of himself. When he roused, his astonishment at the refreshment which the sleep had brought, for food and sleep can for a while replace each other, mingled with a fresh sense of horror that he was still in the pit and still in misery. Even in sleep he did not entirely lose the sense of misery, but its worst rigors did, as it were, manage to relax a little. The bonds were hard, the cramped position still endured, but even they began to relax. On the second and third days the cords had given way a little and yielded to the needs of the poor tortured limbs. I say all this, once more, to confront our sympathy with the solid reality of facts. But on the other hand, if I add that Joseph was of course growing weaker all the time, it will serve to keep our pity from quite dying out, even though I must add that his very weakness was an amelioration to his sufferings. From this point of view one might almost say that the longer his stay in the pit lasted, the more tolerable it was, so that by the end he was scarcely aware of his own misery. but his thoughts worked on and on, the body almost forgotten. It was as though, in the piece of music which we have imagined them to represent, those undertones and basses at the bottom came out stronger and stronger, thanks to that dreamy weakness of his, until at last they almost drowned out the overtones. So long as the brethren were near, the fear of death had been apparent, as expressed in his urgent entreaties and wailings. But now they were gone and the cries had died away. Why was it that Joseph did not shout in hopes of a chance rescue? Because he quite forgot to, absorbed as he was in far other trains of thought, having to do with his abrupt downfall, with the past and its errors, perhaps ordained by God, but not on that account less heavy and grievous. The garment which the brothers had torn off his body partly with their teeth, shocking to say, played a prominent role in his reflections, that he ought not to have spread himself in it before them, nor made his ownership visible to their eyes, above all things that he ought not to have appeared before them in it here and now came over him so forcibly that he could have beat himself on the head but for his bonds. He did so in spirit, but even so he had to confess to himself the futility and curious hypocrisy of the gesture, for now he saw that he had always understood the whole thing and yet had so behaved. 388 Thomas Mann. With amazement he contemplated the riddle of self-destructive arrogance presented to him by his own extraordinary behavior. His wits could not cope with the riddle successfully, nor can anyone's. Perhaps because so much of the incalculable is implicit therein, so much that is contrary to reason and even perhaps wholly. How he had trembled lest Jacob discover the ketone in the bag, trembled, that is, before his own salvation. He had deceived his father, taken advantage of the old man's failing memory, and packed the ketone, but not because he had disagreed with the father as to the effect which the side of the veil would have upon the brothers. He had understood perfectly and had packed it nonetheless. How could he have done so? Again, since he had not forgotten to take care for his own destruction, why had Jacob forgotten to prevent it? Another puzzle. Joseph's desire to smuggle the coat could not have been stronger than the father's loving concern that he should leave it at home. Why had not love and anxiety been strong enough to remind the old man and so to foil Joseph's plan? Joseph had succeeded in beguiling away the rich garment from Jacob's tent. It was partly the effect of the game, partly because Jacob wanted the child to have the robe quite as much as the latter desired it. The consequences followed promptly. Together they had brought the lamp to the pit, and now Jacob would be struck to earth. But after that he might well bethink him of the mistakes of the past, common to them all, just as Joseph was now doing. The boy was honest with himself. He admitted that he had forsworn himself when he said he would say nothing to Jacob if the brothers released him. The promise had been born of fear. Joseph knew that if the old state of things were restored, which with some part of his being he ardently desired, he must unavoidably tell all, and the brethren would suffer the consequences. Restoration was out of the question. But even if it were not, he was in a way at one with the brethren in not wishing for it. He could almost have returned the kiss which Dan had wanted to throw to him in the pit, so much did he feel that for the first time he was really among them as their brother and might hear all that they said, might even hear that about the blood of the kid, which should pass for his blood. It did not matter, since he was as good as dead and buried already. A strong impression had been made upon Joseph by what Dan had said, that they might say what they liked before Joseph, since every word they uttered only heightened the impossibility of his return home, and that it was good to utter them, since each one bound him more firmly to the lower world and made of him more and more a ghost before whom one shudders. Joseph saw in such words the counterpart and inversion of the role which he had played so far in life, that of needing to heed nobody because all the world loved him. Young Joseph 389. More than they did themselves. For it was come to this, that no one heeded him at all. The thought conditioned those undertones and bases of his composition, and the weaker he became, the more did they sonorously predominate over the overtones. But they had begun to play even earlier, at the moment when the undreamed of became reality, when his provocative conduct had called down punishment and he was tossed to and fro like a toy amongst the brethren, and they had torn the picture robe with their nails and teeth. From that moment on, then, they had been vocal. In the midst of that hail of horrifying blows his ear had in good part hearkened to them. It would be wrong to suppose that under such deadly serious circumstances Joseph had stopped playing and dreaming, if one may still speak of his activity as playing and dreaming. In this connection, he was a true son of Jacob, the man of thoughts and dreams and mystical lore, who always understood what happened to him, who in all earthly events looked up to the stars and always linked his life to God's. Granted that Joseph's way of dignifying his life by attaching it to the higher law and reality was not the same as Jacob's, less spiritual, more shrewdly calculating, yet he seriously held that a life and activity without the hallmark of higher reality, which does not base upon the traditionally sacred and support itself thereupon, nor is able to mirror itself in anything heavenly and recognize itself therein, is no life or activity at all. He was convinced that nothing in the lower world would know how to happen or be thought of without its starry prototype and counterpart, and the great certainty guiding his life was belief in the unity of the dual, in the fact of the revolving sphere, the exchangeability of above and below, one turning into the other, and gods becoming men and men gods. Not for nothing was he the pupil of old Eliezer, who knew how to say I in such an ample way that Joseph's eyes grew dim with musing as he beheld him. The transparency of being, the characteristic recurrence of the prototype, this fundamental creed was in his flesh and blood too, and all spiritual dignity and significance seemed to him bound up with awareness of it. That was as it should be. What was after all not quite as it should be, but seemed more like a irate deviation from the significant and admirable type, was Joseph's inclination to draw advantage from the general prepossession in his favor and consciously to impose himself upon those about him. From the first moment on he was aware of all this. Incredible as it may seem, in the thick of the turmoil, in the acutest moment of fear and danger of death, he had kept his mental eye open to realities. Not that fear and danger grew less thereby, but he actually experienced a sort of joy as well, the pleasure of enlightenment, almost like the relief which laughter brings, had illuminated the dark terror in his soul. Thomas Mann. My coat, he had cried out in the anguish of his concern, tear it not, I pray you. Yes, they had rent it in pieces and torn it off hm. That was his mother's robe, and that belonged also to her son, so that they wore it by turns and became one, and God and Goddess by its means. Mercilessly had the brethren unveiled him, as love unveils the bride in the bedchamber. Thus had their fury done to him, and they had known him naked, so that his frame quivered with the deathly shame. In his mind thoughts of unveiling and of death dwelt close together. How could he then have helped holding the rags of the garment round him in his fright, begging them to tear it no further? Yet no more could he have helped being filled with the joy of standing, coming to him through association of thought, through the conviction of repetition and realization. No danger of the flesh and the soul could prevent the concentration of his spirit upon the wealth of illusion by which the event proclaimed itself as higher reality, as a transparency of the ancient pattern, as the uppermost turning on, dermost, in short, as written in the stars. And his concentration was very natural, as the illusions all had to do with being and selfhood, with the vista of his ego which he had opened to Reuben a little time ago to the latter's amaze and which now was growing brighter and brighter. He had wept and wailed when big Reuben had given his voice that they should throw him into the pit, yet at the same time his reason had laughed as at a joke. The word used was so laden with allusions, for the brothers had said, and the monosyllable was a babble of various interpretations. It meant not only well, but prison. Not only prison, but the underworld, the kingdom of the dead, so that prison and the underworld were one and the same thought, one being only a word for the other. Again, the well, in its property as entrance to the underworld, likewise the round stone which covered it, signified death, for the stone covered the round opening as the shadow covers the dark moon. In Joseph's mind the primeval prototype of the death of the planet peeped through the present event. The dead moon, which is invisible for 3 days until its new birth, means the death of the gods of light, who must for a time descend to the underworld. When the horror happened and the brothers hoisted him onto the edge of the well and on the margin of the pit, so that he must descend below the daylight with all the caution he could muster, then his quick mind had clearly understood the allegory of the star which one evening is a woman and in the morning a man, and which sinks into the well of the abyss as evening star. It was the abyss into which the true sun descends, he who is one with the mother and wears the robe by turns with her. It was the nether earthly sheepfold, Atra, the kingdom of the dead, where the son becomes the Lord, the shepherd, the sacrifice, the mangled God. Mangled. They had torn only his lips and his skin here and there. Young Joseph 39 But the robe they had torn off and rent with nails and teeth, those red murderers and conspirators, his brothers, and they would dip it in the blood of a kid, which should pass for his blood, and they would bring it before the Father. God demanded from the Father the sacrifice of the Son, for the soft-hearted one, who shuddering had confessed that he could not do it. Poor man, he would have to do it. And it was like God that he paid little heed to what man thinks he can do. Here Joseph wept in his transparent misery, presided over by his understanding. He wept over poor Jacob, who would have to summon his endurance, and over the brethren's confidence in his death. He wept for weakness and giddiness from the exhalations of the well. But the more lamentable his situation became in the course of the 72 hours which he spent here below, the more clearly the undertones of his thoughts came out, the more deceptively his press and mirrored itself in its heavenly prototype, so that by the end he no longer distinguished the heavenly from the earthly at all, and in the dreamy self-satisfaction of death saw only the unity of the doubly. We may with justice regard that as a device of nature to tide him over the unbearable. For the natural hope, to which life clings up to the last, needs a reasonable justification, and Joseph found it in this identification. Indeed, it extended beyond his life, his hope that he would not finally perish but somehow be saved out of the pit. For, literally speaking, he gave himself up for dead. There was the breath, Ren's confidence, there was the bloody robe, which Jacob should receive. The pit was deep, and return to his former life was inconceivable. A thought as monstrous as that the evening star might return out of the abyss wherein it was sunk, and the shadow be withdrawn from the dark moon, that it should again be full. But the conception of the death of the planet, the darkening and setting of the sun, whose habitation becomes the lower world, included likewise the idea of reappearance, new light, resurrection. And therein Joseph's natural hope that he might live justified itself by faith. It was not a hope that he might return out of the grave into his former life, yet by its means the grave was defeated. Joseph cherished it not only for itself and for its own sake, but for the poor old man at home, whom he had brought down into the pit together with himself and who would be stricken to the earth. It would probably be after the son's death that Jacob would receive the bloody robe. But if only the father could have faith beyond death according to the ancient hope, then, thought Joseph, in the grave, the blood of the beast would be taken as once it had been, for the blood of the son. 392. Chapter 6. The stone before the grave. The Ishmaelites. Men came from Gilead, from the east and beyond the river, rocking along on their camels, 4 or 5, with a few extra pack animals, laden with wares, and with slaves and camel boys bringing their number, for up to 8 or 10. They were traveling merchants, at home and they're here nor in the place whence they came, strange men, very brown of face and hands, with felt circlets round their headcloths, each wrapped in a burnous with diagonal stripes. They had sharp eyes, showing the whites as they rolled them observantly round. One of their number, who rode at the head of the train, was of dignified age. A thick-lipped boy in a white cotton garment led his animal on a long rein, while the master sat in the high saddle, his head concealed erringly on one side, with his hands, wrapped in his mantle, resting on the saddle bow. It was clear that he was the head of the party. The others were his nephew, son-in-law, and sons. What manner of men were these? That can be told in general, and also with some precision. They lived in the south of the Edom Seir country, at the edge of the Arabian desert, on the Egyptian side. Their domain, which was a passage and crossing into the land of mud, was called Mizraim, another name for Egypt. But it was also called Mari, in another dialect Mosar, or even Midian, after the son of Abram and Keturah. It was a colony of the people of Adon, farther south, near the land of incense, who traded between Arabia and the kingdom of beasts and of the dead. They had fixed market in west Canaan and the land of the 2 rivers, and at Adezri, went to and fro with wares between the peoples, and convoyed all the state and royal caravans between one country and another. In other words, our travelers were Adonites from Mayan, or means, called Midianites. But since one scarcely distinguished between Adidon and Adadian, Abraham's sons by his desert concubine Keturah, they might be called Menanim as well as Adidianites. It made no difference to them, even if you gave them the generic name of all desert folk, taking not Keturah but Hagar the Egyptian as therefore. Young Joseph 393. Mother and simply called them Ishmaelites. They had no objection either. It was of no importance to them what people called them and who they were. The main point for them was that they existed and could trade to and fro on the trade routes. Indeed, there was some reason to call the old man and his companions Ishmaelites, for as men of Mari they were half Egyptian, as had been the fiery and beautiful youth named Ishmael. You might, loosely speaking, say that they were descended from him. This was no royal or state caravan coming on from the east by no means. They were private travelers, bound on their own busy Ness, and without ostentation. They had been marketing their wares. On the hither side of the Jordan, at the fairs which were held on feast days. They sold Egyptian linens, coarse and fine, also pretty glass. Trifles of various kinds, taking in exchange, with a good profit to themselves, all sorts of sweetmeats, balsams, incense, and gums. And, if on this side of the river they managed to acquire some of the tip products, such as honey and mustard, a camel load of pistachios, and almonds, they would be well content. As for their route, they were as yet undecided, whether to follow the road running north and south which ran along the crest of the mountain and would take them by way of Jerusalem and Hebron to Gaza by the sea, or whether they would do better first to keep to the north and east and then by way of the Megiddo plain reach the coast and follow along it to their country, which was a passage and a crossing into the land of Egypt. It was past midday when they entered the valley, the old man in the lead, the others behind him in a row. They intended to see whether the people of Dothan were holding a fair where they could do business. They let their animals pace along on low ground which fell away into a mossy slope, and their quick eyes spied below them the ruined steps and the masonry among the thickets. The old man, crooking his neck, saw it first. He pointed it out to the others, made them stop, and sent down the youth in the cap to spy out the place. For travelers such as these are explorers and inquisitive by nature and must see all there is to see. The boy was not gone long. He simply jumped down and sprang up again and announced with his thick lips that a covered well was below. You. If it be covered and hidden, said the old man shrewdly, then it will be worth looking into. The people of the land hereabouts are jealous and stingy. I think it is possible that the well hath water of unusual coolness and freshness. We can use it and take our vessels full. I see nobody who could hinder us. Moreover, why are we called Ishmaelites if we may not take what we can in defiance of their jealousy? Take a skin and some bottles and let us go down. 394 Thomas Mann. They did as he bade them, for he was their leader. They made their animals lie down, untied the vessels, and climbed down into the well chamber, uncle, nephew, son-in-law, and sons, with some of the slaves. They soon saw that the well had no bucket and no windlass. But that was no matter. They would let down a leather bottle and fill it with the jealously guarded water. The old man sat down on a fallen quarry stone, settled his clothing, and motioned with his dark-skinned hand that they should roll away the stone from the hole. The stone was broken into. This well, the old man said, is covered indeed, and hidden, but also it is in a very bad state. The children of the land seem jealous, but likewise heedless. Meanwhile I will cherish no doubts of the goodness of the water. That would be premature. Good, one half of the stone is rolled aside. Seize me now the other with your young arms and lay it down beside its moss-grown sister on the flags. So doth now the round of the water within laugh in its purity and is the mirror clear. They stood close to the well, on the low ledge that ran round it, and bent over the depths. The well is dry, said the son-in-law, still looking without turning his head toward the old man. As he said it they all pricked up their ears. A wailing rose out of the depths. It cannot be that the wailing cometh out of this hole, said the old man. I trust not my ears. Let us be still and silent and hearken if perchance we may hear it again. It wailed once more. Now am I forced to trust my ears, the elder said. He stood up and mounted the step, shoving those aside with his arms who were in his way, and in his turn looked into the depths. The others waited courteously for his verdict, but his sight was already dim and he saw naught. Dost thou see anything, Mipsam, my son-in-law? He asked. The son-in-law permitted himself to answer, I see a white thing on the ground that moveth and seemeth like a being, and a living thing. Kedar and Kedma, the sons, confirmed his words. It is amazing, said the old man. I confide in your sharp eyes and will call to see if it will answer. Halloo, he called down the well in his ancient high-pitched voice. Who or what is it moaneth in this well? Is that place native to thee or wouldst thou be elsewhere? They listened. There was a little pause. Then they heard faint and far away. Mother, save thy son. At once they were all excitement. Up. No delay, the elder cried. Bring a rope, that we may. Young Joseph 395. Throw it down and draw the creature up to daylight, for plainly that a boat is not native to him. Here is no mother, he shouted down. But we are pious people up here who desire to save thee if it is thy wish. See now, he turned to his men, what one may come upon on a journey. But this is more extraordinary than aught I have met between the two rivers. Was it not shrewdly done, to spy out this hidden and covered well? And was it not I who proposed it? Men of small courage might falter or take to their heels. I can see in your faces that the thought has entered your minds, for it is uncanny to be spoken to thus, out of the depths, and it is very possible that that which speaks is the genius of the abandoned well or some spirit of the abyss. But we must look at the matter on its practical side and meet the situation with all our energy, for the wailing from below indicateth extreme need. Where is the rope? He bent and called. Into the pit. Canst thou seize a rope which we will throw and tie it round thee that we may draw thee up? Again there was a pause before answer came. Faintly it sounded. I lie in bonds. The old man had put his hands to his ears, but the others had to repeat to him what the voice had said. You hear, he said then. In bonds it lieth. It both heighteneth his need and make harder our task. One of you must go down into the hole to loose the creature's bonds. Where is the rope? We have it. Mipsam, my son-in-law, I appoint thee to go down. Thou shalt be well attached to the rope, and it shall be like an arm which we stretch down into the depths and draw it up again with the bundle in it. So soon as thou hast it fast, thou must call out, and with our united powers we shall draw thee and our booty up to us again. Mipsam declared himself ready, for good or for ill. He was a young man with a short face, a rather long, flat nose, and prominent eyes, whose whites gleamed in the darkness of his face. He took the head cloth from his curly hair, laid off his burnous, and lifted his arms to let himself be wound round with the rope. It was no hempen rope, but a cord of Egyptian papyrus, wonderfully softened, pounded, and smoothed, practically unbreakable. He knew its quality well, for the men carried several bales of it to sell. Soon son-in-law was tied and harnessed, ready to swing down. They all took part in winding him up, Ephor, the old man's nephew, the sons, and the slaves. Then Mipsam sat down on the edge of the well, let go his hold, and dropped into the empty depths, while those at the rope braced their legs and passed it in little jerks through the hands. It soon slackened. Mipsam was on the ground. They could relax their legs and go to peer into the well. They could just hear his voice speaking to the creature down there, panting as he lifted him to attach the rope. Haul up, he cried then. They hauled away. 39-carat Thomas Mann. On the double burden, shouting in unison, while the old man stood by directing them with gestures. Up came the son-in-law above the ruin, bearing in his arms the inhabitant of the well. Great was the amazement of the merchants when they saw the teared boy. They lifted eyes and hands to heaven, shook their heads, and clacked with their tongues. They rested their hands on their knees to look at their prize as he sat on the step leaning against the well, with hanging head, in his bonds, spreading abroad a moldy air. He wore an amulet on a bronze cord round his neck and a ring with a lucky stone on his finger, but nothing else at all. His wounds were closed over and nearly healed by this time, and the bump on his eye so far reduced that he could open it. Now and then he did, though. Mostly he had kept both eyes shut. Now, however, he feebly lifted the long lashed lids and looked upwards pathetically but with interest at his rescuers. He even smiled over their astonishment. Merciful Mother of God, the old man said. What have we fished up out of the depths? Is he not like the spirit of the abandoned? Well, miserable, wretched, and half dead, when the water receded and left him stranded? But let us abide by the common sense side of the affair and the needs of this creature we have found. For from the practical point of view he seems to me to be a boy of good quality, if not of the best, and fallen into bad luck I know not how. Look well at these eyelashes and the delicate growth of the limbs, however befouled they are and stinking from the pit. Kedar and Kedma. Shame upon you for holding your noses, for sometimes he openeth his eyes. Loose him first from his fetters, cut them through. Now, bring milk to refresh him. Wilt thy tongue obey thee, my son, to make us know who thou art? Joseph might have found words, despite his feebleness. But he had no wish to speak, nor any thought of uncovering the family quarrel. To these Ishmaelites it was no affair of theirs. Therefore he only looked dyingly at the old man and smiled piteously as with his freed hand he made a gesture of negation before his lips. He received milk, and drank it out of a pot which a slave held for him, for his arms were lame from the bonds. He drank so greedily that a good part of the milk dribbled out of his mouth again directly he had done, as though he were a suckling. When the old man, upon this, asked him how long he had been in the pit, he stretched out 3 fingers in sim. That it had been 3 days, which the Mintines found very significant and thrilling in view of the 3 dark days of the moon. When they asked how he got into the pit, in other words, who had thrown him in, he confined his answer to a gesture and motioned with his forehead upwards, so that one could not tell whether men had done so to him or heavenly powers been in play. But when they asked him, young Joseph 397, again who he was, he whispered, your servant, and collapsed, so that they were none the wiser. Our servant, repeated the elder. Well, in so far as he is a foundling and without us would not have had breath for his nostrils. I know not what you think, but so much I see, there is a mystery here. For many such there are in the world, as sometimes on journeys one discovereth to one's great amaze. Naught remaineth to us to do but to take this creature with us, for here can we not leave him, nor yet here build huts until he get his strength. I find, he added, that this lad from the well touched my heart in some way, I know not how. For it is not pity alone nor the mystery about him, but about every human being there is an encircling ring, which is not his own flesh, but yet of his flesh, and light or dark as the case may be. Old experience eyes perceive it better than young heedless ones, who look in deed, but do not see. Now as I look fixedly at this foundling his aura seemeth to me strikingly light, and I conceive that he is the sort of find which one doth not throw away. I can read tablets and write cuneiform, said Joseph, lifting himself a little. Then he fell back again. You hear, asked the elder, after he had had Joseph's words repeated to him. He can write and is well brought up. Then is he worth finding, as I said, and not made to be left lying. We will take him with us, for, thanks to my inspiration which led me to look into the well, nobody can say us nay or call us robbers because we exercise a finder's right and do not trouble over much to ask after those who threw away or heedlessly lost what we have found. If the owners turn up we have a right to reward and ransom, and it look as though we shall make something either way. Come, put this mantle upon him, for he came naked and foul out of the depth as from the body of his mother and is as it were twice born. The old man pointed to the mantle which son-in-law Mipsam had thrown down. Its owner grumbled against handing it over to the boy from the well, that he might pollute it. But grumbling was of no avail. He yielded to the old man's will, and 2 slaves bore the child in the mantle to the camels, where he was mounted with Kedma, one of the sons, a youth with severe and regular features and a lofty ridge of the head, so that he looked down upon all things underneath. Drooping lids round his head, atop the white headcloth, he wore a black felt ring. At the old man's bidding Kedma took Joseph before him on the saddle, and the train got under way, taking the road to Dothan, for it might be market day there. 398 Thomas Mann. Of Reuben's plan. All this time the sons of Jacob were very ill at ease. They were in no wise happier than when the thorn had sat in their flesh and they had stumbled about in the broom hot with their shame. Now the thorn had been pulled out, but the wound was unhealed. It kept on rankling, as though the thorn had been a poisoned one. They had washed out their shame, but it would be too much to say that their sleep tasted better than before. They did not say so, they kept quiet about it. In fact, in these days they were silent altogether, spoke only when necessary and then grudgingly and between their teeth. They did not meet each other's eyes, but looked anywhere and everywhere, only not in one another's faces when they had to speak. The result was that nobody felt settled about any arrangement, since bargains, struck only by word of mouth and not also with the eyes always, seemed to lack validity. But they did not even care, apparently, whether they were valid or not. Sometimes one or other let fall comments like, all very well or so far, so good, or even if that were all, which were but gloomy allusions to the thing which stood in the background of all their thoughts and which, not being settled, but very far from it, made worthless every word they uttered. However, this would have to come to an end sometime and somehow, however long, lingering, and disgusting the process, that slow perishing and dying down in the depths, though nobody could say how long it would take. On the one hand they would have liked to hasten the process, on the other they would gladly have slowed it down, on the chance of some less ugly termination, though they could not imagine what that should be. I have repeatedly warned my readers against taking these sons of Jacob for particularly hardened ruffians and withdrawing all sympathy from them. Even the most partisan weakness for Joseph, a centuries-old weakness from which I strive to be free, should remember that such a judgment would be very one-sided, and that Joseph himself would not concur in it. For the truth is that they had all of them stumbled unawares into the mess they were in, and would much rather be quit of it. More than once in these dreadful days they wished that they had finished with the business at once, and grumbled at Reuben, who had prevented them. But these dismal regrets were only a consequence of the tight place they were in. They felt put in a corner and checkmated, in a situation such as life will often confront us with, and for which a game of chess furnishes a good analogy. Big Reuben was by no means alone in the wish to save Rachel's child alive out of the grave. Indeed, hardly one among the brethren, young Joseph 399, but would start up every few hours under the spur of such a wish. But then would come the question, was it possible? Alas, no, it was not. The hasty resolve died down, being defeated by the relentless claims of reason. Suppose they were to rescue the dreamer just in time to save him, what could they do with him? It was a blank wall. There was no way out, he must stop where he was. They had not only thrown him in every other way as well, they had consigned him to the tomb and taken every precaution against his rising from it. He was logically dead, their part was to do nothing but wait on till he was actually so, an unnerving program and without a time limit. For these poor souls knew nothing of 3 days. On the contrary, they knew of people who got lost in the desert and spent twice 7 days without food or drink before they were found. It was good to know this, for it gave some room for hope. And it was dreadful to know it, since the hope was a mad and impossible one. Not often have men been in such a tight place, to think only of Joseph's sufferings in these 3 days would be to give way to prejudice in his favor. These tormented souls were sitting one afternoon beneath the red trunk trees, on the spot where they had beaten Joseph and where, a little earlier, they had talked of Lantek, that primitive hero, and blushed in their shame that they were not as he. Only 8 of them were there. Naphtali the runner was about somewhere in the neighborhood seeking to hear new things and report them from place to place, and Reuben had been missing since early morning. He had mumbled something about going up to Dothan to buy spiced wine and breadfruit in exchange for some of their own wares. The others had approved of Reuben's going, on account of what he would bring back. They were unwontedly eager to comfort themselves and blur their understandings with some of the myrrh wine which was made at Dothan. But the real truth was that Reuben had left them being bent on quite other activity and had only told them about the wine to make them approve his going. Tossing sleepless the night before, Big Reuben's resolve had come to maturity. He would deceive the brethren and save the boy. 3 days he had held out and left Jacob's lamb to perish in the well. He could endure no more. God grant it was not too late. He would steal away and with his own hand free him, whom they had consigned to the grave. He would take him by the hand and lead him back to their father and speak to him. I am unstably as water, and sin is not far from me. But lo, here I have flowed to good purpose, for I bring thee thy lamb, which they would have rent. Is my sin thereby blotted out, and am I again the firstborn? Reuben tossed no longer, but lay open-eyed and motionless the rest of the night and made detailed plans for the rescue and the flight. 400 Thomas Mann. It would not be too easy. The boy was bound hand and foot and would be very weak. He would not be able to grasp the rope which Reuben would throw to him. A cord would not do. There must be a strong hook on it to catch the knotted rope in order to haul up the prize. Perhaps a web of cords would be better, a net to take his fish in, or even a board among the cords, on which the boy, clumsy in his bonds as he was, could sit and be drawn up over the edge. Reuben went over all the necessary preparations and equipment, including his own clothes, which he would have ready for the naked lad. He chose in his mind the stout ass which he would drive to Dothan with wool and cheeses, and then ride, with the boy before him and in the shelter of darkness, the 5 days' journey to Hebron, to the father. Big Reuben's heart was full of eager joy, only dampened somewhat by the fear lest Joseph might not survive until dark of the 3rd day. When he took leave of his brethren that morning, he had ado to speak and act with the dour ill temper which had become their set fled mood. The sail, 8 of them, then, sat beneath the spreading branches of the pines, and gazed gloomily into space in the direction whence the shining had come and that wandering will-o'-the-wisp that had so dazed their senses and lured them to their present pass. As they looked they saw their brother Naphtali, Bilhah's son, come running among the shrub berry on their right. He came on with great leaps of his long sinewy legs, and they could tell even at this distance that he was bringing them news. They cared but little for it, however. Brothers, children, friends, he unfolded, I bring you news. A train of Ishmaelites is riding from Gilead, their noses directed hither wards, and must soon be here and pass by 3 stones cast from where you sit. They seem friendly even, with bales of goods, and trade with them would be possible if we were to call to them. They hearkened, then turned their heads listlessly away. It is so far good, said one. Good, Naphtali, we thank thee for the news. If that were all, another added, sighing. Then they were quiet, tortured with irritation and feeling no desire for trade. Yet after a while they became restless, fidgeted to and fro, and stared about them. And when Jehudah, for it was he, lifted up his voice and addressed them, they all started and turned toward him. Speak, Judah, for we hearken. And Judah spoke. Sons of Jacob, I have somewhat to ask you, and it is this, of what profit is it to us that we slay our brother and hide his blood? I answer, for you all, no profit whatever. It was utterly weak and contemptible that we threw him in the pit and persuaded ourselves that his young Joseph 401 blood was spared thereby, that we might eat by the well, for to shed it we were all afraid. But do I blame our fear? Nay, yet I blame that we lied to ourselves over it and made distinctions like doing and penning, hiding ourselves behind them, yet standing naked and bare, for that they are but wind. We lusted to be like Lamech in the song, and slay the young man for our hurt. But our customs are not those of the ancient time and of heroic mold. Somewhat we must yield to the present, and lo, instead of killing the youth we could only let him die. Fie upon us, for it was but a bastard thought, begot of the ancient saga and the modern customs. Therefore I say to you, since we did not know how to do like unto Lamech and had to yield somewhat to the conditions as they exist, let us then be honest to conform to them altogether, and let us sell our brother to these Ishmaelites. A stone fell from all their hearts, for Judah had spoken after their thoughts. Now were their eyes entirely open, which indeed had already begun to blink at the light as they considered the news brought by Naphtali. Here was a way, simple and clear, out of their passing. It was the way of Naphtali's Ishmaelites, coming God knew whence and passing into the immensity, the misty distance whence there was as little return as from the grave. They could not have lifted up the boy, however much they had wished, and suddenly now they could, for he should be delivered to these oncoming ones of the desert, and with them should depart out of sight and knowledge as the failing star and its trail quench in nothingness together. Even Simeon and Levi, seeing that heroic methods were out of fashion, found nothing to object to in the plan. They all broke out together in eager, low-toned haste, saying, Yeah, 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 yeah. Thou sayest it, Judah, thou hast spoken most excellently. To the Ishmaelites, sell him, for that is the way out, thus are we freed and our troubles at an end. Bring Joseph here. Up, and raise him out of the well, for they are coming, and it is still conceivable that he liveth. A man may live 12 or 14 days. So experienced he at hate. Some to the well straightway, while the others. But lo, even as they spoke, here came the Ishmaelites. The four most appeared 3 stones throw away, an old man with his hands wrapped in his mantle, and his camel led by a boy. Behind him in single file came the others, riders, pack camels, and drovers, no very stately train. These traders seemed not to be very rich, 2 even sat on one camel. They moved like shadows tranquilly across the scene, their eye directed upon Dothan's hill. It was too late to fetch Joseph. Too late for the moment. But Judah was firmly resolved, and the others as well, not to lose the opportunity, but to clutch it by the forelock and attach the boy to 402 Thomas Mann. These Ishmaelites that they should take him out of sight and sound, and so set the brethren free, for the situation was no longer endurable. The ancestor of these travelers had he not been sent by Abraham, with Hagar into the desert, because he had sported in an underworldly manner with Isaac, the son of the true wife? With Ishmael's sons should Joseph be put off into the desert. The situation had roots, it had been once, and it recurred. New, if you like. A really original contribution, was the idea of the sale. But even so, it has for thousands of years been booked too high on the debit side of the brethren's account. To sell a man, to sell one's own brother. But after all it is sentimental to judge without soberly taking into account the customs of the time and the country, which deprive the sale of almost all its unique and dubious character. A needy man sold his sons, and surely the brethren were in sore need. Fathers sold their daughters in marriage. The 8 now sitting here would never have drawn breath or been sitting there at all if Jacob had not bought their mothers from Laban with 14 years' toil. It was a bit awkward, after all, that the merchandise was not at hand, but stored, so to speak, in a pit in the field. But it could be fetched at the right moment, and the first thing was to accost the strangers and try if they had desire to buy. Therefore the 8 set their hands to their lips and cried out abroad, Halloo, men and strangers, whence come ye and whither go? Stay a little, for here are shade trees and folk with whom to talk. The sound travelled across and found hearing from the merchants. They turned their eyes from the hill of Dothan and their heads toward those who called. The leader nodded, gestured, and turned aside to visit these natives, who had got up and greeted the travelers, putting their fingers under their eyes in token that they were glad to see the guests. The brethren touched brow and breast to indicate that here as there all was in readiness to receive them. The boys ran, flourishing their switches, among the camels and making clucking sounds to induce them to kneel and lie down. The riders dismounted, went through the formalities of greeting, and sat down together. The brothers remained where they were, with the strangers opposite. The old man held the middle place, right and left of him the row of his companions, sons, nephew, and son-in-law. The retinue kept far their back, but between it and the heads of the party, behind the strangers, and in a space directly between the master and one of his sons, sat a figure with a cloak drawn over his head and before his face, so that only a gap of forehead showed. Why were the brothers impelled, during the preliminary exchange of courtesies, to keep looking at the shrouded figure in the second row? The question answers itself. The silence of the isolated figure. Young Joseph 403 involuntarily drew all eyes upon it. Everyone would have done as the brethren did, for who wraps himself up to the eyes in fine weather as though a dust spirit were approaching? The brothers were not at their ease, they were distracted. Not on account of that solely. Terry figure at best knew why it shunned the light, and might keep the knowledge to itself. No, it was because the merchandise they had to sell ought to be fetched, and it would have been well if some of them, 2 or 3, had got up and gone to take it from where it was kept, and some would freshen it up before offering it for sale, as they had arranged in whispers to do, while the company was approaching. Why did they not go? Probably because it had not been decided who should go. But they might have decided among themselves. Perhaps they feared to seem rude. But they could have made some excuse. Dan, Zebulun, Issachar, for instance, what held them glued to their places, staring distracted at the figure in the space behind the merchant and his son? Each side gave account of itself, with phrases in which boasting and self-depreciation were equally balanced. Jehudah stated that he and his were simple shepherd folk, scum of the earth, compared with the Lord sitting before them, and sons of an exceeding rich man in the south, a real king of the flocks, and prince of God. Some of his countless possessions were pastured in this valley, a small part only, though more than the eye could take in. The rest were at Hebron, and there too the country was too small to hold them. With whom, then, had they, in their unworthiness, to do? The old man answered to all this that if one were to turn away his eyes from so much splendor and cast them upon himself and his troop, one would see scarcely anything, first because their eyes had been dazzled, but secondly because there was not much to see. They were, indeed, sons of the great kingdom of Mann in the continent of Arabia, and dwelt in the land of Mozar or Midian. Thus they were Midianites, or, if you liked, Medanites, or, more simply still, Ishmaelites. It mattered not how they were called, since they were too worth less to merit a name. They had equipped caravans which more than once had gone to the ends of the earth. They traded to and fro amongst kingdoms, convoying treasures worth a king's ransom, the gold of Ophir and the balsams of Punt. From the kings they asked royal prices, but amongst friends they were cheap. Their camels were laden with sheets of milk-white tragacanth, of exquisite tour, such as had never been seen in this valley, and frankincense, which would tempt the noses of the gods, so that no one once smelling it would smell any other. So much for the insignificance of the guests. The brothers kissed their fingertips and sketched a contact between the earth and their foreheads. 404 Thomas Mann. This land of Mosar, or Mayan land, Jehudah inquired, is it very far away indeed, in dim and misty distance? Very far in space and thus also in time, certainly, the old man agreed. 17 days distant, asked Jehudah. 7 times 17, responded the elder. Even at that its remoteness was only approximately indicated. In motion as in rest. For rest, too, belongs to travel. One must patiently leave it to time to overcome space. Some time or other, in the end unexpectedly time would bring that about. Then one might say, Judah ventured to think, that these regions of Their destination lay beyond our ken, God knew how far enemy is. Urable space? One might so express oneself, assented the old man, if one had never traversed the distance in question and was not used to league himself with time against space, but rather to take no advantage of time for that end. If one was at home in that distance, one naturally thought about it in less fantastic terms. He and his, Judah said, were shepherds and not traveling mere chance. But if he might say so, the latter were not unique in their understanding of the patient pact with time against space. Shepherds, too, were travelers. They had to seek new pastures and wells and to rove and wander even as the lord of the road, in this respect being carried. Unlike the peasant of the fields, the settled sons of Baal, their father, the king of the flocks, dwelt, as he had said, 5 days' journey southwards, and this distance, however insignificant compared with a stretch of 7 times 17 days, they had often traversed to and fro, so that they knew by heart every boundary stone, well, and tree that was in it, and nothing on the way surprised them. As for travel and the conquest of space, of course they could not compete with merchants from the dim and remote distance, yet even as boys, they had come from the land of the rivers in the far east, where once their father had laid the foundation of his riches, and come into this land, and dwelt in the vale of Shechem, where indeed their father had built a well 14 ells deep and very broad, because the children of the city had been jealous over the existing water supply. May they be punished unto the 4th generation, said the old man. It was lucky that the children of the land had not also seized on the well of the speaker's father and zealously filled it up so that it would have become dry, he added. 2 could play at that game, responded the 9. They had in the end been able to leave the Shechemites with a bitter taste in their mouths. Were they then, the old man asked, such mighty heroes, so cruel and implacable in their wrath? Young Joseph 405. Shepherds they were, was the answer, accustomed to bear arms, to battle with bandits and beasts of prey, and not to give ground in disputes over pasture and well. But as for distance, and stout-hearted ness on the way, Judah went on, after the old man had paid homage to their virility. Their ancestors seemed to have had wandering in the blood. He came from Ur, in the land of the Chaldees, and had migrated into these valleys, which he had measured across and across, unable to settle down. If one reckoned up all his wanderings, the sum would probably come to 7 times 17 days. But once he had sent his oldest servant on a journey with 10 camels toward Naharaim, that was Shinar, to woo a bride for his miraculous late born and rescued son, and the servant had fared so briskly that it was scarce exaggeration to say that the earth had sprung to meet him. And at a well in the field he had found the bride and recognized her, because that she gave him water with her own hand and had also given his 10 camels to drink. All this traveling and conquest of space had been in their family, not to speak of its father and lord, who already as a dowdy youth had left home and gone into Chalja. Some 17 days and more. There he had come on a well. Pardon, said the old man, as he stretched his hand out of his cloak and stopped the speech. Pardon, my good friend and Shep. Heard, if thy elder servant make some comment on thy words. When I list to thee and hear thee tell of thy tribe and its history, it seemeth to me that in it the well hath played a role as important as all your experience in moving and wandering. How so? Asked Judah, and stiffened his back. All the brothers did the same. Thus, replied the elder. Thou speakest, and every second the word well striketh on mine ear. You change well and pasture. You have the wells of the country by heart. Your father hath built a well very deep and broad. Your grandfather's oldest slave would at the well. Your father too, as it seems. Mine ears are buzzing with all these wells. My lord merchant, answered Judah, standing very stiff and erect, meaneth to say that my words are monotonous and droning. That is grievous to hear. We brothers are herdsmen, not spinners of tales by the we, not liemongers of the marketplace, who have learned it and do it after their art, for hire. We speak and tell as we think, without artifice or skill. But indeed I would ask how one could tell of the life of man, for instance the life of shepherds, and not talk of travel and therewith of wells, without which there cannot be any coming and going. Very true, the old man interrupted. My friend, the son of the king of the flocks, answereth me most aptly. What a part doth not the well play in the life of man, and how many tales and sayings are 406 Thomas Mann. Hound up with them, even in the mind of your ancient servant, whether they hold standing or living water, or are dry and choked with refuse. But indeed mine hearing, which is somewhat dull from age, had not been so receptive for the word were it not for a strange matter we have encountered on our travels, which I reckon amongst the most astonishing within my memory. I trust that of your good ness you will give me advice and enlighten me concerning it. The brothers started bolt upright once more, their backs were quite hollow, their eyes stared unwinkingly. Is there not perchance, asked the old man, in the country here, abouts where you pasture, a child missing, so that it cannot be found at its home, but hath been stolen or carried away or indeed devoured by a lion or other beast of prey, because it hath not come home for 3 days? No, answered the brethren. Not that they knew of. Then who is this? Said the old man. He reached behind him and jerked Joseph's mantle from off his head. There he sat, behind and between the men, in a nest of falling folds, his eyes modestly cast down. His face looked rather as it had on the day in the field when he sat in his father's lap and related his shameless dream of the stars. At least it reminded the brethren of that. Several of them had leaped to their feet on recognizing the figure, but they all sat down again at once. Oh, thou meantest him, said Dan, seeing that it was time for him to display his snake and adder-like gifts, when thou spakest of the well and of lost people? Nobody else? Well, thou hast made a great find. That is a slave, a nobody's son, a villain of the lowest sort, a dog whom we have had to punish for continual theft, for lying, blasphemy, brawling, impenitence, whoredom, and all heaped up sins against virtue. For young as he is a standing sink of iniquity. Thou hast found him and taken him out of the pit where we put him. For his instruction, the gallows bird. Lo, thou hast been before us. For his punishment was out at this hour and we were about to grant him his life, if perchance he might have profited from the chastisement. Thus Bilhah's son in all his subtlety. What he said had the boldness of desperation, for there sat Joseph and could open his mouth if he would. But it seemed that his brothers might still have confidence in him, thanks to his thoughts while in the pit, for in fact Joseph said no word, but sat with mild eyes cast down and behaved like a lamb that before the shearers is dumb. The old Midianite said oh and ah, wagging his head, as his eyes roved to and fro between the culprit and his judges. The wag jing gradually became a shaking, for something about the tail rang. Young Joseph 407. False, and the old man would gladly have asked his foundling the rights of the matter, but tact forbade. Therefore he said, "What do I hear? What do I hear? Such a rogue is he, on whom we had pit and helped him out of the pit in his extremity. For this, I must say, you carried your discipline to the last notch. When we found him, he was already so weak that he could not swallow the milk we gave him. If you set any store by him, you have delayed full long with your rescue, though of course he may not be worth save. Being, as you say, uncommonly full of misdemeanors, as is shown, indeed, by the harshness of the punishment." Then Dan bit his lip, for he saw that he had said too much. He had spoken incautiously, even if Joseph's silence could be depended upon. A poke in the ribs from Judah apprised him of the fact. Dan had only thought of explaining to the Ishmaelites why they had treated the boy so cruelly. Judah, however, was thinking of the sale, and the 2 points of view were hard to reconcile. They were being forced to cry down their merchandise in the ears of the purchaser. It went against all sense, it had never happened to the sons of Jacob, and they were exceedingly ashamed. Apparently in this business of Joseph they got out of one tight place only to fall into another. Judah undertook to rescue their business honor out of this pass. He said, well, all honor to the truth, the measure of the pun. Ishmael may have gone beyond the offense and perhaps is mislead as to the worth of the chattel, but let that pass. We sons of the king of the flocks are somewhat harsh and hasty masters, stern, may half over stern in anger against moral lapses, a little hard-handed and ruthless in our decisions. The misdeeds of this young scapegrace here, if taken singly, were not too considerable, only the sum and the repetition of them gave us to think and decided us on the sharpness of the punishment. Its very excess showeth how highly we valued the slave and what care we took to preserve his worth. For his skill and understanding are remarkable, and as he now sits there with his sins purged by our severity, he is a valuable possession. All this I say and set down in the interest of truth, Judah concluded. Dan blushed not a little for his misplaced subtlety, yet rejoiced that Leah's son had been so clever in getting out of the trap. Croaked the old man, looking to and fro between Joseph and his brothers, shaking his head the while. A clever rogue. Indeed, as you say. What is the young dog's name? He hath no name, replied Dan. What should his name be? He has had no name at all up to now, for we said already that he is a nobody's son, a bastard, and wild shoot begot in the swamps. He hath no tribe. We simply whistle or shout to call him, or say come hither. 48 Thomas Mann. Went the old man again. So, a bad stock and wild is this culprit of yours. Strange. How surprising is the truth at times. It is against reason and politeness, and yet one wondereth. When we took him out of his prison, this rush-born rascal told us he could read written, and write himself. Was he lying? Not quite that, answered Judah. We said already that he hath an understanding worthy of mention and is of no common dexterity. He can keep a list and books about jugs of oil and bales of wool. If he said no more, he kept his tongue clear of false witness. May it be at all times avoided, responded the elder. For truth is God and King, and Nebmari is its name. One must bow before it, no matter what its sound. Can my lords and the lords of the swamp boy read and write? Asked he, with narrowed eyes. We consider that a slave's business, answered Judah shortly. That it sometimes is, granted the old man. But also God's right. The name of kings on trees, and great is Thoth. Possibly he hath him self sharpened the rushes and instructed him, may the ibis-headed one not set down to jest against me. But true it is, all ranks of men are governed. Only the scribe is not, for he governeth himself and needeth not to drudge. There are countries where this child of the Kala muse would be set over you and the sweat of your brows. For lo, I can imagine, and my imagination doth not entirely desert me, if I choose to put the case, in jest, that he were the Lord and you his slaves. See, he went on, I am a merchant, and a skilled one, believe me, for I have grown old in appraising things and the value of them. So that it is not easy to fool me when I have stuff between thumb and forefinger, as to whether it be of worth, and whether the weave is coarse or fine or of medium quality. All that I can tell between my fingers, and my old head too is bent askew with the old habit of testing, so that no one can sell me poor for good. See now, the youth is fine in grain and fiber, if also worn from hard usage. I put my head on one side and rub my fingers, and I can tell. I speak not of his skill, his understanding and dexterity in writing, but of the stuff and the texture, and there I am a judge. Therefore I make bold to jest and say, my reason would not stand still were I to hear that the come hither was the master and you his servants. But yet tell me truly it is the other way round. Of a certainty, replied the brethren, and stiffened their backs. Again the old man was silent. Well, he said after a while, and again he narrowed his eyes. Since he is your slave, sell me the boy. In this way he put them to the test. Something in the affair was dark to him, and he made the offer suddenly and at random, slyly, curious as to its effect. Young Joseph 409. Take him as a gift, murmured Judah mechanically. And when the Midianite had shown that his head and heart were receptive to the flourish of speech, the other went on. Though it is against fairness that we should have had trouble with the boy and, having purged him from moral offense, should give you to inherit the fruit of our discipline. But since you have a mind to him, then make your offer. Do you, on the contrary, make your own price, said the old man. For not otherwise will I consider it. And now began the bargaining and the haggling over Joseph, and persisted unabated 5 hours long, until sunset and late in the day. 30 silver pieces Judah demanded in the name of the brethren. The Memine replied that he must be jesting. One might smile at the joke, but naught else would come of it. Was he to pay in moon metal for a mere son of the swamps and nameless come hither, who, on their own evidence, suffered from great moral weakness? This was the retort upon Dan's overzealous crying down of the merchandise. By justifying the severity of the penance, the old man made full use of the blunder to cheapen the price. But he too had made a mistake in rubbing his fingers and boasting of his knowledge of quality. For thus he committed himself to his high valuation of the goods by texture and weave, and that was to the advantage of the sellers. Judah took him at his word and on his honor as a judge of quality, crying up the lad's superior fineness as though he and his had never cherished the smallest ill will against it, nor on account of it had thrown the object of their competition into the well. In the heat of the bargaining they forgot all shame. Yes, Judah did not hesitate to say that a youth so fine that he could be master of them all and they, his slaves, should not be flung away under 30 pieces of silver. He behaved as though he were quite infatuated with the article of sale, saying that 5 and 20 silver pieces was the very lowest sum, with which he went over and kissed the mute and blinking Joseph on the cheek and exclaimed that not even for 50 shekels Could he or would he part with such a treasure of cleverness and charm? But the old man did not let himself be led away in such wise, and his position was the stronger, seeing that he was fairly sure that the brothers were bent on being rid of the boy at any price. It was easy to find this out, by feigning to break off the chaffering. 15 silver shekels, namely according carat to the lighter Babylonian weight, were what he had offered, but when the brethren, by urging upon him his own words, had made him go up to 20 Phoenician shekels, he stopped there and would not be screwed up any further. It was in his power to say that he had found the boy in utter danger of death, and to assert a finder's right to ransom money, so that he was carat I.O. Thomas Mann, in very high business standards in not subtracting anything from the purchase price but rather in being prepared to pay the good round sum of 20 shekels Phoenician. If that were not worth their while, then he would withdraw the offer and would hear no more talk about this lad of the swamps who could will to read. So the bargain was struck, 20 silver pieces, weighed out AC. According to custom, the brethren slew a lamb of the flock beneath the trees in honor of the guests, let the blood run out, and fanned their fire to roast the flesh, that they might lift their hands and eat together in confirmation, and to celebrate the bargain. Joseph to receive the peace from his new master, the Adinshan. And as he ate, he saw how the brethren took occasion privily to take the tattered festal garment and stain it all over in the blood of the sacrifice. Before his eyes and unashamed they had done this, confiding in his silence. And he ate of the lamb whose blood was to stand for his own. The meal and the strengthening were in place, for the chaffering was very far from being finished. The large lines had been laid down when the price was fixed. But now began, so to speak, the retail trad. Namely, the laying out of the sum in goods. For we need not think, no matter how often we have heard it, that the brothers, when they sold Joseph, received this price from the Ishmaelites in ringing coin paid out of the bag into their hands. The old man never dreamed of paving in silver, to say nothing of currency. He had his own RA sons. For who carries such a weight of metal about with him on jour knees? Moreover, what buyer would not prefer to liquidate his debt in articles of value, since thereby he assumes the part of the seller, and every article thus sold becomes itself an opportunity for profit. 1.5 shekels of silver, in silver pieces, the Adonian weighed out to the shepherds on the delicate scale he carried at his girdle. The rest of the sum would be made up by the merchandise in his packs. They unloaded the camels and spread out their wares in the grass, incense and fine fractured gums from beyond the river and all sorts of other delightful and useful objects, razors and knives of copper and flint, lamps, ointment spoons, canes with inlaid work, blue glass beads, oil of resin, and sandals, a whole bazaar of notions that lay before the buyer's covetous eyes. Up to the sum of 18.5 silver pieces they might pocket what they chose for their own. Each object now began to be haggled over, as though it were an end in itself. The evening came on, long before they got to the end, and Joseph had been sold for a little silver, a great many knives, bits of scented gum, lamps, and walking sticks. Then the Ishmaelites packed up again and made their adieus. They had taken time for the deal, sparing not the hours. So now they must make time spatially fruitful again, and had in mind to travel another stretch in the night before they encamped. The brothers did not. Young Joseph 41 I urged them to stop, but they advised them concerning their journey and the roads to take. Above all, they said, avoid going inland or along the watershed. To Hebron it is inadvisable, let our friends be warned. The roads are rough, the animals will stumble, and vagabonds are lurking everywhere. Go farther along the plain and turn into the road that leads down through the hills along the foot of the orchards to the borders of the country. Thus you will be safe and can ride always on the pleasant sea sand 7 times 17 days or as far as you like. It is a pleasure to travel by the sea, one never tires of it, and it is on all accounts most sensible. The merchants promised, as they took their leave. The camels got up beneath them, and Joseph, the bartered slave, was mounted with Kedma, the old man's son. His eyelids drooped as they had done the whole time, even when he ate of the lamb. And the brothers, too, stood with downcast eyes as the train disappeared in the quickly falling twilight. Then they took a long breath and breathed it out again. Now is he gone and is no more. Reuben comes to the pit. But in the falling dusk and in the whispering evening that drew on, lighted by great stars, Reuben, Leah's son, was driving his laden ass from Dothan along sequestered paths toward the grave of Joseph, that he might fulfill the plans he had made the night before in anguish and in love. In his broad, powerful breast his heart throbbed strongly, for, though he was big, he was soft and excitable, and he feared the breath that they might seek him and prevent the work of rescue, which was to be likewise the instrument of his atonement and reinstatement. His muscular face was pale in the darkness, and his great legs like col. In their bands trod the ground noiselessly. He spoke no word to his ass, but grimly prodded the phlegmatic beast in the flesh of its rump to make it get on. One thing Reuben feared above all, that the stillness of death might prevail in the well when he came up and softly called his brother's name. That Joseph might not have kept soul and body together, but be gone beyond reach, and all preparations be vain, including the ladder which the rope makers of Dothan had made under his eye. For Reuben had, after much thought, decided on the ladder. It would do for various contingencies. Joseph could climb up on it if his strength held out, or, if it did not, he might seat himself between the treads and be drawn up to the daylight by Reuben's muscular arms, which had once enfolded Bilhah and would surely be strong enough to draw up Jacob's lamb out of the depths. He had a coat too. Carat 12 Thomas Mann. Cover Joseph's nakedness, and food for 5 days hung from the Oni. Mal's flanks for 5 days' time would be needed for the flight from his brothers, whom Reuben would thus betray and bring to grief. He bowed his head and owned as much to himself as he stole by Nigtt to the grave. This much evil big Reuben would do in order to do good. For that it was good and necessary to save Joseph, of that he had no doubts at all, and if the good and the evil mingled in his deed, it could not be helped. Life was like that. But Reuben also had faith that he could turn evil into good. Once he had put himself right with the father and was again the firstborn son, he could hope to rescue the brethren too and hack away for them out of their impasse. His word would avail much, and he would give it on their side, in asking all to share the guilt, including even the father himself, that there might come a great insight and mutual pardon, and righteousness might prevail forever. Thus Reuben sought to still his throbbing heart and to console himself for his mixed motives, which were turbid and involved like everything in life. But now he had come to the slope and the wall, where he stopped to see that he was not being washed. Then he took rope and coat and descended on tiptoe to the broken steps and penetrated through the fig tree scrub into the well chamber. The stars shone down on the broken flags, but there was no moon. and Reuben walked warily, drawing a deep breath as he went down. For his excitement had winded him and he needed breath for the call. He was to cry down into the depths. Joseph, art thou alive? With what a passionate job would he hear the answer, with what heart? Sinking the lack of it. And then the call died unuttered, or changed into a hoarse cry of fear. For he was not alone down here. Someone was sitting there in the starlight. How could that be? Someone sat there beside the well, and it was uncovered. The two halves of the lid lay one on top of the other. On the flags, and the figure sat on them in a short mantle, leaning on his staff, and looked at Reuben sleepily, saying not a word. Big Reuben's legs felt shaky from his stumbling. He was so dazed that for a moment he thought he saw Joseph before him, Joseph who had died and now, a spirit, sat beside his tomb. But this unlovable presence was not at all like Rachel's son, even Joseph's ghost would surely not have been so uncommon tall, nor would he have had such a thick neck and little head on top. But then why was the stone rolled away from the well? Reuben was utterly puzzled. He stammered. Who art thou? One of many, coolly answered the seated figure. He raised his chin and well-shaped mouth so that they looked particularly plastic. I am nothing startling, be not afraid. But whom seekest thou? Young Joseph 413. Whom I seek, repeated Reuben, put out by the unexpected encounter. First of all I will hear what thou dost in this place. Oh, so thou wouldst know that? I am the last to imagine that there is anything here to seek. I am set to guard this well, therefore I sit here and watch. If thou imaginest that I have particular pleas, or sit here for the fun of the thing, then thou mistakest. I act according to duty and to carry out orders at ease of many a vexed question to do so. Curiously enough Reuben's anger at the presence of the stranger was somewhat appeased by these words. It was so unwelcome and annoying to find anyone on the spot that he was glad to hear that the man was not here by his own wish. It made a sort of bond between them. But who hath placed thee here? He asked, somewhat mollified. Was it the people of the place? Of the place, yes. When such an order cometh, we shall let that pass. It is commonly transmitted through many mouths and there is small use in following it back to its source, for one must stand guard in any case. Stand guard by an empty well, cried Reuben, his voice choking. Empty, certainly, the watcher replied. An uncovered one, Reuben amended, and pointed with trembling finger at the well hole. Who hath rolled away the stone from the well? Was it thou, perchance? The man smiled and looked down at his arms in the sleeveless linen garment. They were round, but weak. He was right, these were no arms to roll the lid either on or off. Neither on nor off have I rolled the stone, said the stranger, smiling again and shaking his head. The one thou knowest, the other thou seest. Others have toiled and moiled, and I should not be needing to sit here and watch, were the stone still in its place. But who can say where is the true place of such a stone? Sometimes it is on the hole, but must not the lid be rolled away if refreshment is to come out of the well? What sayest thou? Cried Reuben, tortured by his impatience. I think thou prattlest, stealing my costly time with thy nonsense. How shall a dry well give refreshment, wherein is naught but dust and mold? That dependeth, the seated one replied, pursing his lips, his little head laid on one side, what one had previously confided to the dust, and what one sank into its womb. If it were life, then will life and refreshment come out again 100-fold. A kernel of wheat for instance. Thou fellow, Reuben interrupted him in a trembling voice, and the ladder and the mantle for Joseph shook in his hands. It is until 414 Thomas Mann. Arable that thou sittest there speaking of the rudiments of things as one knoweth them by heart and as the child is taught in its mother's lap. I charge thee. Thou art right impatient, said the stranger. Permit me to say that thou remindest me of a rushing stream. Thou shouldst learn patience and to await, for these are the rudiments of things and must be understood by all, for he who cannot abide nor have patience hath nothing, either here or anywhere. For all fulfillment is a slow matter. It may begin and may cast this way and that and appear as a temporary present both in heaven and on earth, when as yet it is but a trial and a promise. Thus will fulfillment roll along but slowly, like the stone when it is heavy and hard to roll from the tomb. Yet must one roll and push until it be really rolled away, though meanwhile I myself sit here only as a trial and a promise. Sit here then no longer, Reuben cried out. Dost thou understand? I would pack thee off and have thee vanish that I may be alone with this well, which is envy affair more than thine, up, this minute, or I will help thee find thy legs. Canst thou not see, spindle? Arms, thou who canst not roll but only sit there and gape, that God hath made me strong as a bear and I am provided with a knotted rope to serve various ends. Up and away, or I will fly at thy throat. Touch me not, said the stranger, and stretched out his long, round arm toward the angry man. Bethink thee that I am of this place and thou wilt have them about thine ears if thou layest hand on me. Have I not told thee that I am set here? Vanish of course I could end with ease, but not at thy behest and in neglect of my duty, which telleth me to sit here for practice and watch. Comest thou with thy fine coat and thy trumpery cords and marks not at all how absurd thou art in coming thus to an empty well as thou sayest thyself. Empty as a well, explained Reuben impetuously, empty of water. Empty altogether, answered the watchman. The grave is empty, now that you are here. But Reuben held in no longer, he rushed to the well, leaned over, and cried, low but urgently, into the depths. Joseph, Joseph, art alive and hast yet strength? The man on the stone shook his head and smiled pityingly. He even copied Reuben's voice, calling and clucking with his tongue. Then he said, comest here to talk into an empty hole? What reason? Here is no boy, far and wide. If one was once there, then the place did not hold him. Cease thou to make a fool of thyself with thy dear and thy crying into the void. Reuben stood there still bent over the gulf out of which no word answered him. Young Joseph 5. Horrible, he cried. He is dead or gone. What shall I do? Ben, what wilt thou do now? And all his pain, his disappointment, his despair burst out of him. Joseph, he cried out. I would save thee and help thee out of the pit with my arms. Here is the ladder, here is the coat for thy body. Where art thou? Thy door is open. Thou art lost. I am lost. Where shall I go, since thou art gone, stolen and dead? Thou fell. Lo, thou man of the place, he cried, in an abandonment of suffering, sit not there dumb, on these stones which the thieves have rolled away, but advise and help me. A boy was here, Joseph, my brother, Rachel's child. His brethren and I, we put him here 3 days ago in punishment for his arrogance. But his father wait for him with what infinite waiting cannot be told, and if they say to him that a lion hath torn the lamb, he will be struck to earth. There. For I am come with cord and coat, to draw up the boy out of the well and bring him to the father, for he must have him back. I am the oldest. How shall I come before the father's face if the boy returneth not, and where shall I go? Tell me, help me, who hath rolled away the stone, and where has Joseph gone? Seest thou, said the stranger. Thou earnest to the well house. Thou wast incensed at my presence and vexed because I sat upon the stone, but now thou comest to me for comfort and advice. And thou dost quite rightly, perhaps it is thou on whose account I am set here, near the grave, that I should sink one or other seed corn in thb durst handing, and it might germinate there. The boy is no longer here. That thou seest. His dwelling standeth open, it has not held him, thou wilt see him no more. But someone there must be to cherish the seed of expectation, and since it was thou who earnest to save the brother, thou shalt be the one. What shall I await, if Joseph is gone, stolen and dead? I know not what thou understandest by dead and what be living. Thou hast laughed at the childish elements of things, but yet I may remind thee of the grain of corn when it lieth in the grave, and ask thee how thou thinkest of it in reference to life and death. For these are after all only words. For it is so that the corn falling into the earth and dying bringeth forth much fruit. Words, only words, cried Reuben, and wrung his hands. They are only words thou givest me. Is Joseph dead or living? That it is. Which I must know. Manifestly he is dead, responded the watchman. Thou and the others laid him to rest, as I hear, and since then he hath been stolen, or perhaps torn by wild beasts, there is naught for it but to tell the father and make it manifest to him that he may accustom his heart to the truth. And yet, after all, it remaineth always equivocal, for it is not made to get used to, but rather hides always the seed of X. 4x6 Thomas Mann. Pectation. Men do much to penetrate the secret by ritual ways. I saw a youth descend into the grave in garland and festal garment, and above him they slaughtered a beast of the flock, whose blood they let run down, that it ran all over him, and he received it with all his limbs and senses. So when he ascended again he was divine and had one life at least for some time to come, for he had to go again into the grave, for the life of mankind cometh to an end several times, and each time cometh the grave and the rebirth, and many times must he be, until at length he finally is. Ah, the wreath and the festal garment, moaned Reuben, and Burr eat his face in his hands, they lie torn and the boy is gone naked into the grave. Yes, and therefore thou comest hither with thy coat, responded the watchman, and will clothe him anew. That can God do too. He can clothe anew the naked, and better than thou. Therefore I count. Sell thee, go home and take thy coat with thee. God can even throw a cloak over him who is clothed. After all, perhaps it was not so sorry us with the uncovering of this boy of thine. I would, if thou permit, test, sink a seed corn of thought into thy understanding, I would tell thee that all this is but a play and a feast, like that of the youth's friend, clad with blood, a beginning only and attempt toward fulfillment, a present which is not to be taken quite seriously, but is only a jest and an illusion, a symbol, so that we might nudge each other and wink while we behold it. For perhaps this pit was only a grave created by the lesser cycle, and your brother still very much in becoming and by no means already become, as this whole story is in becoming and not already become. Receive this, I pray thee, into the womb of thy understanding, and let it quietly die therein and germinate. But if it bear fruit, then give of it to thy father for his comforting. My father, Reuben cried. Speak not to me of him. How shall I come before the father without the child? Look up, said the watchman. For it had become clearer in the well house, and the bark of the moon had just swum up above their heads, its darker part faintly visible in the depths of the sky. Look at it, how it goeth and shineth, and make the way plain for its brethren. Such allegories happen in heaven and on earth without end. He whose mind is open, and he knoweth how to read them, he abideth in expectation. But the night advanceth apace, and who need not sit and play watchman, he would do well to lie down, wrapped in his coat, with knees comfortably drawn up, that he may rise again in the morning. Go, my friend. Here, at least, thou hast nothing to seek. And as for me, I shall not disappear at thy bidding. Then Reuben turned away shaking his head, and with heavy heart and lagging feet climbed the steps and the slope up to where he had left his animal. Almost the whole way thence to the brethren's huts. Young Joseph 4 to the power of 7th. He did not cease to shake his bewildered head, in desperation half in dumbfounded reflection. He hardly distinguished the one from the other, but he shook his head. Both. So he came to the huts and roused the 9, snatched the early sleep from their eyes, and spoke with trembling lips. The boy is gone. Where shall I go? Thou, they asked. Thou speakest as though he had been only thy brother, when after all he was as much ours. Where shall we all go? That is the question. And what meanest thou by gone? Gone, that is, stolen, disappeared, torn in pieces, dead, Reuben shrieked. Lost to the father, in any case. The pit is empty. Wast thou at the pit? They asked. To what end? To the end of finding out, he said wrathfully. That is still Al. Load, I should think, to the firstborn. Shall what we have done give us peace and not harass us? Yeah, I desired to see after the boy. And now I tell you that he is gone, and that we must ask ourselves whither we shall go. To call thyself the firstborn, they answered, is somewhat bold, as we may remind thee simply by uttering the name of Bilhah. There was danger that the rights of the firstborn would fall to the dreamer. But now it is the twins who come next, and Dan too could put in his claim, for he was born in the same year as Levi. But they had seen the ass with ladder and coat. Reuben had not even tried to hide them, and easily put this and that together. So then big Reuben had meant to steal a march on them and rescue Joseph. He had intended to exalt his own head and to put them in a hole. Very fine. They exchanged meaningful glances. But if that was the way of it, their glances said, then they owed Reuben no explanation of what they had done in the meantime. Unfaith for unfaith. Reuben needed to hear nothing of the Ishmaelites, nor how at that moment they were bearing Joseph out of sight and hearing. If he knew, he might follow after them. Therefore the brethren were silent, shrugged their shoulders at his news, and feigned indifference. Gone is gone, they said, no matter whether it signifieth stolen, vanished, torn to pieces, betrayed, or sold, we would snap our fin jeers at it, were it worth a snap. Was it not our longing and our just desire that he might cease to be? And now it has been vouchsafed us. The pit is empty. But he wondered that they took this surprising and monstrous news so coldly, peered into their eyes and shook his head. And the father, he cried, in sudden passion, flinging up his arms. That hath been settled and arranged, they said, by the clever 41a Thomas Mann. Ness of Dan. For the father shall not be let to wait and doubt, but it shall be clean and clear to him and graspable with his hands, that Dumuzi is no more and his pampered darling no longer remaineth. But we shall be united before him by means of the sign. See what we have got ready while thou wentest thine own ways. And they fetched out the remnants of the garment, which was stiff with half-dried blood. Is it his blood? Reuben cried with his high voice out of his mighty body, and shuddered frightfully. For a moment he thought not otherwise than that they had been beforehand with him at the pit and killed Joseph. They smiled at one another. What all dost thou not dream and spin, they said. But it hath been done according to our agreement, and the beast of the flock hath given his blood in sign that Joseph is gone. The garment bring we now before the father, and let it be his affair to explain it as he must. For there is nothing left than that a lion surprised him in the field, and tore him to pieces. Reuben sat, his huge knees in front of him, and rubbed his fists in his eye sockets. Unhappy, he groaned. Unhappy wretches that we are. You prattle lightheartedly of the future, yet see it not and know it not. For unclear and pale it lieth in the distance, and you lack the power in your heads to bring it near, and for even the twinkling of an eye lid to live in the hour when it hath become real. Otherwise you would shudder and would wish rather that lightning would strike you down in time, or that you were sunk in water with a millstone round your necks where it is deepest, than that you should bring in the dish and serve up the soup that you have brewed. But I have lain before him when I did evilly, and he cursed me, and I know the fire of his soul when it is angry. And I can see, as though it were happening, the frightful wrestlings of his soul in its affliction. That shall we bring before the father, and let it speak to him. Yet traitors and babblers. Yeah, he will interpret it. But who will dare to look at him when he interpreted it, and who will bear it when he uttereth his soul? For God created it large and tender, and taught it how to reveal itself with overwhelming power. Yes, see nothing and imagine nothing with clearness that hath not yet happened. Therefore you prattle cheer fully of the future and know no fears. But I am afraid, he cried out, and stood up before them strong like a bear, like a tower, with arms outstretched. Where shall I go when he interpreted it? The 9 sat there, each one quite intimidated, looking down at his lap. Very good, responded Judah softly. Here is nobody who spit at thee on account of thy fear, Reuben, son of thy mother, for like young Joseph 419. Wise it is brave to confess thy fear. And if thou thinkest we are blithe, and gay round heart and kidneys, and know not of the fear of Jacob, then thou mistakest. But what good is it to regret what has happened, and what avail to boggle at the inevitable? Joseph is out of the world, and this code witnesseth the truth. A sign is milder than words. Therefore we shall bring the sign before Jacob, and our dispense of words. Must we then? Asked Asher, Zilpah's son, and licked his lips after his habit. Must we then, since we speak of carrying the robe, all of us at once bring the sign to Jacob, and all of us be there when he interpreted it? Rather let one go delicately ahead with the garment, and bring it to him, but we others come afterwards and get there only when he hath already interpreted it to himself. It seemeth to me milder so. I propose Naphtali, the runner, forbearer, and messenger. Or let us draw lots to see who shall bear it. Draw lots, cried Naphtali in haste. I am for drawing lots, for I to imagine the future when I speak of it, and I freely confess my fear. Listen, men, said Dan. Now I will be the judge and free you all. For from me cometh the plan, and I can shape it in my mind like wet earth and potter's clay. I will improve it, for we shall not bring Jacob the robe, neither one nor all of us. To strangers will we give it, some body whom we shall hire, people of the place and the neighborhood, receptive to good words and a little wool and a few curds. We will impress on him what he shall save to Jacob, thus and thus, and this. Found we in the field near Dothan, and came upon it in the desert by chance. Look at it closer, Father and Lord, whether it is not indeed the garment of thy son. Thus shall they speak, and when they have said, let them go away. But we will tarry a few days before we fall low, until he has fully interpreted to himself the sign, and knows that he has lost 1 and gained 10. Are ye satisfied? It is well, they said, or at least is worth talking about. Therefore, let us accept it, for anything that is a practical plan, in a case like this, must be considered good. They all accepted it, even Reuben, although he had laughed bitterly when Dan spoke of 10 whom Jacob was winning for 1. But they kept on sitting before the huts under the stars, and continued to take counsel, for they were somewhat uncertain of each other. The 9 looked at Reuben, who had obviously intended to steal the lad and cheat them, and they were afraid before him. But he looked at the 9 who had remained so strangely unmoved at the news that the pit was empty, and did not know what he should think. A frightful oath, said Levi, rude but pious, who liked to arrange religious ceremonies and had knowledge of them. We must swear a frightful oath, that none of us ever tell Jacob or anyone a single little carrot 20 Thomas Mann word of what hath happened here, and what we did with the dreamer. Not by a sign or a flicker of an eyelash, so long as he shall live. Thou sayest it, then we must, agreed Asher. And this oath must bind us 10 together, and make us into a league, so that we are like one body and one silence, as though we were not single persons, one here and one there, but one man who presseth his lips together and openeth them not, even in death, but dieth, his mouth shut together over his secret. One can stifle and slay an event by silence, which one rolleth over it like a stone. Then the breath goeth out of it for lack of air and light, and the event ceaseth to have happened. Believe me, so dieth much that has happened, if the silence over it is unbroken, for without the breath of words cannot exist. We must keep silence as one man, then will this story be as it had not been, and thereto Levi's frightful oath may help us, for it shall make us a bond. They agreed to this, no one of them being willing to rely upon himself for his silence, but preferring to share in a mighty common bond, which should shelter him from his weakness. Therefore Levi, Leah's son, devised frightful formulas for the oath. They drew so close together that their noses rubbed and their breath mingled, put their hands in a pile, and with one voice called on the highest, Elion, God of Abraham, Itzhak, and Jacob. Neither did they forget the several Baals of the land, known unto them, Anu of Uruk, Elul of Nippur, and Belharon, Sin, the moon, but named them as compurgators, and swore with one voice, mouth almost on mouth, that he who did not keep silence about it, or who did even with nod, wink, or sign betray it or glance at it, such a one should turn whore, and the daughter of Sin, mistress of womankind, should take from him the bow, that is his manhood, that he should be like a mule. But more rightly said a whore, who took her hire upon the street. One land should drive him into the other, so that he should not know where to lave his whorish head, and should neither live nor die, but life. and death should spit him to one another in disgust his life long. Thus the oath. When they had sworn it they were easier and stead. Here, for this was a mighty insurance. But when they broke up the council and went each one to his sleep, one said to another, it was. Issachar said it to Zebulun. I have an envy, and my envy is of Tertera, the little one, Benjamin, our youngest at home, for that he knoweth nothing of all this, and remaineth outside this matter and this oath. He is fortunate and I envy him. Thou too. I too, indeed, answered Zebulun. But Reuben for his part was trying to remember the words of the irritating youth of the place, who had sat on the well stone. It was not easy to remember them, for they had been vague and full of shui light, more idle than real words and hard to reproduce. Yet in young Joseph 42 Ben's deepest understanding a seed did remain behind, which knew not of itself, as the seed of life knoweth not of itself in the body of the mother, but the mother knoweth of it. It was the seed of expectation which Reuben cherished, and nourished it secretly, sleeping and waking, till he was a grey-haired man, through as many years as Jacob had served for the devil Laban. Chapter 7. He who was mangled. Jacob mourns for Joseph. Is a Shion more merciful than words? That is a moot question. Judah argued from the point of view of the Bringin of bad tidings who prefers the sign because it saves him the trouble of words. But Tor, him who receives it, in the strength of his ignorance he can put the word aside, he can tread it underfoot as a he and an abominable fabrication and consign it to perdition as unutterable rubbish. He can roar with laughter born of solid conviction, before it dawns on Mhe. Poor wretch that the matter is not to be got rid of that way. 1 He word penetrates but slowly. At first it is incredible, its sense not to be grasped or realized. You are still free to remain in your ignorance, by retorting upon the messenger the confusion which his message would set up in your own heart and brain, and to denounce him roundly as wrong, in the head. What is that you say, you may ask him. Are you not well? Come, let me look after you, have a little something to drink, then you will feel better and talk at least so that a body can take in what you say. It is not very pleasant for the messenger, but he pities you and knows himself master of the situation. He is kind, and slowly his look of mingled reason and compass Zion casts doubt into your soul. You cannot sustain that look, you understand that it is impossible to hold to that allocation of roles to which you cling as a means of self-preservation, and at length you perceive that it is you who need to take a little drink from him. It is the word which permits of this slow rearguard action against the forces of truth. With the sign nothing of the sort is possible. No temporizing fiction avails against its heaped up cruelty. It is unmistakable, it does not need to be realized, because it is real. It is palpable, it scorns to spare by being only gradually effective. It leaves no possible way of escape. It forces you to conceive in your own head the idea which, if presented in words, you would brush aside as madness. It drives you to the conclusion that either you are mad, or it is true. Directness and indirectness are differently mingled in the word and the sign. It is hard to tell which is the more brutally. Young Joseph 42:3. Immediate. The sign is mute not out of gentleness, however, but only because it needs not to speak to be understood, being the thing itself. Without a word it lays you low. And Jacob, truly, according to all expectation, was, at sight of the coat of many colors, stricken to the earth. This is an assured fact. But nobody saw just what happened, for the two wretched men of Dothan who had undertaken, in consideration of a fixed amount of wool and curds, to play the role of finders, had taken to their heels. As soon as they had made their little speech, not waiting to see what would be its effect, they gave the blood-stiffened rags into the hands of Jacob the man of God and left him standing there before his tent of skins. They slunk away, first taking very long steps and then bursting into a run as they got farther off. No one knows how long he stood there looking down at that little, which, as his understanding slowly forced him to comprehend, was all there was left in the world of Joseph. Then, indeed, he had fallen, and women passing came and found him lying there. The wives of his sons they were the Shechemite Buna, Simeon's spouse, also Levi's, the so-called grandchild of Eber. These lifted him in alarm and brought him within his tent. They knew at once, from what he held in his hands, the cause of his attack. It was no common faint in which he lay, but a sort of rigor that gripped every muscle and fiber of his body, turning it to stone, so that one could not bend a joint without breaking it. It is a rare phenomenon, but does sometimes occur, as a reaction to some extraordinary stress. It is like a spasm of resistance, a desperate, defiant insensibility called up to meet something which the system cannot bear. It will last some hours, slowly capitulating before the relentless onslaught of reality and suffering, against which there is no help. Men servants and women servants, surrounding him on all sides, watched fearfully the spectacle of this pillar of salt slowly melting before their eyes into the limp receptivity of abject suffering. He had still no voice and could only whisper his answer as it were his admission to the long since departed messengers. Yes, it is my son's coat. But then suddenly he cried out, in a voice which rose to a shriek under the spur of his despair, a beast of prey hath preyed upon Joseph, an evil beast hath rent him in pieces. And as though his own words put him in mind of what was now to be done, he began tearing his clothes. It was high summer, his clothing was light and offered little resistance. He put all his strength into the work, but it took some time. Because of the uncannily silent thoroughness with which he did it, the onlookers saw with horror, and with futile gestures designed to prevent the extravagance, that he did not stop at the upper garment, as they expected. No, he went on apparently of fell design to strip 424 Thomas Mann off every rag he had on, throw the several pieces from him, and stand there stark naked. Considering the known delicacy of the man as feelings, that aversion to exposure of the flesh which everybody respected in him, the sight was so unnatural and debasing that nobody could bear it. With one accord, wailing and protesting, the onlookers turned away and went hence. There is only one right and proper word for the feeling which was at the bottom of their action, shame. But one must understand it in its ultimate and often forgotten sense, as a monosyllabic description of the horror we feel when the primitive breaks through the layers of civilization, at the surface of which it is only active in a much softened and allegorical form. We must regard the tearing of the upper garments in heavy sorrow as being of such a nature. It is the civilized and domesticated form of the original or primitive custom of shedding all the clothes, shedding every covering and adorn. Men considered as the badge of human dignity now destroyed and ruined by the extremity of human woe. It is the abasement of man to mere creature. So it was with Jacob. In the depth of his grief he went back to the original meaning, from the allegory to the crude thing itself and to the horrible reality. He did what one does not Do and that, rightly considered, is the source of all horror. For therein the undermost comes uppermost. If, for instance, it had occurred to him to give utterance to the abandonment of his misery, by bleating like a ram, his people could not have felt more nauseated than they did. They fled, then, out of shame. But we may question whether they so best served the pathetic old man, whether he was not gratifying his deepest desire in this crass exhibition of utter woe, and whether it was quite so gratifying to him to be left alone with it. He was not, however, actually alone, for what he did needed no human witness to serve its end and aim, which was to stir up feelings of horror, at whom, or, to be exact, against whom, his action was directed, in whom it was designed to stir up feelings of horror, before whose eyes he was trying to bring this manifestation of a return to the original state of nature. All this the desperate father knew only too well. His people came to know it too, especially Eliezer, Abraham's oldest servant. He took particular interest in it, that strange institution of an old man who knew how to use the first person singular in so truly singular a way, and to meet whom the earth had advanced by bounds. He, too, was pierced to the heart by the sight of the token and by the frightful news that Joseph, his lovely and so intelligent pupil, had fallen victim to a mischance on his journey and been made the prey of a ravening beast. But his curiously impersonal character, his young Joseph 42:5, peculiarly extensive consciousness of his own individuality, enabled him to receive the blow with a certain composure. Also, his natural concern for Jacob, the man of sorrows, left him small leisure to dwell upon his own pain. It was Eliezer who brought food to Jacob, though the latter refused for days to touch it, who enforced him to seek his couch by night and then did not stir from beside it. By day, Jacob had taken up his station on a heap of potsherds and ashes in a remote and shadeless corner of the settlement. There he sat, naked, with the pieces of the coat in his hands, his hair, beard, and shoulders strewn with ashes. From time to time he scraped himself with the potsherd from the heap, in token that he was afflicted with sores and boils, all of which was purely symbolic behavior, for he had none, and the scraping was part of a demonstration, directed to the same address as the rest. Certainly the sight of this pitiful figure, so absorbed in its penance, was touching enough, even without the symbolic representation of impurity. Everybody save the eldest servant avoided in awe and embarrassment the scene of this exposure. Jacob's body was no longer that of the slender yet sturdy young man who had wrestled unte feet with the ox-eyed stranger by Jabbokford and lived out that windy night with the unchosen bride. Nor was it that of him who late begot Joseph upon the true wife. Some 70 years, not precisely counted and reckoned, but counting to good effect in the objective sense, had since passed over his head and marked him with the touching if unattractive misshapenness of old age, and this it was that made his naked state so painful to see. Youth displays itself freely and joyously, with a good conscience based on its own beauty. Age shrouds itself in modesty and dignity, and well knows why. This breast, with its growth of white hairs on its skin reddened by the sun, and its shape, as a man's does in age, approaching to a woman's, these nerveless arms and spent thighs, the folds of the relaxed abdomen, all this was no sight for anybody save old Eliezer, who took it with composure and made no objection, so little-minded was he to put obstacles in the way of his master's demonstration. He was even less likely to prevent Jacob in the performance of the other rites, which did not go beyond what was customary in heavy sorrow, particularly the sojourn on the dust heap, the repeat sprinkling of ashes, which then mingled with his sweat and his tears. These were only proper. Eliezer was merely concerned to erect a temporary shelter over the place of penance, that the son of Tammuz might not turn the penance into torture, even in its shade. Jacob's woebegone face was suffused with bright crimson fume. The heat and his affliction, his jaw hung down, his eyes rolled up wards ever and anon out of the unfathomable deeps of his suffering. 42:6 Thomas Mann. And he remarked all this himself, as soft and self-examining natures do, being concerned with their own condition and convinced that it receives too little notice by going unmentioned. Crimson and swollen, he said, his voice trembling, is my countenance from weeping. For deep out in my affliction I sit me down to weep, and my face is wet with the tears that flow down it. The words, as one could tell, were not original with him. For Noah, according to the legend, was supposed to have said some such thing, and Jacob made it his own. And indeed it is good, it is convenient and consoling, that from the suffering of our ancestors we inherit right and suitable words in which to clothe our own, which then fit as though they were made for it, so that they give us ease, in so far as words can give ease from pain, and unite our own sorrow with that which has been and will always be. Certainly Jacob could do his grief no greater honor than to set it on a level with the great flood and apply to it words which were coined for that catastrophe. At all events, he spoke and lamented much in his despair, in words already coined or only half coined. And over again came the wailing cry, Joseph is rent in pieces, which may easily have been already in existence, but lost nothing of its impressiveness by the fact, no, that they had, however much they may have been used before. The lamb and the mother, you are slain, intoned Jacob. He rocked to and fro and wept most bitterly. First the mother and now the lamb as well. The mother, you have forsaken the lamb, when it was only a furlong to the inn, and now the lamb too hath strayed and is lost. No. Woe, alas. It is too much. Wailing ariseth above the beloved son, over the young shoot whose roots are torn out, over my hopes that are rooted up like to a sapling. Woe, alas, my Damu, my child. Fleeced dwelling is become the underworld. Bread will I not eat, water will I not drink. Joseph is rent in pieces. From time to time Eliezer wiped his master's face with a cloth wet in water. He also took part in the lamentations, in so far as they kept to the prescribed formulas, and paid honor to all that abides through change, by joining in the half-sung, half-murmured cry of woe, alas, or he is rent, he is rent. Indeed, the whole courtyard resounded for hours. Jacob's people would have done the same even though their mourning had been less sincere than it really was. Yuhoi. Achi. Hoi Adon. Alas for our brother. Woe, alas for our Lord. Jacob and Eliezer could hear the chorus from where they were, and the servants in their turn could hear the rejection, not quite literally meant, of food and drink, for that the herb was withered in the desert wind and the sapling was torn out by the root. Customs are useful, the regulation of both our joy and our grief, in prescribed channels, that they may not flow in every direction. Young Joseph 427. And end in excess and confusion, but keep to a settled bed ready to receive them. Jacob, too, felt the blessing and usefulness of conforming to tradition, but the grandson of Abraham was far too individual a nature, he had far too lively a sense of his own personality in Shin to the general, to be able to confine himself to formulas. He spoke and lamented in his own words as well, Elizur attending and wiping his face from time to time and throwing in a word of sooth, in confirmation or a correction and warning. What I have feared, Jacob broke out, in a voice diminished, heightened in pitch, and sometimes half choked by anguish, what I have feared is come upon me, and that which gave me concern is come to pass. Canst thou understand that, Elizur? Canst thou grasp it? No, 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 no one can understand it, when that which one has feared actually cometh to pass. Had I had no concern nor thought, if it had burst upon me unsuspecting, then I would believe it. I would say unto my heart, thou tookest no heed, hadst no care to avoid the evil by foreseeing it. A surprise is believable. But that which hath been foreboded cometh, and shrinketh not from coming, that is an abomination in mine eyes, and with it I come not to terms. There is nothing hard and fast in these matters, responded Elizur. No, not before the law. But for man's feelings, which likewise have their reason and their limits. For why was fear given to men? And foresight, but that he might therewith conjure evil and take away from fate betimes the power of thinking. It may be angry, but is also ashamed and saith to itself, are they still my thoughts? They are the thoughts of man, I like them no more. But what shall become of man if forethought no longer avail and he feareth in vain, that is, he feareth with reason? Or how shall a man live if he can no longer rely on things turning out differently from what he thought? God is free, Elizur said. Jacob closed his lips. He took up again the potsherd he had dropped, and began again to scrape his symbolic sores. For the moment he did not continue the subject. He went on. How have I feared and anguished lest a wild beast from the thicket one day fall upon my child and do him a harm, and cared not at all that I was a laughing stock among my people for my solicitude, nor minded when they said of me, lo, how the old dotard playeth at being nurse, and was ridiculous like a man who saith always, I am ill unto death, yet looked healthy and doth not die, and nobody taketh it seriously and in the end not he himself. But when they find him dead and are remorseful that they laughed, and say, lo, he had right in what he said, can it do the man any good that they are ashamed? No, for he is dead, and would rather have been a fool before them and before himself than to be. 428 Thomas Mann. Justified in so unpalatable a way. Here I sit in the dust, my face red, and swollen from weeping, and ashes and tears course down it. Can I rejoice in my tears, because it hath come to pass? No, because it hath come to pass. Dead am I indeed, for dead is Joseph, Joseph is rent in pieces. Lo, Elizur, take and see, the robe, the remnant of the picture. Garment. I lifted it from off the dearest and true bride in the bridal chamber and I handed to her the blossom of my soul. But then it proved to be the unchosen one, through Laban's deceit, and my soul was outraged and intolerably torn for a long time until the right one in horrible pain brought me the boy, Dumuse, my all, now he too is rent and is slain, who was the delight of my eves. Can that be explained? Is it acceptable, this demand? No, 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 I covet to live no more. I would my soul were bare space and these bones given over to death. Israel, sin not. Ah, Elizur, teach thou me to fear God and to adore his overwhelming power. He hath himself royally paid for name and blessing, and Esau's bitter tears, paid mightily. He setteth the price according to his arbitrary will and is moved by strange considerations. He hath not dealt with me after my knowledge of what is too much for me. He taketh what he judgeth I can pay, knowing better than I what my soul is able. Can I argue with him from like to like? I sit here in these ashes and scrape myself, what will he more? My lips speak, what the Lord doth is well done. Let him keep to my lips. What I think in my heart is my affair. But he readeth likewise the heart. That is not my fault. He it was, and not I, who so arranged that. He seeth also the heart. He would have done better to leave men a refuge before the overwhelming, that man might grumble a little against the unacceptable and think his thoughts about the justice of things. His refuge was this heart, and his pleasant tent. Came he to visit, it was fondly adorned, and swept with a broom, and the seat of honor was prepared for him. Now is nothing but ashes therein, mingled with tears, with filth, and misery. Let him avoid my heart, that he not defile himself, and let him keep to my lips. But yet thou shouldest not sin, Yakau bandits hoc. Thresh not words, old man, they are but empty straw. Is house my cause, and not God's, for he is overgreat and laugheth at thy concern, while I am but a storehouse of wailing. Speak not to me from the outside in, but speak to me out of thy soul, nothing else can I bear. Knowest thou and hast understood that Joseph is gone and returned? Not to me, never and nevermore? Only when thou thinkest thereon canst thou speak to me out of thy soul and thresh no empty straw. Out of my own mouth I laid upon him the journey and said, Young Joseph 429. Go toward Shechem and bow before thy brethren that they may come home and Israel not stand here like a tree without its boughs. This task laid I upon him and upon me, chastening us both somewhat rudely, for he should travel alone without a servant. I recognized his folly for my folly and concealed not from myself what God would. But God dissembled from me what he knew, for he inspired me to command the child, go hither, and hid himself away from me with his knowledge and his savage design. Such is the faith of the Almighty God, and thus repayeth he the truth with truth. Have a care at least to thy lips, son of the true wife. My lips are made to me so that I can spew out what I cannot bear. Speak not from outside, Elizur, but from within. What is God thinking of, that he layeth on me that from which my eyes turn inwards and I lose envy senses because it is what I cannot bear? Have I then the strength of stone and is my flesh of bronze? If only he had made me of bronze in his wisdom, but as I am, it is not for me. My child, my Dambu, the Lord hath given him, the Lord hath taken him away what he had not given him at first, or that I myself had not come out of my mother's womb, would there were nothing at all. What shall one think, Elizur, and whither turn and twist in his need? If I were not, then should I know not, and all would be naught. But even as I am, it is better that Joseph is gone than that he had never been, for so I still have what remaineth to me, and that is envy mourning for him. Ah, God hath taken care that one cannot be against him and must say yes, even while one saith no. Yeah, he had given him to my old age, his name be praised. He had molded him with his hands and made him lovely. Like milk had asterisk. He milked him and built his bony structure, had drawn over its skin and flesh and poured out grace upon him so that he took me by the earlobes and laughed, dearest Lather, give it to me. And I gave hit him, for I was not of bronze or stone. When I called him to the journey and gave him the command, he cried, Here am I, and kicked up his heels. When I think upon it, my tears pour out like water. Lord, it was even as though I had laid wood upon him for the burnt sacrifice and taken him by the hand and myself carried fire and knife. Oh, Eliezer, I have confessed before God and openly admit in all humility that I should not have been able. Thinkest thou he might graciously have accepted by submission and had pity of my confession? No, but he breathed fire out of his nostrils and spake, What thou canst not do shall be done, whether or no thou art able to give it, I will take it. That is God. Behold and see, here is the coat and the rags of the coat stiff with blood. That is the blood of his veins, which the ravening beast rent. And it rent his flesh. Oh, horror, horror. Oh, sin of God. Oh, wild, blind, reasonless misdeed. Too much had I laid upon him, Eliezer. 430 Thomas Mann. Too much for the child. He went astray upon the field and wandered. Lost in the waste, and came the hideous monster upon him and struck him down and devoured, unheeding his anguish. Mayhap he called upon me, or upon the mother, who died when he was small. No one heard him, God saw that it should be so. Thinkest thou it was a lion who struck him down, or a great boar that fell upon him, with standing bristles and buried his tusks in him? He shuddered, and plunged into a brooding silence. Inevitably, the word boar set up in him trains of thought which lifted the horrible single event now wringing his heart and placed it in the upper regions, among the primitive and symbolic, in the timeless and ever-revolving sphere, set it, as it were, under the stars. The boar, the raging swine of swine, that was Seth, the god-murderer, it was the red. It was Esau, whom he, Jacob, as a variant upon the pattern, had known how to mollify, by weeping at Eliphaz's feet, but who in the true and primeval pattern had cut up his brother and himself might occur here below as cut up and divided into 10 pieces. And at the thought a surmise struggled to rise into Jacob's consciousness, a sort of traditional suspicion lying in the deeper layers of his mind, where he had dwelt ever since he saw the blood-stained tatters of the coat. It was a sinister conjecture as to the identity of the boar who had torn Joseph. But it fell back again before it reached the surface. In fact, he himself helped to push it down. Strange though it may seem, he recoiled from knowledge of such a nature. He would have none of it, because it would have made him recognize the upper and the lower, because his suspicion would have been directed against itself. He was courageous, he loved the truth, he had recognized his responsibility for Joseph's act, and he had summoned strength to send him upon the journey. But he was not brave enough, despite all his love of truth, to face the thought of the brother's guilt, because that would have driven him to a consciousness of his own. Surely he may be pardoned for this. He could not have endured, and therefore his whole being rejected in agony the bitter thought that he himself had been the chief bore, and that his foolish doting, born of his own pride and self-indulgence, had been the instrument which had brought the lad to his death. And yet the unbearableness of his suffering consisted precisely in this suppressed suspicion, and his need to manifest his wretchedness in the most striking way before God should be referred to the same source. For to Jacob God was the important thing, he was behind every thing. Upon him were Jacob's weeping, brooding, desperate eyes directed. Lion or boar, it was God who had willed, had allowed in a word, had done the frightful thing, and he felt a certain recognizable satisfaction in that his despair raised him up to a height where he might actually expostulate with God, despite the contradiction. Young Joseph 43 of his outward debasement in nakedness and in ashes. Indeed, without the debasement there could have been no expostulating. Jacob scraped his wretchedness, and in exchange he spoke freely and guarded not his lips. That is God, he repeated, with visible shuddering. The Lord hath not asked me, Eliezer, nor set before me the test, saying, Offer me up the son whom thou lovest. Perhaps I should have been strong beyond my humble expectation and should have taken the child to Moriah despite his question, where then was the sheep for the burnt offering. Perhaps I could have heard it without falling in a faint and been able to lift the knife over Isaac and had faith in the ram. It would have depended on the test. But not so, Eliezer. He did not even vouchsafe me the test, but lured the child from my heart by dint of my honest admission that I was not guiltless of the brother strife, and led him astray, that the lion should fall upon him, and a wild boar strike its tusks in his flesh and root its snout in his entrails. For this beast, I may tell thee, devoureth everything. It even brought of Joseph to his lair, for the little swine, his children. Can one understand and accept that? No, it is insupportable. I spew it out as a bird. The feathers. There it lieth. May God do with it what he will, for it is not for me. Bethink thyself, Israel. No, I am without the power, my steward. God hath snatched my senses from me, now let him hear my words. He is my creator. I know full well. He hath milked me like milk and let me curdle like cheese, I admit it. But how is it with him, and where would he be without us, the fathers and me? Is he short of memory? Hath he forgotten the trouble and labor of man on his account? And how Abram found him and thought him forth, so that he might kiss his finger and cry, At last am I called Lord and highest. I ask, hath he forgotten the bond, that he gnasheth with his teeth against me and behaveth as though I were his foe? Where is my transgress? Zion and my misdeed? Let him show me. Have I burned incense to the Baals of the land and thrown kisses to the stars? There was no vice in me, and my prayer was pure. Why must I endure violence instead of justice? Let him in his wilfulness shatter me straightway and throw me in the pit, for that were a trifle to him, even without right, and I covet not greatly to live if I must suffer violence. Doth he then mock the spirit of man, that he arrogantly destroyeth both good and evil? But then where would he be himself without the spirit of man? Eliezer, the covenant is broken. Ask me not why, for I should have to answer thee sadly. God hath not held the pace, dost thou understand me? For God and man chose each other and made a compact whereby they might really become the one in the other, what they are, and be wholly one in the other. 432 Thomas Mann. But when man hath grown fine-grained and tender-hearted in God, with disciplined soul, and God then inviteth him to an abomination of desolation which he can in no wise stomach but must spew it out, and say, It is nothing for me, then, Eliezer, one must conclude that God hath not kept pace in the work of sanctification, but hath halted behind and is still a sorcerer. Eliezer was of course aghast to hear such words. He prayed to the Lord to have mercy upon his master, whose affliction had brought him beside himself. At the same time he did not spare Jacob in his reproaches. Thy words are beyond all bounds, he said, I cannot hear them. For they drag down the majesty of God against all warrant. That Say I unto thee, who with Abram, thanks to God's help, struck down the kings from the east and toward whom the earth sprang on the bridal journey. For thou hast called God a hateful sorcerer and set test thyself up against him as fine and tender, but it is thy words, out of which the desert howls, and in thy great pain thou makest a mock of pity, for thou behest him and lettest thyself down with the frightfulest license of thy tongue. Dost thou decree upon wrong, and write and sit in judgment upon him who made not only the behemoth, whose tail stretcheth like a cedar, and Leviathan, whose teeth are dreadful to see and whose scales are like to brazen shields, but likewise Orion, the seven-starred constellation, the dawn, nets, snakes, and the dust of Bubu. Did he not give to thee its hawks blessing before Esau, who was somewhat older, and gloriously confirmed the promise to thee at Bethel in the vision of the latter? 2. All that thou consentedst, and found no objection therein on the score of the fine and tender human spirit, for it was all after thy liking. Hath he not made thee rich and fat in the house of Laban, and moved the dusty bolts to open, that thou earnest away with child and chattel, and Laban was like a lamb before thee on the mount of Gilead? But now, when a misfortune is fallen on thee, a very heavy one, that no one denyeth, then thou art defiant, my master, and kickest out like a balky ass and wouldst upset everything in the most reckless way and say, God hath not kept pace in sanctification. Art thou then free of sin, being flesh, and is it so certain that thou hadst practiced righteousness thy life long? Canst thou understand that which is far above thy understanding, and fathom the riddle of life and ride over it roughshod with thy human words and say, it is not for me, and I am holier than God? Truly, these things should I not need to hear, O son of the true wife? Yea, thou sayest, Eliezer, answered Jacob to that, with dismal irony. Truth is in thy mouth, and well thou knowest it. Thou hast eaten up wisdom with a spoon and sweatest it out of all thy pores. It is truly edifying how thou chidest me and forgettest not to bring young Joseph 433. In how thou hast holpen Abram to strike down the kings, that which is out and out impossible, for in the eye of reason thou art born of a slave girl at Damascus and hast seen Abram with thine eyes as little as I myself. Lo, how I in my misery make free with thy wisdom. Pure was I, but God hath drenched me over and over in filth, and such as thou art find it reasonable, for knowing not of pious palliation they let the truth go naked. I even herewith express my doubt that the earth sprung toward thee, and now it is all out. Jacob, Jacob, what dost thou? Thou destroyest the world in the arrogance of thine affliction, thou smitest it in pieces and throwest them on the head of the admonisher. For I would not say upon whose head thou throwest them, strictly speaking. Art thou the first AC, costed by sorrow, and may nothing go against thee but thou puffest out thy belly with blasphemy and rebellest and runnest against God, like a bull? Dost thou think that on thine account the mountains are moved and water runneth uphill? Verily I think that thou wilt burst of malice here on this spot, since thou callest God godless and the Most High unjust. Silence, Eliezer. Speak not of me so amiss, for I am bruised with mine affliction and cannot bear it. Is it God hath had to give away his son, so that he came before swine and before the grice of the swine in his lair, or is it I? Why then speakest thou for him, taking his part and not mine? Hast thou any understanding of what I say? Nay, not at all dost thou understand, and wilt speak for God. Ah, thou, God's defender, thou wilt receive thy reward and be counted high in his sight for that thou hast stood up for him and shrewdly praised his deeds, he being God. But I tell thee he will fall upon thee, for thou wilt praise him falsely, deceiving him as one deceiveth a man, and wilt secretly flatter him. Thou hypocrite, he will have none of this way of serving his cause and waiting upon him with fawning, when what he hath done to me shrieked to heaven, in that he hath thrown Joseph to the swine. For what thou sayest I too could say, and thou knowest I am not duller of sense than thou. But I speak to him otherwise, and even so am nearer to him than thou. For one must defend God against his defenders, and protect him against those who would protect him. Thinkest thou he is a man, even of overwhelming power, and it is his side thou must espouse against me, a worm? When thou callest phlegm eternally great, thou utterest merely wind, if thou knowest not that God is still above God, still everlastingly above himself, and will punish from above, where he is my healing and my reliance, and where thou art not, if thou regardest thyself as between him and me. We are altogether evil flesh and prone to sin, responded Eliezer quietly. Each of us must deal with God according to his understanding and to the height he can reach, for no one can reach Ellis. 434 Thomas Mann. Height. Most likely we have both greatly sinned in our speech. But come now, my dear master, enter thy house, for here is enough of the violence of sorrow. Thy face is quite swollen from the heat on this pile of shards, and thou art too tender and fine for such a height of affliction. From weeping, said Jacob, from weeping for the beloved is my face crimson and swollen. But he allowed himself to be led into the tent, being not further interested in the dust heap, in stark nakedness and scraping his imaginary sores, they having served his turn, to the end that he might expostulate his fill with God. The temptations of Jacob. Now at least he put on a sackcloth, after the first 3 days, and his life was a little less distracted by grief, so that the sons when they arrived did not find him in the deepest depth of his affliction. But as yet they had not come, it was their wives who mourned and lamented, supported his head and consoled him, those at least who dwelt with him, for Judah's child of Shua was not there. Likewise Zilpah and Bilhah and little Benjamin, to whom he clung and with whom he sobbed. He could not love the little one in the least as he loved Joseph. And when he looked at him his gaze was full of gloom, because Benjamin had cost him Rachel. But now he pressed the child passionately to his heart, calling him Benoni for his mother's sake, and swore to him that he would never under any circumstances send him on a journey, neither alone nor even with escort. Always, however big he got, and even as a married man, he should stop here under the father's eye, cherished and protected, and not take a step from the safest roads, for there was no confidence in the world, in nothing, and in nobody. Benjamin accepted the assurance, though with a heavy heart. He remembered his excursions with Joseph to the grove of Adonis, and the thought that the dear and lovely one would never again run and jump with him, nor even fan his little hand when it sweated, that he would never again relate his great dreams of heaven and make proud the heart of the little urchin with confidence in his understanding. All that wrung bitter tears from his eyes. But at bottom he was not capable of realizing what they told him of Joseph, that he would never come back, that he would never be with him again and was dead. He did not believe it despite the horrible evidence, which never left the father's hand. Our natural incapacity to believe in death is the denial of a denial and thus an affirmation. It is helpless belief. For all belief is helpless, and its helplessness is its strength. As for Benjamin, he clothed his unquenchable belief in the idea that Joseph had been snatched away. He will come back, he is separated, caress. Young Joseph 435. Ing the old man. Or he will have us come to him. Jacob for his part was no child, but weighed down with the stories life had told him. He had drunk too deep of the bitter tasting reality of death to have anything but a melancholy smile for Benoni's consolations. But he, too, at bottom, was utterly unable to affirm the denial of life, and his efforts to avoid doing so, to get round the necessity of coming to terms with both reality and impossibility, with this inhuman contradiction, were of such an extravagant nature that in our day we should be forced to speak of mental derangement. His household would not have gone so far, but Eliezer was in sore straits with the desperate plans and speculations that Jacob revolved. We are told that when he was spoken to, his sole answer was, I will go down into the grave unto my son mourning. It was, then, and afterwards, generally understood that he wished not longer to live, but simply to die and to unite himself in death with his son. Partly in view of his lament that it was all too bitter and hard that he had to lay down his grey head in death for such a grief. He meant it so to be understood. But Eliezer came to hear otherwise and in greater detail. However mad it may sound, Jacob's mind was dwelling on the possibility of descending into the pit, in other words to the kingdom of the dead, and fetching Joseph back. The idea was the more senseless in that it was not the father but the mother bride who set out to free the true son from his prison in the lower world and return him to the upper one desolate for lack of him. But Jacob's wandering wits led him to make the most fantastic analogies. Moreover, he had long since a tendency to deal freely with sex. He had never known how to make a clear distinction between Rachel's eyes and Joseph's. They were really the same, really those from which he had kissed away the impatient tears. Now since Rachel's death they had become indistinguishable. The beloved beings themselves flowed together to a double sex picture, which was the object of his yearning. And like everything else that was of the upper sphere, this yearning too was male-female supra-sexual. But as it was Jacob's yearning and he its, so Jacob partook of this nature, a conclusion which he had long since accepted with his emotions. Since Rachel's death he had been to Joseph mother and father both. He had taken over the maternal role to such an extent that it conditioned the nature of his love for Joseph. The identification of Joseph with Rachel had its counterpart in his own identification with the departed as well. But a double object can only be completely loved with a double love. It invokes the masculine insofar as it is feminine, the feminine insofar as it is masculine. A father feeling, which sees in its object at once the son and the beloved, in which there mingles a tenderness which is proper to the love of the mother. For the son is indeed masculine insofar as it has to do with the 43:6 Thomas Mann, beloved in the son, but maternal insofar as it is love to the son. This dual nature of his love made possible to Jacob the mad projects with which he burdened the ears of Eliezer concerning the bringing back of Joseph to life by conforming to the mythical pattern. I will go down, he is separated, to my son. Look at me, Eliezer. Is not the shape of my breast grown somewhat feminine? In my years nature probably seeks a balance. Women get beards and men bosoms. I will find my way into the land without return, tomorrow. I will set out. Why lookest thou doubtfully at me? May it not be possible? One must go always westward, and cross the Chubby River. Then one cometh to the 7 gates. Nay, doubt not, doubt not. No. One loved him more than I. I will be as his mother. I will find him and go down with him to the lowest depth whence springeth the water of life. I will sprinkle him and will loose the dusty bolts for his return. Have I not once already done so? Am I not a master of the arts of outwitting and of flight? I will get the better of the mistress below there as I did once of Laban, and they too shall deal with me with fair words. Why must I see that thou hast thy head? Ah, dear master, I enter as far as I can into thine aspirations, and grant that in the beginning all would go according to thy thoughts. But at the latest at the 7th gate it must and would be revealed that thou art not the mother. Of a certainty, responded Jacob, and could not in all his extremity quite suppress a gratified smile. That is inevitable. It would become plain that I did not suckle but begot him. Eliezer, said he, for his thoughts had suddenly taken a turn from the mother bride to the phallic, I will beget him anew. Might that not be possible, to beget him again, just as he was, very Joseph, and thus to lead him back from below? Am I not after all still here, from whom he came? Should he then be lost? So long as I live, can I not give him up for lost? I will awaken him anew and by begetting re-establish his image on earth. But Rachel is no more here, who shared in the begetting, and yet two must unite if very Joseph is to spring from Utah. Even if she lived and you begot again, yet would it not be the hour nor the horoscope which summoned Joseph into being? Not him would you call up, neither Benjamin, but a third whom no eye yet hath seen. For naught happeneth twice, and all that is here is only itself, as it were, forever. But then it may not die and be lost, Eliezer. That is impossible. If everything is only for once and hath its like neither next to nor after him, and no great cycle bringeth it round again, then can it not be destroyed and thrown to the pigs? That I cannot accept. True it is that Rachel was necessary to Joseph's begetting, and that the hour two must coincide. But of this I was aware, and knowingly have I. Young Joseph 437. Challenged thy reply. For the begetter is only the tool of creating. It is blind, and knows not what it doth. When we begot Joseph, the true wife and I, we begot not him, but a something anything. And that it became Joseph was the work of God. Begetting is not creating. It only plungeth life into life, in blind lust, but ECRE. 8th. Oh, that my life might plunge into death and know it, that I might beget upon it and awaken to life Joseph, as he was. Toward that goal is my musing directed, that is my meaning when I say, I will go down. Might I beget backwards into the past and into the hour that was Joseph's hour? Why shakest thou thy head so misgivingly? That I cannot do it I know myself, but that I wish it, over. That shouldst thou not shake thy head, for God hath so ordered it. That I am here and Joseph not, which is a shrieking contradiction and rendeth MB heart. Knowst thou what that is, a heart rent in twain? No, thou but prattlest when thou sayest it, meaning only that my case is sad. But my heart is literally torn so that I am forced to think against reason and must brood upon the impossible. I shake my head, master, for pity, because of thy defiance of that which thou wouldst call a contradiction, namely, that thou art and thy son no more. For therein is precisely thy sorrow, which thou manifestest to a high degree and hast performed for 3 days long upon the heap of shards. But now it would be better for thee to give thyself gradually into God's counsel, which saith that thou shouldst summon up thy heart and speak no longer of such disjointed thoughts as that of begetting Joseph anew. How were that possible? When thou begottest him thou knewest him not. For man begetteth only what he doth not know. But would he beget consciously and know? His art would be creation and he in his presumption would be thinking of himself as God. Well, Eliezer, and what then? Must man then not presume, and would he be still man if he did not at all times itch to be like God? Thou forgettest, said Jacob in a whisper, approaching his mouth to Eliezer's ear, that I have secret knowledge of procreation more than most men, and well know the means and ways of blurring the distinction between begetting and creating, and how to let some what of creation flow into the begetting, as Laban learned when I made the white ewes conceive over the peeled ones and they cast speckled in my favor. Seek me a woman, Eliezer, who resembleth Rachel in eyes and limbs, there must be such. I will beget with her. Mine eyes firmly and consciously directed upon Joseph's image, which I know so well. Then will she bear him again to me from the dead. Thy words, replied Eliezer, just as softly, make me to shudder. And I would not willingly have heard them. For it seemeth to me they come not only out of the depths of thy lamenting, but even from 438 Thomas Mann. Deeper still. Weighted with years thou art besides, and it is not proper. Thou shouldst think of begetting any more, to say nothing of such. Begetting as has a tinge of creating and should at no time be thought of. Mistake me not, Eliezer. I am an old man, yet full of virility and not at all like the angels, as I am well aware. I should like well to beget. To be sure, he added after a pause, my vital powers are for the time cast down by grief over Joseph, so that because of my affliction I might not be able to beget, whereas truly I would wish to precisely on account of it. Therein canst thou see in me the contradictions which rend me, which God hath brought about. I can see that thy affliction is set as guard and protection against great sacrilege. Jacob pondered. Then, he said, close to his servant's ear, as before, one must deceive the watchman and play him a trick, which may easily happen, as he is the obstacle and the motive both at once. For it must be possible, Eliezer, to make a man without begetting him, if one is prevented by suffering and grief. Hath then God begotten man in the womb of woman? No, for there was none, and it is an offense to think of such a thing. Rather he made him as he would, with his hands, out of clay, and breathed the living breath in his nostrils, that he might walk. Nay, Eliezer, but listen and let thyself be one. If we were to make a figure out of clay and a thing formed of earth, like an image, 3 ells long and with all its limbs, as God thought of and envisaged them when he conceived man in the spirit and made him after his image. God saw and made man, Adam, for he is the creator. But I see Joseph, the single creature, as I know him, and I will awake him much more eagerly even than when I conceived him and did not know him. And it would lie before us, Eliezer, the figure, and stretch itself in human length on the ground, the face turned toward heaven. We, however, should stand at its feet and look into its face of clay. Ah, my oldest servant, my heart beats high and fast, for how if we did it? If we did what, master? What new and strange thing doth thine anguish conceive? Do I yet know already, my elder servant, and can I tell thee? But let thyself be one and help me to that which I do not yet rightly know. And if we went round the figure once and 7 times, I to the right and thou to the left, and laid a little leaf in its dead mouth, a little leaf with God's name, I would kneel down and enclose in my arms the clay and kiss it as I could kiss it, from the bottom of my heart. There, he shrieked aloud. Eliezer, lo. The body to eth red as fire, it glowed, it scorcheth me, but I let it not down. I hold it fast in my arms and kiss it again. Then is it extinguished and young Joseph 439. Water ploweth into the clay body, it swelleth and gusheth with water, and lo, hair springeth up on his head, and nails sprout on fingers and toes. Then I kiss him for the 3rd time and blow into him my breath which is God's breath, and fire, water, and breath of air. These 3 bring it about that the 4th, the earth, wake to life and in deep amaze openeth its eyes to me the awaker and speak. Abba, dear father. All that make me to shudder, said Eliezer, and indeed he was trembling slightly, for it is as though thou hadst won me over for these new and mysterious doings and that the golem liveth before mine eyes. Truly my life is a burden to me and thou makest it strange. Return that I am constant to thy couch of affliction and loyally support thy head, whilst thou speakest of wonder making and images. And so enforcest me that I see all with thine eyes, whether I would or no. And Eliezer was glad of the brethren when they returned, but they were not so acquaintance with grief. They came the 7th day after Jacob had received the sign, they two with sackcloth round their loins, and their hair full of ashes. They were sick at heart, and none of them understood how they could ever have persuaded themselves that all would be well and the father's heart would return again to them, if only the spoiled brat were out of the way. Long ago they had discarded the hope and wondered that they could ever have entertained it. On their journey thither, they confessed, haltingly, to each other and to themselves, that putting Joseph away had in no wise altered their father's attitude to them. They were pretty well aware how Jacob was taking it, and how he felt about them. They understood in what uneasy discomfort their lives would henceforth be led. Deep within the father, obscurely and perhaps not quite consciously, he thought of them as the murderers of the boy. Perhaps he did not believe that they had slain their brother with their own hands. Somehow the beast had done it for them, tacking away the blood deed and doing according to their wish, so that in his eyes they might be guiltless and unassailable and yet the more despicable murderers. In reality, of course, it was just the other way round. They were guilty, indeed, but were no murderers. However, they could not tell the father that, to clear themselves of the blood guilt, they must have confessed their guilt, which would have meant forswearing their oath and their bond. Though indeed they had immense when they found the oath as futile as everything else. In short, no comfort could be expected, none at all. They could see that perfectly well. A bad conscience is bad enough, but a bad 440 Thomas Mann conscience with a grievance is almost worse, for it makes sullen confusion in the soul. It is both foolish and anguishing and cuts a sorry figure. Thus then they would stand before Jacob all their life long, the 10, and there would be no relief, for he suspected them and they learned to know what that means, a mistrust and suspicion, one man mistrusting himself in that he mistrusts another and the other in himself, so others cannot have the repose he cannot find himself, but must fear and pry and taunt and plague himself by plaguing others, for that is the nature of suspicion and incurable mistrust. All this they perceived in the first moment when they stood before Jacob. They read it all in the look which he directed toward them, as he raised himself a little from the arm on which he lay. That gaze, reddened by weeping, melancholy and piercing at once, anxious and mistrustful, tried to penetrate their hearts, yet knowing it could not. It held them long before fitting words came, the unanswerable, Al. Ready answered, empty, senseless, fruitless, pathetic query. Where is Joseph? They stood with hanging heads before that impossible question. Those sorry figures, those sinners with a grievance. They saw that he would spare them nothing, but make all things as hard as he could. When he knew of their approach, he might have risen to receive them, but though a week had passed since he had received the sign, he lay there, with his face on his arm, and only raised it after a good space of time. And his look conveyed the question which in the abandonment of his grief he insisted on asking them. He deliberately made use of affliction in order to lie thus before them and ask his question, so that it might sound like an outburst of anguish. They saw through all that. Men saw through each other in that distant day, as well as in this. They answered, wryly. Jehudah spoke for the rest. We know, dear Lord, what pain and deep mourning hath afflicted thee. Me, he asked. Not you also? Us too, of course, they replied. Of us we would wish not to speak. Why not? Out of reverence. A lamentable exchange of words. They shuddered to think that it would be so from now on. Joseph is no more here, he said. Alas, they responded. I gave him up to the journey, he said again, and he exulted in it. I told him to go to Shechem that he might bow before you and incline your hearts to return. Did he do so? Alas, the tragic thing befell, they replied, that he did not get. Young Joseph 44:1. So far as to reach us. Before he could do so, the wild beast had struck him down. For we were pasturing no longer in the vale of Shechem, but in the valley of Dothan. So the boy went astray and was struck down. We saw him no more with our eyes since the day when he announced to you and us in the field what he had dreamed. The dreams, said Jacob, which he dreamed, they were then a vexation to you, heavy and great, so that you bore a grudge to him in your hearts. Something of a grudge, they answered. A grudge indeed, yet, in measure. We saw that his dreams gave thee vexation, for that you chid him and indeed even threatened to pull his hair. Therefore we, too, were angry with him to some extent. Now, alas, hath the cruel beast worried him far more than was thy intent. It hath rent him, said Jacob, and wept. Why say you worried? For it rent and devoured him. To say worried instead of rent, it is a scorn and a mocking and sounds like gladness. Out of bitter affliction, they answered, it might happen that one said worried for torn or even to spare the afflicted. That is true, he said. You are right in what you say and I must be content. But if Joseph could not incline your hearts, why then are ye returned? To mourn with you. Then mourn, responded Jacob. And they sat down with him to join in a lament, how long liest thou there? And as they did so, Jehudah supported his father's head on his knee and dried his tears. But after a little while Jacob interrupted the lamentations and said, I do not care to have thee support my head, Judah, and dry my tears. The twins shall do it. The offended Judah gave over his father's head to the twins and they held it a while as they lamented, until Jacob said again, I know not why, but it is unpleasant to me that Simeon and Levi should do me this service. Reuben shall do it. Hugely insulted, the twins gave over the head to Reuben, who held it in his turn, until Jacob said once more, it sweet and comforteth me not that Reuben holdeth my head and drieth my brow. Dan shall do it, underscore. But things went no better with Dan, he had to pass on the head to Naphtali, of whom Jacob tired even more quickly, and chose Gad for the next in turn. Thus it went on through Asher and Issachar to Zebulun, Jacob saying each time something to the same effect. I feel it vaguely displeasing that he should hold my head, another shall do it. Until all of them had been affronted and put aside, then he said, we will cease to mourn. So they just sat silent round him with dropped jaws, for they 44:2 Thomas Mann understood that he partly thought of them as Joseph's murderers, which indeed they partly were, and if not wholly, then it was only by chance. They were mightily aggrieved that he took the part for the whole, and hardened their hearts. Thus, they thought, would their lives be spent from now on, sin, and the suffering under a misunderstanding which they could never wholly explain. This was what they got for putting Joseph away. Jacob's eyes rested upon them. Those bright, brown, tear-inflamed eyes with the enlarged glands beneath them, those troubled eyes that were wont to be turned inward in musings upon the nature of God. Now they were bent upon his sons, always upon them whenever they themselves were not looking, brooding and spying in incurable giving and turning aside when one met their gaze. As they were eating, he began. One but if a man hath hired an ox or an ass and there cometh a stroke, or a god strike the beast so that it is dead, then shall the man swear, and purge himself from guilt, before he can be free from suspicion. Their hands felt cold, for they understood what Jacob's words pointed at. Swear, they grumbled, their hearts sinking. He must swear. When nobody seeth how it went with the beast and there is no blood, and no wounding such as the lion doth or a and b beast of prey. But if there be blood or traces, who shall molest the hireling? It is the affair of the owner. Is so the way of it? So it standeth written. But it standeth written, if a shepherd pasture the owner's sheep, and a lion killeth among the fold, then the shepherd shall swear an oath to clear himself, and the damage shall be the owner's. Then how standeth it with me? Shall not the hired shepherd also swear if it seem clear and certain that the lion hath killed? Yes and no, they answered, and their feet too were cold by now. More no than yes, if it please thee. For if it is a sheepfold on which the lion falleth, then he draggeth his prey out away and no one seeth. And it must be sworn. But if the shepherd can produce the slain and bring forth some mangled remnant, then shall he not be made to swear. You might all be judges, so well you know the law. But if the sheep were the judges and were of value to him, but to the shepherd of none, is it not enough that it was not his and of no worth to him, to force him to swear? Not ever yet in the world was that enough to force an oath. But if the shepherd hated the sheep, he asked, and looked at them with wild and frightened eyes. Wildly, fearfully, with heart sinking they countered the gaze. It eased their pain at his eyes. Young Joseph 443. Roved from one to the other so that none of them had to bear that mistrustful look for long at a time. Can one hate a sheep? They asked, and their faces were cold and sweaty. That does not happen in the world, there can be no law concerning it, and it cometh not into consideration. But we are no hired shepherds, rather the sons of the king of shepherds, and if we lose a sheep, so is it our loss as well as his, and all in all there can be no talk of judging or of a compulsory oath, in any case. Such idle, cowardly, wretched talk. Must it go on like that for always? Then were it better that the brethren should go away again to Shechem, Dothan, or elsewhere, since it was proven that their stay here without Joseph was as impossible as it had been with him. But did they go? Not at all, they stopped, and if one of them went his own ways, he soon came back. Their evil consciences had need of his suspicion of their evil consciences. They were bound to one another in God and in Joseph. In the beginning they suffered greatly in living together, yet they accepted it as penance. Jacob and his sons. For these knew what they had done, and if they knew they were guilty, Jacob knew that he was too. But time passed and habit was reformed. Habit wiped the peering mistrust out of Jacob's eyes. Habit made vague in the minds of the 10 brothers what they had actually done. Gradually they lost sight of the distinction between doing and happening. It had happened that Joseph was lost. The question how slowly retreated behind the fact. As father and sons adjusted themselves to it. He was not here. That was the fixed fact upon which they all came to rest. The 10 knew that he had not been murdered, as Jacob thought. But even this difference in knowledge lost meaning in the end, for to them as to him, Joseph was a shadow, wandering far outside any sphere of human knowledge in the land of no return. In this idea father and sons were at one. The poor old man from whom God had snatched his tysir of feeling, so that no sweet spring could bloom any more in his heart. But only parching summer and the barrenness of winter reigned therein, and he was really as stiff as at the beginning, in his seizure. Did not cease to bewail his lamb, and when he wept they did so with him, for their hatred was taken from them, until in the end they could not clearly remember how it was the fool had so angered them. They could even mourn him, too, for they knew him to be safe in the shadow, and in absence, and buried outside the circle of then life, and Jacob did so too. He relinquished the idea of going down as mother and fetching Joseph back. He no longer distressed anyone with wild plans of getting him anew or shaping him out of clay and playing the part of God. Life and love are beautiful, but death has also its good side. Hiding and preserving the beloved in the past and in absence, so that 444 Thomas Mann. Where once there were care and fear there is now perfect calm. Where was Joseph? In Abraham's bosom. With God, who had taken him to himself. Or whatever other words one finds for that last absence, all of them chosen to express gently and finally, if some what hollowly and bleakly, the ultimate security of all. Death, after having restored, preserves. What had Jacob done to restore Joseph, since he had been dismembered? Death itself had seen to that, and quickly. Death had recomposed the whole out of 14 pieces, or even more, recomposed it in laughing beauty, and thus preserved him more sweetly and better than the people of the evil land of Egypt preserved their dead with bandages and spices, inviolate, unchanged, unchangeable, that dear, vain, brilliant, wheedling youth of 17, who had sat on white Huldah and ridden away. Unchanged, unchangeable, needing no more carefulness, yet ever 17. However much the years might increase since he rode away, and the years of the living increase with him. So was Joseph for Jacob, and so how shall any say that death has not its good side, however chill and hollow it may be? Jacob adapted himself to it. He looked back with chagrin upon his bickering and arguing with God in the first flowering of his grief, and no longer found it reactionary, but splendid and worthy of reverence instead. That God had not crushed him out of hand, but rather in silent forbearance had let him give rein to the intemperance of his misery. Ah, good old man! Didst thou divine what amazing favor still lay behind the silence of thy dread and wonderful God, and with thee had incredible rapture thy soul was still to be shaken, according to his word? When thou wast young in the flesh, thou didst once awake at dawn to find thy dearest bliss turned to illusion and trickery. Very old must thou become before thou learnest that naught but illusion and trickery was thy sorest anguish likewise. Joseph in Egypt. Chapter I. The journey downwards of the silence of the dead. Where are you taking me? Joseph asked Kadima, one of the old Man's sons, as they were setting up the sleeping huts in the rolling moonlit lowland at the foot of the mountains called Fruitlands. Kadima looked him up and down. AG degree D1, said he, and shook his head in token that he did not mean good at all but various other things such as pert or queer or simple. Where are we taking thee? But are we taking thee anywhither? No, not at all. Thou art by chance with us, because our father hath purchased thee from harsh masters, and thou goest with us whitherever we go. But taking thee that cannot be called carrot no. Then not, responded Joseph. I only meant, whither doth God lead me, in that I go with you. Thou art and remainest a funny fellow, countered the Maonite. And thou hast a way of putting thyself in the center of things till one knoweth not whether to wonder or be put out. Thinkest thou come hither, that we are a journeying in order that thou mayest arrive somewhither where thy God will have thee to come? Not that do I think, Joseph replied. For I know that you, my masters, journey whither you will and on your own affairs and of a certainty no question of mine meaneth any wrong to your dignity or power. But lo, the world hath many centers, one for each created being, and about each one it lieth in its own circle. Thou standest but half an ell from me, yet about thee lieth a universe whose center I am not but thou art. Therefore both are true, according as one speak, from thy center or from mine. And I, on the other hand, stand in the center of mine. For our universes are not far from each other, so that they do not touch, rather hath God pushed them and woven them deep into each other, so that you Ishmaelites do indeed journey quite independently and according to your own ends, whither you will, but besides that you are the means and tool, in our interwovenness, that I arrive at my goal. Therefore I ask whither you are leading me. 448 Thomas Mann. Well, said Kadima, and kept looking him up and down. His face turned away from the peg he was driving. All that thou thinkest out and thy tongue runs on like a lizard's tongue. I will tell the old man my father how thou son of a dog as thou art takest leave to riddle and stick thy nose into such high wisdom as that thou hast a universe to thyself and we are destined for thy guardians. Take care, I'll tell him. Do so, responded Joseph, it will do no harm. It will make thy father careful not to sell me too cheap to the first comer, if he think of making trade with me. Are we chattering here, asked Kadima, or are we setting up a hut? And he motioned him to lend a hand. But as they worked he said, Thou askest too much, when thou wilt know from me whither we journey. I would have naught against telling thee, if I knew. But it is the old man my father's business, he keepeth all in his own head. How it will go and afterwards we see how it cometh to pass. So much is clear, that we keep on, as the shepherds thy harsh masters sell us, and go not into the interior but are bound toward the level. Sure, there shall we travel day by day and come into the land of the Philistines, the cities of the seafaring traders and the pirates strong holds. Perhaps thou wilt be sold there somewhere to the galleys. That would I not have, said Joseph. No use to wish. All will be as the old man hath thought, and whither we journey at the end, that he himself perhaps know it not. But he would like us to think that he know it all quite precisely beforehand, and so we all act as though we thought so. Ever, Mib, Sam, Kedar, and I. I tell thee this because we happen to be set. Ting up the huts here together, otherwise I have no reason to say it. To thee. I could wish the old man would not exchange thee too soon. For purple and cedar oil, but that thou wouldst remain here with us. For a spell that one might hear more from thee about the universes. Of men and their interwovenness. As thou wilt, answered Joseph. You are my masters and have bought me for 20 silver pieces, including my tongue and my wits. They are at your service, and to that about the universe of the individual I can add something about God's not quite flawless one. They're working with numbers, so that man must improve his calculations, and further about the pendulum, the year of the dog star, and the renewal of life. But not now, Kadima said. The huts must absolutely be set up now, for the old man my father is tired, and so am I. I fear that I could not follow thy tongue any more for today. Art thou still ailing from thy fast, and are thy limbs still sore where thou wast bound with cords? Joseph in Egypt 449. Scarcely at all, responded Joseph. After all, it was only 3 days that I spent in the pit, and your oil with which I might anoint myself has done my limbs great good. I am now whole, and nothing detracteth from the value and usefulness of thy slave. He had, in fact, had opportunity to cleanse and anoint himself, had received from his masters a loincloth, and for cooler hours a rumpled white-hooded cape such as the thick-lipped camel boy wore. Prob. Ably the expression to feel as one newborn may have fitted him. More precisely than it has any human being since the creation of the world, for had he not actually been born again? It was a deep cleave, age and abyss that divided his present from his past. It was the grave. Since he had died young, his vital forces reassembled themselves quickly and easily beyond it, but that did not prevent him from distinguishing sharply between his present existence and that earlier one which had ended in the grave, nor from considering himself not the old Joseph but a new one. If to be dead and perished means to be quite inseparably bound to a state which permits no looking back, no gesture, no smallest resumption of relations with his previous life, if it means to be vanished speechless from that former life, without leave or thinkable possibility of breaking the silence with any whatsoever sign, and Joseph was dead, and the oil with which he might anoint himself after cleansing from the dust of the grave had been no other than that which one gives the dead into the grave for his anointing in another life. I stress this point, for it seems to me urgent to defend Joseph, now and later, from a reproach which has often historically been leveled against him. For certainly a reproach lies in the query, why, after escaping from the pit, had he not bent all his strength to get in touch with Jacob in his pitiable state, to let him know that he still lived? The opportunity must early have presented itself. Yes, as time passed, it would surely have been more and more possible for the son to send to that father in his error some word of the truth. Proportionally strange, even offensive must it seem that he did nothing of the kind. But the reproach confuses the outwardly with the inwardly possible, and leaves out of consideration the 3 black days which preceded the rising of Joseph. They had driven him, amid severest anguish, to an insight into the deadly error of his former life, and to a renunciation of it. They had taught him to accept his by and hers conviction of his death, his resolve and purpose not to betray their belief was the firmer because it was not voluntary but as involuntary, and logically necessary as the silence of the dead. A dead man is silent about his love, not out of lovelessness but necessity, and not in cruel wise was Joseph silent to his father. Indeed it became very hard on him, and the longer it lasted the harder it grew, that we may believe, not easier than on the dead lies the earth which covers him. 450 Thomas Mann. Pity for the old man who he well knew had loved him more than himself, whom he too loved with grateful, natural love, and together with whom he had brought himself down to the grave tempted him sore and would have made him glad to act contrary to his better sense. But there is something strange about a pain felt by others for our own fate. Our sympathy with it is of a peculiar kind, distinctly harder and colder than that we feel with a stranger's sorrow. Joseph had passed through frightfulness, he had received cruel instruction, and it eased for him his compassion for Jacob. Yes, the consciousness of their common burden made his father's woe seem somehow in the nature of things. His bond to death prevented him from cancelling the bloody sign which the other must have received. Jacob, he knew, could not fail to take the blood of the kid for his son's blood, and that this must be so worked upon Joseph until it practically obliterated the distinction between this is my blood and this represents my blood. Jacob held him for dead, and since he did so irrevocably, unalterably, then was Joseph dead, or was he not? He was. The proof lay in the compulsion to keep silence to the father. The kingdom of the dead received him, or rather would receive him, for he soon learned that he was still on the way thither, being led in that direction by the Midianites who had bought him to the master. Thou art he to come to the master, a boy named Ba-al-Mahir said one evening to Joseph as the latter was busy baking pancakes on hot stones. They were now some days distant from Mount Carmel, Hav, in come along the sandy shore close to the open sea. Joseph had asserted that he made uncommonly good pancakes, and actually by God's help he succeeded in making excellent ones, though he had never made or been asked to make them before. They had camped at sunset at the foot of the rushy and grassy line of dunes which had for days monotonously accompanied their course on the land side. It had been very hot, now mildness descended from a paling sky. The beach extended, violet-hued. The retreating sea rustled silkily, sending broad, shallow waves to the wet margin of the shore, where they were gilded with red gold splendor by the scarlet rays of the parting sun. The camels rested beside their pegs. Not far from the shore, a clumsy freight boat, worked by 2 men and seemingly laden with wood, was being towed southwards by a sailing ship propelled by oars. The sailboat had a short mast and a long yard, many cables, and an animal's head on the prow high above the water. To the master, repeated the camel boy. He summons thee. Through my mouth. He is sitting on the mat in his tent and he says, thou art to come before him. I was passing and he called me by my Joseph in Egypt 451. Name, Ba-al-Mahir, and spake, sent to me him lately bought, that son of the swamps, that come hither out of the depths, I would question him. Aha, thought Joseph, Kadima hath told him about the verses, that is very well. Yes, said he expressed himself thus, because he knew not how otherwise to make thee comprehend whom he meant. He must speak to thee, my good fellow, according to thy understanding. Indeed, retorted the other, what else should he have said? For, wanting to see me, he would say, send to me Ba-al-Mahir. For that is my name. But with thee it is harder, for to thee one can but whistle. I suppose he would see thee always, said Joseph, though thou art but a scald head. Go now. Thanks for thy message. What thinkest thou? Cried Ba-al-Mahir. Thou must come straightway with me, that I bring thee before him, for if thou comest not I shall suffer. But first, answered Joseph, I must just finish this pancake before I go. I will take it with me, that the master may try my excellent baking. Be quiet and wait. And with the slave emitting cries of I'm patience he baked the pancake brown, then rose from his squatting posture and said, I come. B.A. Almacher accompanied him to the old man, who sat placidly on his mat in the low entrance of his traveling tent. To hear is to obey, said Joseph, saluting. The old man, gazing into the fading glow of eve, nodded and then lifted one of his hands from his lap with a sidewise wave in sign that B.A. Almacher should disappear. I hear, he began, that thou hast said thou art the navel of the world. Joseph shook his head with a smile. What could that mean, answered he, and what may I have chanced to utter and turn a phrase that they have so bungled it to my lord's ears? Let me see. Yeah, truly, I said that it hath many trace, the world, as many as there are men on earth to say I say. For each a center. That is the same in the end, said the old man. It is true, then, that thou didst give tongue to such a folly. Never have I heard the like, in all my wanderings, and I see too well thou art a blasphemer and ill-doer, just as thy former master said. What should we become? Into if every gawk and gaby in all the tribes were to consider him self the center of the world wherever he standeth? And what should we do with so many centers? When thou wast in the well, whither thou earnest, as I now see, only too justifiably, was then this well the sacred center of the world. God hallowed it, answered Joseph, in that he kept an eye on 452 Thomas Mann. It and let me not be destroyed therein but sent you by that way that you might save me. So that, questioned the merchant, or in order that. So that, and in order that, responded Joseph, both, or as one will. Thou art a prattler. Up to now there was at least question whether Babel was the center of the world and its tower or perhaps the city of Abdu on the river Happy, where he lieth buried, the first of the west. Thou multipliest the question. To what God belongest thou? God the Lord. Adon, then, and thou lamentest the going down of the sun. 2. That I agree, it is at least a statement worthy of a hearing, and better than if one were to say, I am a center, as though he were gone mad. What hast thou there in thy hand? A pancake, which I baked for my lord. I can make uncommonly good pancakes. Uncommon? Let me see. And the old man took the cake out of Joseph's hand, turned it about, and then bit a piece off with his side teeth, for he had none in front. The pancake was as good as could be and not better, but the old man gave judgment. It is very good. I will not say uncommonly, since thou hast said it first, thou shouldst have left it to me. But good it is. Capital, indeed. He added, as he chewed. I commission thee to bake them often. It shall be done. Is it true or not, that thou canst write and keep a record of stocks? With ease, answered Joseph. I can write human and divine writing, with reed or graver, at will. Who taught thee? He did who was set over the house. A wise steward. How many times goeth 7 into 77? But twice, as written. But in sense I must take the 7 first. Once, then twice, then 8 times to reach 77, for 7, 14, and 56 make it up. 1, 2, and 8 are, however, 11 and thus I have it, 11 times doth 7 go into 70. 7. So quickly findest thou a hidden number. Quickly or not at all. Thou hast probably learned from practice. But suppose I have a piece of meadow that is 3 times as large as the field of my nay. Poor Dagon but he buyeth a yoke of land in addition and now. Mine is only twice as large as his. How many yoke have both fields? Together, asked Joseph and reckoned. No, each one. Joseph in Egypt 45:3. Hast thou a neighbor named Dagon I only call so the owner of the second field in MB sum. I see and understand. Dagon that must be a man from the country of Pelisheth to judge by the name, from the land of the Philistines, whither we seem to be going down according to the decree of thy mind. There is no such person, but he is named Dagon. Takala and he tills in contentment his little plough land, now increased to 3 yoke, incapable of envy of my lord and his 6 yoke, since after all he hath increased from 2 to 3 yoke and besides, because he doth not exist at all nor yet the plough land which altogether make up 9 yoke that is the joke of it. There is only my lord and his busy brain. The old man blinked uncertainly, for he did not quite see that Joseph had already solved the problem. Well, asked he. Ah, yes, yes. Thou hast said already and I scarce marked it, so hast thou woven and fabled it into thy prattle, that I almost failed to hear it. It is right, 6, 2, and 3, those are the figures. They were concealed and hidden, how then hast thou so quickly brought them out while prattling? One must fix the unknown quantity clearly in one's eye, then the concealments fall away and it becometh known. I must laugh, the old man said, because thou madest the answer run all in together so and made nothing of it when thou gavest it. I really must laugh heartily at that. And so he did, with his toothless mouth, his head on one side, and shaking it to boot. Then he grew serious again and blinked with eyes yet moist. Now hearken, come hither, said he, and answer honestly and in accordance with the truth. Tell me, art thou really a slave and a nobody's son, a rascal and underservant of the basest sort, heavily punished for heaped up crimes and moral transgressions as the shepherd said? Joseph veiled his eyes and rounded his lips in a way he had, making the under one protrude. My lord, said he, hath given me unknown problems to try me, and not given me the answer at once, for then there would be no trial. Since now God trieth thee with riddles, wilt thou have the answer at once, and shall the questioner answer for thee asked? So doth it not go in the world? Hast thou not drawn me out of the grave, where I had fouled myself like a sheep with its own filth? What sort of underservant must I then be, and how gross my moral breach? I have moved the double and triple to and fro in my brain and weighed their relations until I saw the solution. Reckon thou too, if thou wilt, to and fro between punishment, guilt, and baseness, and of a certainty thou wilt come from the 2 to the 3. My example was in words and bore the answer in itself. Figures 454 Thomas Mann are clear and final. But who giveth me warrant that life too can be solved like them, not deceiving the known about the unknown? For many things speak here against a clear conclusion. Then one must take that into consideration, if life cannot be solved like figures. On the other hand, it is spread before thee so that thou seest it with thine eves. J. Whence hast thou the precious stone on thy finger? Perhaps a base servant stole it, suggested Joseph. Perhaps. But thou must know whence thou hadst it. I have had it so long that I no longer remember when I did not have it. So then thou hast brought it with thee out of the swamps and reeds where thou wast conceived. For thou art truly a son of the swamps and child of the rushes. I am the child of the well, out of which my lord drew me and brought me up with milk. Flast thou know no mother but the well? Yes, said Joseph. I did know a sweeter mother. Her cheek smelled like the rose leaf. Thou seest. And hath she not named thee with a name? I have lost it, my lord, for I have lost my life. I may not know my name as I may not know my life, which they thrust into the grave. Tell me thy transgression, which brought thy life down to the grave. It was culpable, answered Joseph, and is named confidence. Criminal confidence and blind, unreasoning presumption, that is its name. For it is blind and deadly to test men beyond their strength, and require of them what they neither will hear nor can. Before such love and respect their gall runneth over and they become like raven ing beasts. Not to know this, or not to want to know it, is fatal. But I did not know or I flung it to the winds, so that I did not hold my tongue and told them my dreams, in order that they might marvel at me. But in order that and so that are sometimes two different things and go not together. The in order that did not come to pass, and the so that was called the grave. Thy presumption, said the old man, with which thou madest men mad, that was of course arrogance and pride, I can well believe it, and it doth not surprise me in one who saith, I am navel and center of the world. But I am much travelled between the rivers that take different courses, the one from south to north, the other the other way, and I know that many a mystery obtaineth in the upper, ently so manifest world, and behind loud rumor the hidden things pursue their silent way. Yea, often it hath seemed to me as though the world is full of such loud rumors to the end that it may better. Joseph in Egypt 455. Hide the hidden beneath them and outtalk the secrets that lie behind men and things. Much I came on without looking, much thrust itself on me unsought. Yet I heeded not, for I am not so curious that I must get to the bottom of everything, rather it sufficeth me to know that mystery encompasseth the garrulous world. I am a doubter as I sit here, not because I believe nothing, rather because I hold everything for possible. Such am I, an old man. I know of fables and happenings, which count not as probable and yet come to pass. I know of one, come from a nobility and of lofty rank, wherein he clothed himself with royal linen and anointed himself with the oil of gladness, who was driven into desert and misery. Here the merchant interrupted himself and blinked for the disease. Sorry and given conclusion of his speech, the continuation which was now due, without his having thought in advance that it would be due, put him in thoughtful mood. There are deeply chamfered trains of thought out of which one does not escape, once in them, associations cut and dried from old time, which fit into each other like rings in a chain, so that he who has said A cannot help saying B or at least thinking it, and like links in a chain they are, too, in that in them the earthly and heavenly are so interlocked one into the other, that one passes willy-nilly, and whether speaking or silent, from one to the other. True it is that man for the most part thinks in set phrases and fixed formulas, not such as he himself searches out but as he remembers the traditional. Even as the old man spoke of one driven from high estate into darkness and misery, he had fallen into a pattern, and to continue with the pattern was inevitably to arrive at the resurrection of the abased to be the savior of man and bringer of the new time, and thus the old man paused, in silent perplexity. But more than mild perplexity, it was not only the decent and reverent restraint of the self-respecting practical man before the metaphysical or the sacred. If it became more a sort of disquiet, a deeper dismay, yes, an alarm, if only passing and half unconscious, that could only be due to the encounter between the old man's blink in gaze and the eyes of the youth standing before him. Hardly did it even deserve the name of encounter, not so much, for Joseph's eyes did not encounter the other's gaze, did not actually respond to it or return it. They only received it, only offered themselves, in silence and candor, to be looked at, a mystery, equivocal, intriguing, obscure. Others before now had blinked and been startled as they tried to pierce this mute provocation to its depths, as now the old Ishmaelite tried, in face of the question, what had he done, what not? Quite canny business had he been about when he bargained with the shepherds for his possession? But after all, that and nothing else had been the subject of the whole conversation, and when it suddenly showed signs of shifting. 456 Thomas Mann. Into the unearthly and fabulous, the old man had to tell himself that many things on this earth could be regarded in the same uncanny light. It was for a sensible man to make distinctions and to shift back again as soon as possible to the practical side. He cleared his throat to facilitate the process. Said he. All in all, thy master is travelled and full of experience between the rivers and hath knowledge of affairs. He need hath not to be instructed therein by thee, child of the swamps and son of the well. I have bought thy body and what thou displayest of dexterity, but not thy heart, that I could force it to reveal thy thoughts. Not only is it unnecessary that I should urge thee, it is not even advisable and might be to my harm. I have found thee and given thee again the breath of life, but to buy thee was not my purpose. For I did not even know thou wast for sale. One thought of no advantage, save perhaps a finder's reward or a ransom, as might be. However, it came to a bargain for thy person, and I made a test. I said, sell him to me, and the test seemed decisive to me, and it was so decided. For the shepherd men entered into it. I have won thee by hard and prolonged bargaining, for they were stubborn. 20 shekels of silver according to weight, as is customary, have I weighed out for thee and have not remained in their debt. How is it with the price and how do I stand? It is a medium price, not too good, not too bad. I could lower it, on account of the errors which, as they said, brought thee to the pit. According to thy parts I could sell thee higher than I bought thee and enrich myself at will. What should I gain from prying into thy antecedents and perhaps learning that it standeth with thee the gods know how, so that thou wast not at all for sale and art not, so that I have lost mine own, or if I sell thee again it is a wrong end. A trade with stolen goods. Go to, I will know naught of thy affairs, nor their details, that I may remain innocent and in the right. It is enough that I suspect that they are something out of the common, and belong to things which I am doubter enough to consider possible. Go, I have already talked longer with thee than needful and it is time for sleep. But bake such pancakes often, they are right good, if yet not so out of the common. Further I command thee that thou procure from Ipsum, my son-in-law, writing tools, sheets, reed, and ink, and make for me in common writing a list of the wares we are carrying, each after its kind, the balsams, salves, knives, spoons, canes, and lamps, as well as the footgear, the burning oils, and the glass paste, according to count and weight, the items in black, the weight and quantity in red, without blunder or blot, and shalt bring me the list within 3 days. Is it understood? Commanded is as good as done, said Joseph. Then go. Joseph in Egypt 457. Peace and sweetness to thy slumbers, spoke Joseph. May blithe and easy dreams be woven from time to time among them. The Minoan smiled, and he followed Joseph with his thoughts. Talk by night. 3 days they had gone on by the margin of the sea, and it was evening once more and time of rest in the tents, and as they rested, it looked just as it had 3 days before. It might have been the same place. As the old man sat on his mat at the door of his tent, Joseph appeared before him, with pancakes and a written scroll in his hands. The least of his slaves, he said, bring Geth to the master accord. Into his commands. The Midianite put the baked stuff to one side, the list he unrolled, and studied the script with his head on one side. He did so well. Blots, said he, and that is well. But one can tell likewise that the signs are drawn with pleasure and a sense of beauty and are in adornment. It is to be hoped that the content agrees, so that it is not only decorative but also practical. It is a pleasure to see one's own so cleanly set down and the various items listed in order. The goods themselves are greasy or they are sticky with gum. The mere chant does not willingly soil his hands, he deals with them as they are written. They are there, but they are also here, clean, not stink. Easy to see. A list like this is like the cut or the spiritual body of things, alongside the real. Good, then, come hither, thou knowest how to write and canst also reckon somewhat, as I saw. And in thy station it lacketh thee not for readiness of speech, for it hath pleased me, the way thou gavest thy Lord good night 3 days past. What were thy words again? I know them no more, replied Joseph. But it may be that I wished peace to thy slumbers. No, it was pleasanter than that. But no matter, likely there will come more occasion for such a phrase. But what I could say is this. When I have not more important to think of, then at the third and fourth remove I think of thee. Thy lot may be hard, since in any case thou hast seen better days and now thou servest the travelling merchant as baker and clerk. Since, then, I purpose to dispose of thee, and innocent of the knowledge of thy origins to enrich myself. Further as much as I can, I will see to it that I look out for thee. That is most gracious. I will bring thee to a house that I know, where I have sometimes done a service to mine own and its advantage, a well-kept house, pleased. No. 458 Thomas Mann. House of honor and distinction. It is a blessing, I say to thee, to be long to such a house, be it only as the least of servants, and if there be one wherein a servant may display the finer gifts it is this. If thou hast fortune and I bring thee to this house, then is thy lot as favored, as in view of thy guilt and culpableness it could possibly fall. And to whom belongeth the house? Yeah, to whom? To a man, and a man he is, or rather a lord. Great among the great, gilded with gold of favor, a man good, stern, and holy, for whom his grave waits in the west, a shepherd of men, the living image of the god. Fan bearer on the right hand of the king is his title, but dost thou think he beareth the fan? No, the man leaves that to others, he himself is too exalted for it, he only beareth the title. Thinkest thou I know the man, the gift of the sun? No, for I am a worm before him, he seeth me not at all, and also I saw him but once from afar in his garden on a lofty seat, as he stretched forth his hand to command, and I made myself small that he take not offense at me and be distracted from his commanding. For how could I answer for it? But the upper high steward of his house I know from face to face and word to word, who is over the stores and domestics and tradesmen and governeth all. He loveth me, and grieved me in blithe words when he seeth me and saith, well, old man, so we see thee again and thou comest with thy pack before our house to overreach us. That he saith in sheer jest, thou poor seepest, thinking to flatter the merchant by calling him a cheat, and we chuckle together. To him will I show thee and propose thee, and if he be in good mood and can use a young slave for the house, so art thou provided for. What king is that? Asked Joseph, whose golden rewards the master beareth. He wanted to learn whither he was being taken, and where the house lay for which the old man destined him, but it was not this alone made him ask. He did not know it, but his thinking and asking were controlled by traditions which worked hither from the beginnings and the times of the forefathers. Abraham spoke out of him. He who in his arrogance toward man held the view that he could serve the highest and him alone, and whose thinking and doing had excluded with contempt all lower and lesser gods to address itself to the Most High. The grandson's voice was pitched in a lower, more worldly key, yet the question was Abraham's question. Joseph heard with indifference of the house steward, on whom after all, according to the old man, his immediate fate depended. For the Midianite, he felt contempt because he knew only the steward and not even the nobleman to whom the house belonged. But even about the latter, he troubled himself little. Above him was a highest, of whom the old man spoke, and he was a king. Toward him alone and urgently. Joseph in Egypt 459. Went Joseph's thoughts and the speech of his tongue, unaware that it was guided not by chance or choice but by inheritance and tradition. What king? Repeated the old man. Nebmatria Munhab. Nemuria, he said in liturgical accents as though repeating a prayer. Joseph was startled. He had stood there, his arms folded across his back, but now he quickly released them and seized his cheeks in both palms. That is Pharaoh, he cried. How could he not have understood? The name which the old man chanted was known to the ends of the earth and to the stranger people of whom Eliezer had taught him, to Tarshish and Kittim, to Ophir and Elam closing in the east. How could it have been meaningless to the instructed Joseph? Some names of the title pronounced by the Midianite, Lord of Truth is Amun is satisfied, were incomprehensible, but the Syrian adding, Nemuria, he goes to his fate, must have enlightened him. There were many kings and shepherds, every town had one, and Joseph had stood quietly as he put his question expecting to hear the name of some ruler of a fortified city by the sea, some Zurat, Rabati, of Dasharat, or Azarug. He had not been prepared to interpret the title in its most splendid and regal sense, in the most godlike and glorious significance which the word commands. Written inside a longish, upstanding amulet, guarded by falcon wings spread over it by the sun itself, it stood last of a glorious row of such names, losing themselves in the mist of the past, each similarly ringed and each illustrating us. With each was associated the history of victorious campaigns, of far extended boundary stones and buildings world famous for their magnificence, so that this last name itself connoted such a heritage of awe, such enhancement of the single life, as justified any homage and made quite comprehensible the involuntary start which Joseph gave. But did nothing else stir in him save the respectful awe which any one else would have felt in his place? Yes, there were other, and opposed feelings, whose source lay as deep as that question, about the highest, and with these he involuntarily began to control the first ones. Scorn and derision at the shameless mighty of this earth, private rebellion, in God's name, against Nimrod's assembled powers such Sentiments as these it was, which made him at length take his hands from his face and repeat his cry in the tone of a simple statement. That is Pharaoh. Certainly, said the old man. That is the great house that hath made great the house to which I will bring thee and will offer thee to my friend the overseer to try thy fortune. Then wilt thou lead me down to Mizraim into the land of mud? Asked Joseph and felt his heart beat. The old man, his head bent on one shoulder, gave it a shake. Thomas Mann. The question is like thee again. I know already from Kadima, my son, that out of childish conceit thou imaginest we lead thee hither, or thither, though in truth we are taking our way where we take it. Even without thee, and thou only comest thither where our _I leadeth us. I do not travel to Egypt that I may bring thee thither, but, because I have business there which will enrich me, I will buy things there which they are skillful in producing and are much sought after, such as glazed collars, camp stools with pretty little legs, head easts, draught boards, chessboards, and pleated linen aprons. These I will buy in the workshops and in the bazaars as cheap as the gods of the land will let me, and take them back over the mountains of Canaan, the Retinue and the Moor, into Matanaland on the Euphrates, and to the country of King Hadassil, where they have an eye for them and will spend money recklessly. Thou speakest of the land of mud as though it were a land of filth, baked out of excrement like a bird's nest and like an unclean stall. And yet it is a land whither to travel again. I am resolved, and where I shall perhaps be able to lead thee, the Finn est land in all the round of earth, with such exquisite customs that thou wilt seem to thyself like an ox before whom one plays the lute. Thou, wretched Amu, wilt make great eyes when thou seest the country beside the river of God, which is called there the Landsby. Cause it is two lands, and double crowned, but Mempi, the house of Ta, holds the balance between them. Their range unthinkably vast. Spaces that antechamber the desert, there crouches the lion in the headcloth, Horimake, created before time, the mystery of the ages, at whose breast the king fell asleep, the child of Thoth, and in dreams had his head lifted up with most exalted promise. Thine eyes will stand out of thy head when thou seest the marvels and all the splendor and choiceness of the land that is called Camp, because it is black with fruitfulness, not red like the poverty-stricken desert. But from what is it fruitful? Because of the river of God, and from that alone. For it hath its rain and its fructifying semen not in heaven, but on earth, and it is the God, Elipai, the strong bull, who spreads himself out above it and stands over it full of blessing the space of a season, leaving behind the blackness of his power, wherein one may sow and harvest 100-fold fruit. But thou speakest as though it were a dunghill. Joseph hung his head. He had learned that he was on his way to the kingdom of the dead, for the habit of regarding Egypt as the under world, and its inhabitants as a people of Sheol, was born with him. And never had he heard otherwise, especially from Jacob. So then he was to be sold into the melancholy nether world. The brothers had sold him down thither. The well had been its appropriate entrance. It was very sad. He could have wept. Yet joy in the appropriateness bal. Hence the sadness, his view that he was dead, and the blood of the Joseph in Egypt 46:1. Beast had been in truth his blood, being so neatly confirmed by the old man's disclosures. He had to smile, however, near to tears on his own and Jacob's account. Precisely down thither should he go, into the land which was the object of his father's pronounced aversion. Hagar's home, the monkey land of Egypt. He recalled the prejudice description with which Jacob had sought to make this land intolerable to his son, regarding it, without any acuttal knowledge, in the light of his own hostile and horrified principles, as the seat of war, ship of the past, of dalliance with death, of insensibility to sin. Joseph had always been inclined to a blind mistrust of the justice of the picture, to that sympathetic curiosity which is regularly the consequence of parental moralizing and warning. If the good, worthy, and didactic man had known that his lamb was traveling Egyptwards, to the land of Ham, the bear, as he called it, because it was black on AC, count of the black fruitful soil, which its God gave it. The confusion of thought was right indicative of the pious prejudice of his judge. Meant, Joseph said to himself with a smile. But the bond between son and father was not one of opposites alone. True, it was a diabolic joke that he should be traveling to ward the utterly taboo. It was a youthful triumph thus to coquette with the moral terrors of the underworld. Yet with it, in his blood, was a mute resolve which must have gladdened the father's heart, the resolve of the child of Abram not to let his eyes run over at sight of the elegance and the marvel so praised by the Ishmaelite, quite defy nightly not to admire too warmly the splendid civilization which awaited him. A deep and native spirit of mockery drew down the corners of his mouth at the mere thought of that elegance, and his contempt was to be a shield and buckler against the timidity which results from too great reverence. He asked, looking up, is the house to which thou wilt bring me at Mempi, the dwelling of the... Oh, no, the old man replied, we must go farther up, that is, down, I mean up the river, out of the land of the serpent into the land of the vulture. Thou askest in thy simplicity, for when I said to thee that the master of the house is fan-bearer on the king's right hand, of course that means he must be where his majesty the good God is, and whose house is at Wes, the city of Amun. Asterisk Joseph learned much that evening by the sea, hosts of information thronged upon him. So he was going to know Amun, the city of cities and talk of the world, a subject of conversation amongst the remotest populations, where rumor said that it had 100 gates, and more than 100,000 inhabitants. Would Joseph's eyes then not run over, after all, when they caught sight of the metropolis? He saw that he must firmly resolve beforehand not to fall prey to vacant admiration. He stuck out his lips disdainfully. But despite his Thomas Mann efforts to compose his features, to the honor of his own God, he could not quite escape a certain embarrassment. For he felt somewhat afraid of more particularly the name of Amun alarmed him, that mighty name, intimidating to everybody and having a inearing ring even in regions strange to the God. Trepidation seized him at the thought of entering the throne of the gods called and seat of his power. The sovereign of Egypt, ruler of the two lands, king of the gods, that was Amun. Joseph knew it well, and confusion dwelt in the thought of that unique power. Amun was the highest if indeed only in the eyes of the children of Egypt. It seemed it would be useful to speak of Amun and practice himself in talk of him. He said, West's Lord in his chapel and in his bark, that is one of the more exalted gods hereabouts. The more exalted, answered the old man. Truly thou speakest. Not better than thy understanding. What thinkest thou that Pharaoh hath set before him of bread and cake, beer, wine, and geese, for his consuming? That is a god without compare. I tell thee, what trees yours he calleth his own, movable and immovable, my breath would give out would I tell the tale of them, and the number of his scribes, who administer all his light to the stars. Wonderful, said Joseph. A very important god indeed according to all thou relatest. Only I asked, to be precise, not about his importance but about his nobility. Bow down before him, advised the old man, since thou wilt live in Egypt, and make not too many distinctions between emperor, tent and noble, as though one could not stand for the other and both were not all the same. For Amun's are all the ships of the seas and rivers, and the rivers and seas are his. He is the sea and the land. He is also Tornetter, the cedar mountain, whose trunks grow for a barge called Amun's front is mighty. In Pharaoh's shape he goeth in unto his first and true wife and begets her in the palace. He is Baal in all his members, doth that impress thee? He is the son, Amun. Re is his name, doth that satisfy thy demands as to nobility, or not? Quite. But I heard, Joseph said, he is a ram in the darkness of the innermost chamber. I heard. As thou hast understood, so speakest thou. And not a doit better. Amun is a ram, just as Bastet in the land of the Delta is a cat, and the great rider of Shimon an ibis and an ape. For they are sacred in their animals and the animals sacred in them. Thou must learn much if thou wilt live in the land and will lie before him. Be it only as the lowest of his youthful slaves. How wilt thou see the God if not in the beast? The three are one, God, man, and beast. For if the divine went with the beast, then it is the man, as Pharaoh went. Joseph in Egypt 463. He is at the feast puts on a beast's tail, according to ancient custom. And if on the other hand the beast wed with the man, then it is a god. And the divine is not otherwise to be regarded and understood than in such a marriage. Thus you see Heket, the great midwife, like a toad, on the wall, to judge from her head, and Enpio, the opener of the way, dog-headed. Lo, in the beast man and God find themselves, and the beast is the sacred place of their meeting and their union, sacred, and honorable in its nature as such, and very worthy of honor. Among feasts is that one in which the ram cohabits with the pure vir. Jinn in the city of Jeded. I have heard of it, Joseph said. Doth my lord approve of it? Practice. I asked the Maonite. Leave an old man in peace. We are elling merchants, middlemen, at home everywhere and nowhere, and for us the word holdeth good. Nourish thou my belly, I honor thy customs. Eat it in the world, for it will behove thee to. Never, answered Joseph, will I in Egypt in the house of the fan bearer say a word against the honor of the feast of the covering. But between thee and me, let me point out that in this word honorable lieth a snare for the unwary. For easily doth man hold the old for honorable, simply because it is old, and imagine that they are the same. But the catch is that sometimes we do reverence to the old when it is simply worn out and rotted with age. Then its honorableness is but seeming, and is in fact an abomination and indecency before the Lord. Just between you and me, the presentation of the human virgin at thy day seems more like an indecency. How wilt thou distinguish? And where should we be if every who were to set himself up as the navel of the world and as a judge of what is sacred and what merely old, what still worthy of reverence, and what an abomination? Soon there would be nothing sacred. I do not believe that thou wilt hold thy tongue and hide thy impious thoughts. For it is peculiar to such thoughts as thou hast that they must be uttered. I know that in thy presence, my lord, it is easy to learn to hold age and hon are as the same. Flatter me not with sweet words, for I am but a travelling mare. Chant. Heed rather my warning, that thou run not up against the children of Egypt and speak to thy undoing. For certainly thou canst not keep thy thoughts, therefore must thou take care that thy thoughts are fitting, and not only thy words. Certainly nothing is more holy than the union of God, man, and beast in the sacrifice. Reckon to and fro between these three with reference to the sacrifice, and they are resolved therein. For in the sacrifice are all three, and each represents the other. And therefore Amun moves as sacrificial ram in the darkness of the furthermost chamber. 464 Thomas Mann. I know not rightly how I feel, my lord and purchaser, reverend merchant. It is so dark, while thou instructest me, and scattered spar. Kles of light trickle down like dust of precious stones from the stars. I must rub my eyes, pardon me for doing it, for I am dazed, and as thou sittest before me on thy mat, it is to me as though it were the head of a green frog that thou wearest, and as though thou squattest there wise and white and comfortable, like a toad. Seest thou that thou canst not hold thy thoughts, however offensive they may be? Why wilt thou and wouldst thou see a toad in me? My eyes ask not if it is my will. Just like a squatting toad thou seemest to me under the stars. For thou wast Heket, the great midwife, when the well bore me, and thou didst lift me from my mother. Ah, chatterer. That was no great nurse that helped thee to the light. Heket, the she-frog, is called great because she was by at the second birth and resurrection of the mangled one, when the lower world fell to him, but to her the upper, according to the belief of the children of Egypt, and Osiris became the first of the West, king, and judge of the dead. I like that. So then if one is going toward the West, one must at least become the first of those there. But instruct me, my lord, is then Osiris, the sacrifice, so great in the eves of the children of Kemt, that Heket became a great frog because she was midwife at his rebirth. He is great entirely. Great above the greatness of Amun. Amun is great by reason of his kingdom, his renown affrights stranger people so that they cut their cedars for him. But Osiris, the mangled one, is great in the love of the people, all the people. From Janess in the delta up to Heb, the elephant island. There is not one among all, from the coughing pack slave of the quarry, who liveth millionfold, to Pharaoh, who liveth once and singly and war. Shippeth himself in his temple. I say to thee, there is not one who did not know and love him and wish to find his grave in Abdu his city, at the grave of the mangled one, were it possible. And since it is not possible, yet they all hang fervently on him, trusting in the hope of becoming like him at their hour and to live forever. To be like God. To be as the God and to be like him, that is, one with him, so that the dead man is Osiris and so is called. What all thou sayest. But spare me, my lord, in thy teaching and help my poor understanding as thou helpedst me out of the womb of the well. For it is not for everyone's understanding, that which thou wilt teach me here in the Nicaret HT by the slumbering sea, of the beliefs of the children of Mizraim. Shall I then understand that it? Joseph in Egypt 465. Would be in the power of death to change nature and for the dead to be a god with the beard of a god. Yes, that is the confident belief of all the folk of the land, and they all as one love it so fervently from Zoan to Elephantine for that they have had to wrest it for themselves in prolonged struggle. They have wrested the belief for themselves in prolonged struggle. Gle and held out for it until the dawn. They have brought it to pass. For in the beginning and originally, it was only Pharaoh, he alone, who were in the palace, who when he died, came to Osiris and became one with him so that he was like a god, and lived forever. But all those who cough, as they drag the heavy statues, all the brickmakers, the pot drillers, those behind the plow, And those in the mines, they have not rested and have struggled till they achieved it and made it good, so that they too now at their hour become Osiris and are called Osiris Numhot, Osiris Rigmiri, after their death, and live forever. Again it pleaseth me, that which thou sayest. Thou hast chidden me for the view that every child of earth hath his own universe about him for himself alone and is the centre thereof. But in one way or the other it seemeth to me the children of Egypt shared the view, since each would be Osiris after his death, as in the beginning only far, and have brought it to pass. That is and remaineth foolishly spoken. For not the child of earth is the centre point, Numhot, or Rigmiri, but rather their faith and confident belief, they are all one in that, up the water and down, from the delta to the sixth rapid, the belief in Osiris and his resurrection. For thou must know, not only one single time hath this very great God died and risen, rather he doth it ever anew in even ebb and flow before the eyes of the children of Khem he goeth down and cometh forth again mightily to stand as blessing over the land, happy, the strong bull, the river of God. Countest thou the days of the winter time, when the river is small, there are 72 of them, and they are the 72 who were forsworn with Set, the wicked ass, and brought the king to his coffin. But at his hour he goeth forth, the growing, swelling, flooding, the increasing, the Lord of bread, who begetteth all good things and maketh all life. By name provider of the fand. They slaughter the oxen before him. But seest thou then that God and sacrifice are one, for he himself is a bull and an ox before them on earth and in his house, happy, the black, with the sign of the moon on his flank. But when he dieth he is preserved with balsam and swaddled and put away and is called Osiris happy. Fo then, exclaimed Joseph, hath he also brought it about, like Numhot and Rigmiri, that he becometh Osiris when he dieth. 466 Thomas Mann. I think thou mockest, queried the old man. I see thee little in the glimmering night, but I hear thee and it seemeth to me very much as though thou mockest. I tell thee, mock not in the land whither I am taking thee, because simply I am travelling that way. And presume not in thy folly against the beliefs of its children, think ing that thou knowest better with thy Adon, rather adapt thyself piously to its customs, otherwise thou wilt be grievously disappointed. I have taught thee somewhat and initiated thee, and turned a few phrases with thee this evening to my amusement and to pass the time, for I am already old, and sometimes sleep faileth me. I had no other ground to speak with thee. Thou mayest say good night now, that I may try to sleep. But pay heed to thb phrases. Commanded is as good as done, replied Joseph. But how should I mock, since my Lord hath so graciously instructed me this evening, that I may hold out and not come to grief in the land of Egypt, and hath taught the culprit things of which I, in my lowliness, dreamed not, so new are they to me and not to be understanded of all might. I know how I could thank thee I would. But since I know not, I will do something yet this evening for my benefactor, do that which I would not do, and answer a question before I leave thee, which thou askest me. I will tell thee my name. Wilt thou do that? Asked the old man. Do so or rather do not. So, I have not urged thee to it, for I am old and cautious and would rather not know what are thy connections, because I must take care not to involve myself therein and be guilty of wrongdoing through the knowledge. Not at all, Joseph replied. Thou runnest no such danger. But at least thou must know how to call the slave, if thou wilt pass him on into this house of blessing in the city of Amun. Then what is thy name? Usersaif, answered Joseph. The old man was silent. Though only a distance of respect was between them, they were aware of each other but as shadows. It is well, Usersaif, spoke the old man after a while. Thou hast named me thy name. Take thy leave now, for with the sunrise we shall set forth. Farewell, Joseph saluted him in the dark. May night cradle thee in softest arms and thv head slumber on her breast as thy childish head on thy mother's heart. The temptation. After Joseph had told the Ishmaelite his name in death and had shown him how he wished to be called in the land of the dead, they all passed on down for some days, several and many, with the great Joseph in Egypt 467. Placidity and an entire indifference to the time, which some day, as they were aware, by adding to itself, would have done with space. And this the more securely if one did not trouble about it at all but left it to time quietly and unobservably to heap up its progress to large quantities the while one lived on and only held in the direction of the goal. Their direction was given them by the sea, which spread endlessly away on the right of their sandy route, under a sky fading into mice thick distance, now in silver-shot blue calm, now hurling great waves, a glitter with foam like strong bulls roaring against the peopled coast. And in the sea the sun went down, the changing unchangeable, the eye of God, sometimes a clear glowing and solitary orb, which made, as it sank, a gleaming path across the endless water to the shore and to passers-by who worshipped as they went, but sometimes too in the heart of a splendor of gold and rose, that worked still more adoring conviction in the soul of the worshipper. But his soul might some times be saddened too or oppressed by fears, when the deity enveloped himself in threatening mists or clouds suffused with lurid light. He rose, however, not on an open horizon but behind the heights and hills that hid the view on their left. Between shore and mountain spread the immediate inland, with cultivated fields, wells scattered through the rolling expanse, and orchards adorning the terraced hills. Often our travelers took their way through it, at a distance from the sea and some half a hundred ells above its glassy surface, passing through the federation of fortified hill cities. Gaza in the south, Kadidi, the strong citadel, was head of the league. The walled white cities, fringed with palm, crowned the hilltops. The mother cities, refuge of the inhabitants of the land, the citadels of Sarnim. And on the level ground before the village and at its heart, the square before the gate of the crowded city with its temples, the Midianites spread out their wares and offered to the people of Ekron, of Jabni, of Ashdod, their merchandise from beyond the Jordan. Joseph performed the office of clerk. He sat and sat down with his brush countless petty transactions with the hard bargaining children of Dagon, fishermen and boatmen, tradefolk and mercenaries from the citadels, in their copper armor. Usersaif, the literate young slave, labored to pleasure his good master. The heart of the young chattel beat higher day by day, not hard to guess why. He was not formed to drift content with sensuous impressions alone, but must make a mental picture of the place where he was and its relation to other places. He knew that he was taking, in leisurely, time-consuming fashion, a parallel route, some field lengths farther west and in reverse direction, the same journey which he had covered riding on Huldah to meet his brothers. He was going toward, if also past his home, soon the point must be reached where he had covered the 58 Thomas Mann distance and was separated from the paternal hearth by a space not more than half the length of the whole journey. Somewhere not far From Ashdod it would be, seat of Dagon the fish god whom they worshipped hereabouts, a busy settlement, 2 hours from the coast, and connected with it by road crowded with people, ox carts, and teams of horses, all making terrific din. The coast road down to Gaza, as Joseph knew, curved more and more westwards, so that the distance from the mountainous interior increased with each day they traveled. He also knew that they would be passing by noon under the heights of Hebron. Therefore it was his heart beat so anxiously as temptation knocked. Here, and on the slow road beyond to Ascalona, the rocky citadel. He knew the contours of the countryside. They were entering Seph Allah, the lowland, running along the coast. But his racial eyes sought out and dwelt pensively on the mountain ranges, which looked down on the east and formed the second, higher, valley-furrowed level of the land of the Philistines. Behind again and ever steeper the world rose toward the east and into the highlands above sea level, rougher, harsher ground, to pastures unpeopled by the lowland palm, and upland meadows on whose short grass grazed Jacob's sheep. Could it be? Up there Jacob was sitting, despairing, solved in tears, in God sent, God suffering agony, in his hands the blood-spotted sign of Joseph's death and mangling while down. Here, under his feet, from one city of the Philistines to the next, marched Joseph, the stolen one, dumb, making no sign, past his own place with strangers, down to Sheol, into the house of bondage and of death. How near lay the thought of flight? How the urge to it pulled and tugged at his limbs, how his thoughts worked in him to half-resolves and even to visions of their tempestuous realization. They came, these visions, especially at evening, when he had bade the good old man his owner good night, for that he had daily to do. It was one of his duties, he had to wish the Ishmaelite pleasant dreams. At the day's end and always in choice and varied phrases, otherwise the old man would say he knew that one already. Especially then in the darkness when they lay camped before a city of the Philistines, and his companions were wrapped in slumber, the boy who had been ravished away was ravished anew by longings to be off of the chart-clad hills, in the dark, on over heights and gullies, 8 miles and furlongs of ground, for more it probably was not, and Joseph would easily find the right direction as he climbed on into the mountain land, into Jacob's arms, to drb his father's tears with the words here am I, and once again to be his darling. But did he carry all this out and flee? We know that he did not. He reconsidered sometimes just on the verge, put away temptation, gave up the idea, stopped where he was. When all was said and Joseph in Egypt 469. Done, it was at the moment more sensible. Flight in itself meant great perils, he might perish, might fall among robbers and murderers, be devoured by wild beasts. Yet it is not doing justice to his renunciation to attribute it to our human tendency to indolence instead of action. In his career we know that Joseph renounced a physical act far sweeter than a wild escape over the mountains would have been. No. The renunciation which in both cases followed on the violent temptation came from a point of view quite peculiar to Joseph. Put into words, it was something like this: how could I commit such a folly and sin against God? In other words, he had insight into the mad and sinful error that would lie in escape, the clear and intelligent perception that it would have been a clumsy blunder to try to destroy God's plan through flight. For Joseph was penetrated by the certainty that he had not been snatched away to no purpose, that rather the planning intelligence which had rent him away from the old and led him into the new had plans for him in one or another way, and to kick against the pricks, to shrink from the affliction, would have been a great sin and error, these being one and the same in Joseph's eyes. The conception of sin as blunder, as clumsy offense against God's wisdom, was right native to him, and life so far had extraordinarily strengthened him therein. He had made mistakes enough, he learned that in the pit, but now he had escaped from the pit and was obviously being taken away according to plan, so the mistakes committed up to now might be considered as lying in the plan itself, as purposeful and God-guided in all their blindness. But any more of them as now for instance escape would be very distinctly evil. It would literally mean to wish to be wiser than God, which according to Joseph's shrewd insight was quite simply the height of folly. The darling of his father once again? Ah, no, for he was always that, but now it would be so in a new sense, one he had always longed for and dreamed of. Now, since the experience of the pit, it was his to live in a new and higher state of being chosen and free, fared in the sense and the bitter savor of the myrtle wreath, which was set apart for the set apart and reserved for the reserved. The torn garland, the adornment of the whole sacrifice, he wore it anew, no longer in prophetic play but in very truth and in the spirit. Should he now for the sake of the blind urge of the flesh betake himself to his own? So foolhardy, so lacking in all divine wisdom Joseph was not. In the last moment he was not so blind as to fling away the advantage of his state. Did he know, or did he not, the feast in all its hours? The center of the present end of the feast, was he or was he not? The garland in his hair, should he run from the feast to be once more with his brothers a shepherd of the flocks? The temptation was strong in his flesh, but weak in his spirit. Joseph resisted. J0 Thomas Mann. He went on with his owners, on past Jacob and out of his neighbor hood, user side the swamp born, Joseph Mheb, to speak Egypt. Tien, which is to say, Joseph in the feast. A meeting. 17 days. No, it was a journey of 7 times 17, not in actual number, but in the sense of a very long time indeed, and at the end of it nobody knew how much of its length was due to the Midianites carrying progress and how much to the extent of the ground they covered. They went through a populous, busy, fruitful land, crowned with olive orchards and palms, set thick with walnut and fig trees, planted with corn, watered from deep springs where camels and oxen gathered. Little royal fortresses lay sometimes in the open fields, called stations, with walls and battle towers. Bowmen stood on their battlements and charioteers drove snorting steeds forth from their gates. The Ishmaelites did not hesitate to enter into trade, even with the soldiers of the kings. Villages, farms, and Migdal set settlements everywhere invited them to stop, and they lingered for weeks without a thought, before they reached the spot where the lowland along the coast rose to the abruptly towering rocky wall on whose top lay Ascalon. Summer was already waning. Sacred and strong was Ascalon. The 4 square stones of its ring walls, which ran down to the sea in a half circle and included the harbor, seemed borne up by giants. Its temple of Dagon was square and full of courts, very lovely its grove and the pond of its grove, abounding in fish, and its dwelling of Ashtarot was renowned as older than any shrine of Baalat. A spicy sort of little onion grew wild in the sand here under the palms. Durkato vouchsafed them, the lady of Ascalon, and one could sell them abroad. The old man had them gathered into sacks and wrote thereon in Egyptian characters, Fin. Est Ascalon onions. Thence they went on among gnarled olive groves in whose shadow flocks were pastured, and by the time they had reached Gaza, called Kadidi, they were certainly come very far. Almost within the Egypt's sphere of influence. For in times past Pharaoh had come up from Egypt with wagons and foot soldiers, to thrust through the barren lands of Zahi, Amor, and the retinue to the ends of the earth that his gigantic image might be graven deep above the temple walls, holding, clutched in his left hand the top knots of 5 barbarians at once and, with his right swinging his club over their dazzled heads. And in such enterprises Gaza had always been the first stage. Nowadays in its reeking streets one saw many Egyptians. Joseph observed them at Tentibly. They were broad-shouldered, white-clad, and high-nosed. Excellent wine grew here very cheap on the coast and far inland on Joseph in Egypt 47I. The way to Beersheba. The old man traded for numerous jugs, 2 camel loads of them, and labeled the jugs, thrice excellent wine. From Kadidi. But however much ground they had covered to reach the strong walled city of Gaza, the worst part of the journey still lay before them, compared to which the leisurely progress through the land of Philistia had been but child's play. For beyond Gaza to the south, Abayr a sandy road ran along the coast toward the brook of Egypt. The world, as the Ishmaelites well knew, having covered the ground several times, was inhospitable in the extreme. Between them and the rich plains where flowed the branches of the Nile there extended a melancholy underworld, a frightful expanse, 9 days in breadth. Accursed and perilous, the dreaded desert, where could be no loitering. Rather it was imperative to cross it as fast as possible and get it behind one. Gaza therefore was the last halting place before Mizraim. And the old man, Joseph's master, was in no hurry to leave it. There would be far too much time hereafter to hurry, he said. He lingered at Gaza for several days, partly to make careful preparations for the desert journey, provision for water, the engaging of a special guide, and opener of the way. Actually, weapons were needed to protect the train against roving bands and robber dwellers in the desert. Our old man, however, made no such provision. Firstly because he in his wisdom thought it useless. Either, he said, one had luck and escaped the marauders, then one needed no weapons, or else one did not. And then however many of them one killed, enough were left to steal one bear. The merchant, he said, must trust to luck, not to spears and crossbows, they were not for him. But in the second place the guide whom he had engaged, at the gateway where they congregated for engagements, expressly reassured him about the roving bands and said he would need no arms. Under his conveyance, he was a perfect guide and opened the safest way through the dreaded region, so that it would be quite absurd to secure his services and then carry arms to boot. How Joseph started, pleased and incredulous at once, when he recognized in the man who came in the dawning to the little caravan and put himself at its head, the officious and annoying youth who had guided him from Shechem to Dothan, so short and so crowded a time before. It was beyond a doubt, although he was changed by the news he wore. The small head and swelling throat, the red mouth, and round fruity chin, and especially the weariness of his gaze and the peculiarly affected posture were unmistakable. Joseph was amazed to see or think to see the guide wink at him, shutting one eye with an otherwise wholly immovable face. It seemed at once to recall their former acquaintance and to suggest discretion on the score of it. That reassured Joseph a good deal, for this meeting led further back into 47 to Thomas Mann. His former existence then he wanted the eye of the Ishmaelite to penetrate, and he interpreted the wink as a sign that the man understood. Yet he sorely wanted to exchange a word with him, and when the little troop, amid the ringing of camel bells and the songs of the drive, ERS, had left the green country behind them and faced the parching desert before, Joseph asked the old man, behind whom he rode, if he might once and for all make certain from the guide that he was quite sure of his task. Art thou afeard? Asked the merchant. For all of us, responded Joseph. But I now ride for the first time into the accursed land, and I am near to tears. Ask him, then. So Joseph guided his beast abreast of the foremost animal and said to the guide, I am the mouthpiece of our master. He would know if thou art certain of thy road. The youth looked at him in his old way over his shoulder with half-opened eyes. Thou shouldst be able from thy experience to reassure him, he answered. Hush, whispered Joseph. How comest thou here? And thou, was the answer. Yes, of course. Not a word to the Ishmaelites that I went to my brethren, whispered Joseph. Have no fear, the other answered as softly, and therewith the matter was closed for the time. But as they pressed farther into the desert, a day and then another day, the sun had set somberly behind dead mountain chains, and hosts of cloud, grey in the center and with the sunset glow at the rim, covered the sky above a waxen yellow sandy plain, while far and wide in front of them were visible scattered hummocks with tufts of withered grass. There was a chance to speak again unobserved with the man. Some of the troop were camped about one of the tussocks of grass on which they had kindled a brushwood fire against the sun. Den cold, among them the guide, who for the most part associated either with masters or servants, scorned exchange of talk, and only spoke briefly with the old man from day to day about the route. Joseph finished his tasks, wished the old man a good night's rest, and then mingled with the group by the fire. He lay down near the guide, and waited till the monosyllabic exchange among them died down, and they were falling visibly into a doze. Then he gave his neighbor a little nudge and said, Hearken, I am sorry that I could not keep my word that time and had to leave thee in the lurch as thou waitedst for me. Joseph in Egypt 473. The man only looked at him idly over his shoulder and stared again into the embers. So, thou couldst not, he answered. Well, let me tell thee, so faithless a chap as thou I have never seen in all the world. I might have sat guarding thy ass 7 jubilees long, if it had depended on thee, who came not again as thou hadst promised. I am surprised at I will speak with thee again at all, I am surprised at myself. But I am explaining, as thou hearest, murmured Joseph, and I have truly an excuse, that knowest thou not. Things turned out other than I had thought, and went as I could not have guessed. I could not return to thee, however much I wished. Yes, vs. Idle talk. 7 jubilee years might I have sat and waited for thee. But thou hast not sat 7 jubilee years for me, but hast gone thy way when thou sawest I was not coming. Exaggerate not the trouble which I unwillingly made for thee. Tell me rather what became of Huldah after I left. Huldah? Who is Huldah? Who is a little too much, said Joseph. I am asking thee news of Huldah, the ass that carried us, my white ass out of my father's stall. Ass, white ass for a journey, mocked the guide in a murmur. Thou hast a way of speaking of thine own, so tenderly that one may guess at thy self-love. Such people behave then so faithlessly. Not so, Joseph contradicted him. I speak not tenderly of Huldah on my own account, but on hers. She was so friendly and careful a beast, entrusted to me by my father. When I think of her mane on her forehead, and the way it hung down in curls to her eyes, my Heart melteth within me. I have not ceased to feel troubled about her. Since I lost her, and even asked after her fate in moments and long hours which for my own fate were not lacking in perils. Thou must know that since I came to Shechem ill luck hath not ceased to follow me, and heavy oppression hath been my lot. Impossible, said the man, and unbelievable. Oppression. My understanding standeth still, and I am stoutly convinced I have not heard aright carrot, but thou wentest after all to thy brethren? And with all the folk thou hast passed thou hast not ceased to exchange smiles. For thou art beautiful and well favored as a carven image, and hast dear life to boot. Whence came then thy ill luck? I ask myself, and am not answered. None the less it is so, replied Joseph. And through it all, I tell thee, not a moment have I ceased to think of the fate of poor Huldah. Good, said the guide, very good. And Joseph recognized that curious movement of the eyeballs which he had noted before, a rapid squinting and rolling right round. Good, then, young slave user. 474 Thomas Mann. Siph, thou speakest and I hear. One might think indeed that it were idle to waste so many words on an ass, for what sort of role doth an ass play in thy larger concerns, and of what importance could it be in them? Yet I think it possible that thy care shall be reckoned to thee, for a virtue, that thou thoughtest of the little creature in thine own need. Then what became of her? Of the beast? Verily, it is somewhat annoying for the likes of us to have to play the part of ass herd for nothing and be asked to give account of what happened besides. One would like to know why one should. But set thy heart at rest. My impression is that the creature's pastern was not so bad as we thought in our first dismay. It seems it was sprained, and not broken, that is, apparently broken, and actu ally only sprained, dost thou understand? Waiting for thee I had only too much time to tend it, and when at last I lost my patience thy Huldah too was so far along that she could amble, even though mainly on 3 legs. I rode on her myself as far as Dothan and put her in a house there where I had often done a good turn to advantage both sides. It is the first in the place, belonging to a farmer, where she will be as well off as in the stall of thy father, the so-called Israel. Is that true? Cried Joseph, low and rejoicingly. Who would have thought it? So she got up and could walk, and thou hast cared for her so that she is well off. Very well, confirmed the other. She can count herself lucky that I took her to the farmer's house, and her lot has fallen well for her. In other words, Joseph said, thou hast sold her in Dothan. And the price? Thou askest after the price. Yeah, herewith I have paid myself for my guidance and my service as watchman. So, well, I will not inquire the amount. And all the good eatables that hung round the saddle. Is it really true that thou thinkest of those tidbits among thy larger concerns, and findest that they have comparative importance? Not so much, but they were there. With them too I have reimbursed myself. Indeed, Joseph said, thou hadst early begun to repay thyself behind my back, by which I mean certain quantities of onions and fruit bread. But never mind, perhaps it was well meant, and I will always and everywhere extol the good side thou showest. That thou gottest Huldah once more on her legs, and madest her full in the land. For that I reckon my thanks are due, and I thank the good fortune that made me meet thee unexpectedly to learn it. Yeah, have I again to guide thee, thou win back, that thou mayest. Joseph in Egypt 475. Come to thy goal, replied the man. Whether it be so fitting and proper for me, I do ask myself that, in passing, yet in vain, for no one else payeth any heed. Now thou art vexing again, responded Joseph, just as in the night on the way to Dothan, when thou unasked didst help me to find my brethren, and did it with such ill grace. Well, this time I need not reproach myself for molesting thee, for thou hast bargained with the Ishmaelites to guide them through the desert, and I am only among them by chance. It mattereth not if I guide thee or thy Ishmaelites. Say not that to the Ishmaelites, for they keep themselves on their dignity and self-independence, and do not like to hear that in a way they journey that I may come hither where God will have me. The guide was silent and dropped his chin into his mantle. Did his eyes roll round again after their wont? Very like, but the darkness prevented one from telling. Who liked to hear that he is a tool, said he with a certain effort. And particularly who would hear it from a brat like thee? Coming from the young slave user Siph, it is shameless, but on the other hand, that is just what I say, that it cometh to the same thing, and even so, it might be the Ishmaelites who are coming with thee, and it is really thou to whom I must open the way, it is all one. Moreover, I had a well to watch down there, to say nothing of the ass. A well. I always had to reckon with such a job, as far as the well was concerned. It was the emptiest hole I ever saw, could not be emptier. And the more absurd was its emptiness, by that measure maybe judge the dignity and fitness of my task. Yet perhaps it was the very emptiness that was the important thing about this well. Was the stone rolled away? Of course. I sat on it, and I remained sitting however much the man wanted me to go. What man? Why, he who in his folly came secretly to the well. A man of towering stature, with legs like the pillars of a temple, and inside this husk a poor thin voice. Reuben, cried Joseph, almost forgetful of caution. Call him as thou wilt, it was a blundering tower of a man. Came back there with his rope and his coat to such a proper empty hole. He wanted to save me. Joseph affirmed. As thou wilt, said the guide, and yawned like a woman, putting his hand affectedly before his mouth and giving a dainty little sigh. He too played his role, he added. His voice was indistinct, for he had tucked his chin and mouth farther into his mantle and seemed to want to see T.O. to sleep. Joseph heard him still muttering disconnectedly. Thomas Mann. 476. And irritably, trifling and folly words of a young brat. There was nothing more pertinent to be got out of him. Even in their further journey Joseph did not succeed in getting more speech with his guard and guide. The fort of Bell. Day by day they plodded patiently through the Badlands, to the sound of the bell on the leading camel, from well station to well station, until 9 days had passed, and they counted themselves. Tucky. The guide had not boasted when he said he knew his busyness. He did not lose his way nor get off the road even when it passed through wild mountain country where there was no good going, but merely a confusion of frightful sandstone boulders, grotesque shapes, and towering masses, that glistened blackly, more like bronze than stone. Their somber gleam suggested a tall city built of iron. The guide held on his road all day long, even when there could be no talk of a road in any upper-worldly sense at all. For it was like a country of the damned, like the illimitable floor of the sea, shutting them in with corpse-colored sand up to the hot bleached horizon, and they rode over mounds of dune with ridges ruffled by the wind into unpleasant sharp-edged patterns. Across the plain the heat vibrations looked as though near to bursting into tongues of flame, and sand whirled in the air so that the men wrapped their heads before this evil dance of death and tried not to look, but rode blindly on to get Past these horrors, bleached skeletons often lay the way, the ribs and thigh bones of a camel and the parched limbs of a human being stood up out of the waxen-colored dust. They looked at it dazed and kept on trying to hope. 2 half-days long, from midday to evening, a pillar of fire went on before and seemed to guide them. They well knew the nature of the phenomenon, but their attitude toward it was not won by their knowledge. These fiery pillars were, as they were aware, small cyclones in which the whirling dust was turned flame, colored by the sun. But to each other they said with dua, a pillar of fire leadeth us on. If the sign were suddenly to collapse before their eyes it would be frightful, for in all probability a dust a bubu would follow. But the pillar did not collapse, only changed its shape like a genie and slowly flickered away on the northeast wind, which prevailed throughout the 9 days. Their good luck band of south wind that it was quiet and could not parch their waterskins and drink away the moisture on which their lives depended. But on the 9th day they were already out of danger, escaped from the horrors of the desert, and could count themselves fortunate, for the region now before them was colonized and admin. Joseph in Egypt 477. Eastward by Egypt. Bastions, braced works, and watchtowers by the wells extended for some distance into the desert, with little companies of soldiery, Nubian bowmen wearing ostrich feathers in their hair, and Libyan axe-bearers with Egyptian captains, who called out harshly to the oncomers and questioned them whence they came and whither they went. The old man had a shrewd and cheery way of talking with the military to put beyond doubt the innocence of his designs, and of giving them little presents out of his pack, knives, lamps, and Ascalon onions to win their goodwill. So they passed well pleased through all the formalities from watch to watch, for it was much better to be exchanging jokes with the guards than to be going through the brazen city and across the bleached seafloor. Our travelers, however, knew that only the preliminaries were over with the passing of these frontier stations and that they had still to prove their harmlessness and their innocence of any designs against civilized society. The real test would come at the mighty and ineluctable barrier which the old man called the Sovereign's Wall, which had been built ages before across the neck of land between the Great and Little Bitter Lakes, as a protection against the savages of Shosu and the sand dwellers who thought to drive their cattle upon Pharaoh's soil. From the rising ground where they halted at sunset they overlooked these menacing precautions and arrogant measures of defense. The old man had succeeded several times, by dint of his harmless garrulity, in passing them in both directions, wherefore he did not now fear them all too much. Tranquilly he lifted his hand and pointed them out to his train, a long marching wall, notched with battlements, broken by towers and running behind canals which connect a chain of lakes great and small. Somewhere about the middle, a bridge crossed the water, but at this point, on either side of the passage, rose the sternest barriers of all, castellated forts enclosed in their own ring walls, 2-storied, massive and tall, whose sides and adjutments rose in ingenious broken lines to the parapets to make them yet more secure against siege. They bristled with square meant towers, bastions, sallyports, and ledges for defense on all sides. Narrower structures had grated windows. This was the fort of Bek, the powerful offensive and defensive structure set up by the refined and fortunate and vulnerable land of Egypt against the POV, Urdi and Rapin of the East. The old man named it to his followers by name and was not afraid before it. But yet he said so much about it, asserting how easy it would be for his utter harmlessness to get past. Once more, that one might have thought he was talking to keep his courage up. Did I tell you I have a letter from a business friend at Gilead? Across the Jordan, he said, to his business friend in Jane S. Also. 478 Thomas Mann. Called Zoan, which was built 7 years after Hebron. Well, I have. And you will see, it will open for us gate and door. The great thing is to have a document to show and that the people of Egypt have in their turn to write something and send it somewhere to be copied down again and keep the record. For without something written you do not get through, but if you can show a potsherd or a roll and document, then they brighten up. They say, of course, that Amun is the highest, or Osiris, the eye enthroned, but I know better, at bottom. It is thought, the writer believe me, if only Horwas comes on the wall, the young officer clerk who is an old friend of mine, and I can get speech with him, then there will be no trouble at all and we can pass. Once we are inside, nobody tests our innocence again and we can go freely through all the districts up the river as far as we like. Let us set up huts here and pass the night, for my friend Horwas will not come on the wall any more today. But tomorrow before we go thither and beg for entrance at the fort of Vel we must wash ourselves and dust the desert from our garments and wipe it out of our ears and scratch it out from our nails that we seem to them like men, and not like sand rabbits. Also you young ones must pour oil on your hair and paint your eyes and make yourselves look wanton, for to the misery is suspect and lack of elegance an abomination. Thus the old man, and they did after his words, stopped where they were for the night and made themselves beautiful in the morning, as well as they could after so long a journey through the waste. During these preparations, however, they were surprised to find that their guide, whom the old man had hired at Gaza and who had guided them so safely, proved to be no more among them, without anyone being able to say when he had gone, whether back in the night or while they were adorning themselves for Thel. Anyhow, when they looked round for him he was no more there, though the bell camel was, on which he had ridden, nor had the guide collected his pay from the old man. That was no cause for lamenting, but only for surprise, since they no longer needed a guide, and the man had been a distant creature at best, and chary of speech. They wondered a while, and the old man's satisfaction over the saving of money was diminished by his lack of understanding and the disquiet caused by unfinished business. He concluded that the man would turn up again sometime to get his pay. Joseph thought it possible that the guide had privately taken to himself goods instead of pay and instigated an examination of the stock, but it proved him in the wrong. It was Joseph who wondered the most, especially over the inconsistency in the character of his acquaintance and the indifference in money matters which seemed not to fit with the covetous nature. For services voluntarily offered, he had paid himself extravagantly. Now it seemed he heedlessly let Joseph in Egypt 479 slip a covenanted wage. But Joseph could not talk with the Ishmaelites about these discrepancies, and words that are not uttered are soon forgotten. They all had other things to think of besides the guide and his caprices, for when they had washed their ears and painted their eyes they advanced toward the water and the Sovereign's wall and came before midday to Thel, the fort on the bridge. It was even more alarming from nearby than at a distance. Double and unassailable by force, with its irregular line of walls, ERS, and defense platforms, the battlements filled all round with warriors of the heights, clad in jerkins with shields of hide on their backs, who stood with lances folded in their fists and on their fists their chins, looking down right contemptuously on the little caravan as it approached. Officers were there in half-long wigs and white shirts, with leather stomachers in front over their skirts, and little canes in their hands. They moved to and fro behind the men. The latter paid no heed to the advancing train, but the foremost posts raised their arms, curved a hand round their mouths, their lances lying in the hollow of their arms, and cried out, "Back! Turn back! Fort of Fell! No passage! We will shoot!" "Pay no heed," said the old man. "Only be quiet. It is not half so bad as it looks. Let us give evidence of peace by advancing slowly, but undisturbed. Have I not the letter of my business friend? We shall get through." Accordingly they moved straight up to the gap in the walls where the entrance was, and behind it the great bronze gate which led to the bridge. Here they indicated by signs their peaceful intentions. In the wall above the gate, graven deep in the masonry and painted in glaring colors, was a huge figure of a bare-necked vulture with pin irons spread, the ring of the cartouche in its claws. Right and left of it out of the brick structure sprang a pair of stone cobras on sockets, 4 feet high, with spread hoods, erected on their bellies, horrible to see, the symbol of defense. "Turn round," cried the watch on the wall above the outer gate. Above the vulture. "Fort of Fell. Back, send rabbits, into the desert. Here is no road." "You mistake, Egyptian warriors," answered them the old man. From his camel, among his group of retainers. "Just here is the end. Trance and not elsewhere. For where else could it be in this bottle? Neck. We are well-informed people, who come not to the wrong quarter but know exactly where one enters into the land, for we have already been across your bridge and back again." "Yes, back," cried those above. "Always back and nothing but back with you into the desert, that is the order. No rabble shall be let into the land." "To whom say you that?" countered the old man. "To me who 480 Thomas Mann. Not only know it well but also expressly approve it. I hate rabble and send rabbits as much as you and praise you highly in that you prevent them from profaning your land. But look well at us and study our faces. Do we look like thieves and vagrants and rabble from SI? Not. Do our looks awake the idea that we want to spy out the land with evil intent? Or where are our flocks that we thought to drive on Pharaoh's pasture lands? Nothing like that cometh in question, even for a moment. We are Menaeans from Mann, traveling traders, proud of our degree, and bring from abroad attractive wares which we would offer you, and would sell them in exchange with the cheel Dren of Kemp, that we may carry in turn the gifts of Jer, which here is called Harry, to the ends of the world. For it is the season of trade and barter, and we travelers are its servants and priests. Fine priests. Dust-covered priests. All that is a lie," the soldiers shouted back. But the old man did not lose courage, he only shook his head forbearingly. "As if I did not know," he remarked aside to his people, "they always do this on principle, and make difficulties till one would be glad to turn round and go away. But I have never turned back, and I will get through this time too. Hearken, ye stout brown warriors of Pharaoh," he called up again. "Gladly speak I here with you, for your words are blithe. But actually would I speak with one who is the youthful commander of the troops, Horwaz, who let me in the last time. Call him, if you will. Be so good, to the wall. I will show him the letter which I am bearing to Zoan." "A letter," he repeated. "A written letter, a document. Doth Jehudi, the ape." He smiled as he called out the words. And indeed it often happens, in speaking to those who are not known to us as individuals but representatives of some well-known nation, that we thus half tease, half flatter them by invoking some phrase or symbol BB which they are labeled in popular fancy. The soldiers on the wall laughed too. Perhaps they were simply amused at the obsession of every foreigner, that all Egyptians were quite daft about writing and the written word. At the same time they were probably impressed with the old man's knowledge of the name of one of their leaders. For they consulted among themselves and then called down to the Ishmaelites that the troop leader Horwaz was away on duty in the town of Sent and would not be back for 3 days. "What a pity," said the old man. "How badly it falls out, Egypt. 10 warriors. 3 black days, 3 new moon days without Horwaz, our friend. That means waiting. We will wait here, dear warriors, till his return. Only call him, if you will, to the wall at once on Joseph in Egypt 48:1. His return from Sent, with the news that the famous Menaeans from Mann are on the spot and bring written papers." And actually they set up their tents in the sand before the fort of Fell and remained 3 days awaiting the lieutenant, keeping on good terms with the people on the wall, some of whom came down to them to see their wares and drive bargains. Their numbers were increased by another party of travelers who came from the south, probably from Sinai, along the bitter lakes. They too would enter into Egypt. They were a right ragged crew and little polished by civilization. They waited with the Ishmaelites, and when the hour came and Horwaz was back, all the applicants were let in through the wall into the court in front of the bridge gate. Here they had again to wait a few hours until the young officer came springing on spindling legs down the stair and stood on the lower step. With him were 2 men, one of whom had his writing tools, the other a standard with a ram's head. Horwaz beckoned the petitioners to advance. His head was covered with a light brown wig cut straight on the forehead and lying smooth as glass as far as the ears. Behind him it consisted of tiny curls that fell down on his shoulders. The mailed doublet he wore, with an order in the shape of a bronze fly, went ill with the delicate folds of the snow-white, short-sleeved linen garment that showed underneath it, and not better with the snowy pleated skirt that hung diagonally to the hollow of his knee behind. The travelers greeted him with circumstance, yet not more courteously, however poor they were in his eyes, than he returned their greetings. It was a foppish politeness. He arched his back like a cat, throwing back his head with a sickly sweet smile, kissed the air, as it were, with his pursed lips, and raised toward them out of his pleated sleeve a very thin brown arm adorned at the wrist with a bangle. He did it so simply and easily that only for a brief moment did he give this picture of a graceful, fastidious, and over-expressive pose. It went as it came. But one realized, at least Joseph did, that foot had nothing to do with them but proceeded from his own self-respect and his reverence for the civilization he represented. Horwaz had the face of an elderly child, short, with a pug nose, the eyes lengthened by cosmetics, and sharp furrows graven at the sides of his still pursed and laughing mouth. "Who are you?" he asked in rapid Egyptian. "Men of wretchedness in such great numbers, who would enter the country?" With the word wretchedness he did not mean exactly a criticism, he meant simply foreigners. But in the great numbers he included both groups of travelers, making no difference between the Midianites and the people from Sinai, who indeed cast themselves on the ground before his feet. "To Thomas Mann. There are too many of you," he went on reproachfully. "Every They come some from here or there, from the land of God or the mountains of Shu, and want to set foot inside, if daily is saying too much, then almost daily. Day before yesterday I let some come in. From the land of Upi and the Mount User, for they had letters. I am a scribe of the great gate, who renders reports upon the affairs of the lands, well and good for him who sees it. My responsibility is great. Whence come ye and what would ye? Do ye design good things or not so good or even quite evil, so that you must either be driven back or else pale your cheeks in death? Come ye from Kadesh and Dubaki or from the city of Ur? Let your leader speak. If from the port of Sur, that wretched spot is known to me, to which water is brought in boats. We know foreigners too well in all conscience, for we have conquered them and taken their tribute. Above all, know ye how to live? I mean, have ye to eat and can be at your own cost, so that ye come not as burden on the state or be driven to steal. But if the first be the case, where then is the evidence and the written guarantee that ye know how to live? Have ye letters to a citizen of the country? Then out with them. Else there is naught but turning back. The old man approached him with studied mildness. You are here as Pharaoh, he said, and if I fear not the influence you wield and stammer not in amazement before your authority, it is only because I stand not for the first time before you and have already known your kindness, O wise lieutenant. And he recalled to him, about such a time it had been, perhaps 2 years ago, or 4, that he, the Minian merchant, trod the gate for the last time and for the first was passed by the troop leader Horwaz. On the ground of the purity of his intentions, Horwaz seemed faintly to recollect, to remember the little beard and drooping head of this old man, who spoke Egyptian as though he were a human being. He listened amicably as the other answered to the questions put, that not merely had he no evil designs, not merely fair ones, but quite definitely the best, that he was come across Jordan on a business trip, through the land of Pelisheth and through the desert, and with his followers well knew how to live and to pay, as the valuable wares on the backs of his pack animals bore witness. But as to his connections in the country, here was a letter and he unrolled before the lieutenant the piece of polished goatskin on which the business friend at Gilead had written some phrases of recommendation in Canaanite-ish script to the business friend at Jannes in the Delta. Horwaz's slim fingers, all 10 of them, indeed reached with a fastidious gesture for the document. He could not gather much from it, but so much he saw from his own visa in the corner, that this parchment had already lain before him. Joseph in Egypt 483. You bring me always the same letter, old friend, said he. That will not do, you cannot come in on it forever. This paper crackles with age, I would see it no more, it is out of date, you must show something new. The old man retorted that his connections were not limited to the Mann and Jannes. They extended, he said, as far as Thebes itself, the city of Amun, whither he had it in mind to go, to a house of honor and distinction, with whose overseer, called Mann, son of Mos, he had been on terms of close acquaintance for many years, and often been permitted to supply him with foreign goods. The house, however, belonged to one great above the great, Putapra, Fan, bearer on Pharaoh's right hand. This mention of a connection with the court, however second hand, obviously made an impression on the young officer. By the king's life, said he, according to that you would amount to something, and if you lie not with your Asiatic mouth, that would indeed alter the matter. Have you nothing written concerning your connection with this Mann, son of Amos, who is set over the house of the fan-bearer? Nothing at all? What a pity, for that would have simplified matters no little. But still, you know this name to tell me, and your peaceable countenance gives your words a satisfactory warrant of good faith. He beckoned for his writing materials and the attendant hastened to hand him the sharpened brush and the wooden tablet on whose smooth clay surface the lieutenant was used to scribble notes. Was dipped the brush in an inkwell of the pallet held BB the soldier. Next to him, shook off a few drops, carried his writing hand in a wide curve to the surface, and wrote down the old man's record as it was repeated to him. He wrote standing beside the standard, the tablet on his arm, bent slightly forward, with his mouth pursed, squinting a little charming, self-satisfied, and with obvious enjoyment. Pass, he said, handed back tablet and pen, saluted again in his absurdly fastidious way, and sprang up the stair by which he had come. The Sinai sheik, with the disheveled beard, who had spent the whole time on his face, was not interrogated at all. Horwaz had in clubbed him and his among the old man's train, and the information, written out on beautiful paper and sent to the officials at Thebes, would be most incomplete. But there would be no whaling in Egypt on that account, nor would any confusion come to the land. To the Ishmaelites the main point was that the soldiers of Vel pushed back the bronze wings of the gate that gave access to the floating bridge, across which they might move with beasts and burdens and enter the plains of Happy. Least among them, noted by none and named by no name in Hor, was his official protocol, Joseph, son of Jacob, came into Egypt. 4841. Chapter 2. The entrance into Sheol. Joseph sees the land of Goshen, and comes to Peresopt. What part of it did he see first? That we know with some precision. The circumstances show it. The route which the Ishmaelites took him was dictated to them in more than one way, and by the he of the land. Besides, it is as certain as it is ever little commented on that the part of Egypt to which Joseph first came was one which is known and even famous, not because of the role it played in the history of Egypt, but on account of its connection with the story of Jacob and his family. It was the land of Goshen. It was called Goshen or Goshen, in div. Differently, according to the speaker's enunciation, and belonged to the district of Arabia, the 20th of the land of Udo the serpent, that is to say, Lower Egypt. It lay in the eastern part of the delta, where for Joseph and his guides entered it so soon as they had left the salt inland seas and frontier fortifications behind. There was certainly nothing great or remarkable about it. Joseph did not find himself in any danger of losing his head or being hampered by the fortunate marvels of Mizraim. Wild geese flew across a mild, dull, rainy sky above the Menoto News marshland, threaded with ditches and dikes, out of which here and there rose a single blackthorn or a mulberry fig tree. The travellers went on causeways, following the watercourses where long-legged birds, storks, and ibises stood in the canebrake that choked the streams. Whole villages mirrored the cone-shaped clay roofs of their storehouses and the shade of their doom palms fan-shaped leaves in the green duck ponds beside them. They were not different to the from villages in the homeland, and not a very rewarding sight. After a journey of 7 times 17 days, it was simple earth land that Joseph saw, without any surprising features. It was not even the granary of the well-known phrase, for what he saw was simply grassland and pasture land far and wide, though, to be sure, the pasturage was lush and well-watered, and the son of shepherds looked with interest at it. Many flocks grazed over it, cattle white. Joseph in Egypt 485. And red, either hornless or with upstanding lyre-shaped horns, there were sheep too. Their shepherds had made shelters from the drizzling rain by stretching papyrus mats above their crooks, and squatted on underneath with their jackal-eared dogs. The cattle, the old man instructed his followers, were mostly not from these parts. They came from far upstream and belonged to the landowners and the overseers of the temple stables in regions where there was hardly anything but arable land, and the cattle would have had to feed on the clover fields. So at the right time of year the herds were sent down into the fenny districts of northern Lower Egypt to batten on the meadows made luxuriant by these very fresh water canals along which our little train was now passing. They led it straight to Pursop, the original holy city of the district. For there, the ditch branched off from the delta arm of Happy and connected the river with the Bitter Lakes. These, as the old man knew, were in turn united by a canal with the Sea of the Red Earth, otherwise the Red Sea, so that one could pass straight on through from the Nile and sail from the city of Amun to the incense land of Punt, as had once the bold ships of Elatchipsut, the woman who had been Pharaoh and worn the beard of Osiris. As they went on, the old man continued to prattle about all these traditional matters, in his shrewd and easygoing way. But Joseph listened uncomfortably and had no ear at all for the doings of Hatshepsut, that woman whose sex had been changed by the dignity of the kingship so that she had worn the beard. Shall I be saying too much if I set down how his fancy flung an airy bridge between the gay meadows here and his kin at home, his father and little Benjamin? Surely not, even though his thinking may not have been of the same kind as ours, but played about a few dream motifs which formed, as it were, the musical fabric of his mental life. One of these had always been closely related to the thoughts of being snatched away and lifted up, the motif of being followed after. Then there was another, contradictory one, in his changeful play of thought, which concerned Jacob's dislike of the country whither he was snatched. He harmonized the two contrapuntally, by telling himself that this peacefully primeval pasture land here might indeed be already Egypt, but after all was not the real Egypt, therefore not utterly abhorrent, and that it might appeal to Jacob, the king of many flocks who found it hard to sustain them at home. He looked at the grazing herd sent hither by upper Egyptian proprietors to feed on the fat of the land, and had a lively feeling that the motif of being snatched away needed completion by that of being lifted up, for the flocks of the lords of the upper river would make way for other flocks in the land of Goshen, in other words, before the motif of being followed after could come in. He weighed afresh his con. 86 Thomas Mann. Viction, and strengthened himself mightily in it, that if one were indeed going to the west, at least one must become the first of those who were there. For the present, however, he went with his masters along the flat, clayey margin of the beneficent watercourse dotted here and there with spindling palms. On the smooth water a flotilla of boats was slowly gliding eastward with monstrously tall sails on swaying masts. By this route they could not miss the holy city Pursoptu, which, when they reached it, proved to be a huddled settlement surrounded by disproportionately high walls with but little life inside them. For almost the whole population consisted of the presiding field judge and privy bearer of the king's command, who bore the good Syrian title of Rabbi Sug, together with his officials and the shorn priesthood of the regional god Sopt, called Scourge of the dwellers of Sinai. Among the rest of the inhabitants the colored Asiatic dress and the language of Amor and Zahi were much more in evidence than the white Egyptian garb and the Egyptian tongue. The narrow streets of Pursop smelled so strong of carnations or clove pinks that at first it was pleasant and then painful, for this was the incense most favored of Soptu in his temple, and every offering reeked of it. This Soptu was so old, so ancient a god that his own priests and prophets, who wore lynx skins on their backs and went about with their eyes cast down, no longer knew for a certainty whether his head was that of a pig or a hippopotamus. Phi was a god rejected and obscure, embittered thereby, to judge from the mood and language of his priests. For a long time now he had not been the scourge of the dwellers in Sinai. His image only hand high stood in the remotest part of his primitive and very clumsy temple, whose courts and antechambers were adorned with extremely ungainly seated images of the early pharaoh who had built the temple. The foremost gatehouse, with its buttressed, picture-covered walls, had little niches in each of which stood a gilded flag, pole flying a gay pennant, but all this strove in vain to give bloodness to the house of Sopt. It was poorly endowed, the treasuries and storehouses round the main court stood empty, and not many people waited on Soptu with offerings, only the Egyptian inhabitants and none from elsewhere, and there was no feast of general observance to draw zealous pilgrims downriver and within the crumbling walls of Pursop. The Ishmaelites, as a business gesture, laid on the offertory in the square hall a few nosegays which they found for sale in the open court, also duck spiced with cloves. They talked to the shiny paid priests with long fingernails and forever downcast gaze, and from them heard, in heavy accents, of the fallen state of their aboriginal lord and his city. They complained of the times, which brought great Joseph in Egypt 487. Injustice with them, and heaped all the power, splendor, and prect in one side of the balance of the lands, namely, in the south, urn or upper part, since when it was that west had grown so great, whereas originally they had piously weighed down the northern or lower land of the delta, as was right and just. For in the good old times, when Memphis had been the brilliant city of kings, the delta Jun had been the real and true Egypt, and the upper parts, in Thebes, had ranked almost with the wretched Cush and the Negro countries. Then the south had been poor in culture and enlightenment, as well as in beauty of life. From the ancient north, these blessings had spread fruitfully southwards up the river. Here were the sources of knowledge, civilization, and prosperity. Here the most venerable gods of the land had had their birth, as, for instance, Sopt, the lord of the east in his chapel, whom now wrong adjust meant of the balance had put quite in the shade. For Theban Amun, up there near the Negro lands, set itself up today as a judge of what was to be considered Egyptian and what not, convinced that its name spelled Egypt and Egypt Thebes. A little time ago, said the embittered temple traders, people of the west living near the Libyans had even sent to Amun and represented to him that it seemed to them they were Libyans too and not Egyptians, for they lived outside the delta and agreed in nothing with the children of Egypt, ei. They're in service of the gods or otherwise, they loved, so they said, the flesh of cows and wanted freedom to eat as did the Libyans, whose like they were. But Amun had answered and reproved them, there could be no talk of the flesh of cows, for all that land was Egypt, which was fertilized by the Nile, up and downstream, and all were Egyptians who dwelt this side of the city of elephants and drank from the river. Thus Amun's judgment, the priests of the Lord Soptu lifted their long-nailed hands as they strove to make clear to the Ishmaelites the arrogance of it. Why then, they scornfully asked, this side of Shub, and the first cataract? just because Thebes lay this side. If Sopt, there, Lord, down here in the north, in the first and genuine land of Egypt, were to declare that everything was Egyptian that drank from the river, it would be a broad and high-minded thing to say. But when Amun said it, the god who, to speak mildly, stood under suspicion of Nubian origin and of being originally a god of the wretched Kush, who had achieved primacy in the mind of the peoples only by arbitrarily putting himself on a par with Amri, then there was something lacking in his broad-mindedness, and you could not call it high-minded at all. In short, the prophets of Sopt suffered from jealousy and peevishness at the eclipse of their god through time and events. And the Ishmaelites, the old man at their head, humored them like the good 488 Thomas Mann, men of business that they were. Also they increased their offerings with sundry loaves of bread and jugs of beer, and showed the neg. Let Sopt all due attention before they went on to Pur-Bastet, close by the city of cats. And here it smelled so strong of catnip that it almost turned a strand Ger's stomach. For the odor is offensive to everybody, save only to the sacred animal of Bastet, namely the cat, which is well known to love it. Numerous specimens of the animal were kept in Bastet's shrine, the city's mighty core, black, white, and colored. They frisked with the stealthy and persistent charm of their species among the worshippers in the court, and were flattered with offerings of the hateful herb. But cats were everywhere in Pur-Bastet, in all the vat houses as well, and the smell of valerian pervaded everything. It even flavored the food and lingered in men's garments, so that when they went as far as on Enmebi they were greeted with laughter and the words, "You come from Pur-Bastet, don't you?" The laughter had not to do with the smell alone, but with the cat city itself and its associations, which were matter enough for mirth. For Pur-Bastet, unlike Pur-Sopt, which it exceeded in size and population, had a reputation for gaiety. It even looked jolly, although lying so deep in the ancient delta, its jollity being of a primitive, coarse-fibered kind which made all Egypt laugh whenever it thought of it. This city also therein, unlike the shrine of Sopt, had a feast of general observance. Its citizens boasted that millions, that is certainly tens of thousands of people, came down river by land or water to attend it. Even on the way thither they got very jolly, the women, especially, equipped with rattles, behaved with roguish abandon, ac. According to all accounts, and words and gestures of a decidedly primitive character were flung across from the decks of their boats to the villages on the shore. The men too were jolly, they whistled, sang, and clapped, and all of the visitors held great press of popular meetings in Pur-Bastet, camping in tents for a 3 days feast, with sacrifices, dances, and mummery to the dull rolling of drums, with a fair, storytelling, juggling, snake charming, and more grape wine than was drunk otherwise in Pur-Bastet in all the rest of the year. We are told that the mood of the people so passed over into the primitive that they even flagellated themselves, or rather beat themselves till it hurt, with a sort of thorny club, amid general bawling. And this bawling was an inseparable feature of the primitive feast. Indeed, it was what made people laugh when they thought of Bastet, for it sounded just like the nocturnal caterwauling of the female at the visit of the male cat. With all these matters, then, the inhabitants regaled the strangers Joseph in Egypt 489, and boasted of the profitable crowds which enlivened once every year an otherwise uneventful life. The old man, on business grounds, regretted that he had not come at the right time of year for the feast. His young slave Usersife listened to the narration with apparently respectful eyes, nodded politely, and thought of Jacob. Of him he thought, and of the templeless God of his fathers, as he stood at the highest part of the city and looked down through its middle depth, where 2 tree-shaded branches of water embraced the sacred peninsula, into the dwelling of the female idol, enclosed in towering walls. The main building lay inside a hedge of old sycamore trees, its pylons were thick with images, its courts were shaded by awnings, and the roofs of its colorful halls were borne by columns whose capitals imitated the open and closed calyxes of the Biblos reed. It lay there, spacious and extended, accessible by the stone-paved road from the east, by which he had come in the Ishmaelite train. He continued to think when later he entered the temple halls and looked at the pictures graven on the walls and painted deep red and sky blue, pharaoh, burning incense before the cat goddess, among incredibly clear inscriptions of eyes, mouths, arrows, beetles, and birds, while red, brown deities, with tails, wearing loincloths and brilliant armbands and collars, high crowns on their animal heads, and the cross ring of the symbol of life on their hands, laid a friendly touch on the shoulders of their earthly son. Joseph, a tiny figure among giants, gazed up at all this with calm young eyes. Young he was, and it was weighty with age. Yet he was aware that he opposed it with his youth not only according to the measure of his years but in a larger sense. He stiffened his back against the weight of the ages, and when he thought of the ancient crying by night with which the folk at the feast filled the courts of Bastet, he gave his shoulders a twitch, edifying on how well we know the route by which the snatched away was taken, up or down according as you choose to put it. For, like so much else here, the up and the down were confusing. For Joseph, probably for Abram too, the road to Egypt went down, but in Egypt, it went up, that is, against the river, which flowed from the south, so that as you went southwards you went, not down, but up. It seemed like a deliberate confusion, like a game in which one turns a blindfold person 2 or 3 times round till his head whirls, and he no longer knows hind from fore. And not only with direction but also with time and the calendar things were confusing down here below. It was in the 28th year of the reign of Pharaoh, and, as 490 Thomas Mann, we should say, in the middle of December, the people of Kemp said, and wrote the first month of the flood, called Thoth, as Joseph learned with pleasure, or Jehudi, as they called the moon friendly ape. But nature and the calendar did not agree. The current year most always conflicted with reality. Only at enormous distances of time did the New Year's Day of the calendar coincide with the native Ral 1, when the dog star appeared again in the morning sky and the waters began to rise. In short, between the conception of a year and the seasons of nature, confusion reigned. Even practically there could be no sense in saying that they were now at the beginning of the flood season. The river had so abetted as almost to be back in its old bed. The land had emerged, the sowing had been largely finished, the crops were up. Indeed, the journey of the Ishmaelites had been so late. Surely that half a year had passed since Joseph, at the time of the summer solstice, had gone down to the pit. Somewhat dazed, then, as to time and space, he moved on in his stations. And which were they? We know precisely, the circumstances show us. For his guides, the Ishmaelites, who still gave themselves plenty of time, or rather, after their old wont, troubled about time not at all, only taking care that their slow progress kept more or less the right direction, went with him along the branch from Bastet south to the point where it flowed into the river at the apex of the triangle of the delta. And so they came to Golden On, lying at the Apex, a most extraordinary city, the House of the Sun, the largest place which Joseph had ever seen. It seemed to his dazzled eyes to be built chiefly of gold. But thence they would someday reach Memphis, likewise called Mann, time-honored one-time royal city, whose dead did not need to take the water journey, as it lay already on the western bank. This they knew beforehand about Memphis. And from that point they meant to travel no farther by land but to charter a boat and sail to Pharaoh City, no moon. Thus the old man had planned, accord into whose planning everything proceeded, and so they went on. For the present, with halts for trade, along the bank of the Jetter, here called Harry. The stream had gone brown in its bed, and lay in isolated pools on the fields, which were beginning to green, as far on both sides, between desert and desert, as the fertile land extended. Where the bank was steep, men were drawing up water in leather bottles at well curbs, with a lump of clay at the other end of the sweep to serve as balance, drawing up the muddy seminal fluid from the river and pouring it into channels that it might flow down into the ditches below and prosper the corn against the coming of far Ao's scribes. For this was the Egyptian house of bondage so frowned upon by Jacob. The tax gatherers were accompanied by Nubian tours carrying palm rods. Joseph in Egypt 49:1. The Ishmaelites did business among the laborers in the villages, trading their lamps and resin for necklaces, headrests, and the linen, which the peasant women made out of field flax and turned over to the tax gatherers. They talked with the people and they saw the land of Egypt. Joseph saw it too and breathed in its vital air as they took their trading way. It was strange enough, the customs, beliefs, and forms of the country were sharp-flavored like the taste of its spices. Yet we must not conclude that what he thus took in with mind and senses was utterly foreign and unheard of to him. His fatherland, if we take in that sense the region of the Jordan, the mountains and the mountainous country where he grew up was a region of sage and transit. On the south accordingly it took character from Egyptian influence, on the east from the Babylonian sphere. Far Ao's campaigns had passed through and left behind garrisons, governors, and buildings. Joseph had seen Egyptians and the clothes they wore. The look of Egyptian temples was not strange to him. All in all, he was not only the child of his mountains but the child of a larger territorial unit, that of the eastern Mediterranean, within which nothing could impress him as quite outlandish or absurd. Still more, he was a child of his age, that time now submerged in which he lived and moved, into which we have gone down to him as Ishtar went down to her son. Time and space work together to create a unity and community in the physical and the mental world. So that probably the one actual novelty which Joseph perceived on his travels was just this, that he and his were not alone in the world, not quite unique, that much of the thinking and doing of the fathers, their outlook and their anxious speculation anent the nature of God, had not been altogether a peculiar personal advantage of theirs, but rather it was a property of the unifying time and space, aside of course from considerable differences in the amount of the blessing and their adroitness in the use of it. When for instance Abram had argued so long and ardently with Melchizedek about the degree of unity which subsisted between his own Adon and El-Elyon, the Shechemite god of the League of Baal, their discussion had been quite typical of their world and time, as regards not only the problem they discussed but also the importance they attached and the feeling they brought to its discussion. At the very time when Joseph came to Egypt, the priests of On, the city of Edom-Rehorak, the Sun Lord, had just made a pronouncement on the relation of their sacred bull Murwur to the dweller on the horizon, designating it a repeating birth of formulation in which the idea of proximity and identity came more or less into its own. For also it occupied the thoughts of all Egypt and even at court had made a lively impression. Everybody talked about it, great and small. The Ishmaelites could not exchange 5 deben of labdanum against a 492 Thomas Mann. Corresponding quantity of beer or a good bullock hide without ear. Being mentioned in the preliminaries to the bargain, the capital new definition of the relation of Murwur to Edom, and being asked what the strangers thought of it, the questioner could reckon, if not on their agreement, at least on their interest. They came indeed from afar, but not from outside his unit of space, though, above all, it was the time they had in common which made them listen with a certain excitement to the new thing. On, then, the dwelling of the sun, the dwelling, that is, of him who in the morning is keeper, at midday and Edom in the evening, who opens his eyes and the light arises, who closes his eyes and darkness comes, of him who had named to Esed his daughter his name. On in the land of Egypt, thousands of years the same, lay on our traveler's southward route. Over it glittered the gilded four-sided top of the enormous obelisk of highly polished granite, which stood on the projecting foundation before the great temple of the sun. Here was the alabaster table of Rehorak, covered with lotus crowned wine jugs, laden with cakes, dishes of honey, birds, and all sorts of vegetable produce. And here the treaders of the sanctuary, in stiffly starched kilts, panther skins on their backs with the tails dangling, were burning incense before that very bull Murwur, the great bull, the repeating birth of the god, with a brazen neck, just behind the lyre-shaped horns, and powerful hanging testicles. This at least was a city such as Joseph had never seen, different not only from the cities of the rest of the world, but also from the other cities of Egypt. Its very temple with the adjacent loft-built ship of the sun made of gilded bricks was also entirely different in ground plan and appearance from other Egyptian temples. The whole city glittered and glistened with gold, like the sun, in such wise that all its citizens had permanently inflamed and weeping eyes, and strangers mostly drew hood or mantle over their heads against the glare. The roofs of its ring wall were gold, golden rays quivered and darted everywhere from the tips of the phallic sun lances with which they were lined, all these golden symbols of the sun in the shape of beasts, all these lions, sphinxes, goats, bulls, eagles, falcons, and sparrowhawks. And it was not enough that even the poorest house, built of bricks made of Nile mud, bore a gilt symbol of the sun, a winged disc, a hooked wheel or wagon, an eye, an axe, or a scarab, or showed on its roof a golden ball or apple. For the dwelling houses, granaries, and buildings in the outlying villages of Greater On were the same, each reflected the rays of the sun in some such emblem. A copper shield, a snaky spiral, a gilt beaker or shepherd's crook, for this was the domain of the sun and precinct of the blinking. A city to make one blink was on, the 1,000-year-old. Yet not only in outward appearance, it was so in its inward kind and spirit as Joseph in Egypt 493. Well, age-old doctrinal wisdom was here at home, as the stranger bore. See that once it came in through his pores, one might say. But it was a doctrinal wisdom solely and simply concerning the measurement and structure of bodies conceived as in three-dimensional space, and the surfaces bounding them, bounded by equal angles, meeting in sharp edges that came together at a point which, although it had no extension and occupied no space, and more mysteries of the kind. All this interest in abstract figure which prevailed at On. The sense for the theories of space characterized this ancient city. and obviously had to do with its local cult, the worship of the day star. It betrayed itself even in the structure of the place. Situated just at the apex of the triangular region of the diverging river mouths, it formed with its houses and streets an equilateral triangle, whose tip, ideally and also more or less in fact coincided with the apex of the delta, and on this very spot there reared itself from a mammoth rhomboidal base the four-sided obelisk of flame-colored granite, covered with gold at the top where its surfaces met in a point. Daily, it kindled in the first gleam of the rising sun, and with its surround in courtyards it formed the culmination of the temple precincts, which extended as far as the middle of the triangular city. The temple gate was hung with banners and gave access to passages, painted with the most delightful representations of the seasonal activities on the land and their fruits. In front of the gate was an open square planted with trees, and here the Ishmaelites spent nearly the whole day, for all the weak-eyed people of came hither to do bus. Innes and strangers from other parts as well. The servants of the god came out to the market too, their eyes running with much gazing into the sun, with heads reflecting it on their shiny surfaces, and wearing only the short aboriginal kilt and priest's garland. They mixed with the people and had nothing against conversing with such as would learn from their wisdom. It appeared indeed that they were kept here to that end and only waited to be asked to testify for their venerable cult and the ancient learning which their temple possessed. Our old man, Joseph's master, availed himself freely of the unspoken but obvious willingness and conversed at length with the sun in struck teachers on the square. Joseph at his side listened to the power of thinking on God and the gift of giving laws to the faith were, they said, hereditary in their order. They had possessed for ages a faculty of religious insight. They, or rather their forerun, Nizimasevis, had first divided up and measured time and tribe the calendar, all which, as well as that fruitful understanding, for abstract figure, was connected with the nature of the god at the opening of whose eye the day began. Up to that time men had just lived on in blind timelessness, without measure or mark. But he, who made the hours from which then the days were born had through 94 Thomas Mann, his wise men opened the people's eyes, that they, that is to say, their forebears had discovered the sundial, went without saying. The tradition was not so clear with regard to the apparatus that measured the hours of the night, the water clock. But probably it was made through the circumstance that Sok, the crocodile-shaped water god from Ambo, like so many other objects of veneration was, when one fixed it with one's watering eyes, nothing but under another name and in token bore the serpent and the disc. That sort of general survey, in fact, was the special line and learning of these shiny paid priests. They were, by their own account, very strong at generalization and at equating any and every regional and local protecting deity with an Amri or act of Anakam. Plex himself and representing a constellation of originally single lumina. To make out of many one, that was their preferred activity. Yes, according to them there were at bottom only two great gods. One the living, that was Hor in the Mount of Light, at Amri, and one the dead, Osiris, the eye enthroned. But the eye also was at Re, it was the disk of the sun, and so to the penetrating mind user, was lord of the nightly bark into which, as everybody knew, Re mounted after his setting, to travel from west to east and to light the underworld. In other words, even these two great gods were at Tom one and the same. But if the shrewdness of such a general survey was admirable, not less so was the art these teachers displayed of avoiding offense, for in the midst of their assimilating activities they took care to leave intact the actual multiplicity of the gods of Egypt. This they achieved by means of their science of the triangle. Were their hearers, asked the teachers of On, at all versed in the nature of this glorious symbol? To its width, they said, corresponded the DEI. Ties many named and many shaped, invoked of the people, served by the priests in all the cities of the lands. But above its rose and strove to a meeting the two legs of the beautiful figure, and the unique space which they bounded might be called the space of conspectus, distinguished by the fact that it narrowed as it went up and the hypothetical bases drawn through it became shorter and shorter until they had a very narrow extension and finally none at all. For the legs met in the point, and this terminus and point of intersection, beneath which all the varying widths of the symbol remained equilateral, that was the lord of their temple, that was Amri. Thus the theory of the triangle, the beautiful figure of the conspectus. The priests of it plumed themselves no little on it. They had, they said, made a school with it, conspectus and comparison were going on everywhere, but only in a clumsy and uninstructed way, not in the right spirit, without intelligence, crudely and by force. Amun, for instance, the rich in bulls, at Thebes in Upper Egypt, had himself made equal to Re by his prophets and would Joseph in Egypt 495 now be called Amun-Re in his shrine. All very well, but not in the sense of the triangle and reconciliation, rather in the sense that Amun had conquered Re, had consumed him and lived in him as though Re, so to speak, had to name him his name. That was a brutal misuse of the doctrine, a narrow-minded effrontery quite contrary to the meaning of the triangle. Adam-Re for his part was not called the horizon dweller for nothing. His horizon was wide and all-embracing, and all-embracing was the triangular field of his conspectus. Yes, he was worldwide, and world-friendly. The nature of this ancient god, long ago it had matured into blindness and benevolence. He was ready, so said the shiny-paid priests, to find himself not alone in the changeful shapes which the people worshipped in the regions and cities of Kemet. No, for he was also complacently inclined to come to terms of a far-reaching and general kind with the sun gods of other peoples. How different from young Amun in Thebes, who lacked every speculative faculty and whose horizon was, in fact, so narrow that he not only knew and realized nothing but the land of Egypt, but even here had no thought but to consume and incorporate instead of giving free rein in all of which, so to speak, he saw no farther than his own nose. But, said the blear-eyed ones, they would not dwell upon conflict. With young Amun at Thebes, conflict was not the nature or affair of their god, but rather complaisance and harmony. He loved the strand as himself, and thus they his priests delighted in converts with strangers, namely, with the old man and his companions. Whatever gods they served and whatever name they called them, they might, without disloyalty and with good heart, approach the alabaster table of Horak and offer doves, bread, fruit, and flowers, according to their power. One glance at the mild and smiling countenance of the fatherly head priest, as he sat on a golden chair at the foot of the great obelisk, the golden cap on his bald pate with its aureole of white hair, the white robe flowing wide about him, a winged sun's disk at his back, and presided with many good nighty over the offerings, a single such glance would convince the strangers that in offering to him, they offered to their own domestic gods, to whom satisfaction was given within the triangle. The servants of the sun embraced and kissed the old man and his companions, including Joseph, one after the other, in the name of the fatherly great prophet. Then they turned to other visitors to the market, to make further propaganda for Adamri, lord of the far horizon. But the Ishmaelites departed, very pleasantly impressed, from on at the apex of the triangle, and bent their steps farther down, or up into the land of Egypt. 496 Thomas Mann. Joseph at the pyramids. The Nile rolled its slow course along between flat reedy banks, where many a palm tree still stood half submerged and mirrored its trunk in the subsiding flood. There were plots of land in the blessing zone between desert and desert where the corn and barley were already green, on others cattle and sheep were being driven by white aproned brown bearers across the level land, that they might tread the seed into the soft moist earth. Vultures and white falcons peered and hovered under a clearing, sunny sky. They swooped down to ward villages half hidden by towering date palms with crowns of fan-shaped leaves. There were many such settlements along the irrigation canals. Their dung-roofed dwellings had walls made out of Nile mud and buttress-like pylons, and everything bore the stamp of the characteristic, all-pervading spirit of the land of Egypt. Its forms and its gods conditioned the picture of men and things. Here, Tophor, and in his own country, Joseph had only seen it in single man I've stations, as for instance some characteristic building. Here it confronted him in all its typicality and in great and small. At the village landing places naked children were playing among farmyard fowl, shelters made of poles and with these stood along the bank, and people returning from their necessary occasions came pulling along the canal and landed from their high-backed osier barks. The river, dotted with sails, divided the land into two parts from north to south, but everywhere the fertilizing watercourses ran east and west and made it into islands like oases of fan-shaped green. You walked on the road as on a causeway among ditches, reservoirs, and groves. Thus the Ishmaelites passed on southwards, amid all the pie of the land, riding on asses, driving loaded wagons drawn by oxen and donkeys, or going on foot, apron-wearers carrying ducks and fish on yokes to market. A lean, reddish, flat-bellied folk, square-shouldered, inoffensive in bearing, ready to laugh. They had thin, boned faces with projecting jaws, little noses broad at the end, and childish cheeks, a rush blossom in their mouths, behind one ear, or stuck in the much-washed apron, which had a diagonal hem and was higher back than front. Their hair fell smooth over the brow and was cut off straight under the earlobes. Joseph liked these wayfarers. Considering what they were, people of Sheol and the land of the dead, they were pleasant to look at, and they laughed as they shouted greetings to the Shibirite dromedary riders, for anything foreign to them was a joke. Joseph tried his tongue on their speech by himself and trained himself by listening, that he might soon be able to talk readily with them in their own idiom. The land of Egypt was narrow at this point, the strip of fertility. Joseph in Egypt 497. Small. To the east, on their left, the arid Arabian ranges ran close by, matched by the sandhills of Libya on the west, their deathly desolation masked in purple loveliness as the sun sank behind them. But at the edge of the desert, in front of this chain and near the greening fields, the travelers saw straight ahead of them a symmetrical and very singular elevation, composed of triangular surfaces, whose huge plains met in sharp corners and ran together to a point at the top. These were mountains not created by nature but made by the hand of man. They were the world-famous erections. The old man pointed them out to Joseph as they went, the monuments of Khufu, Kef, Ren, and other kings of the early time, built through decades by the sweat of hundreds of thousands of slaves coughing under the lash, built out of granite blocks weighing millions of tons, which they dug in the Arabian quarries and dragged to the river, ferried over, and, groaning, sledged to the border of Libya, where they hoisted them with some kind of incredible lifting apparatus and piled them into pointed mountains. Men fell and died, their tongues hanging out with their superhuman effort on the blazing desert, all in order that Khufu, the king and god, might lie far beneath them, shut off by a tiny chamber from the perpetual weight of millions of tons of heavy stone, a little twig of mimosa on his heart. It was no work for human beings that the children of Kemp had there performed, and yet it was the work of the same little folk who trotted and pulled along the causeways, the work of their bleeding hands, lean muscles, and panting lungs, won from the human, if sir, passing a human, because Khufu was a god king, the son of the sun. But the sun which struck down and consumed the builders might be satisfied with the superhuman human achievement, Ariotep, the satisfied sun. For in their abstract form they represented him. They were his pictographic symbols, these great piles of death and resurrection stood their sun monument and sun tomb at once, and their vast triangular surfaces, polished and glittering from base to apex, lay piously adjusted to the four quarters of the heavens. Joseph looked up wide-eyed at these three-dimensional tomb mountains, heaped up by slave labor in the Egyptian house of bondage, so misprized by Jacob. As he looked, he listened to the old man, who expended himself in tales of King Khufu. Even today sinister tales of that superhuman master builder were on the lips of the people. These 1,000 years and more the folk of Kemp had served a grudge against the memory of that evildoer who had got from them the impossible, for that he had been a bad and self-seeking god, and closed all the temples that no one should steal time from him with sacrifices. And he had kept all the people harnessed in toil for the building of his marvelous tomb, and for 30 years had not granted even one little hour for their own life. 10 years, that is, had 498 Thomas Mann. They to drag and chisel, and on top of that build for twice 10x, pending every ounce of strength they had and more besides. For, reckoning all their strength together, it would not have been quite enough to build the pyramid. The necessary remainder had come to them from the divinity of King Khufu, but they had not been glad. The building had cost great treasures, and when the treasure of that majestic godhead had been exhausted, he exposed his own daughter in the palace and gave of her body to every man who paid the price. By such means he replenished his treasury. So went the legends. The old man said, it is quite possible that they were for the most part fairy tales and falsehoods, which were told these thousands of years after Khufu's death. But so much was clear, that the people were even now more terrified than grateful to him for wringing out of them their utmost and more, and insisting on the impossible. As our travelers came nearer, the peaks stood up separate in the sand, and they saw that the surfaces of the triangles were damaged. Their polished plains had begun to crumble. Desolation reigned between the giant tombs, as each by itself, and all too massive for time to have done more than nibble at their surfaces. They stood there on the shelving rubble and sand of the desert plain. They alone had come off victorious in the frightful struggle with time, which had long since destroyed and buried the splendors with which piety had once filled the spaces between their mammoth forms. Temples of the dead had once leaned against their sides, where services in honor of those dead in the sun had been set up forever. Covered passages thick with pictures had once led thence, and broad-based gates on the east Ironside near the fertile zone had once formed the entrance to the closed passages which led into the enchanted kingdom of immortal Ity. All of this Joseph in his day saw no more and did not even know that not seeing was actually a no more seeing, a beholding of destruction. He came on them early of course by comparison with his relation to us. But from another point of view he was late and green. Indeed, his gaze encountered this great rubbish heap of death, this bald survival of a mathematic of giants, as one's foot will stub against a pile of rubble. Astonishment and awe did move him, of course, at sight of these triangular domes, but the frightful endurance which made them, forsaken of their time, stand here, survivals into God's present day, gave them among their other aspects something awesome. And accursed in his eyes, he thought of the tower. Then there was that riddle in the headcloth, Horimake, the great sphinx, which lay somewhere hereabouts residual, flat on the sands which were drifted over so as almost to cover it. Pharaoh's predecessor, Thutmose IV, had rescued it out of them, obedient to the promised dream which he dreamed when he took his midday nap. Joseph in Egypt 499. That was not so long ago, but the sand was already mounting again. About the enormous creature, which had lain there so long that no man could say when and how it had come out of the rock drifts of sand slanted up to its breast and hit one of the paws. The other paw, still free, was the size of 3 houses. At the breast of this mountain, the son of the king, like a doll compared to the immense god beast, had lain asleep while his servants at some distance guarded his hunt. Ingwagon. And high above the mannequin rose the inscrutable head, with the stiff neckcloth, the immortal brow, the eroded nose which lent it a somewhat roguish air, the rocky vault of its upper lip, the wide mouth which seemed to be shaping a sort of calm and primitive and sinister smile. The clear, wide open, intelligent eyes, intoxicated from deep draughts of time, gazed eastwards as they had ever done. And thus it lay there now, the immemorial chimera, in a present, whose distance and difference from times of yore were doubtless negligible in its eaves, and gazed steadfastly, sensually, unchangeably, away eastwards above the heads of Joseph and his owners. An inscribed tablet more than a man's height leaned against its breast, and the Minaeans read it with refreshment and strengthening of the heart. For this recent stone afforded a firm basis of time, it was like an row platform which gave a foothold above the abyss, it was the calm, commemorative tablet which Pharaoh Thutmose had erected here in memory of his dream and the moving of the sand. The old man read the text and the pronouncement to his people, how the prince, lying in the shadow of the monster, was overcome by sleep at the hour when the sun was at its height and saw in his dream the majesty of this glorious god, his father, Harmach his keeper Adamri, who spoke fatherly to him and called him his dear son. It is already a long time in years, he said, that envy countenance is directed upon thee and my heart the same. I will give thee, Thutmose, the royal sovereignty, the crowns of the 2 lands shalt thou wear upon the throne of Geb, and to thee shall the earth after its length and breadth belong with all that the radiant eye of the all-Lord shineth upon. The treasure of Egypt and the great tribute of the people shall be thine. But meanwhile the sands of the desert where I lie weigh heavy upon me, all worthy of adoration as I stand. My justified wish grow it out of this weight. I doubt not that thou wilt accede to it as soon as thou canst. For I know thou art my son and my deliverer. But I will be with thee. When Thutmose awoke so the story went he still knew the words of the god and kept them in mind until the hour of his elevation. And in that very hour his command went forth that they should at once remove the sand which rested heavy on Harmach, the great sphinx, at Memphis in the desert. Thus the tale. And Joseph, who listened as the old man his master read it, took care to add not even one little word. For he heeded the 500 Thomas Mann, old man's warning to hold his tongue in this land of Egypt, and wished to show that in case of need one could conceal even such thoughts as he had. But in secret he was vexed on Jacob's account at this dream of the promise, and in his vexation found it errant and Mea. Pharaoh, so he thought, made altogether too much of his tablet. What after all had he been promised? Nothing more than that which had been his destiny from birth, that at a certain hour he would be come king and reign over the 2 lands. This definite prospect that God had confirmed to him, in case, that is, Pharaoh rescued his image from the sands that threatened it. And here one saw the folly of making to oneself an image. The image fell into danger from the sand, and the god into such a pass as to implore, save me, my son, and to enter into a bond wherein he promised in exchange for a petty benefaction something that would most likely happen anyhow. Joseph found that offensive. It had been a different and higher bond that God the Lord had concluded with the fathers, likewise out of need, yet mutual need, that they should save each other out of the sands of the desert and become holy the one in the other. In any case, the king's son had become king at his hour, but the desert sand had already encroached again upon the image to a considerable extent. For such passing relief probably only a redundant return gift was in place, thought Joseph. He expressed his thought to Kadima, the old man's son, when they were alone, and Kadima was amazed at such a critical spirit. But let Joseph carp as he would and mock out of respect to Jacob. Yet the sight of the Sphinx made on him in one way or another more impression than all he had hitherto seen in the land of Egypt. It set his young blood in an unrest, against which mockery did not avail, and which did not let him sleep. Night had fallen while they lingered by these great things of the desert, and so they set up their tents that they might sleep and go on to Memphis in the morning. But Joseph, who had already lain down in the hut with Kadima, his bedfellow, strolled out once more under the stars. He heard in the distance Jack als howling as he approached the giant idol, to look at it quite be himself, without witnesses, in the brightness of the night and question its uncanny vastness. For uncanny it was, that monster of old time, in its regal rock head dress, and uncanny not only for its size or even for the darkness of its origins. How did the riddle run? It ran not at all, it lay there, or crouched, consisting but in the silence, that wrapped drunken silence, in which the monster gazed out with its wide wild eyes above it, questioning and questioned. And its want of nose had an effect as when a man sets his cap crooked over one ear. Yes, if this had been a riddle like the good old man's about his neighbor Dagon Deucal's plot of land then, however the numbers were hidden and Joseph in Egypt 501. Sealed, one might have shifted the unknown quantity hither and thither and weighed the proportions so as not only to find the answer, but to enjoy the game and be arrogant at one's own skill. But this riddle was nothing but silence, and its was the arrogance, to judge from its nose, and if it had a human head it was nothing for such as he, let him be ever so clear-headed. To begin with, what sex was it, male or female? The people called it were in the mountain of light and took it for an image of the sun, Lord, as Thutmose had done not long before. But that was a modern interpretation, it had not always obtained, and even if it were the sun, Lord who manifested himself in the recumbent figure that proved nothing as to its sex. As it lay there, one could not tell. Suppose it God Up, would it then have majestic dangling testicles like Mirror et on? Or would it reveal itself as female, as a lion virgin? There was no answer. For if at some time or other it had produced itself forth out of the rock, it had been as an artist makes a lying picture, or actually, not makes but represents it, so that what was not visible was not there, and let 100 masons come with hammer and chisel to question the monster of its sex, there would be no answer still. It was a sphinx, in other words a mystery and a riddle and certainly a savage one, with lion's paws, thirsting after young blood. Dangerous to the child of God and a snare to the descendants of the promise. Alas for the tablet of the king's son. At this rocky breast, between the claws of the dragon woman, one dreamed no promise. Dreams, or at least very meager ones, came to pass. It had nothing to do with promise, wide-eyed and cruel, with time on nose, fixed. In vacant immobility, it gazed across at its river, and its menacing riddle was not of such a kind. It endured drunkenly on into the future, but that future was wild and dead, for that it was mere endurance and false eternity, bare of expectancy. Joseph stood there and tried his heart upon the voluptuously smiling majesty of that endurance. He stood quite close, would not the monster lift its paw from the sand and snatch the youth to its breast. He armed his heart and thought of Jacob. Curiosity is a shallow-rooted weed, it is but youth triumphing in freedom. I too. I with the forbidden, one knows the sonhood of the spirit and holds with the father. Joseph stood long under the stars before the giant riddle, leaning on one leg, his elbow in one hand, his chin in the other. When he lay again with Kadima in the hut, he dreamed of the Sphinx, that it said to him, I love thee. Come to me and name me thy name, of what ever sex I am. But he answered, how shall I commit such a deed and sin against God? 502. Thomas Mann. The house of the swaddled one. They had gone along the western bank, the one on their right as they faced south, and the right one in any case, for they needed not to cross over to reach Memphis the Great, which itself lay in the west, the hugest sheepfold of men that Rachel's firstborn had ever seen. Above it towered the heights where stone was quarried and where the city buried its dead. Bewilderingly ancient was Memphis, and venerable in so far as the two ideas coincide. Mene, the first king, he who stood at the beginning of all memories and dynasties, had fortified the city to keep out the subjugated lower land. The mighty dwelling of the, built out of eternal stone, was Mene's work. Accordingly it had stood here much longer than the pyramids had stood here since days behind which no man could look. But there was no rigidity nor torpor here. The primitive and ancient presented itself in Memphis' image as a scene of bustling life and alert modernity, a city of more than 100,000 souls and composed in its great extent of many variously named quarters, a confusion of narrow winding streets going uphill and down, all sloping toward their centers, where waste water ran in a drain. They reeked and seethed with trade and traffic, and hordes of grubbing and garrulous little men. There were the smiling quarters of the rich, where villas with beautiful gates lay enclosed in lovely gardens. There were green temple precincts, where pennants fluttered and halls bright with delicate color were mirrored in sacred pools. There were Sphinx avenues 50 ells broad, and tree-bordered drives on which the wagons of the great rolled along, drawn by fiery steeds crowned with bunches of feathers. They were heralded by panting runners, who cried out, Abrek, take thy heart to thyself. Take care. Yes, Abrek. Joseph too might well say it to himself, and take heed to his heart so as not to fall victim to idle admiration before all that elegance and distinction. For this was Memphis, or Manf, as the people said here, pertly abbreviating the name from Menneferu, Meyer, which signified the beauty of Meyer abides. Meyer was a king of the 6th dynasty, who in his time had extended the temple fort rest about his royal quarters and built close by the pyramid wherein his beauty was to abide. It had actually been the tomb that had been called Mennefer Meyer, but the whole city overlapping had taken over the name of the burial place, Menf, the balance of the lands, the royal city of the dead. Flow strange it was that the name Menf was an impertinent abbreviation for a place of tombs. The idea occupied Joseph's mind a good deal. It was these little people thronging the narrow streets. Joseph in Egypt 503. With the gutters in the middle, who had run it all together like that. These lean-ribbed dwellers in the crowded poorer quarters of the town. In one such quarter was the caravanserai where the Ishmaelites lodged. It was crammed with strange specimens of the human race. Syrian, Libyan, Nubian, Mitannic, and even Cretan. Its dirty brick court was full of the bleating of animals and the squealing and whinnying of blind beggars playing on musical instruments. If Joseph issued forth, the street scene was like that in the cities of the homeland as well, only Egyptian and much magnified. On either side of the gut, turf barbers were shaving their customers, and cobblers pulling straps with their teeth. Potters turned their whirling vessels and shaped them with practiced and earthy hands, singing the wild songs to the Creator, goat-headed Lord of the Wheel. Coffin makers, plain coffins in human shape with chin beards, drunken men jeered out of noisy pothouses and were jeered at and mocked by little boys whose youth locks still hung over their ears. What hordes of people! They all wore the same linen apron and the same hair cut, had the same square shoulders and thin arms, and lifted their brows in one and the same naive and unabashed way. They looked quite capable of shortening the pomp and circumstance of death into the brisk and sprightly man. Joseph, when he heard it, recalled the feelings that possessed him when once, from his hilltop home, he looked down on Hebron, the burial place of his ancestors, and piety, whose source is death, had mingled in his heart with the appeal made be the sight of the bustling town. A complex and delightful mixture, and one peculiarly his own. He felt its mysterious fitness in the light of the double blessing whose child he was, and also in the light of the jesting spirit which might be regarded as the link and messenger between them. To this latter, then, corresponded the popular name for the city of the dead, as a message from the jesting spirit. He felt his heart warm toward its inventors, those lean-ribbed little people along the gutters. He wanted to joke with them, in their own tongue, to laugh and lift his eyebrows with their concern that would not be hard. Likewise he saw with sympathy that their love of the jest did not come from numbers alone, nor did it direct itself entirely outwards. The people of Menf were making fun of themselves when they laughed about what their city once had been and was no longer, and their joke was an expression of the same sullenness which Joseph had felt in Persop when he listened to the bitter carping of the temple priests. It was the mood of the outmoded and the superseded, but here it turned into a mockery which misdoubted all the world, including itself. For the fact was, Menf, the balance of the lands, thick-walled, had been the royal city at the time of the pyramid builders. Menf had been world famous for endless years. 504 Thomas Mann. And Thebes, in the upper southlands, had not been known at all. But, after the accursed epoch of confusion and foreign domination, it Was from Thebes that liberation came, and reunion under the now ruling dynasty of the sun. It was West that now wore the double crown and bore the scepter, while Mann, though bursting with population and no smaller than before, was a former queen, the grave of her own greatness, a capital whose name was an impudently abbreviated name of death. Not that in his chapel, was a god rejected and impoverished, like Sopt in the east. No, great was his name among the regions, and rich in foundations, lands, and cattle was a god in human shape. So much was plain, from the treasuries, granaries, stalls, and hay ricks included in the complex of his temples. The Lord was seen of no one, for even when he made a progress in his bark and visited one or other local divinity, his little image was hidden behind golden curtains, and only the priests who performed his service knew his face. He dwelt in his house, together with his wife, called Sycomet, or the mighty, who was depicted lion-headed on the temple walls, and who was said to love war, and their son Nefertum, whose name signified the beautiful, but who was even more obscure than the human formed, and Sycomet the grim. He was the son, more one knew not, nor did Joseph learn more by questioning than this, that Nefertum the son wore a lotus blossom on his head. It was even as certain that he himself was nothing else than a blue water lily. This vagueness, however, did not prevent the son from being the most popular person of the triad of men, since all that was certain about him was his preference for the skb blue lotus, that became the essence of his being, and thus his dwelling was always richly adorned with bunches of that beautiful flower. The Ishmaelites did not hesitate to honor his popularity, in the way of trade, by bringing him offerings of the blue lotus. Never had Joseph been so much among forbidden things as here. Those things to which his tradition referred when it said, "Thou shalt make to thyself no graven image." For to was the God who created works of art, the protector of masons and craftsmen, of whom it was said that the plans of his heart were realized and his thoughts carried out. To's great dwelling was nothing but pictures, full of images, his house and the courts thereof, hewn out of the hardest, or out of lime and sandstone, wood and copper. The thoughts of the peopled his halls, columns thick with shining scenes, resting on bases like millstones, elephant-like, and crowned with capitals like bun. DLES of reeds, rose up to the gold-dusted beams. Statues were everywhere, standing, sitting, striding, embraced on thrones with their diminutive children, single images of kings with cap-like crowns and crooked staves, the pleated front piece of their kilts spread out on Joseph in Egypt 505. Their laps, headcloths with wings falling on the shoulders, on the front of which their ears stood out. These broad-shouldered, narrow-hipped lords of the earth had tender breasts, their hands lay flat on their thighs, their mien was high and grave, and their muscular upper arms were held by the clumsy little fingers of a tutelary god. While a falcon spread its wings in the nape of their necks. King Meyer, who had made the city great, paced on his staff, a figure in copper, with his disproportionately small son at his side. He was fleshy of nose and lips, and like the other images was reluctant to lift from the ground the sole of his rear foot, but trod on both soles, standing in his walk and walking in his stance. They trod on sturdy legs, with heads erect, away from the stone pilasters at the back of their pedestals, and let their arms hang down from their square shoulders. In their clenched fists they held short, cylindrical pegs, or they were represented as scribes, legs tucked under them, hands busy with the work spread out in their laps, looking out over it with shrewd eyes. Sometimes there was a man and wife, sitting beside each other with knees together, with their skin, hair, and garments painted in the most natural colors, so that they were like the living dead. Oftentimes artists had made them eyes to frighten the beholder, not out of the material of their faces, but separately put in a little black stone set in vitreous paste, with a little silver peg inside that which caught the light and glittered until one felt impelled to escape that flashing gaze and hid one's face in one's hands. Such were the thoughts of the forever fixed and rigid they dwelt there in his house, along with him, the lion mother, and the lotus son. He himself appeared in his human shape 100 times over, in his chapel shrine, not an inch on whose walls but was covered with the magic of art. Yes, certainly in human shape, yet oddly doll like, and as it were in abstract form, a side view, with one leg and one long eye, his head covered with a close-fitting cap, on his chin the artificially attached wedge of the kingly beard. His whole figure was curiously undeveloped, sketched in outline as were his fists, which held the staff of power before him. He seemed to be sheathed in a close, formless upper garment, or rather, quite frankly, he looked swaddled and embalmed. What was it about the Lord? How did it stand with him? Did the ancient great city deserve its name, not only on account of the pyramids after which it was called, and not only because its glory was of the past, but further and finally, even solely, as the house of the Lord? Joseph had understood whither he was bound when his purchasers led him down into Egypt, the land of Jacob's misprison. He had fully recognized that in consequence of his own estate he belonged thither, and that the forbidden was not forbid to him, but even oddly appropriate. Indeed, he had not betimes given himself a name which should characterize him as J05 Thomas Mann, native born, and yet he had constantly felt a grudge against his new surroundings, in the sense of his father, and always he itched to try the children of the land with questions about their gods and about the land of Egypt itself, that they might betray it to him who knew, and also themselves when they seemed not to know it rightly. So was it with Master Baker Bada of Manf, whom they met at the Apis sacrifice in the temple of the. For besides the formless one, the lioness, the obscure sun, and the concrete thoughts of the, there abode in the temple Happy, the great bull, the repeating birth of the Lord, begot by a light ray from the sky upon a cow which afterwards never bore again, and his testicles dangled as massive as those of Mir were at on. He lived behind bronze doors at the back of a roofless columned hall where wainscotings filled with magnificent stonework ran between the pillars and fine moldings at half their height. A dense crowd thronged the flag pavement court, when Happy was brought forward by his servants some paces out of the lamplit twilight of his chapel stall, that the people might see that the god lived and bring him offerings. Joseph with his owners witnessed one such ceremony. It was an extraordinary abomination and an amusing one as well, thanks to the good nature of the folk of men and women and sprawling children. They were excited by the festival and their expectation of the god, chattered and laughed, kissed, as they said, for 8 sycamore figs and onions. Water dripped from the corners of their mouths from the watermelon slices they ate, and they chaffered with the hucksters who lined the court selling consecrated bread, sacrificial fowl, frankincense, honey, and flowers. A fat-bellied man in bast sandals stood next the Ishmaelites, and as the crowd squeezed them together, they spoke with each other. He wore a knee-length apron skirt of coarse linen with a three-cornered turnover about his arms, and rump he had wound all sorts of ribbons in which he tied knots with pious intent. His hair lay short and smooth on his round pate. He had a good-natured face, and his glassy, protruding eyeballs protruded still more when his well-formed, shaven mouth moved as he talked. He measured the old man and his company from one side for a long time before he addressed them and questioned them, curious of their strangeness, whence they came and whither they went. He himself was a baker, he explained, that is, he did not bake with his own hands and stuck not his head in the oven, but employed half a dozen journeymen and distributors who carried his excellent rolls and crescents in baskets on their heads through the city. Woe to these if they did not take pains to wave their arms above their wares so that the birds of the air did not bounce down and steal out of the basket. The bread carrier to whom this happened got a lesson, as Master Baker Bada expressed himself. Joseph in Egypt 507. That was his name. Also he possessed some ground outside the city, where he grew the corn he baked. But it was not enough, for his business was considerable and he had to buy as well. Today he had come out to see the god, which was profitable in so far that it was not profitable to omit it. His wife, meanwhile, was visiting the great mother in the Esset house and taking her flowers, being especially affected to that goddess, while he, Bada, got more satisfaction from coming here. And as for them, the baker asked, they were visiting the country for their business interests. That was it, the old man responded. And they were, so to speak, at their goal, in that they were at Mann, mighty in gates, rich in dwellings and enduring monuments, and might just as well now turn around again. Thanks very much, said the master baker. They could, but probably they would not, for like everybody else they would more likely regard this old hole as a stage where to set their feet that they might pass on to the splendors of a boon. They would be the first to do. Otherwise, the first travelers whose goal was not Wesset, the brand new Pharaoh city might he live, thrive, and be healthy. Where men and treasure streamed together and where men's weather beaten name was good enough to be used for titles by Pharaohs, courtiers and head eunuchs, for instance the head baker of the god. He who had oversight over the palace baking, was called Prince of Mann, and perhaps with some justice. At least so much was true, that at Mann fine cakes in the shape of cows and snakes were carried round and sold when the Amun city was still content to bolt down roasted corn. The old man replied that, well, yes, they would probably go to Wesset after a considerable sojourn at Mann, to cast an eye and see how far it had come on since then in the refinements of life and the development of big stuffs. He was interrupted by a roll of drums, the rear gate opened and the god was led into the court, only a few paces forward from the open doors. The excitement of the crowd was great. Happy, happy, they shrieked, as they hopped on one leg, and whom the crushed were. Mid threw himself on his face and kissed the earth. Many backs were so bent, the air was full of the throaty mewing of the sound, with which the hundredfold utterance of the god's name began. It was likewise the name of the river, which had made the land and which preserved it. It was the name of the sun bull, the abstract of all the powers of fertility, on which these people knew themselves to depend, the name of the continued existence of land and folk, the name of life. They were deeply moved, light and garrulous though they might be, for their adoration was compact of all the hope and anxiousness with which narrowly conditioned existence fills the 508 Thomas Mann breast. They thought of the flood, which must not be an ell too high or too low if the land was to survive, of the industry of their wives, and the health of their children, of their own body and its function subject to reverses, which gave them comfort and pleasure when all went well but caused hard suffering when they gave out, and which must be safeguarded by magic against magic. They thought of the enemies of the land, south, east, and west, of Pharaoh, whom also they called the strong bull and who they knew was cherished and preserved in the palace at Thebes just as happy here, for that he protected them and formed in his transitory person the bridge between them and him on whom all depended. Happy, happy, they cried in anxious jubilation, oppressed by the sense of their roly conditioned, precarious lives. Hopefully they stared at the square forehead of the beast god, the brazen horns, the compact neckline, without a curve from back to skull, at his sex organs, the pledge of fruitfulness. Security, was what they meant by their cry. Protection and permanence. Up Egypt. Vastly beautiful was his repeating birth. And no wonder. For experts spent years searching for the finest specimen between the marshes of the Delta and the Elephant Isle. He was black, and his blackness set off in great, not to say godlike splendor the scarlet shabraka on his back. A bald-headed servitor, in an apron of pleated gold stuff which left the navel free in front and reached behind, halfway up the back, held him on either side by a gold cord. The one on the right hand lifted the cover a little before the eyes of the people to display the white spot on Happy's flank, in which one was supposed to recognize the sign of the crescent moon. A priest, down whose back hung a leopard fell together WTTH the claws and tail, came and made obeisance. Then he stood with one leg before the other and held out the incense vessel on a pole toward the bull, who lowered his head, sniffed, and blew out his thick moist nostrils as the smoke tickled them. He sneezed mightily, the crowd redoubled its acclaim and hopped still more joyously on one leg. Harp players knelt, with their faces turned heavenwards, sang, and played, while behind them other singers clapped out the time, during the offering of the incense. There were women too, temple maidens with unbound hair, one of them always naked and with a girdle for all, covering above the swelling hips, the second in a long garment, fine, like a veil, that stood open in front and likewise showed all her youth. Pacing the scene in dance, they shook sistra and tambourines above their heads, stretching and lifting their legs astonishingly high from the hips. A priest reader sitting at the feet of the bull with his face to the crowd began to chant a text out of his roll, nodding his head in time, while the people joined in the refrain, happy is to happy is happy is Hor, the son of Esset. After that appeared another Joseph in Egypt 509. Priest, bald-headed and of haughty mien, obviously of high rank, for he was escorted by bearers holding feather fans and wore a wide batiste apron held on with shoulder straps. He came on in a sort of dexterous crawl, one leg far out behind him, the other balanced on its toes, tucked up beneath. He carried a gold basin of herbs and spices, holding it up to the god with both arms outstretched. Happy paid no heed. He was used to all these ceremonial offerings, to an existence of stately boredom which, thanks to a certain bodily constitution, was become his melancholy lot in life. He stood there, straddle-legged, and looked loweringly with his little bloodshot bull eyes out over the ministrant's head at the populace, skipping and hopping, one hand on their breasts, the other stretched toward him, as they cried out his holy name. They were so glad to see him, held with golden strands, in the safe custody of the temple, hemmed round by ministering guardians. He was their god and their prisoner, and it was his imprisonment, the security it afforded them, that gave rise to their exaltation and made them jump about, and perhaps he looked so lowering and evilly upon them because he realized that despite all the honors and ceremony they did not mean so well by him after all. Master Baker Bata did not jump about, on account of his corpulence, but he joined in the responses with a powerful voice and repeatedly saluted the god, prostrating himself and raising his arm, visibly pleased by the spectacle. The sight of him does one good, he declared to his neighbor. It strengthens the spirits and restores one's confidence in life. My experience is that I need to eat nothing more the whole day when I have seen happy, for it is like a hearty meal of beef in all my limbs. I am full and sleepy, I take a nap and awake as one newborn. He is a very great god, the living representative of the. You must know that his grave awaits him in the west, the command hath gone out, that in death he shall be swaddled and embalmed in the most costly manner with good resin and bands of royal linen and laid to rest in the city of the dead according to custom in the eternal house of the god Bull. So it is commanded, he said, and so it will be. Al. Ready to use her happy's rest in stone coffins in their eternal home in the west. The old man gave a glance at Joseph which the latter took as encouragement to test the man with a question. He said, ask the man to explain to you why he says that user happy's eternal home awaits him in the west, because it is not the west where it waits, but Mann, city of the living, itself lies on the west bank, and no dead ferries across the water. This youth, the old man turned to the baker, asks thus and thus. Will you give him answer? 5 I. Thomas Mann. I spoke as they speak, responded the Egyptian, and took no thought of the phrase, and so do we all. The west, that is the city of the dead, according to our speech. But it is true that men's dead travel not across the river as elsewhere, but the city of the living lies also and already in the west. According to reason your youth is right with his objection. But according to our speech I spoke correctly. Ask him this too, said Joseph. If happy, the beautiful bull, is a living to for the living, what then is to in his chapel? To is great, answered the baker. Tell him I do not doubt that, Joseph replied. But happy is called user happy when he has died, and again to in his bark is user and called in human form because the figure has the form with the chin, beard, on which the joiners work, and he seems swaddled. What is he then? Instruct your youth, said the baker to the old man, that the priest enters daily and opens his mouth with a powerful instrument that he may eat and drink, and renews daily for him the paint of life upon his cheeks. That is the service and the cherishing. And now I would ask, with all due politeness, Joseph continued, what about the dead before his burial, when X/N stands behind him, and wherein for instance the service may consist which the priest practices on the mummy? Does he not even know that, your youth? Answered the baker. It is plain that he is a sand dweller, wholly foreign, and a new comer in the land. The service, so I would have him told, consists in the so-called opening of the mouth, above all. It is called that because the priest therewith opens the mouth with a special staff that the god may eat and drink again and enjoy the edible offerings. Therefore is it that the priest of the dead, in sign that the dead like user will live again, puts the blush of rouge on the mummy for a consolation to the hearts of the mourners. I hear with gratitude, Joseph said. This then is the difference between the service of the gods and that of the dead. But now ask the Lord Bata wherewithal one builds in the land of Egypt. Your youth, answered the baker, is good to look upon but somewhat stupid. We build for the living with Nile bricks. But the abodes of the dead as well as the temples are of everlasting stone. I hear, Joseph answered again, with many thanks. But if of two things the same holds, then they are like and one may change them unreproved. The graves of Egypt are temples, but the temples are houses of God, finished the baker. You have said it. The dead of Egypt are gods, and your gods. What are they? Joseph in Egypt 5 I. The gods are great, replied Bata the baker. I feel it in the fullness and fatigue which steal over me now I have seen happy. I will go home and lay myself down to the sleep of new birth. Also my wife will have come back from waiting on the great mother. Be healthy. Yes, strangers. Rejoice and rest in peace. With that he went. But the old man said to Joseph, the man was worn out with God, thou shouldest not have pressed him through my mouth with petty questionings. But must not, the other justified himself, thy slave inform him. Self that he may find himself with understanding of life in Egypt. Where thou wilt leave him and he will abide. Strange and novel. Enough is everything here for the youth. For the children of Egypt. Worship in tombs, whether they be called temples or eternal dwellings, but we at home worship after the custom of our fathers beneath the green trees. Shall not one laugh and ponder at thought of these children? They call happy the living form of the, and such, it seems to me, to can use, as he himself is certainly embalmed and is a corpse. But they rest not until they have also wrapped up the living form and made out of it an Osiris and God mummy, until then there is some thing wrong about it. But I like Menf itself, whose dead need not to travel across the water because it already lies in the west, this great city so full of people, who so blithely make a nickname of its solemn form. It is a pity that the house of blessing before which you will bring me, put up the fan bearer's house, layeth not at Menf, for it pleaseth me among the cities of Egypt. Thou art much too unripe, the old man answered him, to distinguish what is good for thee. But I know, and procure it for thee, like a father. For such I evidently am to thee, assuming that thy mother is the grave. Tomorrow early we take ship and sail 9 days long through the land of Egypt, southwards up the river, that we may set our feet on the shining shore of West Param, the royal city. Chapter 3. The Arrival. River Journey. Shining in Swiftness was the name of the boat on which the Ishmaelites embarked with their animals, after providing themselves from the booths at the landing place with food for 9 days' travel. The name was written on both sides of its goosehead prow. And the empty boat was characteristic of the country, for it was the clumsiest freighter to be found anywhere on Adent's landing places, with a bellying hold built for cargo space, latticed wooden weather boards, a cabin consisting only of a mat-covered shelter opening forward, and a tiny but very heavy rudder fastened perpendicularly to a pole at the stern. The pilot was named Thotnofer. He was a man from the north, in earrings, with white hair on head and breast. The old man had made his acquaintance at the hostel and covenanted with him for a cheap passage. Thotnofer's ship carried lumber, 1 bale of royal, and 1 of coarse linen, papyrus, neat skins, ship's rope, 20 sacks of lentils, and 30 casks of dried fish. Shining in Swiftness also had on board the portrait statue of a rich burgher of Thebes, standing quite forward at the peak, done up in slats and sacking. It was for the good house, in other words, for the grave of the man who had ordered it, west of the river. It would be set up as issuing from an imitation door to behold his everlasting goods and the representations of his daily life painted on the walls. To be sure, the eyes be which he might do this were not yet set, the figure was not yet colored with the tints of life, and the stick was lacking that should go through the fist extended along the slantwise front of his projecting skirt. But its model had set store by having at least his double chin and his thick legs executed in the rough under the eyes of and by the hand of those artists. The last touches might be given in some workshop in Thebes, the city of the dead. At midday the crew untied the ship from the pile and raised the patched brown sail, which at once filled with the strong north wind. The pilot sitting on the slanting beak in the stern of the boat began. Joseph in Egypt 5:3. To operate the rudder with the perpendicular lever, a man at the goose head in the prow tested the channel with a pole, while thought Nofer, the shipmaster, propitiated the gods by burning in front of the cabin some of the resin with which the Ishmaelites had paid their fares. Thus the boat bearing Joseph moved upstream, curving fore and aft and cutting the water only with the middle of her keel, while the old man, sitting with his party on the lumber pile behind the cabin, extended himself in observations on the wisdom of life, how almost always the advantages so equaled and cancelled each other, that the result was a moderate perfection, not too good and not too bad. Thus one traveled upstream against the current, but on the other hand the wind came regularly from the north and swelled the sail to advantage so that the two contrary forces resulted in moderate progress. Of course, it was all very fine, sailing downstream, for one could let oneself be borne by it. But it was easy for the boat to get out of hand, it might go crosswise of the stream and give no end of trouble with the steering to avoid accidents. Thus in life the advantages were always balanced by the disadvantages and vice versa, and the result, mathematically, might seem to be nil, but in practice it was a wise balance and an average felicity, in view of which neither jubilation nor cursing but real satisfaction was in place. For perfection consisted not in one-sided heaping up of advantages until life became impossible on the other. Rather it consisted the mutual cancellation of disadvantage and advantage, and the result was called contentment. So the old man, with uplifted finger and head on one side, his people listened open-mouthed, but exchanged abashed and sulky looks, as ordinary people do when listening unwillingly to the claims of the higher life. Nor did Joseph give more than half an ear to the old man's prosing, for he was rejoicing in the new experience of the water journey, the fresh wind, the melodious chuckling of the waves against the bow, the gentle rocking and gliding on the wide river, whose tide came sparkling toward him as once to Elizer the earth. Upon his travels, the shore afforded a changing succession of gay or luxuriant or sacred scenes. Pillared halls often stood on the banks, sometimes with palm groves before them, but just as often stone roads built by men, belonging to the temples of the city. Villages glided past, with high dovecotes and green orchards, and again, gay and splendid cities with spires glittering gold into the sun, and pennant gates. Pairs of statues of enormous size sat stately and rigid with their hands on their knees and gazed from the bank across the river and the land, into the desert. Sometimes it was all quite close, and then far away, for they moved at times in the center of a river, whose waters had widened to a lake, or again wound in curves behind which new scenes of Egypt unfolded. But life on the sacred 514 Thomas Mann river itself, the great highway of Egypt, was hugely diverting. How many sails, fine and coarse, swelled in the wind, how many rudders stemmed themselves in its flood. The carrying air was full of voices, the jokes and halloos of sailors, the warning cries of the bowlsmen at the prow as the boat approached eddies and sandbanks, the chant in calls of seamen on the cabin roofs to sailors and pilots below. Common boats like Thotnofers there were in hordes, but also fine slender barks met and hailed shining in swiftness or overtook her. They were painted blue, with a short mast and a broad dull-colored sail, which bellied in a charming swell. Their beaks were shaped like the lotus flower and they had dainty pavilions instead of a rude board cabin. The temple barks had purple sails and large pictures painted on the side. The private yachts of the great and mighty boasted 12 oarsmen on the side, and on the deck a pillared pleasure house with the owner's luggage and chariot stowed on the roof. Its walls were formed by splendid carpets, and in it sat the lordly owner, hands in his lap, fixed, as it were congealed, in beauty and richness and look in neither right nor left. They even met a funeral procession of 3 ships fastened together, and on the rear one, a white bark without rudder or sail, the bright-colored Osiris, head to the prow, lay amongst his mourners, on a lion-footed bier. Yes, there was much to see, on river and shore. Joseph, on whom the joys of a water journey had never smiled before, on such a one as this now found the days pass like hours. He was to grow used, indeed, to this kind of travel and to this very stretch between a moon's house and grave jesting men. Very like these mighty ones in their carpet-hung chapels he himself would one day sit, with the prescribed and stately immobility which he would have to learn cause the common folk expected it from gods and great ones. For he was to bear himself so shrewdly and prove himself so skilled in his dealings with God as to become the first among those of the West and entitled to sit there looking neither right nor left. This was reserved for him. But meanwhile he looked right and left all he could round about in the land and the life of the land, to take it into his spirit and senses, always mindful lest his curiosity should express itself in amazement and futility instead of keeping a certain due and blithe reserve for the Father's sake. Thus the evening and morning were another day, and so the days increased. Men lay behind them, and the day when they sailed hence. The sun sank down, the desert distance turned violet blue. The Arabian sky on their left gave back a softened glow from the extravagant orange of the western, Libyan sky, where they found themselves at nightfall. They tied up and slept, to float on next day. The wind favored them, with exception of the days when it fell. Then they had to row, and the slave user Sif, also the younger Joseph in Egypt 5 Ishmaelites, helped at the oars, for the boat had no large crew, and Thotnofer was anxious not to lose time, for he had promised to deliver the statue by a certain date. They were in fact not greatly delayed, for when the wind blew, it filled the sails the fuller, and thus advantage and disadvantage were resolved in satisfaction. On the 9th evening they saw some jagged heights rising rosy and translucent in the distance. They looked like red corundum, and very beautiful, though, as everyone knew, they were barren and AC, cursed like all the mountains of Egypt. The pilot and the old man recognized them as Amun's mountains, the heights of No, and when they had slept and sailed again and even taken in sheer impatience to the oars at last they saw it. It came nearer, Pharaoh's famous city, glittering with gold, greeting their eyes with shimmering rain bow colors. They entered it while still on the boat and without going on shore, for the river became a splendid boulevard and flowed between rows of celestial structures, of temples and palaces amid green gardens of delight, all this both right and left, on the shore. of life as well as on the shore of death. There were papyrus colonnades and lotus colonnades, gold-tipped obelisks, colossal statues, turreted gates with sphinx avenues leading to them from the bank. Their doors and flagpoles were gilded, and light flashed from them. That dazzled the eyes, till the painted scenes and inscriptions on the buildings, the cinnamon red, the plum color, the emerald green, the ochre yellow, and the azure blue all swam together into one confused sea of color. That is Ibn Amun's great house, said the old man to Joseph, pointing with his finger. It has a hall 50 ells wide, with 52 columns and pillars like tent poles, and the hall itself, if it please thee, is paved with silver. Surely it pleaseth me, Joseph answered. I knew, of course, that Amun is a very rich god. Those are the shipyards of the god, said the old man again, pointing to the basins and dry docks on the left, where numerous apron wearers, the god's carpenters, were at work with drills, hammers, and picks on skeletons of ships. There is Pharaoh's temple of the dead and there his house of life, said he and pointed here and there, westwards into the land to various blocks of buildings in character, both magnificent and charming at once. That is Amun's southern house of women, turning toward the other side to point out an X. Pans of temple precincts on the bank. The sun glared against their facades, the shadows cast by their projections were sharp and black. Hordes of men were bustling about, engaged in building activities. Dost thou see this beauty? Dost thou see the shrine of the mice? Terry of the kingly conception? Dost thou see where Pharaoh built? At another hall in front of the hall and the court, with taller col. 516 Thomas Mann. Than all the rest? That, my friend, is now at Amun, the proud. Which we see. Observe then the Ram Avenue that runneth from the southern house of women to the great house. 5,000 ells long. Is it, let me tell thee, bordered right and left with Amun Ram's bear ing Pharaoh's image between their legs. All very nice, said Joseph. Nice, said the old man, firing up. Thou choosest me words out of the treasury of speech so inept as to be comic, I must say. Thou hast pleased me little indeed with thy response to the marvels of Wes said. I did say very nice, replied Joseph. As nice as thou wilt. But where is the house of the fen bearer before which thou wilt bring me? Canst thou show it to me from here? No, that one cannot make out from here, responded the elder. It lieth toward the western desert, where the city thinneth out, ing itself in villas and lordly gardens. And wilt thou take me even today before the house? Thou canst not well expect that I shall take thee thither and sell thee. Dost thou know then that the steward of the house will take thee and offer enough for thee that I am paid for my outgo and get a little just profit therefrom? It is some changes of the moon since I released thee out of thy mother the well, and some days that thou hast baked me pancakes and fetched new words out of thy storehouse to wish me good night, so that it may be the time has grown long to thee, and thou weariest of us and would seek new service. Yet it might as well have been that the many days had made habit with thee, so that thou couldst not lightly part from thy rescuer, the old minion, from Mann, but be content to wait the hour till he goeth away and leaveth thee in the hands of strangers. Either of these might issue out of the many days of our wandering together. The latter, answered Joseph, quite incontestably the latter is the reality. Of a surety I am in no haste to part from thee, my to live. Error. My only haste is that I may arrive whither God will have me. Content thyself, replied the old man. We will land and submit ours leaves to the troublesome formalities which the children of Egypt lay upon us, and which will take a long time. After that we will go to a hostel that I know in the city's heart, and there spend the night. But tomorrow I will bring thee before the house of blessing and of fur thee to my friend the house steward, Mann. While they were talking they had come to port, or rather to the place where the boat should tie up, crossing over from the middle of the stream, while Thotnofer burned more balsam in front of the cabin, as a thank offering for their safe journey. The landing was as troublesome and time-consuming as only such journeys anywhere ever were or are. They came into the noise and bustle of the landing. Joseph in Egypt 5:7. Stage and the water in front of it, where there was a congestion of ships native and foreign, either already tied up or looking for a landing place to fling their rope when a post was free. Shining in swiftness was docked by the port authorities and customs officials, who began to make entries of great and small, of mice and men, and every piece of freight, while on shore the servants of the owner of the statue stretched out their arms and shrieked their demands for its delivery. There were many peddlers of sandals, caps, and honey cakes. Their cries mingled with the bleating of herds being unshipped close by, and the music of jugglers trying to call attention to themselves on the quay. It was a vast confusion. Joseph and his companions sat still and shrinking on the lumber at the stern of their boat and awaited the moment when they could et off and seek their hostel. But it was still remote. The old man had to come before the customs in person to vouch for himself and each of his party and pay the harbor dues for his wares. He was shrewd enough to establish human relations instead of official ones, so that the authorities laughed and joked, accept small presents, and were not too precise about the landing rules for stranger merchants. A few hours after they had tied up, the owners of Joseph were able to lead their camels across the gangplank, and, quite unnoticed by a crowd used to the side of any and every complexion and costume, to make their way through the mingled multiple of the port quarter. Joseph goes through Wese, the Egyptian city whose name the Greeks later adapted for their own convenience and called it Thebe was, when Joseph landed and lived there, by no means at the height of its fame, although already famous, as can be gathered from the way the Ishmaelites spoke of it, and the feelings Joseph entertained when he found himself at his journey's end. From dark and small beginnings in the long ago, it had waxed and was on the way to full splendor. Yet much still lacked before its glory was complete and it past perfected, one of the 7 wonders of the world. It was this as a whole, but also and indeed principally in one of its parts, the unique and marvelous vast columned hall which a later pharaoh, named Ramesu, or the sun, hath begotten him, added to the group of buildings which composed the great Amun temple in the north, at an expense commensurate with the renown of the god. Of this hall, then, Joseph's eyes beheld as little as they had of the departed glories in the environs of the pyramids, only on contrary grounds. The hall had not yet achieved any presentness, and no one had yet had courage to imagine it. To make it possible, something had to precede it, which then as men tired of it and it could no longer satisfy their difficult imaginations, I.e. Thomas Mann, would be superseded by something else. There was, for instance, the silver-paved hall of Ibn built by the 3 predecessors of the present god. The old man knew it, with its 52 columns, like tent poles. Or there was the hall which Pharaoh himself, as Joseph had seen, was having added to Amun as southern house of women, the beautiful temple on the river. It excelled all the rest. And this beauty must first be imagined and then realized in the faith that it was the uttermost man could perform, before man's insatiate Blee imagination could use it as a springboard for the actually utter, most, the unsurpassable beauty of a final achievement in other words, the wonder of the world, the great hall of Ramses. This, then, in Joseph's and our time, was not yet present, but only, as it were, on the way. Nonetheless, Weset, also called now Amun, chief city on the river Nile, was even at this time a marvel to all the world both near and far, wherever it was known. Report even exaggerated the marvel, making it a point of honor and a convention, as men love to do, if only by hearsay, so that a man would have been looked at askance and considered outside the pale who had dared to doubt in public that no in the land of Egypt was beautiful beyond word or measure, the abstract of all architectural magnificence, and simply a dream of a city. We come down to her, down in a spatial sense, that is, with Joseph up the river, but down in a temporal sense as well, namely, into the past where at moderate depth West still lies, still glitters, still resounds with the busy tumult of her streets, still mirrors her temples clear and sharp in the stirless surface of her sacred lakes. And coming thus, we must feel about West a little as we did about Joseph himself when we first glimpsed beside the fountain that form so bissing and Bellude in saga and psalm. We traced back the fantastic legend of his loveliness to its source in the opinion of his own time and found that, even discounting all trumped-up exaggerations, quite enough remained of beauty and of charm. So too, with the heavenly city. It was not compact of any supernal stuff, but built of painted bricks mixed with straw, like any other city. Its streets, as Joseph noted with satisfaction, were as narrow, crooked, foul, and ill-smelling as the streets of any man-made city large or small ever have been and will be in this part of the world. At least, they were so in the poorer quarters, which as usual were much more numerous than the richer sections, these indeed being most spacious and charming. True, it was said and sung, even to the uttermost isles, and the coasts beyond, that West's houses were rich in trees, and in the temples they measured their gold with a scoop. But of such houses there could be but a few, those which Pharaoh had enriched. The great majority held no treasures at all, but were as mean as those of the very island dwellers and denizens of the further coasts, who sunned themselves in the legendary glory of West's fame. Joseph in Egypt 519. As for the size of No, it passed for enormous, and it was. That is, if we add that the word enormous has not one simple, unequivocal meaning, but is a relative conception, depending on who applies it, and to what it is applied. For instance, the chiefest monument of West's greatness is a good example of the kind of misunderstanding which can arise. I refer to her reputation as the city of 100 gates. On Cyprus, Alicia, on Crete, and places yet more remote, she was called an extravagant of the 100-gated, and it was related that forth from each of these 100 gates 200 men, with steed and harness, might ride abreast to battle. Such prattle as this took for granted a ring wall so large round that it could be broken not by 4 or 5 but by 100 city gates, an utterly childish conception, only possible to those who had never seen West, with their mortal eyes, but known it only from legend and hearsay. The Amun city might with some justice have been called the many-gated, for it had in fact many gates. But these were not gates in the sense of sallyports in the wall. The word referred to the pylons with which the wearers of the double crown had on the occasions of jubilees and great progresses from time to time adorned and meant the shrines of the gods. For indeed of these there were very many, and mighty they were, shining and bright with the colors of their high reliefs and wonder-working inscriptions, blithe with pen nants that fluttered above their gilded flagstaffs. And more were added, between the time of which I write and the epoch of West's full and incomparable bloom. 100 there were not, either now or later. But 100 is only a round number, even on our own lips it often means no more than simply very many. Amun's great dwelling in the north, Ibn-Tisawet, had at this time 6 or 7 such gates, and the smaller temples near it, the houses of Khonsu, Mut, Mond, Min, and the hippopotamus formed Hippot, had several. The other large temple on the river bank, known as Amun's southern house of women, otherwise simply the harem, had towered gates, too, and still others belonged to the smaller shrines of deities not actually indigenous here, yet settled and provided with nourishment, the houses of User and Eset, Tubman, Thoth, and many more. These temple precincts, with their gardens, groves, and lakes, formed the kernel of the city. They were the city itself, and the dwellings of the profane and human simply filled the spaces between tending, that is, from the port quarters on the south end of Amun's house of women to the temple complex in the northeast. Across it, lengthwise, ran the great triumphal road of the god, the Ram Sphinx avenue, which the old man had pointed out to Joseph from the boat. It was a considerable area, and 5,000 ells in length. To the northeast the triumphal avenue curved landwards, and the resident 520 Thomas Mann tile city filled the widening space between it and the river, while on the other side it spread out toward the eastern desert, where it lost itself in fine gardens and villas, where indeed the houses were rich in treasure, so that in actual fact the city was large, enormous if you like. More than 100,000 people were said to live in it. If 100 was an exaggerated figure for the gates, a sort of poetic license, certainly on the other hand 100,000 for the population of Westward on the low side. If we may trust our own estimate and Joseph's, it was not only larger but very much larger, even possibly double and treble that figure. Quite definitely so, if one include the inhabitants of the city of the dead over in the west, across the river, called opposite their lord, not the dead, of course, but those living who dwelt there for professional reasons, having some serious task, either ritual or mechanical, connected with the service of the departed who had gone over the water. These, then, and their dwellings were a city in themselves, which, added to the size of West, made the whole exceedingly large. And among them was Pharaoh himself, who did not live in the city of the living, but without in the west, on the edge of the desert, under its red rocks. There lay his palace in all its airy grace, and there the pleasure gardens of his palace, with their lake and pleasure waters, which earlier had not been there. A very great city, then great not alone in its extent and the number of its inhabitants, but even more in the intensity of its inner life, and the racial variegations which made it gay and lively like a town. Tri-fair. West was great as kernel and focus of the world. It conceived itself the navel of the world, a piece of presumption in Joseph's eyes, and even otherwise debatable. After all, there was Babel on the Euphrates, that flowed the other way. In Babel they were convinced that Egypt's stream flowed the wrong way, and they had no doubt that round about Babel the rest of the world was grouped in an admiring circle. Though there, too, in respect of building activities, they had not yet reached the fullness of beauty. But it was not without reason that they liked in Joseph's home to say of the Amun city that Nubians and Egyptians without number were their strength, and folk from Punt and Libyans were their auxiliaries. Even on his way with the Ishmaelites from the port to the hostel which lay in the heart of the narrow inner city, Joseph received 100 impraise. Zions which confirmed the legend. Nobody looked at him and his strangers were the daily fare, and his companions were not crass enough in their strangeness to cause remark. He might gaze in these turbed, his only care being lest his spiritual pride be encroached upon by the sight of so great a world, fear of falling prey to diffidence made him look with reserve on what he saw. And what all did he not see, on the way from the harbor to the Joseph in Egypt 52 I. In what treasures of merchandise swelled the bazaars. How the streets teemed and seething with every kind and breed of the children of Adam. All the citizenry of West seemed to be on their legs, to be impelled to move from one end of the city to the other and back. While with these natives mingled human types and costumes from the four corners of the earth. By the landing stage there had been a noisy crowd about a group of ebony black Moors with incredibly thick, swollen lips, and ostrich feathers on their heads, men and immolate women with breasts like wineskins and absurd children in baskets on their backs. The men were leading animals on chains, horribly whining panthers and baboons walking on all fours, a giraffe towered up, tall as a tree in front and like a horse behind. There were greyhounds too. And the Moors carried bundles covered with cloth of gold, whose contents doubtless corresponded to the value of the wrapping. Probably it was gold and ivory. These, Joseph learned, were a tribute-bearing mission from the land of Cush, southwards, beyond the land of Boet, far up the river. Only a very small, non-compulsory, and irregular tribute, sent by the governor of the south, Ernlands, viceroy and prince of Cush, as a surprise for Pharaoh and to rejoice his heart, that he might be favorably mindful of the prince, and not take it into his head to recall him and replace him by one of the gentlemen in the royal entourage who had been dinning in far Ao's ears at every levee that the holder of the valuable office up the river was quite unworthy of his charge. The strange thing was that these harbor hands who gaped at the embassy, these street gamins, who laughed at the palm tree neck of the giraffe, were perfectly informed about the inner history, the viceroy's anxiety and the carp-ing of Pharaoh's courtier. Joseph and the Ishmaelites heard them comment on these things in loud and certain tones. A pity, thought Joseph, that sophistication must mar their pure and simple pleasure in the picturesque spectacle. But perhaps it only added spice. He himself was glad to hear their talk. It was good to get a sidelight on such matters, to learn that the prince of Cush trembled for his vice, that the courtiers intrigued against him, and that Pharaoh liked to be surprised. The knowledge strengthened his confidence and armed him against humility. The Negroes, in charge of Egyptian officials, were ferried over the river to stand before Pharaoh. Joseph watched them go. More of their color he saw as he made his way with his owners, but in fact, he saw every shade of skin, from obsidian black through all the tones of brown and yellow to cheese white. He saw even yellow hair and bright blue eyes, faces and garments of every cut. He saw the human race. For the foreign ships with which Pharaoh traded very often did not stop in the ports of the Delta region but sailed with the north wind upriver to unload their tribute of freight and goods for X. 522 Thomas Mann. Change on the spot whither everything came at last, namely, far Ao's treasure house, that he might therewith enrich him and his friends, enabling the former to enlarge his demands in respect of building activities and surpass anything previously built. As for the friends, the gifts of Pharaoh refined their lives to the last degree, making them so fastidious that from refinement they fell, indeed, into foppery. These things the old man explained to Joseph. And thus it was Joseph saw, among the people of West, Moors from Cush, Betis from the land of God beside the Red Sea, pale-faced Libyans from the oases of the western desert, in gay woven skirts and plates standing out straight from their heads, AMU people and Asiatics like himself, in colored woolens with the beards and noses of his own land, had tied men from beyond the Amanus range, in tight shirts and with their hair in bags, Mitanni traders in the dignified fringed and draped garb of Babel, merchants and seafarers from the islands and from Mycenae, in white woolen robes with beautifully falling folds, wearing bronze rings on their bare arms. So much he saw, even though the old man modestly led his troop as much as possible through the poorer streets and avoided the finer quarters in order not to offend their beauty. But it was not possible to spare them quite. There was the beautiful street of Khonsu, which ran parallel to the triumphal avenue of the god, the street of the sun, as it was called. Khons, related to the moon, was son of Amun and Mut, his Baalat, he was in Thebes what Nefertum the Blue Lotus was at Menf, and with his exalted parents he made up the triad of Weset. The street of Khons, then, was a main artery, a real Abrek avenue, where it was always well to take heed to one's heart. The Ishmaelites had to traverse it for a distance long enough to expose them to the full danger of its splendors. Joseph saw the ministries of the treasury and the grand Ares and the palace where the sons of Syrian city princes were brought up, wonderful and spacious erections of brick and fine woods, brilliant with colors. He saw chariots roll past, covered all over with hammered gold, wherein the lords of the earth stood and swung the lash over the backs of steeds prancing and rolling their eyeballs, snorting fire from their nostrils and foam from their jaws. Their legs were like deer's legs, their heads were drawn in on their chests and crowned with ostrich feathers. He saw sedan chairs pass, carried on shoulder poles, in easy swinging tread, by tall youths wearing gold aprons. The chairs were carven, gilded, and canopied, and men sat in them with their hands hidden in their garments, their lacquered hair stroked back from brow to neck, their eyelashes cast down, condemned by rank to immobility. At their backs a screen of reeds and painted linen sheltered them from the wind. Who was it? Who one day should sit like that and be born before his house, which Joseph in Egypt 523 Pharaoh had enriched? That lies in the future. Our narrative has not yet reached that hour and feast, though where it lies it is already present and known of all. For the time Joseph, of course, only saw what he once would be, gazed upon it with eyes as large and strange as those which would rest on him or cringe before him, the foreign great man young slave Osir, son of the well, stolen and sold hither, in ragged shirt and hood, with dirty feet, pushed to the wall by soldiers who came dashing by in even, shining ranks, amid blare of trumpets, armed with shields, bows, and clubs, bristling with lances, down the street of the sun. He took these grim ranks for Pharaoh's soldiery, but by the standards and the insignia on the shields the old man recognized that they were troops of the gods. Temple soldiery, the strength of Amun. What, thought Joseph, had then Amun armies and bodies of soldiers like Pharaoh? He did not like it, and not wholly because the squad had pinned him to the wall. He was conscious of jealousy on Pharaoh's account, on account of the question who was the greatest here. The proximity of Amun's pride and fame in any case oppressed him. He took comfort in the presence of another highness, namely Pharaoh's own, and the Thought that this idol rivaled him in his own field, that he even kept an army, angered him. He thought to guess that it angered Pharaoh, too, and took his side against the arrogant deity. But soon they left the street of the sun, not to mar it any longer, and by narrow lanes came to the inn called Sipper Court because its owner and host was a Chaldean from Sipper on the Euphrates and took by preference Chaldean folk to lodge, though all sorts of other folk as well. It was called a court because it was almost nothing but a well and courtyard, quite as full of dirt, noise, and smells, bleating of herds, quarreling of men, and squealing of mountebanks as the inn at Mann, and even that very evening the old man struck up a tle trade and had a run of customers. They slept under their mantles, and had to take turns, all except the old man, in standing watch lest valuables be stolen from the packs and treasures by their very full fellow lodgers. They had to wait their turn to wash themselves at the well, then they breakfasted on a sort of pap which was served to them, a calceon dish prepared from sesame, called papasuk. At last the old man said, not looking at Joseph as he spoke, now then, my friends thou, Mibsam, my son-in-law, Ephor, my nephew, and Kedar and Kadima, my sons, we will leave here toward sunrise with our goods and offerings in the direction of the desert where the city leaves off among the dwellings of the great. For I have acquaintance there and folk with needs, who I hope will be ready to buy from our packs this and that for their storehouses, and to pay us so that we come not on our own cost but pocket a good advantage and enrich ourselves conformably to our role as 524 Thomas Mann. Traders on this earth. Load, then, our goods upon the beasts and said, Dle me mind that I may lead the van. Thus it came about. And they drew out of Sipper Court toward the gardens of the rich. In front Joseph led the old man's dromedary. By a long rein. Joseph comes before Potiphar's house. They went toward the desert and the hot desert hills where we rose in the morning, and their road lay into the land of God, in front of the sea of the red earth. It was a level road and they went along it, just as they had entered into the vale of Dothan, only that now it was not the thick-lipped youth named Juppah but Joseph who led the old man's beast. They came on a buttressed ring wall, long and bracing, out of whose inner precinct towered beautiful trees, sycah, mauries, honey locusts, date palms, figs, and pomegranates, and the tops of buildings, shining white or gay with color. Joseph looked over at them and then at his master to learn from his face whether this was the abode of the fan-bearer, for it was obviously the house of one with the blessing. But the old man was looking straight before him, with his head on one side. They went along the wall and he showed nothing until it rose to a tower and a covered gateway. There he stopped. In the shadow of the gateway was a brick bench on which sat boys, in aprons, 4 or 5, playing a game with their fingers. The old man looked down on them a while from his beast, till they began to eat. They dropped their hands in their laps and looked at him, rising their brows in pretended amazement, to put him out of count. Nance. Be of good cheer, said the old man. Rejoice, answered they, shrugging their shoulders. What sort of monkey shines may they have been, asked he. Which you broke off because I came. They looked at each other and laughed in turn. Because you came, one repeated. We stopped out of distaste. At your own monkey shines, old peddler. Must you improve your knowledge here, old sand rabbit, cried a second, on this very spot and nowhere else, that you ask about our game. I have indeed something to peddle, responded the old man. Only not monkey shines, however complete my pack, for I know not the where, but take it from your distaste that you have a superfluity of it yourselves. Hence then probably your need of diversion, which, if I be not mistaken, you satisfy by the amusing game of how many fingers? Joseph in Egypt S2S. Well, then, they asked. I only inquired in passing and by way of preliminary, he went on. Is this, then, the house and garden of the noble Potiphar, fan bearer on the right hand? Whence know you that? They asked. My memory instructs me, he answered, and your answer confirms it. But you, as it seems, are set as watchers at the gate of the alt man to announce the familiar guests. Then you are familiar guests? Bushrangers and snappers up from the desert. You would sell us a cell, old man. Young guardian of the gate and bringer of tidings, retorted the Ishmaelite, you deceive yourself, and your knowledge of the world is unripe as green figs. We are no snappers up and fly-by-nights, but hate all such and are their true opposite in the scheme of things. For we are traveling traders, who go here and there between kingdoms, and make fine connections so that we are well received, as where else so here too and in this house, whose storehouses gate for our wares. For the moment we stand rebuffed by your lack of manness. But I counsel you, become not guilty before Modka, your head, who is over the house and calls me his friend and treasures my treasures. Rather fulfill the service which is vouchsafed you in the scheme of things and run to announce to the steward the well-known traveling traders from Mann and from Mosar in short, the Midian-eyed merchants are once more at hand with good things for the houses, chambers and barns. The watchers had exchanged looks at hearing him name the name of the steward. Now said he whom the Ishmaelite had addressed, chubby-cheeked, narrow-eyed lad. How then shall I announce you to him? Bethink yourself of that, old man, and go your ways. Can I come running to him and say, the Midianites from Mosar are at hand, therefore have I left the gate, where at midday the Lord will enter, and run to disturb you. He will call me the son of a dog and take me by the ear. He is settling accounts in the bakery and speaking with the scribe of the buffet. He has more to do than to haggle with you about your wares. Therefore go hence. It is pity for you, young doorkeeper, said the old man, that you make yourself a hindrance between me and my years long friend Modka, standing between us like a river full of crocodiles, and a mountain of impassable steepness. Are you not called Sheshi? Sheshi. Ha ha, laughed the gatekeeper. I am called Teddy. It is all the same, responded the old man. It is only my pronunciation and because in my old age some teeth are lacking me that I spoke it otherwise. Well then, Chechi though that is no better. Alas. Let me see if a dry ford does not lead through the river and 526 Thomas Mann. Mayhap a curving path round the steepness of the mount. You have made a blunder in calling me a snapper up, but here he put his hand in his garment is something of the sort, and very pretty too. That belongs to you if you will run and announce me and bring hither a 4 teacup. There, take it from my hand. It is but a small ample of my treasures. Look, the sheath is of hardest wood, finely etched, and has a slot out of which you push the diamond sharp blade, and lo, there is the knife. But if you press the blade down to the handle again, it snaps into its bed and rests secure in its sheath, so that you can hide the thing in your apron. What do you say? Now, the youth came forward and tried the spring of the knife. Not bad, said he. Is it mine? And he pocketed it. From the land of Mosar, he asked. And from Maon? Midianite traders. Wait a little. And he went through the gate. The old man looked after him, laughed and shook his head. We have forced the stronghold of Vel, he said, and passed through. Pharaoh's border watches and military scribes. We shall pass here too. And win to my friend Modka. And he gave a little cluck which was a sign to his beast to lie down. Joseph helped him to dismount. The other riders got down too, and they waited. After a while Teddy came back and said, You are to come in into the court. The overseer will come. Good, replied the old man, if he has the wish to see us we will take time and oblige him, although we must still row on. And led by the young keeper they passed through the covered gateway, which echoed to their tread, into a court covered with hard clay. They faced an open double gate flanked by shady palm trees. It stood in the brick wall of the square inner court, and through slits in the wall they could see the house, with its fine moldings, its entrance between painted columns, and on the roof its three-cornered ventilators opening to the west. It lay in the center of the grounds, surrounded on west and south by the green depths of spacious gardens. The court was large, with many open spaces among the buildings which stood facing westwards, without any wall, on the north side of the property. The largest building extended on their right, long, gay, and charming, guarded by watermen. Through its doors went maidservants with tall jugs and platters of fruit. Other women sat on the house roof, spinning and singing. Farther westwards, against the northern wall, was another house from which steam was rising and before which people were busy beside vats and grain mills. Yet another house lay farther west behind the orchard, and workmen were busy in front of it. At the back, in the northwest corner of the Joseph in Egypt 527 ring wall, lay cow stalls and corn granaries with ladders against them. An estate rich in blessing, beyond a doubt. Joseph glanced over it, quick-eyed, seeking to penetrate everywhere. But he had little time, for his help was needed in the task which his master undertook. As soon as they entered, they unloaded the camels and set up shop on the clay pavement between the gate and the master's house, spreading out their wares that the overseer, or whoever else among his people, desired to buy, might be tempted by the alluring contents of their packs. The dwarfs. And actually they were soon surrounded by an inquisitive crowd of people who had seen the Asiatics come in, and though the event was nothing unusual, found in it a welcome diversion from their work or even from mere idling. There were Nubian guards from the house of women and maidservants whose female forms, after the custom of the country, shone clear and plain through the sheer batiste of their garments, domestics from the main house dressed according to their place in the hierarchy of servants, in the short apron or with a longer one over it and with the short-sleeved upper garment, people from the cookhouse with half-plucked fowls in their hands, stable boys, workmen from the servants' house, and gardeners. They all came up, looked and chattered, bent over the wares, took this or that in their hands and inquired after its price in weight of silver or copper. There were two tiny men, dwarfs, included in the fen-bearer's household. Neither of them was more than 3 feet tall, but they were very different in bearing, for the one was quite a simpleton and the other most dignified of mien. The latter came first from the main house, on little legs which seemed still more crooked by comparison with his body, with careful and circumspect gait, very upright or even what bent backwards, looking importantly about him and paddling rapidly with his stumpy arms, the palms turned backwards. He wore a starched apron which stood out in a slanting triangular plane in his rear. His head was relatively large, and bulbous behind, covered with short hair which grew low on brow and temples. He had a powerful nose and a manner equable, even settled. Are you the leader of the caravan? He asked, standing before the old man, who had squatted down near his goods, a position gratifying to the dwarf since he could thus speak to him as man to man. His voice was hollow, he pitched it as low as possible, sinking his chin on his chest and drawing his underlip over his teeth. Who let you in? The outside guards. With permission from the overseer? Then it is. Well, you may stop and await him, although it is doubtful when he will find time for you. Do you bring things of use and beauty? It is more likely to be trumpery. Or are there objects of value among 528 Thomas Mann? Them, solid, sensible things. I see balsams, I see walking sticks. I pour. So Nolly could use a stick if it is of the hardest wood and solid in its makeup. Above all, have you ornaments, chains, necklaces, rings? I am the caretaker of the master's wardrobe and trinkets, the chief steward of the robing room. Dudu is my name. And I should enjoy giving my wife Gisette a good piece of jewelry, as a reward for childbearing. Are you provided with such things? I see vitreous paste, I see knickknacks. But I should want gold, electrum, good stones, lazuli, cornelian, crystal. While the little man talked in this wise, the other dwarf came running from the direction of the harem, where he had probably been amusing the ladies with jests. He had just heard of the arrivals, it seemed, and, full of childish zeal, he hastened to be on hand running as fast as his fat legs would carry him, and now and then interrupting his trot to hop on one, in a thin, sharp, short-winded voice. In a sort of ecstatic outburst, he was saying, What's this? What's this? What is happening in the world? An uproar, a great hubbub. What is there to look at? What to stare at in our court? Merchants, even wild men of the desert. The dwarf is frightened, the dwarf is eager for new things. Hop, hop, hop. Here he comes a-running. A rust-colored long-tailed monkey sat on his shoulder, and he held it there with one hand, while it stretched its neck and glared wild-eyed from its perch. The costume of this wight had a comic effect, consisting, as it seemed to do, of a gala garment worn every day. His little, finely pleated apron reached down to his calves, with a fringed turnover. The transparent little camisole had finely pleated sleeves, but all this pleating was crumpled and draggled from long wear. About his diminutive wrists were gold spiral rings, round his little neck a disheveled garland of flowers, with other flowers sticking in it and standing out round his shoulders. On his wig, made of brown woolen curls, sat a cone of ointment, which, however, was not made of scented fat, but consisted of a conical felt hat soaked in fragrant grease. His face, in contrast to the other dwarfs, was like an elderly child's, elfish, shriveled, wizened. Dudu, the guardian of the wardrobe, had been greeted with respect by the crowd, but it burst into laughter at sight of his partner in pettiness and brother dwarf. Vizier, they shouted at him, as in mockery. Besemheb. That was the name of a comic dwarf god imported from foreign parts, with the addition of the designation in the feast, by which they played on the little man's gala attire. Will you buy, Besemheb? How he takes his legs under his arms. Run, Shepsies Bess, mighty Bess, magnificent Bess. Run and buy, but First get your breath. Buy yourself a sandal, vizier, and make little. Joseph in Egypt 529. Ox legs under it, then you will have a bed to stretch in, but you must put a step to climb up. They shouted at him as he came up, and he answered in his wheezing, cricket voice which sounded as though it came from far away. Plying your jokes, are you, long legs? And think they hit the mark right well? But your vizier can but yawn, so do they bore him. As does of a truth this whole weary world whereon a god has set him and where all is made for giants, not only the sandals, but the jokes as well and even the time. For if the world were made after my measure and for me to dwell in, time would be much shorter too. And I should not have to yawn. There would be ere little years and double hours, nimble night watches would there be. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the clock of the heart would hurry away, so swiftly running. Down that a generation would pass in a trice and scarcely find time to make one good jest on earth ere it were done and another see the light. How merry would that short life be? But the dwarf is set here, in this long-legged, long-winded world and so must yawn. I will not buy your gross wares, and your rude wit will I neither take for a gift. I would but see what there is new in the giant's world of time and space here in our court. Here are strange men, men of wretchedness, men of the desert and wild nomads, in clothes such as men do not wear them. Fie. He broke off, and his gnome-like face contracted in angry wrinkles. He had seen Dudu, his partner dwarf, where he stood before the squatting old Ishmaelite, gesticulating with his stumpy arms, as he demanded full value for his money. Fie, said the so-called vizier. There is his honor, to be sure. What a pity the old gaffer must get in my way when I want to satisfy my desire for the new. Stands there ahead of me his worship the OL. Man and makes as ever his dull and edifying talk. Good morning, worshipful Dudu, chirped the little white, ranging himself by the other side. A right good morning and very good health to your substantial person. May one be so bold as to inquire after the health of the Lady GZ, who embraces you with her arms. And after that of your towering scions, stout SC and Abebe. Very contemptuously Dudu turned his head over his shoulder and did not so much seek the mock vizier with his eyes as let his gaze fall to the ground somewhere in front of the other's feet. You mish, he said, shaking his head, as it were at the sight. He drew in his lower lip so that the upper one stood out over it like a thatch. What, are you crawling and piping down there? I heed you. No more than I would a crab, or an empty nut full of wind and dust. You are no more than that in my eyes. How dare you ask after GZ? My wife, mocking as you speak, and fleering at my aspiring sons. SC and Abebe. Your inquiry is unfitting, it is not proper or become ing for you even to ask after them, minimus and cipher as you are. 530 Thomas Mann. Hark at him, retorted he whom they called Shepsy's Bess, and his little visage wrinkled even more. Wants to exalt himself above me. Who knows how high, his voice issues as out of a ton, for sheer pomposity when you cannot see over a molehill yourself and are no match for your brood, let alone for her who embraces you with her arms. A dwarf you are and a dwarf you remain, no matter how you puff yourself out, and ill it beseems you to scorn my polite inquiries after your family, on the score that it does not befit a dwarf to make them. But you yourself truly it befits you well and becomes your stature to play the married man and father of the family, wedding with one of the big folk and denying your dwarfish kind. The courtyard people laughed uproariously, the wrangling and mutual dislike of the Manikin seemed to be a familiar source of merriment. They egged them on, give it him, vizier. Pay him out. Dudu, spouse of GZ. But he whom they called Besem had stopped scolding and lost interest in the fray. He was standing near his enemy, who in his turn stood next the old man. But on the old man's other hand was Joseph, and thus Bess found himself confronting the son of Rachel. As he became aware of him he ceased to speak, and gazed steadily, while his dwarfish face, but now so full of petty rage, smoothed itself out and assumed an expression of self-forgotten inquiry. His mouth remained open, and if he had had brows but he had none they would have risen high. Thus he looked up at the young Shabirite, and the little ape on his shoulder did the same, as, though fixed by magic, with neck thrust out, with wide staring eyes, it gazed up into the face of the descendant of Abram. Joseph submitted to the scrutiny. Smiling he returned the nom-ish gaze, and thus they stood, while the solemn Judah resumed his chaffering with the old man and the attention of the other courtyard folk peered again to the strangers and their wares. At length the mannikin, pointing with dwarf finger to his breast, said in his strange, remote little voice, Sa anquen for neteru tep emperor. What did you say? Joseph inquired. The dwarf repeated his words, still pointing to his breast. Name. He explained. The little one's name. Not vizier. Not Shepsy's Bess. Sa anquen and he whispered it for the third time, his full name, as long and resounding as he himself was insignificant. Its meaning was may the favoring essence, in other words, Osiris. Preserve the beautified of the gods in the house of Amun. Enja. Seth understood it. A fine name, said he. Fine, yes, but not true, came the murmuring voice. Me not beautiful, me not favored of gods, me little frog. You beautiful and favored, you neterotep, so is fine and true too. 53 I Joseph in Egypt. How can you know that? Joseph asked with a smile. See, came the subterranean accents. See very clear. And he carried his small finger to his eye. Wise, he added. Small and wise. You not of a little race, yet wise too. Good, wise, and beautiful. Do you belong to him? He pointed to the old man, who was busy with Dudu. I belong to him, said Joseph. From a child. I was born to him. He is your father. He is a father to me. What is your name? Joseph did not answer at once. He smiled before he spoke. At length, Osirsife, said he. The dwarf blinked. He pondered the name. Are you born from the reeds? He asked. Are you an user in the rushes? Did the mother search and find you in the water? Joseph was silent. The little man went on blinking. Then they heard the voices of the people in the yard. Monka is coming. They began to disperse to their tasks, that he might not find them idle and chattering. Monka was standing or moving about near the open courtyard in front of the buildings in the north-west corner of the estate. You could see him by looking between the harem and the master's house, an elderly man, beautifully dressed in white, accompanied by scribes, who, with lead pens behind their ears, bowed before him and wrote down his words on tablets. He approached. The servants had scattered. The old man had got to his feet. But through all the sound of these movements Joseph heard, as though a voice, a little voice, whispered up to him from under the earth, the words, Stay with us, young Sandman. Monka. The overseer had arrived at the open gate in the crenellated wall for the master's house. Half turned toward it, he looked back over his shoulder at the group of strangers and the wares exposed for sale. What is this? He said rather gruffly. What men are these? It seemed as though he had forgotten, in the press of other affairs, that he had sent for them to come in. Nor did the exhaustive salutations of the old man help matters much. A scribe reminded him, pointing to his tablet, upon which he had obviously noted the incident. Yes, the peddlers from Mao or Mosar, said the overseer. Then. Good, but I need nothing except time and that day. 532 Thomas Mann. Have not for sale. And he approached the old man who came bustling up to him. Well, old man, how are you, after all this time? Asked Mann. So we see you at our door with your goods, all ready to swindle us once more. They laughed together. Both of them had only the lower canines left in their jaws, sticking up solitary like posts. The steward was a stocky, powerfully built man of 50, with an expressive head. The decided bearing which his office brought with it was softened by benevolence. He had very prominent tear ducts under his eyes, giving the latter a swollen, slit-like look beneath heavy, still black brows. From the well-formed though wide-nostrilled nose deep fur rose ran down to the corners of the arched and outstanding upper lip, which like the cheeks was shaven so that it shone. On the chin sat a club-shaped beard sprinkled with gray. The hair had already retreated from brow and temples, but grew in a bush at the back of the head, standing out like a fan behind the ears, in which he wore gold rings. Montcalm's features had something traditionally shrewd and peasant-like about them, and withal a twinkle that suggested the seafaring man. His dark red-brown complexion contrasted with the florid white of his clothing, that inimitable Egyptian linen which lent itself to such exquisite folds and pleating as those in the front flap of his apron kilt, the stiffly starched flaring folds of which began below his navel and reached down nearly to the ankle-length hem. His body garment was tucked into the apron, and its wide, half-length sleeves were likewise pressed into fine diagonal folds. The fine batiste revealed his muscular, hairy torso. The two dwarfs had taken leave to remain in the court, and to do now came up to Montcalm, paddling importantly and rowing with his stumpy arms. I fear, overseer, it is time lost to deal with these people, he said. And notwithstanding his stature he spoke as an equal. I have looked over their stock. I see trumpery. I see gimcrackery. What lacks is good, solid, high-class stuff, suitable for an aristocratic house, and yes, Tate. The master will scarcely be grateful to you for purchasing trash. The old man was cast down. He indicated by a gesture his distress that the overseer's hopeful and cordial greetings should have aroused in him expectations which now were destroyed by Dudu's severity. But I have valuable goods too, he said. Maybe not valuable to you upper officials, nor of course to your lord, I have not said that. But how many servants are there not in the courtyard, cooks and bakers, gardeners and water bearers, runners and W.I. son? Count. Less like the sands of the sea. Yet not so many that they are enough or too many for such a great lord as Pitapra, his grace, the friend of Joseph in Egypt 53-3. Pharaoh, or that one could not always add one or another well-built and clever slave, let him be native or a foreigner, if only he be useful. But why do I prattle of what is not to the point instead of saying plot, you, great steward, buy for the many and their use, you stand as their head, and it is the business of the old minion, the traveling peddler with his popular wares, to suggest to you. Look at these well painted, earthenware lamps from Gilead beyond the Jordan. They cost me little, so should I value them high to you, my patron? Take some of them as a present, and if I may see your favor therefore, I am rich. On the other hand, these little pots of eye paint with cow horn tweezers and spoons of cow horn, their value is considerable, but not their price. Here are hose, an indispensable tool, I will give one for 2 pots of honey. More costly, indeed, are the contents of this little bag, for there are onions from Ascalon in it, from Ascalona. Rare and hard to come by as they are savory. But the wine in these jugs is 8 times good wine from Cadity, in the land of Phoenicia. As it stands written, lo, I grade my offers, I go from the lower to the higher, and from them to the very choice, that is my considered practice. For the balsams here, and incense resins, the goat's thorn gums, the brownish labdanum, they are the pride of my business, and the specialty of my house. We would be praised and renowned between the rivers, because we are stronger in siderifics than any mere chant, be he traveling trader or a settled man of the bazaar. There are the Ishmaelites from Midian, they say of us, they carry spices, balsam, and myrrh from Gilead down toward Egypt. So is it in the mouth of the people precisely as though we did not carry and bring much else, as doth in truth happen, dead and alive, the created or the creature, so that we are the men not only to provide a house but also to increase it. But I am silent. What, you are silent? The overseer pretended amaze. Do you ail, then? For when you are silent I know you not, but only when your mild prattle of speech wells out from under your beard I can still hear it from the last time and know you by it again. Is not, responded the old man, speech the pride of mankind? Who knows how to set his words well and hath a gift of expression. Upon him gods and men nod with applause, and he findeth inclined ears. But your servant is little gifted with expression, and not master of the treasure of speech, I say it openly. So then he must substitute persistency for speech and duration of flow for what it lacks in choiceness. For the merchant must be of ready tongue, the which must know how to flatter his clients, or he cannot earn his living and doth not bring the 7 gifts to the man. 6. Came the whispering of little Bess, as from afar off, although he stood quite near. 6 gifts, old man, you offered, lamps, salve, hose, onions, wine, and myrrh. Where is the 7th? 534 Thomas Mann. The Ishmaelite laid his left hand like a mussel shell round his ear, and the right to his eyes to peer. What, he asked, was the remark of this middle-sized, gaily clad gentleman. One of his party repeated it to him. Oh, he replied, the 7th likewise is to be found among all the things which we have brought down to Egypt, besides the much talked of myrrh. For it, too, will I let my tongue run on, with persistency, if not with chosen words, that I may bring the ware to the man and the house, and that the Ishmaelites of Midian may make for themselves a name on account of all that which they bear and bring to Egypt. Spare me, said the overseer. Do you think I can stand here and hear you chatter all the days of Re? He is already almost at his mid-day. May the gods keep us. Any minute the master may come home from the west and be here again from the palace. Shall I then leave it to the slaves and trouble not myself whether all is right in the dining room, with the roast ducks, the cakes, the flowers, and the Master find his meal as he is used to, likewise the mistress and the alt parents from the upper story. Make haste, or else make off. I must go. Old man, I cannot well use you or your 7 gifts. Scarcely at all, to be frank. For they are but beggarly trash, interpolated Dudu, the married dwarf. The overseer gave a downward glance as he heard the harsh judgment. But you have need of honey, it seems, he said to the old man. I will give you a few pots against 2 of these hoes, that I may not offend you or your gods. Give me 5 bags of the little onions too. In the name of the hidden one, and 5 measures of your Phoenician wine, in the name of the mother and the son. Tell me the cost yet. Give me not first the triple price, as a haggler does so that we sit down and bargain, but at most the double one, so that we may come more quickly to the just one, and I can go in. I will give you writing paper in exchange, and some of our linen. If you like, beer and bread as well. Only make haste that I may go. You are served, said the old man, loosing the hand scale from his girdle. You are served in a trice, and without conditions, served by your servant. What am I saying, without conditions? With conditions, of course, but only of the best. Had I not to live, the things were yours without price. But even so I will make you a price that may indeed cut me short, yet keep myself in your favor, for that is my chief concern. Hello, said he to Joseph over his shoulder, take the list of wares which you have made, the things in black but the weight and quan. Joseph in Egypt 535. Titty in red. Take and read to us the weight of the shallots as well as the wine, that is their price, but translate as you stand and in your head into the values of the country in Devon and Lot, that we may know what the goods are worth in pounds of copper and the high steward may give us, for just so much copper, linen, and writing paper of the house. But I, my patron, if you will allow, will weigh out the goods once more for test and proof. Joseph had the roll ready and stepped forward as he unrolled it. Next him stood Esther Bess, who, indeed, was far from being able to look at the list, but gazed up attentively at the extended hands. Doth my lord command me to read the just price or the double one? Asked Joseph discreetly. The just one, of course, dost thou dote, the old man scolded. But the high steward commanded that thou shouldest name the double price, responded Joseph with the most charming seriousness. If now I name the just one he might take it for the double and offer but the half, and how then couldst thou live? Better would it be if he took the double price for the real one, and if he drive it down, even so thou comest not short. He, the old man laughed. He went again, and looked at the overseer to see how he took it. The scribes, with the reed pens behind their ears, laughed. The thumbling beauty clapped his knee with his little hand, drawing it up to his chest and hopping on the other. His goblin face was flawed into 1,000 little wrinkles of dwarfish delight. But Dudu, his brother Manikin, only shook his head and stuck out the thatch of his upper lip more disdainfully than ever. As for Montcalm, he had so far of course given no heed to the knowing young scribe with the roll. But now he looked at him, with a surprise which at once turned to perplexity, and presently to some thing very like admiration, save that it bade indeed a far, far deeper feeling. Perhaps I will not venture an assertion, perhaps at this moment, upon which so much depended, the planning god of his fathers did a little something extra for Joseph. Perhaps he let fall upon him a light calculated to produce the desired effect upon the hearts of all beholders. For he, in truth, has given us all our senses for our pleasure, yet reserved to himself their use as medium and avenue for his larger purposes to play upon our minds. Hence my suggestion, which, however, I am willing to withdraw if it seem too supernatural an element to be introduced into our very natural tale. Indeed, the more natural and practical our interpretations, the better, since Montcalm himself was a practical and natural man. Besides, he belonged to a world already remote from any in which the idea of meeting a god unexpectedly, in broad daylight and, so too, 53-6 Thomas Mann, speak, on the street, would have been a familiar thing. Yet even so his world stood nearer than ours does to such possibilities and expectations, though in his they might only have been held with half one's mind, no longer in a real, positive, and unequivocal sense. It came to pass that Adoncal looked at Rachel's son and saw that he was beautiful. But beauty of so striking and arresting a kind was associated in the steward's mind with one immediate order of ideas. It belonged to the moon, which was the planet of Jehudi of Communu, Thoth's heavenly manifestation Thoth, who was master of measure and order, the wise man, scribe, and magician. And now Joseph stood there. Before him, a roll in his hands, and in his mouth words which for a slave, even an educated one, were unusually subtle and shrewd. The combination was upsetting. The young Bedouin and Asiatic had no ibis head on his shoulders. He was, of course, a human being, not a god, not Thoth of Communu. But he had, by association, to do with him. He seemed ambiguous, in the way that a word can be ambiguous. For instance, the epithet divine. Compared with the august substantive from which it derives, it conveys indeed a weakening, a derogation of the idea. It is not absolute, but only suggestive, and thus it is partly unreal and derivative, but partly too lays claim to absoluteness, in that the word divine is a description of the perceptible attributes and form of the god. Some such equivocal associations came to Adonkal's mind and gave him pause when he saw Joseph for the first time. It was indeed a recurrent event. Others before him had felt the same, still others would yet feel it. But we must not suppose that Adoncal was very powerfully moved. He felt no more than what we might express by the exclamation, "What the devil?" He did not say that. He asked, "What is that?" He cautiously, likewise somewhat contemptuously, said "What?" instead of "Who," and thus the old man's answer came very pat. "That," he replied with a smirk, "is the seventh gift. It is a habit of the uncivilized," the Egyptian retorted, "to speak in riddles." "Does my patron not love riddles?" responded the old man. "'Tis a pity. I could tell him so many. But this one is quite simple. They have said that I offered only 6 gifts and not 7, as I had boasted, and as it is proper to do. Well, then, this slave who keeps my list is the 7th gift, a Canaanitish youth whom, besides my much praised Mers, I have brought down to Egypt and who is for sale. Not that I must sell him or would do so because he is no good to me. For he can bake and write and hath a clear head for accounts. But to a good house, a house like yours, in short, is he for sale, if you will pay me a living price, no more. For I would have a good place for him." Joseph in Egypt 537. Our numbers are full, the steward said hastily, shaking his head. For he had no liking for riddles, either in the usual or in the higher sense, but spoke like a practical man, anxious to protect his business interests against importunity from anything out of the usual order. The divine, in short. There is no vacancy here, he said, and the house is full. We need no baker nor writer, nor any clear heads, for mine is clear. Enough to keep things in order. Take your seventh gift with you on your way and may it find you profit. For it is beggarly trash and a beggar and the trash of a beggar. Dudu, husband of GZ, concluded sententiously. But another lit. TLE voice answered his heavy one, the cricket-like chirp of beauty. The fool. The seventh gift is the best by it, Modka. The old man took up his tale. The clearer one's own head, the more vexing the dullness of the others, for one suffereth impatience on their account. A clear head. At the top needeth clear heads below. I had already in mind this serve. And for your house when great space yet lay between me and it, and brought him down before you to make you an advantageous and friendly offer. For the young one is clear of head and eloquent of tongue so that it is a pleasure, and bringeth before you adornments. Out of the treasure house of speech so that it is a mere delight. 360 times in the year he saith good night to one in a different phrase and still has something left for the other 5 days. But if ever he says it twice the same, you may give me him back again. And I will refund the purchase money. Hearken, old man, replied the overseer. All that you say may be true. But whilst we speak of patience I am well nigh at the end of mine. In my good nature I was ready to take a few jagas from your pack, of the which I have no need at all, but not to disoblige your cods and so as to be able to go into the house. And lo, you would talk me into buying your good night saying slave and makest as though he were destined for the house of Potiphar since the foundation of the land. Here Dudu, scribe of the wardrobe, gave vent, from his jolly sta. To a burst of deep round laughter. Ho, 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 he went. And the overseer cast him a quick angry look. Where did you get it then, the seventh gift with the gift of tongues, he asked. He did not look toward Joseph, but stretched out his hand for the roll which the latter gracefully presented. Mont. Ka unrolled it and held it away from his eyes, for he was already very long-sighted. Meanwhile the old man answered. A pity it is indeed that my patron does not love riddles. Else I could tell him one in answer to his question whence I have the lad. 538 Thomas Mann. A riddle, repeated the overseer absently, for he was looking at the roll. Guess it if you will, said the old man. It runs, a barren mother. Bore him to me. Can you solve the riddle? Did he write this list? Montpa asked, still reading. Step back, you. It was done with thoroughness and with pleasure. And executed with a sense for adornment, that I will not dispute. It might serve as an inscription to decorate a wall. Whether it is correct as well, that I cannot judge, for it is gibberish. Baron, he asked, for he had heard the old man's words with half an ear. Barren mother? What does that mean? A woman is barren or else she bears. Both cannot be true. It is a riddle, my lord, explained the old man. I took the liberty to dress my reply in the garment of jest. If it please you, I will supply the answer. Far from here, I came on a dry well, out of which sounded a whimpering. And I drew up to the light of day this which had been 3 days in the well's belly, and gave it milk. Thus the well became a mother and yet was barren. Said the overseer. Your riddle is passable, more one can not say, or laugh very heartily at it. If I smile, it is out of pure politeness. Mayhap, replied the old man, rather hurt, you might have laughed more readily if you had been able to guess it. Solve me, the steward gave back, another riddle, and a harder one, namely, that I should stand here prattling with you, and why? Solve it better than you have your own, for, so far as I know, there are no monsters that breed in wells to give birth to such as this. How, then, did the child come into the belly and the slave into the well? Hard masters and former owners, of whom I bought him, had cast him in, by reason of slight misdemeanors which do not lessen his value, because they had to do only with subtle matters and fine distinctions like that between the so that and the in order that matters not worth talking about. But I bought him, having taken him between thumb and finger, as it were, and found the boy to be fine in thread and grain, notwithstanding the darkness of his origins. Also, he had already rued his errors while in the well, and punishment had so purged him that he was a valuable servant to me, and he can not only read and write but bake uncommonly relishable pancakes on stones. I well know that a man should not boast of his own, but leave it to others to call it extraordinary. Yet indeed, for the dexterity and the understanding of this youth, purified as they are by chastisement, there is in the language but one word, they are extraordinary. And now since your eyes have fallen upon him and I owe you a debt for my folly in plaguing you with riddles, receive him as a present from Joseph in Egypt 539. Me for Potiphar and his house over which you are set. Though of course I well know that you would contrive a recompense for me out of the riches of Potiphar so that, and in order that, I may live to supply your house and ever increase it. The overseer looked at Joseph. Is it true, said he, with suitable gruffness, that you have the gift of speech and can say such things as are pleasant to hear? Jacob's son gathered all his Egyptian together. Servant's speech is no speech, he answered, using a popular phrase. That the lowly shall be silent when the masters speak to. Gather stands at the beginning of every book of precepts. Besides, my name, by which I call myself, is a name of silence. How so? How are you called, then? Joseph hesitated. Then he lifted up his eyes. Osirsaif, he said. Osirsaif, repeated Monka. I know not the name. It is not foreign, indeed, it is comprehensible, since he from Abadu occurs in it, the Lord of the eternal silence. But it is not customary in the land. No one is so called in Egypt, either now or under any earlier kings. But even if you have a name of silence, Osirsaif, yet your master says that you can utter pleasant wishes and say good night in Avari. Eddie of ways at the end of the day. Well, I too shall go to bed tonight. And lie on my bed in the special room of trust. What will you say to me? Rest gently, answered Joseph with feeling, after the toil of the day. May your soles, that are scorched from the heat of your path, move blissfully over the mosses of peace, and your languid tongue be refreshed from the murmuring springs of night. Yes, that is really moving, said the steward, the tears stood in his eyes. He nodded to the old man, who nodded back, rubbing his hands and smiling. When one has troubles in the world, like me, and sometimes feels not too good about the kidneys, one is moved by things like that. Can we then, in the name of Set, he turned back to his scribe, use a voting slave as a lamplighter, perhaps, or as a floor sprinkler? What do you say, Kamati? He said to a tall, stoop shouldered man who carried several reed pens behind each ear. Do we need one? The scribes made gestures of indecision, seeming to debate. They stuck out their lips, drew their heads down between their shoulders, and flapped their hands in the air. Need, answered he who was called Kamati. Is need to want? To lack the indispensable? Then no. But even the unnecessary may be made useful. It depends on the cost. If the man of the desert would sell you a scribe, then drive him away, for we are writers enough and neither need nor can use one. But if he offer you a baser slave, for 540 Thomas man, the dogs or for the bathing room, then inquire of him his price. Well, old man, said the steward, hasten, then, and say what you would ask for your son of the well. He is yours, replied the Ishmaelite. Since we speak of him at all and you ask me about him, he already belongs to you. Truly it is not fit that I decide on the worth of the present in exchange which, as it would seem, you will make me. But since you command it, ape sits beside the scale. Who sins in measure and weight is convicted. By the power of the moon. 200 devon of copper the slave must be reckoned at, considering his extraordinary properties. But the little onions and the wine from Kadadi I will throw in, as a gauge of friendship. The price was high. It was a clever stroke to make extras of the shallots and the much liked Phoenician wine, and to charge only for the young slave Osirsaif. But high it was, even granted that of all the old man's stock in trade, not excepting the famous myrrhs, only this single thing paid for the transportation to Egypt. It was high, even from the point of view that the Ishmaelites' entire business was only an extra, and their sole and single significance consisted in the fact that they were bringing the boy Joseph down to Egypt in order to fulfill the ordained. We may not venture to think that any such idea entered the old man's head. Certainly it was remote from the overseer Montcause, and probably he would have protested against the overcharge if the dwarf Dudu had not forestalled him. From under the thatch of the little man's lip a full-mouthed protest rolled out. The tiny hands at the end of his stumps of arms gesticulated before his breast. It is absurd, he said. Utterly fantastic and not to be borne. Turn your back on him, show your disgust to the shameless old thief and vagabond who dares to speak of friendship, as though there could be anything of the kind between you, an Egyptian overseer to the great, and him, a wild man from the desert. His business is pure swin. DLE asking 200 copper devon for this lout here, and he gestured palm upwards at Joseph as he stood beside him for such worthless trash, a snot-nosed sand rabbit. It is all highly suspicious. To me, he may be able to prattle about moss and murmuring streams, but who knows what sort of abandoned vices brought him to AC quaint ants with the pit that the old rascal is supposed to have got him from? I say you shall not buy the lout. My advice is not to AC quire him for Pitapra. He will not thank you for it. Thus Dudu, overseer of the wardrobe, but hard upon his voice, came a little pipe like a cricket's out of the grass, the voice of Beauty in the gala attire, the vizier who stood at Joseph's other side, for they had taken him between them. Joseph in Egypt 54-1. By Montcalm, he whispered, standing on his tiptoes. By the sandboy. Avail the 7 gifts by him alone, for he is the best. Trust me, I have the use of my eyes. Good, beautiful, and wise is Osirsaif. Blessed is he and will be a blessing to the house. Hearken to the voice of wisdom. Take not the advice of the base, but of the worthy, cried the other in his turn. How can this dried up nothing give you anything of worth, being himself without worth and like a rotten nut with nothing but dust and wind inside? He has no weight in the world, no social value, but bobs on the surface of things like a cork. How can a clown and court fool speak anything of value, or have judge meant of human folk and their goods, or of human goods? Oh, you stuck-up little busybody, you, shrieked Bessemheb. His gnome face crumpled into 1,000 wrinkles with sheer rage. How can you have judgment or give counsel, you backslider and turncoat? You threw away your wisdom when you denied your dwarfdom and wiped yourself with a tall woman and gave life to long, laugh-like children called Sc and Abibi. You pompous ass. You have remained a dwarf according to your stature and cannot see over the boundary stone of the field. But as for your stupidity, that is full size, and it has entirely blunted your judgment of men and wares and human wares. Dudu was brought by these epithets and this description of his mental state to a pitch of almost incredible fury. He got white as cheese, the thatch quivered on his upper lip, and he burst out in venomous invective, which Beauty was not slow in repaying with even more malicious allusions to Dudu's loss of finer intelligence, his renegade state and ridiculous pretensions. The two little men stood, hands on knees, on Joseph's either side as though he were a tree, scolding and spitting at each other round him. The crowd, Egyptians and Ishmaelites together, and the overseer with them, roared with laughter at this petty war going on at the level of their knees. But suddenly everything came to a stop. Potiphar. From afar in the street, sounds came and swelled, the trampling of horses, the rolling of wheels, the thud of running feet, and many voiced cries of warning. It all came on so fast that in no time it stood before the door. There we are, said Montcalm, the master, and the arrangements in the dining hall. Great triad of Thebes, I have wasted my time in sheer folly. Quiet, ye underlings, or ye shall have a taste of the lash. Kamati, conclude the bargain, I must go with the master. 542 Thomas man. Into the house. Take the goods and pay a proper price for them. Keep well, old man. And come back again in 6 or 7 years' time. He hastened away. The gatekeepers, from the benches, shouted into the court, and from all sides servants came running, in zeal to line up before the master with their foreheads to the ground. The trotting feet of the runners and the rattle of the car came from the gateway. Putapur drove in. Before him went his panting, shouting runners, among and behind them his fan-bearers came. 2 proud and glossy chestnuts in fine trappings, with ostrich plumes on their heads, drew the little 2-wheeled car, a sort of galley chariot, with prettily curved rails. In it was just room for himself and his driver. But the driver did nothing save to add to the splendor of the equipage, for Pharaoh's friend drove himself. It was plain, from his bearing and his attire, that it was the master who held reins and whip. He was an extremely tall, fat man, with a little mouth, Joseph remarked, but only at a glance, for his eyes went rather to the wheels of the chariot, which had bright stones let into the spokes and sparkled like fireworks as they whirled round in the sun. Joseph wished that little Benjamin might see it. The same splendor, though not whirling, repeated itself on Putapur's person, for he wore a jeweled collar, a magnificent piece of workmanship, set with stones and enamel in all colors, their countless facets, arranged in rows with the narrow sides together, flashed like a rain of sparks in the strong white light, which the sun god at his zenith was pouring down on Wesset End. Upon this very spot, the ribs of the runners panted in and out. The shining steeds came to a halt, pawing the ground, rolling their eyes and snorting. A groom held them by the bridle, patted their foaming necks, and murmured soothing words. The chariot had stopped by the palm trees, just between the group of merchants and the gate in the ring wall which led into the inner court. And at the gate stood Mann, bowing and smiling and gesturing his delight. His head was trembling with sheer admiration as he stepped up to the car and offered his hand to help the master alight. Put up her hand and reins and whip to the driver, keeping in his small hand only a short staff made of cane and gilded leather, thick at the end and looking like a kind of reduced bludge. Ian, wash them off with wine, cover them well, and lead them about, he commanded in a thinnish voice, lifting his staff and pointing to the animals with that elegant survival of a savage weapon, become in his hands merely a symbol of his power. He waved back the hand offered by Mann and sprang down, with a move meant agile for one of his weight though he might as easily have stepped. Joseph saw and heard clearly, especially after the car moved slowly. Joseph in Egypt 543. Off toward the stables and the master and his steward stood gazing after it, in full view of the group of Ishmaelites. The great man might be perhaps 40 years old, or less, and like a tower for size. Joseph could not help thinking of Reuben as he looked at the columnar legs, showing through the royal linen of the outer garment, which came not quite to the ankles and revealed the pleats and ribbons of the skirt through its thin weave. But this massiveness was not heroic like brother Reuben's, for it was fat everywhere, especially on the breasts, which stood out like two hillocks under the thin batiste. They had shaken not a little with the man's unnecessarily active jump from the car. His head was quite small in proportion to his height and breadth, but nobly shaped, with short hair, short, aristocratically hooked nose, delicate mouth, pleasantly prominent chin, and long lashed eyes with a veiled and haughty gaze. Standing with the steward in the shade of the palms, he looked well pleased after his horses as they were led off. They are very fiery, he was heard to say. Usermen even more than whip by it. They were unruly, they tried to bolt, but I got the better of them. As only you can do, answered Mann. It is amazing. Your driver, Neternacht, would not dare cope with them. Nor any of the others here. The Syrians are so wild. They have fire, not blood, in their veins. They are not horses, but demons. Yet you have conquered them. They feel the master's hand, and their pride is subdued. They are tamed and run in harness for you. And you, after triumphing in the struggle with them, are not even tired. You spring like a lad from your car, my lord. The deep corners of Potiphar's mouth deepened more in a fleeting smile. I have further intent, said he, to pay homage to Sebek this afternoon and go hunting in the marshes. Make all ready and rouse me betimes should I fall asleep. Put throw sticks and fishing spears in the boat, and harpoons as well, for I hear that a hippopotamus of great size has strayed into the backwater where I mean to hunt, and I am minded most of all to kill it. The mistress, answered Mann, his eyes cast down, the mistress Mut will tremble with fear when she hears be persuaded at least not to attack the brute single-handed. Leave the strug, gle and the danger to your servants. The mistress, that gives me no pleasure, Potiphar responded. I will myself hurl the spear, but the mistress will be afraid. Let her be afraid. But, he asked, turning with a swift move, meant toward the steward, is all well in the house? Not untoward. Has befallen? Nothing. And what people are those? Traveling mare. 544 Thomas Mann. Chance very good. The mistress is happy? Is all well with the alt parents in the upper story? Order and well-being reign, Adonka gave answer. RGRA. Sias mistress went in her litter toward noon to visit the lady Renanhook, Tet, wife of the head steward of the Bulls of Amun, to practice hymn singing with her. When she returned she sent for Tepemank, scribe of the house of the secluded ones, to read fairy tales to her, the while she felt desire to kiss the sweetmeats which your servant sent her. As for the exalted parents from the upper story, it pleased them to cross the river, to make sacrifice in the tomb of Thutmose, father of God united with the sun. Returned from the west, the exalted brother, sister Pierre, Huya, and Tuya, have spent the time sitting peacefully, hand in hand in the pleasure house by the pond, awaiting your return, and the hour of the evening meal. You may tell them to, and let it come privily to them, the Mas Tur said, that I mean to hunt the hippopotamus this very day. They may as well know it. But on that account, replied the steward, they will, alas, fall into anxiety and great distress. No matter, retorted Potipharah. It seems, he added, that life here today has gone to everybody's liking, whereas I had annoyance at court and vexation in the palace where I'm at. You. Mann questioned in dismay. But how can that be, for the good God in the palace? Either a man is captain of the guard, the master was heard to say, shrugging his massive shoulders as he turned away, and had executioner, or else he is not. But if one is only and there is a man. There the rest of his words were lost as he passed through the gate and toward his house through the rows of slaves standing with uplifted hands. Mann moved a little behind him, bent over, listening and replying to what he said. And thus Joseph had seen Potiphar, as he pronounced the name to himself, that great man of Egypt, to whom he had been sold. 0r. Joseph is sold for a second time, and flings himself upon his face. For the bargain was now made. Cabot, the tall scribe, concluded it, with the old man in the overseer's name, the dwarfs looking on. But Joseph scarcely listened, nor did he hear the price he fetched, so intent was he on his thoughts and so busy with his first impressions of the person of his new owner. The collar glittering with jewels, the gold of favor, the proud, over-fleshy form, the spring from the car, the flatteries uttered by Mann about his master's prowess as a tamer of steeds, his intention of fighting the wild hippopotamus. Joseph in Egypt 545. Single-handed, heedless of his consort's fears or those of Huya and Tuya, his parents, and even the word heedless seems inadequate to characterize his mood. On the other hand, his hurried inquiry about the order and well-being of the household, even the disconnected words he had let fall about the annoyances he suffered at court, all this gave the son of Jacob most urgently to think, to consider, to he labored within himself to probe, to interpret, and fill in the blanks, like one who, placed by chance in a certain set of circumstances, and having to reckon with them, tries to master them as quickly as he may. Would he, his thoughts ran on, stand some day in the chariot beside Potiphar and be his driver? Would he go with him to hunt in the backwaters of the Nile? That seems incredible, but so it was. Scarcely had he come before the house when his thoughts flew to such an hour. Scarcely had his quick appraising eye taken in men and things when he considered how sooner or later, but certainly as Soon as possible he would win to the master's side, to the side of him highest in the sphere if not the highest in Egypt. If not the highest, the words betray that whatever unforeseeable difficulties lay in the way of attaining his immediate though still very distant goal, these did not prevent him from looking beyond it to where hovered other, yet more conclusive incorporations of the highest. Yet so it was, we know our man. And would he, with lesser Britain, Zions, have gone so far in this country as he did? He was in the nether world, to which the pit had been the entrance. He was no longer Joseph, but Usersaif, lowest among these below, but that could not last for long. Advantage and disadvantage he scanned with rapid eye. Montcalm was good. Tears had come in his eyes at Joseph's gentle greeting, because he often did not feel too well. The dwarf jester was good too, and obviously minded and ordained to help him. Tudu was a foe for the present, perhaps there were ways to get around him. The scribes had shown some jealousy, because he too was a scribe, he must pay heed to their natural grudge and treat it gently. Thus he went on, weighing his immediate prospects, but it would be wrong on that account to chide him and call him a place hunter. That Joseph was not, such is not a just judgment upon his thoughts. He mused and pondered upon a higher duty. God had put an end to his life, which had been one of folly, and resurrected him to a new one. He had used the Ishmaelites to lead him to this land, and in so doing he had, as in all else, undoubtedly great purposes. Never did he do aught that brought not great things in its train. It behoved Joseph, then, to lend himself trustfully to his design and use all his spiritual gifts in its service, instead of weakening it by idle lack of ambition. God had sent him dreams, which the dreamer had done better to keep to himself, the dream of the sheaves, the dream of the 546 Thomas Mann. Stars. For such dreams were less a promise than a guide. They would be fulfilled, in one way or another. In what way actually, God alone knew, but that he had been snatched away into this land was the beginning of the fulfillment. But in the meantime nothing would happen of itself. One had to help. That was no base ambition, to live in the light of the silent conviction that God had unique designs regarding him. Ambition is not the right word for it was ambition for God, and that deserves a higher name. Thus Joseph paid little heed to the chaffering that went on at his second sale, and thought little about the price he fetched, in his zeal to master his present situation and prospects. Lanky Cabot with reed pens behind his ear, so astonishingly balanced that they lodged as though stuck on, no matter how much his head shook as he gained insisted stoutly on his distinction between needing and being able to use, as an argument to bring down the price. The old man produced his former strong plea, namely, that he must receive a present large enough that he might still exist to serve the illustrious house, and he knew how to make the necessity seem so inevitable that the scribe was taken at a disadvantage and could not refute it. Yet he was supported by Tudu, chamberlain of the wardrobe, who denied all claims, the needing and the being able to use as well, and in respect of all the wares in question, the wine and the onions no less than the slave. The other part was taken by Shepsi's Bess, who vaunted his penetration in a chirping voice and demanded that Usersaif be purchased at the price of first asking, without any haggling at all. Only at the end and quite incidentally did the object of the chaffer take any hand in the deal, saying offhand that he thought 150 Devon too low, and that they should agree on 160 at the least. He said this out of sheer respect for God, and was brushed aside by the scribe Cabot, in high excitement, he considering it most improper that the chattel should have a voice in his price. Joseph then dropped the point and fell silent once more. At length he saw a young spotted steer brought from his stall into the court by order of Cabot. He had a strange sensation at seeing, outside of himself and in animal form, the estimated value of his own person. That was strange, yet not offensive, for in this country nearly all the gods could recognize themselves in animal shape, and great respect was paid always to the idea that being near to a thing and being a thing were closely related conceptions. But it did not stop at the young steer, for the old man sturdily refused to value him at more than 120 Devon, which was much less than what Joseph was worth. So various goods were added, a neat leather breastplate, several bales of writing paper, and the cheaper sort of linen, a few wineskins of panther fell, a quam. Joseph in Egypt 547. Titty of natron for embalming, a bundle of fish hooks, and some hand brooms. All this had to be laid beside the steer before the scale with. The ape was brought to a balance in the time-honored way. Even then the bargain was concluded more by agreement than by calculation, for in the end they gave up reckoning and each side contented itself with the feeling that it had not been too grossly swindled. The whole amount had come to perhaps a copper weight of 150 or 60 Devon, for which some Rachel's son, together with the wine and the onions, became the property of the great Egyptian Ptah. It was done. The Ishmaelites from Midian had accomplished the purpose of their existence, they had delivered that which they had been chosen out to bring down to Egypt, they might vanish from the scene, it needed them no more. But their self-satisfaction was untroubled by the state of things, they took themselves as seriously as ever they had, packed up their wares, and never dreamed that they were now superfluous. The desire and fatherly concern of the old man to protect his foundling and provide for him in the best place he could had it not its full value in the moral world, though from another point of view one might consider his whim a means and tool to ends he knew not of. True and obvious it was that he sold Joseph, as though he could not do anything else for a price, indeed, which let him live that he might further serve the house, and knew how to state his necessity in such a way that the scribe, to his disadvantage, could not gainsay it. Thus he satisfied his mercantile conscience, yet plainly he did not do it for profit, and unless I am mistaken he would gladly have kept the son of the well, to bake him pancakes, and bid him good night. He did not act to his own advantage, while being at pains to safeguard his business interest. But then, what is self-interest? Interest urged him to look after Joseph and advance his lot in life, for in so doing he got satisfaction, of whatever sort, and from whatsoever source it came. Joseph, moreover, was quite the youth to respect the dignity of freedom which humanly animates the inevitable. The old man, on concluding the bargain, addressed him, saying, Lo, now, come hither, or Usersaif, or however thou callest thyself, now thou art no more mine, but belongest to this house, and I have made good my purposes. So then Joseph willingly paid him due meed of gratitude, kissing many times the hem of his garment and calling him his savior. Farewell, my son, the old man said, and show thyself worthy of my kindness. Be tactful and obliging to all, and bridle thy tongue when it twitches to criticize and to practice itself on injurious distinctions like that between the honored and the outworn. For such like bringeth one to the pit. Sweetness is given to thy mouth, thou know. 548 Thomas Mann. asked how to hit a soothing good night and turned the phrase with charm. Keep to such, then, and rejoice mankind, instead of winning their abhorrence for thy carping, for it doth no good. And now farewell. Those errors which brought thee to thy grave culpable self-confidence and blind presumption of them I need not to warn thee, for I think thou art taught of experience to shun them. I have not pried into the details of thy history or thy antecedents. It sufficeth me to know that much mystery lurketh in this blustering world, and I am taught of experience that strange things are possible. If it be true, as thy manners and gifts sometimes make me suspect, that thou comest of the best and didst anoint thyself with the oil of gladness before thou earnest unto the body of the pit, well then, here is a lifeline thrown to thee, a prospect that thou mayest raise thyself to better conditions by my having sold thee to this house. For the third time, fare thee well. For I have said it twice already, and what one says 3 times must come to pass. Old am I, and know not if I shall see thee again. May Adon thy God who, so far as I know, may be like the setting sun in power keep thee and guard thy steps, that they stumble not. And blessings on thee. Joseph knelt down on the ground before this father of his and once again kissed the hem of his robe, as the old man laid a hand upon his head. Joseph took leave also of Mibsam, and thanked him for pulling him out of the pit, from Ephor, the nephew, and Kedar and Kadima, the old man's sons, and more informally from Ba-al-Mahir, the pack boy, and Jukba, the thick-lipped lad, who was holding by a rope the animal representative of Joseph's value, in other words the young steer. Then the Ishmaelites went off across the court and through the echoing gateway, as they had come only without Joseph. He stood, looking after them, not without pain at the parting and some sinking at the pit of his stomach as he thought of the new and uncertain prospects before him. When they were out of sight he turned round and saw that every body was gone from the court, that he was alone save only for the mock vizier, Sa-Anquin-Nefer-Neteru-Utep Emperor Mun, who stood with the red monkey on his shoulder and looked up at him with a wrinkled smile. What do I do now, and whither do I go? Joseph inquired. The dwarf did not reply, only nodded, and went on smiling. But suddenly he turned his head with a start and whispered, Throw yourself on your face. And at once he did as he had bade the other, lying with his forehead to the earth in a fat little heap, with the monkey atop. For the little creature had cleverly parried his master's abrupt movement by leaping from shoulder to back and squatting there with uplifted tail, and staring eyes directed to the point where Joseph also took leave. Joseph in Egypt 549. To look. He had followed the dwarf's example, but yet lifted his head a little on his hands that he might see before whom or what he thus abased himself. A train was passing across from the women's to the master's house. In front 5 servants in aprons and narrow caps, behind 5 maid servants with flowing hair, and between them, swaying on the bare shoulders of Nubian slaves, a sort of gilded carrying chair adorned with the heads of gaping beasts. Leaning among the cushions, with crossed feet, was an Egyptian lady, exquisitely got up, glittering ornaments in her curling locks, gold about her neck, with bearing fin chairs, and arms like lilies, one of which very white and lovely, hung idly down at the side of the chair. Beneath the wrought gold garland on her head Joseph saw her profile, that peculiar and personal, despite all adherence to the fashion quite unique and individual profile, with its eyes lengthened toward the temples by cosmetics, its flattened nose, its shadowy cheeks, its mouth at once thin and soft and sinuous as a snake between its 2 deep corners. It was Mut-Emin at being born to her evening meal, the lady of the house, consort of Potiphar, a personality big with fate. Chapter 4. The highest. How long Joseph stayed with Potiphar. Once there was a man who had a refractory cow, that would not bear the yoke for the plow, but always shook it from her neck. The man took her calf from her and brought it to the field which was to be plowed. When the cow heard the lowing of her calf she let herself be driven to the field and submitted her neck to the yoke. The calf is on the field, the man has brought it hither, yet it lows not, rather makes no sound as it looks about in the strange field, which it thinks to be a field of the dead. It is too soon, thinks the calf, to let its voice be heard. But it has a clear idea of the man's purpose and long-distance calculations, this calf Jehoshaphat or Osir. Knowing the man, it assumes at once and understands, though as in a dream, that its transportation to this field, so rebelled against at home, is no isolated fact or half-measure, but part of a plan, in which one thing follows upon another. This theme, of the following on or the drawing after, is one of those which presented themselves contra punt ally in his intelligent and dreamy soul, in which, as one may say, the sun and the moon, as we sometimes see them, are in the sky at the same time, and the moon comes into play as the leading motif, making a gleaming path for its brothers the constellations across the sky. Joseph, the calf, had he not had his own thoughts at sight of the bright meadows of the land of Goshen, quite irrespective of the man's plans, though even so in harmony with them. Premature thoughts they were, and wide-ranging into the future he saw that himself, and for the present they should remain unuttered. For much was yet to be fulfilled before they could come to fulfillment, and the mere coming hither was by no means enough. Something more must be added, to which there was need of the quietest waiting and the most childlike and secretive caution, withal no speculation at all as to the how. For that lay with the man who brought the calf to the field, that lay with God. No, Joseph was not unmindful of the old man at home, benumbed by his grief. His silence, the silence of so many years, must never, Joseph in Egypt 55 I, lead us to reproach him. Least of all at this moment, the events of which I relate with emotions precisely like his own, for they are his own. I feel indeed as though I had once already reached this point in my story and told it once before. The special feeling of recognition, of having been here before and dreamed the same dream, moves me, and challenges me to dwell upon it, and such precisely were the feelings, such the experience of my hero. For all which there is ably very good reason. What I am tempted to call his bond with his father, a bond the stronger and deeper in that, thanks to far-reaching associations, it was also a bond with God, was in particular strength. At this moment, as indeed how could it not have been, when it subsisted in him, with him, and outside of him. What he felt was imitation and succession, with slight differences. His father before him had experienced the same. It is uncanny to see the mixture of free will and guidance in the phenomenon of imitation. In the end it is hard to tell whether it is the individual or the destiny that actually follows the pattern and insists upon the repetition. The inward and the outward play into each other, and materialize apparently without act of will into the event which was from all time bound up with and one with the individual. For we move in the footsteps of others, and all life is but the pouring of the present into the forms of the myth. Joseph played with many forms of imitation and artlessly deluding self-metamorphoses, knowing how to make an impression with them, and win men to himself, even if temporarily. But just now he was entirely preoccupied with the return of the father idea and its resurrection in him. He was Jacob the father, a refugee from home, fleeing before fraternal hate, stolen to the kingdom of Laban to escape from the red one's jealousy of the firstborn blessing. This time, to be sure, there was not one Esau but 10, and Laban's present form was quite other than the old one. He was Potiphar, tamer of horses, ar. Arriving in a chariot with fiery wheels, arrayed in royal linen, fat and heavy, and so brave that one must tremble for his life. But Laban he was all the same, no doubt of that, however much life changed its forms. And once more, as the past had foretold, had the seed of Abram come a stranger into the land that belonged not to him, and Joseph was to serve a Laban who in his present form bore in Egypt a name and a high-flown title like gift of the Sunday. But how long should he serve him? Thus did we ask in the time of Jacob, and made the matter clear to the light of reason. Now we ask it with regard to the son, again, with intent to clarify the matter and establish the dream within the reality. In Joseph's story the question of time and age have always been very laxly dealt with in the field of reality. Dreamy and superficial fantasy ascribes to his figure an unchangeableness untouched by time, such as it had in Jacob's eyes when he believed him to be 552 Thomas Mann, dead and mangled. But that is an unchangeableness only conferred by death. Actually the lad, immortalized to the father's eye, lived on, and increased in years. We need to realize that the Joseph before whose chair the famine-stricken brethren stood and made obeisance was a 40-year-old man, and that they failed to recognize him not only on account of his dress and his dignity of rank but also because of the changes wrought by the years in his person. 23 years had passed since the Esau brethren had sold him into Egypt, almost as much time as Jacob, all in all, spent in the land of never more return. And the same name might with even more justice be given to the country where now Abram's seed was once more strange, for the years which Joseph remained in it were not 14 and 6 and 5 or 7 and 13 and 5, but actually alive the whole of his life, and only with his death did he return home. But it has remained uncertain and has been little considered in what proportion the years of his underworld life were divided into the two plain and clear epochs of his blessing life, the first and decisive period of his sojourn in Potiphar's house, and the period spent in the pit whither he once more came. The two periods came together to 13 years, the same number that Jacob took to rear up his 12 Mesopotamian children. Supposing that Joseph was 30 when his head was lifted up and he became the first among those below. Certainly we are nowhere told that was his age, or at least nowhere where the statement would be authoritative. Yet it is a generally accepted fact nonetheless, an axiom, requiring no evidence and simply speaking for itself, begetting itself, as it were, like the sun, from its own mother, and with the clearest claims to a simple so it was. For it is always so. 30 years is just the right age for the stage of life at which Joseph then arrived. At 30 a man emerges from the darkness and wilderness of the time of preparation into active life. It is the age of fruition and fulfillment. 13 years, then, passed from the time when he entered Egypt, the 17-year-old lad, to the day when he stood before Pharaoh. There can be no doubt of it. But how many of them were spent in Potiphar's house, and how many in the grave? D.S. Tablish tradition leaves it open. A few non-committal phrases are all we have to help us clear up the dates within our history. How shall we interpret them? What shall we conclude was the real division of the time? The question seems inept. Do we know our story or do we not? Is it proper and suitable to the nature of storytelling that the narrator should openly reckon dates and facts according to any deductions or considerations whatever? Should he appear at all, save as anonymous source of the tale which is being told or is telling itself, in which everything is by virtue of itself, so and not otherwise, Indies. Joseph in Egypt 553. Futable and certain? The narrator, according to this view, should be in the tale, one with it, and not outside it, reckoning and calculating. But how is it with God, whom Abram thought into being and recognized? He is in the fire, but he is not the fire. Thus he is at once in it and outside it. Indeed, it is one thing to be a thing, quite another to observe it. And yet there are planes and spheres where both happen at once. The narrator is in the story, yet is not the story. He is its scene, but it is not his, since he is also outside it, and by a turn of his nature puts himself in the position of dealing with it. I have never tried to produce the illusion that I am the source of the history of Joseph. Before it could be told, it happened. It sprang from the source from which all history springs, and tells itself as it goes. Since the time it exists in the world, everybody knows it or thinks he does, for often enough the knowledge is unreal, casual, and disjointed. It had been told 100 times, in 100 different mediums. And now it is passing through another, wherein as it were it becomes conscious of itself and remembers how things actually were with it in the long ago, so that it now both pours forth and speaks of itself as it pours. It tells, for instance, about the apportionment of the years between Joseph's sale to Potiphar and the lifting up of his head. And this much is certain, that the Joseph who went down into the prison was far from being the lad Joseph whom the Ishmaelites led before Potiphar's house, that much the larger part of the 13 years was passed in that house. I might state the fact categorically, but prefer merely to inquire how it could have been otherwise. Joseph was, from a social point of view, a complete cipher when as a 17 or 18-year-old youth he came among the Egyptians, and his career there must have embraced the whole time of his stay. For it was not on the second or the third day of it that Potiphar set the Shibirite slave over the whole of his property and left it in Joseph's hands. It took some time before the master was even aware of Joseph's presence, and the same is true of certain other persons of importance to the issue of events. Moreover, that swiftly mounting career to the great height he reached must even so have stretched into years, in order to be the schooling in administration and economics which we are led to consider it. In a word, Joseph stayed with Potiphar for 10 years, and became a man of 27, a Hebrew man, as it is said of him, by some even a Hebrew servant, which sounds rather distorted and exaggerated, considering that in practice he had long since ceased to be a servant. We cannot tell or define the precise point at which he ceased to be so as little now as we could have done then. In legal fact Joseph remained a servant, a slave, even at the time of his greatest honor and actually until the end of his life. For we read of his being sold, and of his being sold again, but nowhere at all of 554 Thomas Mann. His being freed. His phenomenal career ignored the legal fact of his status, and after his swift elevation it no longer came in question. Even in the house of Potiphar he did not long remain a slave in any strict sense of the word. His rise to Elizur's position of stewardship by no means occupied the whole of his time there. One thing is certain, that 7 years were enough, another, that it was only the remaining 3 which were dominated and overshadowed by the Emotions of an unhappy woman and which brought in their train the termination of the decade. The tradition does, by its very vagueness in the matter of time, indicate that the trouble did not begin at once or even very soon after Joseph's appearance, that it did not coincide with his rise to power, but only commenced after he had reached his height. After these things, it says, it came to pass. In other words, after its own account of Joseph's rise to a position of the highest trust. That unhappy passion, then, must be thought of as lasting 3 years, quite long enough for the actors in it, before the final catastrophe. The results of our examination of this part of the story are borne out by the other half. We have calculated that the Potiphar episode occupied 10 years of Joseph's life. Accordingly, there are 3 years left for the period in prison. No more and no less, and certainly, it is not often that fact and probability coincide more nearly than in this case. For what could be more illuminating, more inevitable, than that Joseph lay 3 years in the prison, no more and no less, corresponding to the 3 days which he lay in the well at Dothan? We may even go so far as to assert that he suspected it beforehand, or even knew it, and measuring it by all that he held fitting, signify, can't, and in the divine order of things, was convinced that nothing else was possible, confirmed therein by a destiny which took a perfectly inevitable line. 3 years, and not only that it was 3, but also that it could not be otherwise. The tradition fixes with extraordinary precision and detail the way in which the 3 years were divided. It shows that the famous episodes of the chief baker and the chief butler, Joseph's elegant fellow prisoners, upon whom he waited, fell in the first year. At the end of 2 full years, it says, Pharaoh dreamed, and Joseph interpreted unto him his dreams. 2 full years after. What? Opinions might differ. It might mean 2 years after he became Pharaoh, that is, 2 years after the accession of that Pharaoh, who dreamed the riddling dreams. Or, on the other hand, it might mean 2 years after Joseph had interpreted the dreams of the butler and the baker, and the latter, as we know, had been hanged. But it would come to the same thing in the end. Pharaoh dreamed his dreams 2 years after the episodes of the imprisoned courtiers, and also 2 years after he had become Pharaoh. For during the time Joseph in Egypt 555, Joseph spent in prison, at the end of the first year, to be precise, it came to pass that Amenhotep, of his name the third, united himself with the son, and his son, the dreamer, set upon his head the double crown. Thus we see that there is nothing wrong about the story, but that all the evidence agrees concerning the 10 and 3 years of Joseph's life until he was 30, the true and the actual are one. In the land of the moderns, part of the game we play with life consists in the relations of man beings one to another. Take 2 people who have just changed their first glance. What could be slighter, what could be more unconscious, tenuous, distant, and casual than the bond between them? And yet it may be destined to take on some unimaginable day, a character of burning intensity, of frightful and breath-taking immediacy. Truly this game, and the innocence of the players, may well be the subject of head-shaking and pondering on the part of the forewarned observer. There knelt Joseph, a little round mound, beside the dwarf called Shepsi's Bess, on the paving of the court, and peered curiously through his fingers at the priceless, utterly unknown presence which swayed past him in its gilded chair adorned with lions' heads, only a few paces away. This underworldly product of culture, civilization's height, roused in him no other feeling than a respect strongly tinged with critical disapproval, no other thought than perhaps something like, that must be the mistress Potiphar's wife, who is supposed to tremble for his safety. Where does she belong? Is she friend or foe? One cannot tell from her looks. A very great Egyptian lady. My father would disapprove of her. I am more lenient in my judgment. On the other hand, I am not to be dazzled. That was all. And on her side it was still less. As she swayed past, she turned her jewel-crowned head for a second to the place where they did reverence. She saw them, and saw them not so idle and unseen was her glance. She probably recognized the dwarf, for she knew him. Perhaps the faintest shadow of a smile showed in her enamel length and eyes, and just deepened the corners of her sinuous mouth. Even that is doubtful. The other figure she did not know, and scarcely noticed it. He looked a little odd, because of the faded cloak the Ishmaelites had given him, and also his hair had not an Egyptian cut. Did she see it? She must have done so. But he could scarcely have penetrated her lofty consciousness. If he did not belong here, the gods knew where he did belong, and that was quite enough. She, Ma'aminet, called Eni, thought far too much of herself to consider the question. Did she see how beautiful and well favored 55-6 Thomas Mann he was? Why ask? Her seeing was no seeing. She never thought it was hidden from her that here was any occasion for the use of her eyes. Not the shadow of a suspicion visited either of what was to happen with her. A few years was to bring them both. That the reverential little bundle over there on the ground was one day to be her one and all, her ecstasy and anguish, the single morbid content of her mind, which should distract its sense, make her commit mad acts of folly, destroy all the dignity, self-control, and order of her days. The woman dreamt not of it. What tears she would bring him to, with what uttermost danger she threatened his broadship of God, and the garland of his head, that through her folly he would come in peril of losing his God. All this the dreamer could not dream, though the sight of her lily arm hanging down from her chair might have given him to think. The onlooker, knowing the tale as it fell out in all its hours, may be forgiven if he pauses a little, shaking his head, and assumes the ignorance of those who are in the story and not outside it. He puts aside the indiscretion which made him lift the curtain of the future, and confines himself to the hour of the reigning feast, which lasted 7 years, the years of Joseph's incredible rise in the house of Potiphar. From that moment when, after the litter had swayed past them, the fool Besem had whispered to Joseph there in the court, "We must cut your hair and dress you as others are dressed," and led him to the barber in the servants' quarters, who, jesting the while with Besem, cut Joseph's hair in the Egyptian fashion, so that he looked like the wayfarers along the canals. Thence they took him to the wardrobe room, where the apron skirts were kept, and issued to him Egyptian clothing out of the stores, the livery of Potiphar for best and for common wear, so that at last he looked like a child of Chem, and even his brothers, at first glance, might not have known him. These 7 years, then, were a repetition and imitation of the father's life in the life of the son, corresponding to the period in which Jacob turned from a landless fugitive to a man weighed down with possessions, and an indispensable partner in Laban's enterprises, which by the power of the blessing were swollen with prosperity. Now it was Joseph's turn to make himself indispensable, and how did he do it? Did he find water, as Jacob did? It would have been utterly superfluous. There was abundance of water on Potiphar's estate, not only in the lotus pond in the pleasure garden, but also in Square basins sunk in the ground among the orchards and vegetable gardens. They had no connection with the nourisher, but supplied the estate from subsoil sources. No, there was no need of water, nor of domestic well-being of any kind. For if Potiphar's house was not a house of blessing, and indeed it proved despite all its Joseph in Egypt 557 dignity to be rather a house of tribulation and folly, yet it abounded in material prosperity, to an extent which made it well nigh impossible for anybody to give it increase or to play the role of blessing bringer in any such sense. It must suffice that the owner should one day come to the conviction that if he put his affairs into this young stranger's hands, all would be well, and himself not need to trouble further, or act otherwise than befitted his lordly station and ways, so that the blessing displayed itself above all in the establishment of trust, and Joseph's natural dislike of betraying such confidence in any point above all in the most personal and delicate was to prove to the blessing bearer a mighty bulwark against betraying his calm pact with God. Yes, this was Joseph's Laban time. Yet there were great material differences, and things fell out quite otherwise for the son. For in repetition there is always change, as in the kaleidoscope the bits of colored glass shape ever different patterns. Life in its play produces changing patterns out of the same material, and the constellation of the sun, formed of the same little glass splinters as the father's, yet showed a new form. The parallel of the kaleidoscope is instructive, for in how much richer, more involved, and varied patterns did the son's life shape itself. He is a later, more difficult and dangerous case, this Joseph, a son, probably clever and flightier than the father, yet more interesting, difficult, painfuler. Scarcely even is the pattern of the father's life recognizable in that of the son who repeats it. How much richer it is, how much more complex, more dangerous. Where for instance is the figure and concept of Rachel, that pure and classic fundamental, and what extraordinary and hazardous arabesque instead. Of course, we see what is coming, what is already present because it happened when the story first told itself, and is only not yet come to pass because we give due heed to later introduced laws of time and sequence. It exerts a powerful, uncanny fascination, our lively curiosity of a peculiar kind, indeed, since it already knows, and interests itself only in the telling, tempts us ever and anon to anticipate the hour. Thus the double sense of it once upon a time practices its magic upon us, future is past, and what happened long ago now plays itself out again in the clear-cut present. What we can do, in order to put reins to our impatience, is to extend somewhat our notion of the present, to include in it some what larger entities of sequence, and make of them a sort of loose coincidence in time. And the period we have in hand is quite suited to such a procedure. The years, that is, in which Joseph became first Potiphar's body servant and then his head overseer. They even demand such treatment, because there were circumstances which, quite contrary to probability, contributed to his success, and not 558 Thomas Mann. Only so but exercised an influence afterwards, and these played a part, like an all-pervasive atmosphere, even in the beginning, so that one cannot even discuss the early stages without bringing them in. Our source, after confirming the fact of Joseph's second purchase, promptly states that he was in the house of his master the Egyptian. Certainly, there he was. Where else? He had been sold into that house, and there he was. The tradition seems to assert the known and to be redundant. But let us be sure that we understand it. To say that he was in Potiphar's house means that he remained there, which is a new fact and one to be emphasized. After he was bought, Joseph remained in Potiphar's house, that is to say, he escaped, by God's will, the imminent danger of being sent to field labor, where he would by day have fainted in the heat, by night have shaken with cold, and might easily, under the lash of a barbarous overseer, have ended his days obscurely and in want, uncherished, unadvanced. The sword hovered over him, we must wonder that it did not fall. It hung loose enough. Joseph was an alien sold into Egypt, a son of Asia, an Amu boy, a Shibirite, or Hebrew. We must realize the contempt felt for such in this most arrogant of lands before we pass on to explain the influence which weakened and counteracted it. We have seen that Mann was tempted for a second or so to regard Joseph more or less as a god, but that does not mean that. Certainly in the beginning he did not think of him more rather than less as a man. For of course he did. The denizen of Khem, whose forebears had drunk from the waves of the sacred river, at home in an unsurpassable land crowded with temples, statues, and writings compelling from old time, where once the sun god in person had been king, was too expressly aware of his status as man to have much esteem left over for non-Egyptians, such as Negroes from Kush, Libyan pigtail wearers, and Asiatic louse-beards. The conception of uncleanness and abomination was not an invention of the seed of Abram, and by no means peculiar to the sons of Shem. Some things they held in common detestation, as for instance the pig. But to the Egyptians the Hebrews were themselves an abomination. It went against them to break bread together. Indeed, some 20 years later, when Joseph, God consenting, had become to all intents and purposes an Egyptian, he had foreign barbarians served Sipa greatly when such sat at his table, in order to keep himself in countenance with his own. This was the position in Egypt respecting the people of Amu and Haru. And such was the view taken of Joseph himself when he first came. So that it is really a miracle that he remained in Potiphar's house and had not to perish in the fields, or rather it is to be marveled at, for a miracle, a wonder working of God in the full sense of Joseph in Egypt 559. The word, it was not. What actually came in play was the human matters of taste and custom, influences which, as I said above, weak and even abrogated the effect of the fundamental tradition. Not that the latter was not vocal. It spoke, indeed, in the voice of Dudu, spouse of Jizet, who demanded that Joseph be sent to field labor. For Dudu was not only a man or a manling of great and solid dignity, he was also spokesman and defender of the sacred and traditional in all its strictness. He was fundamentally pious, and, withal, as a party man, he held with a school of thought which, committed by every consideration of state, ethics, and religion to an organic and militant unity, had to dispute its position against less limited and reactionary views. This school, so far as Potiphar's establishment was concerned, had its seat in the house of women, more precisely in the apartments of the mistress, Mut-Eminet. For a familiar guest in those apartments was a certain man whose rigid personality made him the center and nucleus of the traditional view. This man was Benekans, the first prophet of Amun. We shall speak of him later. For it was only after some time that Joseph first heard of the man. Indeed, he only gradually gained insight into the situation hinted at above. However, he would have needed to be much less acute than he was, much less quick in sizing up advantage and disadvantage, not to have gained some inkling of essentials, even in his first conversations with the servants of the house. His method was to behave as though he already knew as well as anybody the inner mysteries and secrets of the country. His Egyptian sounded quaint and amusing in the ear of the natives, and he made no haste to regularize it, but his choice of words was both lively and judicious, as he talked about the rubber eaters, glibly adopting the popular name for the Nubian Moors whom he had seen crossing the river to audience on his arrival, or repeated the carping words of the gentleman at the levee. They would not, he said, succeed in undermining the prince prefect of Kush, for the latter had cut away the ground under their feet by the surprisingly lordly tribute with which he had rejoiced the heart of Pharaoh. All this made them laugh much more than if he had told them something new, and the way they made merry over his strange speech, even admiring it and listening to the Canaanitish words with which he helped himself out, shed even now some light upon the problem of advantage and disadvantage. For they tried, as best they could, to speak as he did, mixing into their sentences scraps of Akkadian or Babylonian as well as words from Joseph's own linguistic sphere. He divined, long before he could know it for a fact, that they were imitating the elegant attitude of their masters, and that these in turn did not ape the foreigner of their own motion, but because they wished to copy the manners. 500 Thomas Mann. Of a still higher sphere, namely, the court. Joseph grasped the situation, as I have said, long before he could actually know it. He smiled to himself as he did so. These little people, so absurdly vain because they were brought up on Nile water and born in the land of men, the only true birthplace of the gods, would have laughed to scorn the slightest doubt cast upon the superiority of their civilization over that of any of the surrounding countries. They were full to overflowing with the martial glory of their kings, their Amoses and Thumises and Amenhotepes, who had conquered the earth as far as the contrary flowing Euphrates and advanced their boundary stones to the northern Rhino and the deserts and bow men of the farthest south. And then, secure as they were weak and childish enough to be openly envious of his Canaanitish speech, and that it was his mother tongue, and against all reason and sense to regard it as meritorious that he could speak it. Why? Because Canaanitish was good form. And why good form? Because it was foreign and strange. But the foreign and strange was of no value and worthless. Yes, of course. But in spite of that it was good form, and this inconsequential esteem rested, in their own opinion, not on weakness or childishness but on liberality of thought. Joseph felt this. He was the first person in the world to feel it, since the phenomenon now appeared for the first time in the world. It was the freedom of thought possessed by people who had not themselves conquered those wretched foreign lands, but had it done for them by their forebears, and now took leave to make liberal thought the mode. The example was given by the house of Potiphar the fan bearer made that clear to Joseph, for the more he saw, the plainer it became that most of its treasures came from the port. In other words, were importations. In fact, they came in large part from Joseph's own sphere, in a narrower or more extended sense, from Syria and Canaan. That was flattering. At the same time he found it a little undignified, for on the leisurely journey from the delta to the house of Amun he had had ample occasion to admire the native skill and craftsmanship of Pharaoh's country. Potiphar's horses were Syrian stock. It was indeed better to get them from Syria or Babylonia, for the Egyptian strain was boorish. But his chariots as well, and that very one with its wheels inlaid with stones like fireworks, were imported too. Then his cattle came from the land of the Amorites, which could be nothing else than a freak of fashion, considering the beauty of the domestic breed, with its lyre-shaped horns, the mild-eyed Hather cows, and the strong bulls from whose number Mure and Happy were chosen. Pharaoh's friend carried an inlaid walking stick from Syria, and from Syria came the beer and the wine he drank. The jugs that held them came from the port, as well, likewise the weapons and musical instruments which adorned Joseph in Egypt. 56:1. His rooms. Ornamental vases almost the height of a man stood in painted alcoves in the northern and western hypostyle halls, and on both sides of the dais in the dining hall. The gold they were made of came doubtless from Nubian mines, but the vases were shaped into Damascus and Sidon. A reception and banqueting hall, entered by stately doors from the court itself, lay in front of the family dining room. In it Joseph was shown other vases, somewhat eccentric in shape and decoration, from Edom, the Goat Mountains. They brought to mind Esau, his foreign uncle. He, too, was obviously the fashion here. So were the gods themselves of Emer and Canaan, Baal and Astarte. They were considered very elegant. Joseph could tell by the way Potiphar's people took it for granted that they were his, asked about them, and paid them compliments. It seemed a feeble sort of broad-mindedness, because after all in the imagination of the people the relations between the powers of the various countries were incorporated in the gods and were only the expression of their personal life. Indeed, what was the thing itself, and what their picture? What the reality and what the paraphrase? Was it just a man now speaking to say that Amun had conquered the gods of Asia and made them tributary, when the actual fact was that Pharaoh had subdued the kings of Canaan? Or was the latter only an unreal and sublunary expression for the former? Joseph knew that you could not distinguish the thing and the image, the actual and the non-actual, formed an inextricably interwoven whole. But that was just why the folk of Mizraim were abandoning Amun, not only when they flattered Baal and Ashtaroth, but also when they larded the tongue of their own gods with fragments of the speech of the children of Shem and said Setheh for scribe and Neel for river, because the Canaanitish words were sofer and naked. It was indeed a free-thinking spirit which underlay these fashions, whims, and habits, and free-thinking against Egyptian Amun. The issue of it was a much less thoroughgoing distaste for the Semitic and Asiatic in his estimating advantage and disadvantage. Joseph booked this fact on the credit side. Thus he took note of fluctuations and variable currents of thought and opinion, growing, as I said, more able to judge them with each day that he lived and observed the life of the land. His master, Potiphar, was a courtier, one of the friends of Pharaoh. It was not hard to guess that this loose tolerance of foreign ways, this rebel lion against Amun, displayed in Potiphar's life and habits, had its source over there in the west, beyond the Nile in the great house. Had it, Joseph wondered, to do with Amun's warrior hosts, the lance-bristling temple troops which had shoved him to the wall in the street of the sun? With Pharaoh's displeasure when Amun, 562 Thomas Mann, too powerful already as the established god of the state, competed with him on the military side as well? What strange, far-reaching considerations. Pharaoh's irritation at the presumption of Amun or his temple became perhaps the final reason why Joseph had not to go and labor in the fields, but might remain in his master's house, and came on the fields much later, in the capacity not of laborer but of overseer and administrator. The situation, which made the boy profit from considerations of so lofty and far-reaching a kind, pleased the young slave Osirsife, and made a bond aside from and through his present master with the highest But something else rejoiced him even more, a more pervasive atmosphere in this world to which he had been transplanted. He detected it as he sniffed for advantage or disadvantage with that pretty, if rather thick nostrilled nose of his, and it was an air in which was as much at home as a fish in water. For the prevailing atmosphere, to put it in an old phrase, was fin-de-seed. It was that of a society composed of descendants and heirs, already remote from the patterns of the founding fathers whose victories had put their successors in the frame of mind to regard the conquered as elegant. It appealed to Joseph, for he himself was late, too, in time and in his soul, a very good specimen of a descendant, volatile, witty, difficult, and interesting. So he felt like a fish in water, and filled with lively hope that by God's help he would do honor to him and to himself, and go very far in Pharaoh's land. The courtier, Dudu, then, the married dwarf, acted as a defender of tradition and a partisan of the good old times. He spoke in Amun's name when he advised Mann to send a new Shibirite slave to work in the fields, for that he came from the enemies of the gods and was no fit person for the house. He stood waving his stumps of arms and sending his deep voice up to reach the ear of Mann. But the steward seemed disinclined to remember what Dudu was talking about or to whom he referred. An AMU boy, bought from the Menaeans, named Osir. Oh yes, yes. And after having thus given the other a lesson in the careless and forgetful attitude proper to such a theme, he expressed surprise that the keeper of the wardrobe should give it any thought, much less waste words on it. He did so for the sake of propriety, Dudu replied. It was offensive to the people of the estate to break bread with such a one. The overseer simply denied that they were so fastidious, and mentioned the case of a Babylonian female slave named Ishtaramai, with whom the others in the house of women got on very well. Amun, said the keeper of the ward robe, naming the name of the conservative deity and looking severely. Joseph in Egypt 563. Even almost menacingly up at Mann. It was on Amun's account. He said. Amun is great, replied the steward, with an ill-concealed shrug. Anyhow, he added, I may send a new slave to the fields. I may send him, or I may not, but if I do, it will be on my own emotion. I like not those who try to throw a noose over my thoughts and lead them on a string. In a word, he sent the spouse of Gizeh about his business, partly on the ground that he could not stand the dwarf, but also on a ground that had backgrounds as well. The ground for his disinclination was the dwarf's pompous respectability, which rubbed him the wrong way, but the background was his own honest devotion to his master, Vitapra, which sustained a sense of injury at Dudu's Britain. Zions. All this will become clear later on. But ill will against Dudu's sterling personality was not the only reason why Mann turned a deaf ear to his words. The steward had a liking for the other dwarf, beauty less, perhaps, for himself than because he doubly was an agreeable foil to Dudu. But he had snubbed him likewise when he appealed to his superior in the opposite sense. Good, beautiful, and wise as the desert youth, darling of the gods, that was what Bess had whispered. He, Bess, by name the beautiful, but in fact not such a one, had seen the truth, with the unerring penetration of his dwarf senses. The overseer should see to it that Joseph be given tasks, whether in the court or outside it. Vedic would give employment to his qualities. But here too the steward had pretended absent-mindedness and then irritably refused to give any thought to the problem of employment for the chattel which partly by chance and partly by good nature he had acquired. There was no hurry, and he, Mann, had other things to think of. That was reasonable enough, for the steward was weighed down with cares, and his kidneys gave him much trouble. The reply was convincing. The dwarf had nothing to say against it. But the truth was that the steward pretended, to himself and others, forgetfulness of Joseph because he was ashamed of the equivocal thoughts and impressions which he, a practical man, had had at first sight of the slave, when he had been half inclined to take him for a god, the lord of the white ape. He had felt ashamed, and that was why he wished to forget and not be persuaded by the importunities of others to act in line with his own impressions. He refused alike to send his chase to the fields or to think of using him in the house, refused, in short, either to act or to think of acting, in either or in any direction. The good man did not perceive, he tried not to see, that precisely in doing nothing he was acting on his first impressions. And the bottom of his restraint was fear. It arose, just among ourselves, from the feeling which is the bottommost one in the world and thus lay at the bottom of Mann's soul, the feeling of expectancy. 564 Thomas Mann. Thus it came about that Joseph, garbed and barbered like an Egyptian, spent weeks and months without work, or at most in some light and desultory occupation on Potiphar's court, in which he was not very noticeable, for there were plenty of loiterers and bystanders besides himself. And in a way he was pleased and satisfied to have no notice paid him, that is, not prematurely, or until it could come about in proper and dignified fashion. He did not want to begin his career in a false or unreal way, by being drawn into some one of the trades practiced in the courtyard and being lost forever in that obscure activity. He guarded himself against such a fate, keeping himself from observation at critical moments. He would sit and chat with the gatekeepers on their brick bench, making them laugh with his Asiatic expressions. But he avoided the bakery. Such marvelous triumphs of the baker's art were there achieved as would put his uncommonly good pancakes quite in the shade, nor did he call attention to himself in the booths where they made sandals, or paper, or mats of woven palm, or pottery, or furniture. He was warned by an inward voice that it would be foolish to play the part of ignorant apprentice, foolish, and prejudicial to his later career. On the other hand, there was no harm in making lists and doing accounts now and then for the laundry or the granary, and for this his knowledge of writing soon became adequate. At the bottom he would sign with flourishes, written by the young foreign slave, Osir, for his master the great Potipharah, may the hidden one give him long life. Likewise for Mann, the steward said above, all, greatly skilled in his office, for whom he implores from Amun 10,000 years of life beyond his life. Written on this and this day of the 3rd month of Ak, the time of the flood. In such terms, recreant to the practice of his own land, did he express himself, in the consciousness of his blessing, and in sure trust that God, seeing his situation and the need of making himself loved, would not take them ill. Such lists and signatures came to the eye of Mann. He saw them at odd times and made no sign. His bread Joseph ate with the people of Potiphar, in the servants' house, drank beer with them and passed the time of day. Soon he could chatter with the best or even better, his gifts inclining him to use his tongue rather than his hands. He listened to their idiom, and took it in his mouth, first to talk but later to give orders. He learned to say, as true as the king liveth, Biknam, the great lord of Shub. He learned to say, I am in the greatest joy of the earth, and he is in the rooms beneath the rooms, in other words. On the ground floor of an angry overseer, he said, he raged like the leopard of Upper Egypt. In telling a story, he trained himself to give great prominence to the demonstrative pronoun, this being the custom of the country, to say, and when we came before this time. Joseph in Egypt 565. Pregnable fortress, this good old man said to this officer, look at this letter. And when this officer looked at this letter, he spake, by Anon, these strangers may pass. His hearers enjoyed it hugely. Several feast days fell in each month, not only calendar but also seasonal, as when Pharaoh cut a swath of grain to open the harvest. There was the anniversary of his accession and that of the unification of the two lands, the day when they set up the column of Osiris, with masks and sistrum playing. There were the days of the moon, and the great days of the triad, father, mother, and son. And on all such days there was roast goose and beef in the servant's house. And Joseph's small-sized patron, Bess, brought him all sorts of dainties, and sweetmeats from the house of the women, grapes and figs, cakes, baked in the shape of cows lying down, and fruits in honey. Take it, young Sandman, he would whisper, it is better than leeks too. Your bread, and your little friend brings it to you from the tables of the shut-in ones, after they have feasted. For they grow far too fat with their munching and crunching, and are nothing but cackling stuffed geese before whom I dance. Take it all, then, that the dwarf brings you, and may it do you good, the others have not such food. And is Montcalm yet mindful of me in the way of my advance? Meant. Joseph would ask, after thanking the dwarf for his offerings. Not much as yet, Bess would answer, shaking his head. He is deaf and asleep where you are concerned and will not be reminded. But the dwarf is at work to bring your ship into the breeze, let him see to it. He is thinking how best to make it come about that you shall stand before Potiphar, and it shall come to pass. It was Joseph who had urged upon Bess the necessity of his coming to stand before Potiphar, in some way and at some time. But the thing was almost impossible to bring to pass, and the dwarf could only go about it by small stages. Attendance on the master, even of a general kind, and much more the personal service, was firmly held in jealous hands. It was a pity that Joseph had not been granted duties in the stables, feeding, currying, harnessing, and harnessing Potiphar's Syrians. But never once had he succeeded in leading out the fiery pair, not even for Neternak the driver, to say nothing of the master himself. That would have been a step in advance, but it was impossible. No, for the present it would not be his to speak with the master, but only to hear his servants speak about him, to question them of their lord and the way matters stood in the house, and to keep a watchful eye wherever possible on the service of the master. The latter enterprise had to do above all with Montcalm, and he had begun putting it into effect on the very day he was bought. And each day the same scene repeated itself. He saw and heard it. Montcalm flattered the master. His lips ran over with praise, and 506 Thomas Mann. Moisture stood in his eyes as he sang paeans to the dignity and riches of his lord. He never failed to laud and marvel at his boldness and virility, his control of his steeds and prowess as hunter, whereat all the world about him trembled. And all this he did Joseph felt ta'en not for his own sake and not to curry favor, but on the master's account, and thus by no means in a lickspittle spirit. Montcalm seemed a very decent man, not cruel to those below nor cringing to those above him. His adulation of the master was only to be taken in a good sense, as an expression of his genuine love, his desire to bring by sweet words comfort to the soul of his lord. Such was the impression Joseph got, strengthened by the faint smile, at once gratified and melancholy, which appeared on the lips of Pharaoh's friend as he listened to the words of praise, this tower of a man, who, yet in all other ways was so unlike Reuben. And the more Joseph understood the situation in the house, the more clearly he felt that Montcalm's bearing toward his master was only an example of the relations of all the other members of the family. They were all very gracious, very respectful, and delicately considerate of each other, displaying a mutual politeness which was a support, no doubt, but made an impression of exaggeration and strain. So Potiphar to his wife, the lady Mut-Eminet, and she to him, the exalted parents in the upper story to Potiphar their son, and he to them, they in turn to their daughter-in-law Mut, and she to them. Their dignity and self-confidence, supported by outward circumstances of the very best and by their own behavior, seemed after all not to be a very firm footing. There was something hollow about it. Therefore they the more strove to strengthen by all this tact and courtesy each other self-respect. If in this house of blessing there reigned an atmosphere of uneasiness which even had its comic side, in this it consisted. If there was a weight of care, herein it lay and showed itself. It gave itself no name, but Joseph guessed it. The dignity was a sham. Potiphar had many titles and honors. Pharaoh had lifted up his head Alani times the highest at his window, in presence of the royal family and the court, had flung down upon him the goal of favor, while the populace had applauded and made ceremonial leaps of joy. Joseph heard about it in the servant's house. The master was called fen-bearer on the right hand and friend of the king, and lived in well-founded hope of one day becoming unique friend of the king. There were very few of this title. He was captain of Pharaoh's guard, head executioner, and commandant of the royal prisons. Or rather he bore the title of these court offices, for they were empty or nearly empty honors. Actually so Joseph was told it was another man, an upper officer named Haramheb, or Horamheb, a rough soldier and lieutenant colonel who calm Joseph in Egypt 567. Mann did the bodyguard and presided over the executions. Very likely he had to render account to his titular head and the honorary commander of the prisons, but only as a matter of form. Certainly it was lucky for this fat towering Reuben of a man, with his high voice and melancholy smile, that he had not to administer justice by mangling the backs of criminals with 500 blows, or, as the expression went, bringing them to the house of execution and martyrdom to put them in corpse color. It would have been most unfitting and repugnant to him. Yet Joseph was given to understand that much recurrent humiliation and gilded care might grow out of such a state of things. For Potiphar's offices and honors, symbolically represented by the staff he carried in his small right hand, once a bludgeon and now degeneration into a pine cone, were a dignified fiction, which not only Montcalm but all his world about him combined to sustain for the sake of his self-respect. Yet secretly, half unconsciously, he knew them for what they were, for unreality and hollow pretense. And just as the pine cone formed the symbol of that pretense, so Joseph felt was Potiphar's whole state a symbol of a more far-reaching hollowness that had not to do with offices, but with the man's own natural dignity as a man. Joseph knew he had memories not personal to himself which instructed him that social conventions, the traditional conceptions of honor, avail but little against the dark and silent knowledge in the depth of the soul, which will not be deceived by daylight fictions. He thought of his mother. Yes, strange though it was, while he explored and pondered on the situation of his purchaser and Moss. Put up the man of Egypt, his thoughts turned to her, the lovely one, her trouble and bewilderment. He knew about it, it was a chapter of his prehistory and tradition. Besides, Jacob had often told him stories of that time when Rachel, great though her willingness, was unfruitful by decree of God, and Bilhah had to be brought in and had given birth upon Rachel's knees. Joseph could see that puzzled smile upon the face of her rejected by God, a smile of pride at her maternal dignity, which yet understood that this was a sham and a conception of honor upheld by human standards, but not founded in her own flesh and blood. It was half a joy, and half a pretense, countenanced by usage, but at bottom a detestable sham. He called these recollections to his aid as he thought of his master's position and pondered over the conflict between the conscience of the flesh and the expedient honored by usage. Sir Tainley Potiphar had many more and richer compensations than Rachel had had. He was wealthy. His existence was brilliantly adorned with precious stones and waving ostrich plumes. Kneeling slaves attended his ways. His house was full of treasures. His women's 568 Thomas Mann house of the twittering and cackling, lying and sweet-eating appanage of a lordly life, with the lily-armed Mu'minah as his chief and lawful wife. All this redounded to his dignity and availed mightily to uphold it. And yet far within, where Rachel had been aware of her secret shame, he knew that he was not captain of the bodyguard, but only its titular head. Otherwise he would not have needed the flattery of Montcalm. He was a courtier, a chamberlain, and servant of the king. A very highly placed one, overwhelmed with honors and possessions, yet a courtier in the full sense of the word, and the word courtier had a slightly malicious tinge, or rather it was used in two related senses, which flowed together. It was a word not used today in its original, or not only in its original meaning, but in a transferred one, which kept the original one as well, so that in a quite honorable and respectful way it was malicious, and contained an innuendo which flattered in two directions, with reference both to dignity and to the lack of it. A conversation heard by Joseph, not overheard but listened to quite openly, and in the course of his duties taught him much about all these matters. The task. It was 90 or 100 days after his entry into this elegant and distinguished household that Joseph, through the good offices of Sa-Anquenofer Emperor Mann, the dwarf, was given a task. It was a simple and rewarding one to carry out, if also a little burdensome and painful. He was lounging as usual in Potiphar's courtyard, willingly waiting his hour, when the dwarf came running, in his crumpled finery, with the felt cone of ointment cocked on his head, and announced in a whisper that he had some thing for him, a piece of good luck worth hearing, and leading to advancement. He had got it from Montcalm, who had said neither yes nor no, but simply suffered it. No, he was not to stand before Put not yet. But hearken, O Sir Siph, what you are to do, and how fortune smiles by the dwarf's contrivance, who has kept you in mind and brought it about, today at the 5th hour after midday. After their nap, the exalted parents from the upper story will come to the pleasure garden, and there, sheltered from sun and wind, will enjoy the coolness of the water and the peace of their great age. They love to sit there hand in hand in two chairs, alone in this hour of repose, save for a dumb waiter who shall kneel in a corner with a salver of refreshment to comfort their spirits when they are tired from their peaceful sitting. You are to be the dumb waiter, Montcalm has commanded, or at least has not forbidden it, so you shall hold the salver of refreshment. But you must not budge as you. Joseph in Egypt 569. Kneel with your burden, not even to blink your eyes, else you might disturb their rest with your too much presentness. You must be entirely the dumb waiter and like a figure of the, for so are they used to have it. Only when the exalted brother sister peer gives sign of fatigue, then you must set yourself briskly in motion, still on your knees, moving very carefully without stumbling or spilling any thing on your clothing, and bear them the delicacies to be cordial to them. When they are satisfied, then you must kneel backwards, swiftly into your corner, and take care for your body, not to pant, or do aught to disturb or give sign of your presence, but to become at once the dumb waiter as before. Can you perform all that? That I can, Joseph replied. Thanks, little Bess, all that will I do, precisely as you have said, and even my eves shall be as though glass, that I may look like an image, without presence more than the space of air which my body takes up. So nothing shall I be, but in all my stillness my ears shall be open wide, unseen by them, the exalted brother sister pair, when they speak before me and name by their true names all the household matters, and I shall become master of them in my mind. Very good, answered the dwarf. But conceive not that it will be simple to play for so long a space the dumb waiter and image of or to haste to and fro upon your knees. It would be well for you to practice by yourself. The dish of refreshment will be dealt out to you by the scribe of the sideboard, not in the cookhouse, but in the provision chamber of the house of the master. The WIH. Have it ready. Enter through the gate of the house into the entrance hall, and turn left by the stair toward the private room of trust, which is the bedchamber of Montcalm. Cross over diagonally and open the door on the right, leading into a long corridor chamber, full of provision, so that you will see it is the store chamber. There you will find the scribe who will give you all needful that you must carry most heedfully across the garden to the summer house, a little time before the appointed hour, that you may be already in your place. When the exalted ones come, you are to kneel in your corner and hearken. When you hear them approaching, stir no eyelash more, or even scarcely breathe, until when they seem fatigued. Do you understand your service now? Perfectly, Joseph replied. There was once a man's wife turned to a pillar of salt because she looked back at the place of destruction. Such will I become in my corner and with my dish. I know not the tale, said Neterotep. One day I will tell it to you, Joseph responded. Pray do, O Sir Siph, murmured the dwarf, in reward for the service which I have procured you. And repeat to me again the tale of the serpent in the tree, and how the pleasant one slew the 570 Thomas Mann. Pleasant one, and the story of the far-seeing man and his ship like a chest. Also the tale of the saved sacrifice, and the smooth one whom his mother made rough with skins, and later in the darkness knew the false bride. Yeah, replied Joseph, ours are good tales to hear. But now I go to practice running to and fro and up and down on my knees, noting the shadow on the clock that I make myself fine in time for my service, and fetch the refreshments from the provision room, and perform all as you have said. He did accordingly, and when he thought himself perfect in running, he anointed and preened himself, put on his best clothes, the under apron skirt and the longer upper one that was transparent, and, tucked in the little shirt of darker, unbleached linen, and failed not to adorn breast and brow with garlands for the honor of the service to which he was called. Then he glanced at the sundial, in the open space surrounded by the master's house, the house of women, the cook-house, and the house of the servants, and went through the wall and the gate into the vestibule of Potiphar's dwelling, which had 7 doors of redwood with fine wide bands of decoration above them. The roof was supported by pillars likewise of polished redwood, with stone bases and green capitals. The floor had a design of the heavens with its constellations, containing hundreds of figures. Lion, hippopotamus, scorpion, serpent, goat, and bull stood in a circle with many figures royal and divine, and the ram, the ape, and the crowned falcon. Joseph crossed the hall, and by a door beneath the stair leading to the rooms above the rooms he entered into the private room of trust, which was the nightly place of him above the house, Mann the steward. Joseph himself slept among the others, on the floor in the servants' quarters. He looked curiously round at this private room. The bedstead was of elegant form and rested on the claws of beasts. It was covered with skins, and the headboard had pictures of the gods that preside over man's sleep, misshapen Bess, and Ibit the pregnant hippopotamus. There were chests, and stone washing things, lampstands, and a bucket for coal. He thought to what high position of trust he must rise here in Egypt to achieve such comforts as these. The thought brought him back to his service, and passing on he came to the long provision chamber, so narrow that it needed no columns or supports to the roof. It ran the whole western length of the house, abutting not only on the dining room and reception hall but on the third or western pillared hall, for besides this and the eastern one there was another or northern hall, of such rich and superfluous extent was the structure of Potiphar's house. This long corridor, however, was, as the dwarf had said, lined with rows of Joseph in Egypt 571 shelves full of dishes and provisions, fruit, cakes, loaves of bread, boxes of spice, basins, beer skins, long-necked wine jugs in beautiful stands, with flowers to crown them. It was Kamet, the lanky scribe, whom Joseph encountered here, rummaging and reckoning among the stores with his reed pens behind his ear. Here you are, said he, greenhorn and know nothing from the desert. You have made yourself fine indeed. You like it well in the land of men and of the gods. Yes, you are permitted to attend upon the exalted parents. I have it written upon my tables. Most like it was Shepsi's Bess who procured you the service. How else would you have come by it? But he was anxious for your purchase and screwed up your price to a fantastic sum. For how can you who are a calf have the value of an ox? Take heed to your words, Joseph mentally addressed him, for one day I shall most certainly be set above you. But aloud he only said, be so good, Kamati, scholar of the book house, who can read and write and make magic, as to give this unworthy petitioner the refreshment for Hua and Tuya, the venerable parents, that I may have it ready for them as dumb waiter in the hour of their exhaustion. I must, I suppose, the scribe replied. Your name is on my list, and the fool has brought it about. But I foresee you will spill the drink on the feet of the exalted pair, and then you will be taken off to be refreshed in your turn, until you are exhausted too, and he that gives it you as well. Praise be to God, I foresee quite otherwise, Joseph replied. Do you indeed? Asked the lanky Kamet, blinking. And after all it is your affair, not mine. The refreshment is here and is written down, the silver bowl, the little gold jug full of pomegranate juice, the little gilt cups, and 5 seashells with grapes, figs, dates, dum, fruit, and little almond cakes. You will not steal or even nibble them. Joseph looked at him. You will not, then, said Kamet, in some confusion. So much the better for you. I merely asked, though I thought at once you would not like to have your ears and nose cut off, and moreover it is probably not your way. It is only, he went on, for Joseph was still silent, because it is said that your former owners condemned you to the punishment of the well for certain shortcomings. I know not what, they may have been slight and had to do not with matters of mine and thine but with questions of wisdom minus one cannot tell. And I have heard that the punishment availed to cleanse you, so that one only thought it right to put a warning question. What am I saying, he thought to himself, letting my tongue 572 Thomas Mann run on like that? I am a surprise to myself, to find that I am irresistibly tempted to say all sorts of other things which should not be urgent, but are, all the same. My office obliged me, he said, to ask as I asked. It is my duty to assure myself of the honesty of a servant whom I do not know, and for my own sake I must do it too, for mine is the fault if any of the deer is lost. And I do not know you, your origins are dark at least, in so far as it is dark in a well. Back of that they may be brighter, but the name they call you Osersife, is it not? Seems in its last syllable to say you are a foundling from the rushes and rode round in a rush basket until a water carrier drew you out. Such things come to pass now and then in the world. However, it is possible that your name has another meaning, I cannot tell. For in any case I asked as I did because it was my duty, or if not absolutely my duty then according to cuz Tom, and in a manner of speaking. For that is the way and it is the tradition that one speaks thus to a young slave, as I spoke, and calls him, as I did, a calf. I would not say you are actually and in fact a calf. How could that be? Rather I spoke but according as all speak. Nor do I actually expect and foresee that you will spill the pomegranate juice on the feet of the exalted parents. I only said so to be gruff, as is the custom in such cases, and spoke not the truth. Is it not a strange thing in the world that a man will hardly ever say what is his own, but that which he thinks others would say, and speaks after pattern and scroll? The dishes and what is left of the drink and food, Joseph said, I will bring back when my service is done. Good, Osersife. You can go straight through the door at the end of the storeroom instead of through the private room of trust. Then you will stand before the wall and the little gate in it, and beyond are the gardens and flowers, and you will see the pond and the smill in pleasure house. Joseph went out. Well, thought Kamet, left behind, how I did run on, God help me. What this Asiatic will think of me is past finding out. Had I but spoken as others do and according to pattern and scroll, instead of that I felt all at once I must utter some uncommon truth, and Gab bled quite against my will till my cheeks burned to think of it. By degree the aardvark, when he appears next before me, I will be as gruff with him as the best of them. Huia and Tua. Joseph meanwhile had passed through the little gate in the ring wall, and found himself in Potiphar's garden, where the finest sycamore, ties, date palms and doom palms, fig, pomegranate and persea trees. Joseph in Egypt 573 stood in rows on the greensward. Paths of red gravel ran across the grass. Half hidden among the trees, on a terraced mound, stood the gaily painted summer house, open toward the square basin of water, bordered with papyrus reeds. On that green mirror swam bright, feathered ducks, and a light bark floated among the lotus blossoms. Joseph, with the dishes in his hands, mounted the steps to the kiosk. He was familiar with these elegant and aristocratic surroundings. Beyond upon the plane tree avenue was visible, leading to the double-towered gate on the south side of the ring wall, which gave direct entry to Potiphar's flourishing estate. The orchard, with its little runnels full of subsoil water, continued from the east edge of the pond, and then came the vineyards. And there were fields of the loveliest flowers, on either side of the plane tree avenue and about the summer house on the mound. The carrying of all the soil needed to make the original desert blossom like the rose must have cost the children of the house of bondage much labor and sweat. The little building, quite open on the side next the pond, was flanked by white columns fluted in red, and furnished most charmingly. It was a dainty little retreat, adapted alike for solitary contemplation and enjoyment of the garden's loveliness and for intimate intercourse, perhaps of two people, as the draftboard on a little stand seemed to indicate. Gay paintings covered the white background of the walls, partly floral decorations consisting of garlands of cornflowers, yellow persea, grapevines, red poppies, and the white petals of the lotus flower, but partly too of spirited natural scenes. There was a troop of asses so lifelike that one thought to hear them bray, a frieze of high-chested geese, a green-eyed cat peering from among reeds, stock in cranes of the most delicate rust-red color, people slaughtering and carrying poultry and legs of beef in a sacrificial train. All this was so excellently carried out, so blithe and light-hearted and play fully mocking was the relation of the painter to his subject, so bold and faithful at once his hand, that involuntarily one would find one self exclaiming, yes, yes, what a jolly cat, what a haughty crane. And yet the whole seemed elevated into a sphere both more vivid and more austere, an aesthetic heaven as it were, a celestial realm of good taste. Joseph as he scanned these things could give no name to that, which nonetheless he perfectly well understood. This was culture, which smiled down upon him from the walls, and Abram's late descendant, Jacob's youngest son, a little worldly as he was, leaning to youthful curiosity and youth's glorification of freedom, tejuiced in beside always with a silent reservation and a thought of the too spiritual-minded father, who would have objected to all this picture making. It is charming to the last degree, he thought, admitted, old Israel, and revile not this achievement of Kemp's children, this taught and worldly and smiling effort, in the very flower of good taste, for 574 Thomas Mann. Perhaps it might even be pleasing in the sight of God himself. I feel friendly toward it and find it exquisite despite the consciousness in my blood that probably the real and important thing is not to carry nature's handiwork into the high heaven of good taste but rather the urgent need of care for God and the future. Thus Joseph to himself. The furnishings of the little house were in the same heavenly good taste, an elegant long couch of ebony and ivory, resting on lion's claws, spread with panther and lynx skins and strewn with soft cushions, roomy armchairs with backs of gilded leather stamped in fine designs, full of embroidered cushions and with fat footstools to match, bronze incense stands giving off priceless savor. This interior, so comfortable, domestic, and inviting, was at the same time a chapel and place of worship, for on a raised platform at the back were offerings of flowers and little silver teraphim with the crowns of gods on their tiny heads, while various cult objects showed that their rite was observed. So then Joseph knelt down, to be in readiness, in the corner by the entrance, setting his burden on the mat before him, to rest his arms. But before long he hastily lifted it and stiffened his pose, for Huia and Dituya were scuffling in their beak-toed sandals across the garden, each supported on the arm of a child servant. The two little maids had arms like thin sticks, and mouths that hung foolishly open. For the brother-sister pair would have only such to wait on them. These then helped the old people up the terrace and into the house. Huia was the brother and Tuya the sister. First before our lords, old Huia ordered in a husky voice, and to bow before them. Just so, old Tuya agreed. She had a large, pale oval face. Before our gods first of all, that we may pray their leave, before ing our ease in our chairs, in the peace of this summer house. And they had the children lead them over before the teraphim, where they lifted their withered hands and bent still more their bended backs, for age had bowed and buckled the spines of both. Huia, the biother, had an unsteady head, it shook a good deal up and down as well as sometimes sidewise. Tuya's neck was still steady. On the other hand, her eyes had retreated in her face till they were a mere pair of blind colorless slits. A fixed smile sat on her large face. After the parents had prayed, the little maids led them to the chairs, which stood ready in the foreground of the little house, and let them sink cautiously down. They took their feet and set them on the foot stools, which were laced with gold cord. There, Huia said in his hoarse whisper, for other voice he had not. Go now, maidservants, for ye have done your duty. Our feet are set and our bones rest, and all is well. Let be, I sit, and thou too sittest, Tuya, bed sister of mine? Then all is. Joseph in Egypt 575. Well, go until we call you and stay away, for we want to be by ourselves to enjoy the sweet hour of late afternoon and early evening, as the light rests upon reeds and duck pond, and to look across the Abe, new to the towers of the gate in the strong wall. We want to be quiet, and sitting thus seen and heard by nobody to talk to each other in the familiar phrases of old age. Meanwhile Joseph, with his dish, was kneeling in his corner, did Agon lie opposite to them and quite near. But he well knew that he was nothing but a dumb waiter, in presence like a piece of furniture. And no more, with glassy eyes he gazed past their old heads. Go, little maids, obey the mild command, said Tuya. In contrast, with her brother she possessed a clear, soft voice. Go, and wait just so near and so far that ye shall hear our hands clap when we call you. For if weakness should come over us or death surprise us we will clap our hands in sign that you are to come and let the soul birds to flutter out of our mouths. The little maids prostrated themselves and went. Huia and Tuya sat beside each other in their chairs, a bearing gold hand of each, clasping the others on the inside arm. They wore their grey hair, the color of much tarnished silver, just alike, it fell in thin strands from the scantily covered head, over their ears nearly down to their shoulders. But Sister Tuya had made an attempt to twist the strands together by twos and threes into a sort of decoration, which did not come to much because of the thinness of the hair. Huia, on the other hand, had a little beard of the same dull silver on the underside of his chin, and he wore gold earrings that showed through his hair, while Tuya's old head was crowned with a broad band in a petal design in black and white enamel, which one would have liked better on a younger head. For we feel that beautiful things belong to youth and freshness, and jealously grudge them to a head which is already nearly a skull. In other respects too, Potiphara's mother was elegantly dressed. Her Pure white robe was cut like a shepherd's cape at the neck and girdled, with a beautiful ribbon embroidered in bright colors, its lyre-shaped ends hanging nearly to her feet. A wide necklace of the same black and white enamel as her head ornament covered her trunk, breast. In her left hand she held a bunch of lotus blossoms and ride them now and then to her brother's nose. Smell them, my treasure, she said. Sniff the sacred flowers. Lovely gift of the swamp. Comfort thyself with their scent of anise. After the tiring walk from the upper story to this peaceful spot. Thanks, twin sister and bride, old Hui answered hoarsely. He was well wrapped in a mantle of fine white wool. Enough, let be. I have smelt and I am refreshed. Thy health, said he, bowing over her like a stiff old nobleman. 576 Thomas Mann. And thine, she replied. Then they sat silent a while, blinking into the beauty of the garden, the bright perspective of pond and avenue, and flowery meadows, with the towered gate at the end. And old brother Hui blinked even more anciently than his sister bride, with weary eyes, like lights gone out. He chewed ceaselessly with his toothless jaws, and his little beard bobbed evenly up and down. Tuya did no such mumbling. Her large face was calm, the head a little on one side, and the little cracks of eyes seemed to share in her permanent smile. Very likely she was skilled at raising her husband's spirits and bringing him back to awareness of the world about him. For she said, yes, my little old bullfrog, here we sit, and the silver gods are good to us. Our slim young maids have settled us dutifully in the cushions of these fine chairs and slipped away, so that we are alone, together like the divine pair in the mother's womb. Only in our hole. It is not dark, and we may feed upon its pleasantness, the pretty pictures and the well-made furniture. Lo, they have set our feet on broidered footstools, as a reward for having trod the earth so many weary years, all four together. But if we lift our eyes we can see the beautiful disk of the sun spreading its bright wings above the entrance to our hole, flanked by cobras, Horus, Lord of the Lotus, son of the dark embrace. The shapely alabaster lamp by the sculptor Mir Opet they have set on a stand to our left and in the right-hand corner. Kneels the dumb waiter with dainties in his hands prepared for our desire. Hast thou yet desire, my bittern? Frightfully hoarse came the brother's reply. I desire already, dear mudlark, but I mistrust my mind and palate, lest it is they that desire, and not my stomach, which might rise up against food with cold sweat and deadly anguish if I feed it before time. It is better we should wait, until we are weary of sitting and have actual need. Thou art right, buttercup, answered she, her voice sounding very full and soft after his. Check thy appetite, that is wiser, thou wit. Still live long nor will the dumb waiter run away with the cordials. Look, he is young and pretty. He is as choice as all the other things with which they surround our old eyes. Garland is he like a wine jug, with tree blossoms, flowers from the reeds, and flowers from the beds. His pretty black eyes gaze past thine ear, they look not on the place where we sit, but at the background, and thus into the future. Dost thou understand my play with words? It is easy to understand, old Hui strained his voice to croak. For thy words point to the purpose of this charming little hut, where for a while the dead of the house always lie, behind us, in front of the silver ones in their shrines, on well-shaped trestles, after they have been disemboweled, after the doctors and embalmers have filled Joseph in Egypt 577 them with nard and rolled them in bandages, and before they are borne in their ship up the river to Abdu, where he himself lieth buried, and been given their splendid burial such as that they make for Happy and Mirror and for Pharaoh, and are shut up in their good eternal dwelling and its columned rooms where their own life smiles at them in color from all the walls. Right, my swamp beaver, to you rejoined. Thy mind is clear, and clearly hast thou grasped the play of my words, as I also can understand thy meaning in the tries, whatever the figure thou clothest it in. For we play on each other's minds, being an old brother-sister pair, who have played together all the games of life, first those of childhood, and then those that a man and a woman play together. Thy old mole takes no shame to say it, for we are here alone in the house and are as one. Yes, yes, said old Hui, with apologetic haste. For our life was life together, from the beginning unto the end. We were much in the world and among the people of the world, for we are nobly born, and near the throne. But at bottom we were always alone together in the little house, the house of our brother-sisterhood, as we are in this one here, first in the mother's womb, then in the house of childhood, and in the dark room of marriage. Now we two old folks sit here and gaze at the dainty decorations of this little house, so lightly built, our refuge for a day. But the eternal refuge awaits us in the pillared cave in the west, which shall shelter us through all time, through unnumbered jubilees, while the dreams of life smile down upon us from the dark walls. Right, my good house wren, Tuya agreed. But is it not strange that at this hour we still sit here in our chairs in the front of this little temple and talk to each other, yet in but a little while we shall be resting at the back on lion-footed trestles, in our weavings, with feet pointed up, and have our faces outside once more, with the little god-beard on our chins, user Hui and user Tuya, and above us, sharp-eared and will bend. Very queer, no doubt, croaked old Hui. But for myself I see it not so clearly and shrink from the strain on my head, for it is tired. But thine is still strong in thoughts and steady on thy neck. That makes me misgive, lest thou in thy freshness might not depart when I do but sit in thy chair while I take the narrow path alone. Have no fear, my kingfisher, answered she. Thy little old mole will not leave thee alone, and shouldst thou breathe thy last before her a draught of physic will congeal the life in her veins, and we shall still be together. For I must certainly be at thy side after death, to prompt thee in the reasons and justifications at the judgment. Will there be judgment? Asked old Hui uneasily. We must expect it, answered she. So the law teaches. But there, 578 Thomas Mann, is doubt whether it still hath full authority. There are laws which are like old houses, they endure and stand upright, but no one lives in them any more. I have questioned Binacons, Amun's great prophet, how it may be in the hall of the judging goddesses, with the scale for the weighing of the heart and the hearing in the presence of him of the west, at whose side sit the 240 frightfully named. Binacons's words were unclear. The law stands, so he told thy mole. For all standeth to everlasting in the land of Egypt, the old, as well as the new set up beside it, the land being thick with laws, images, and buildings, with living and dead, and one moves among them in decency and propriety. For the dead is the more holy only, in that it is dead, the mummified truth, to be preserved everlasting to the people, even though it is forsaken by the spirit of the newly taught. Thus spoke Binacons the wise. But he is very much the servant of Amun and zealous for his God, the king of the lower regions, with the fan and crooked staff, about him he troubles less, and the teachings and tales that are told about him he cares for but Little. He may call them a forsaken building and mummified truth. But there is no certainty that we must not come before them, as the common folk believe, to declare our innocence and have our hearts weighed in the scale, before thought absolve us of the 42 sins and the Son take our hands to lead us to the Father. We must reckon with the chance. And therefore must thy wise little old owl be at thy side, in death as in life, to take the word in her mouth. When we stand before the throne and explain our deeds to the fright, fully named, lest thou forget the reasons and thy head fail thee at the great moment. For my little buck bat is even now sometimes cloudy in his mind. Do not say so. Will burst out more hoarsely than ever. For if my head is tired and foggy, it is because I have pondered so long and hard upon the reasons and the explanation. But even a foggy mind may talk of the matters which make it foggy. For was it not I who thought and spoke in the sacred darkness of the sacrifice and the atonement? That canst thou not deny, it was I, for I am the man, thy brother husband, and the begetter, between us two, dark indeed in the holy darkness of the nuptial chamber, but not too dark or foggy in his mind that he could not light up the ancient darkness with the idea of making part payment to the holy new law. Have I denied it? To you replied, nay, that thy old bride denies. Not at all, truly it was her old knave of dark corners who first begot the idea of drawing a line between the holy old and the splendid new. In other words the worldly, which mayhap may be the order of the new day. We might have to reckon with it, and so it behoved us to make offering and atonement. For thy old mold warp saw it not, she said, turning her large face this way and that as the blind do. I, Joseph in Egypt 579, was reposing in the holy old, and unable to understand anything of the new order. Not so, who contradicted her, croaking. For thou didst see it. As soon as I brought it up, thou art quick to receive, if not to invent. And thou hast well understood thy brother's plan and his concern over the new order and the age. How else shouldest thou have agreed to the sacrifice and the payment? And when I say agreed, the word is not enough, rather I had but to tell thee my worry concerning the age and the order of the day, and thou earnest of thyself on the idea of consecrating the dark son of our holy wedlock to the splendid new time and of withdrawing him from the old. How canst thou say so? The old woman asked, bridling. Thou crafty old corncrake, to say that it was I who had the idea, thou wilt be putting it off on me when we stand below before the king and the frightfully named. What a sly old fox. For at most I but understood and conceived, after thou, the man, hadst begot as I received from thee our Horus, our little son of the dark, put upper the courtier, whom we turned into a son of the light and vowed him to the lordly new according to thy own notion, which was from thee, though I brooded and bore it as said the mother. And now cometh the judge. Meant, and when we stand before the judge and it may prove that our deed was wrong and false, thou wilt make it seem that not thou but I conceived and bore it, of myself alone. Stuff and nonsense, he answered, in an angry croak. It is well and good we are alone and no one can hear the folly thou art prat. Fling, for have I not myself said that I was the man, and that I lighted our darkness with the idea? How canst thou then put on me the meaning that begetting and bearing are the same though they are? Indeed, in the swamps and the black river mud, where the mother stuff birth and giveth itself to its own embrace and fructifieth in the darkness, but not in the world above, where it is so that the man must visit the woman. His voice gave out, he coughed and mumbled with his jaws. His head shook violently. Might it not, dear old mother frog, he said, be time to some Mann the dumbwaiter to refresh us? Thy green frog feels worn out with all this thinking, and his strength is sapped by the effort to make clear the motives and the justification. Joseph, still staring like a lifeless image past their heads, made ready to run on his knees. But the occasion passed over, for it went on. Yet it is probably excitement and not real weariness that bringeth me in mind of food, which then my stomach, being unsettled, might reject. For there is nothing in the world more upsetting than these thoughts about the age and the order of the day. They are most important of all, save only that a man must eat, for of course that comes 580 Thomas Mann before everything else. Yet so soon as he is full, and free of that care, he thinks of holiness, and asks if it is holy still, not already despised. And a new era begun, so that he must hasten to suit himself to it and appease it with consecration and sacrifice, to save his life. Now we, brother sister pair that we are rich and well born, and need have no thought for food, having everything of the best. So there is nothing more important for us or more upsetting than this very matter. Long indeed hath thy old croaker's head shaken, being troubled by it. We may so easily make a serious blunder, in trying to set things right and atone. Be quiet, my buck rabbit, said to you, and shorten not thy life without need. If there is judgment and the law still stands, then will I speak for us both and frankly explain the deed of atonement, that the gods and the frightfully named ones shall understand and not reckon it to the 42 misdeeds, and thought shall acquit us. Yes, who answered her, it will be well for thee to speak, for thou hast it more in thy mind and art not so upset, because thou hast it from me and only understood and received it, so thou canst better put it in words. I who begot it might be confused and stammer in my excitement before the judges, so that we lost the game. Thou shalt be the tongue for us both, for the tongue, as thou well knowest, hath two natures in the slippery slimy darkness of the womb and standeth for both sexes, like the swamp and the brewing mud which embraced itself, before the time of the higher order, wherein the man visits the woman as is fit. But thou didst visit me well, as man to wife, said she, with a delicate gesture of modesty, moving her large sideless face to and fro. Long and oft it had to be, before blessing came and the sister was fruitful to thee in wedlock. For our parents had vowed us to each other in our earliest youth, but many cycles passed before our brother sisterhood was fruitful in a son. Then brought I to thee Putapra, the courtier, our Horus, the beautiful lotus, Pharaoh's friend, in whose upper story now we the exalted live out our latter days. True, old we agreed. So was it, as thou sayest, in all prop earnest and even holiness, and that after all there was a catch in it in our secret thought, and a hidden care which paid heed to the time and age and strove to fit in with the order of the day. For we, male and female, begot in propriety, but we did so in the dark chamber of our sister brotherhood. And the embrace of brother and sister is it? Not after all a self-embracing in the depths and so not far removed from the brewing mother stuff, hated by the light and the powers of the new order. Yes, so hast thou told me, as my husband, and I took it to heart. I may have taken it amiss of thee to call our embrace a brewing of the swamp, when it was pious and honorable even to holiness, in Joseph in Egypt 58:1. Harmony with the most refined custom and well done in the sight of gods and men. Is there then anything more pious than to imitate the gods? For they all beget upon their own blood and embrace in wed lock their mothers and sisters. It is written, I am a moon, who hath made pregnant his mother. So it is, for each morning the divine nut beareth the radiant one, but at midday, become a man, himself begets with his mother the new God. Is not Eset sister, mother, and spouse. To use her, even in the beginning and before birth, in the wrapping of the mother's womb, the exalted brother sister pair embraced each other, and dark it was, and slippery slimy, as in the house of the tongue and the depth of the swamp. But holy is the darkness, and highly honorable in the sight of men is this pattern of marriage. That sayest thou, and sayest with right, he responded, in his hoarse, lobbering voice. But in the darkness the wrong brother sisters embraced each other too, Elser and Nethoth, and that was a great mistake. So the light avenged itself, the glorious light, to whom the mother dark is hateful. Yes, so speakest and spokest thou as husband and master, she retorted, and art of course for the glorious, the lordly, and new, while I as mother and wife stand more for the holy, for the pious old cuz. Tom, and thy views made me sad. We are noble old folk, and near the throne. But the high consort, was she not nearly always far? Ao a sister, after the divine pattern, and precisely a sister destined to be the wife of the god. He whose name is a blessing, men keeper. Rethutmose, whom should he have embraced as the mother of God? If not Hatshepsut, his exalted sister? She was born to be his wife and they were divine flesh. Man and wife shall be one flesh, and if they are that from the beginning, then the marriage is propriety itself and no brewing up of the depths. Thus was I born for thee, for a bond. And in the bond, and we were destined for each other by our noble parents from the day of our birth because they surely guessed that the brother-sister pair had embraced each other already in the womb. I know not of all that, and can certainly remember not at all. He answered hoarsely. We might just as well have fought in the womb and kicked each other, for at this stage people have no thoughts. Even outside if we sometimes quarreled, as thou knowest. Though of course not kicked each other, for we were well brought up and very respectable in the sight of gods and men, living happily, in harmony with the best traditions. And thou, my moldwarp, wast content in thy soul, like a sacred cow with satisfied countenance, yes. Peacefully after thou wast fruitful to me with Pitapra, our Horus, as my sister, mother, and spouse. So it was, she nodded pensively. Blissfully satisfied was I, blind moldwarp and satisfied cow, in the call of our happiness together. 582 Thomas Mann. But I, he went on, was man enough, in the days of the strength of my mind, and according to my sex close enough to the lordly in the world, that I could not be satisfied with the pious old views. I had enough to eat, and so I thought. Yeah, I remember, the twilight of my mind lifts a little at this moment, so that if I now stood before the judgment of the dead, I could speak. For we lived after the pattern of gods and kings, in full harmony with pious custom and with the approval of men. And yet there was a thorn in my flesh and a care concerning the vengeance of the light. For light is lordly, in other words manlove, and hateful to it is the brewing up of the mother darkness, to which the matter of our begetting was still near and knit to it by its umbilical cord. For lo, one must cut the cord, so that the calf may free itself from the mother cow and become a bull of the light. Which teaching prevaileth, and whether there be judge meant after we breathe our last is not the important thing. Important is only the question of the age and whether the thoughts by which we live are still the order of the day. That alone is of import, after Hun. Ger is appeased. But now there is come into the world that which I divined long since, that the male principle will tear the umbilical cord between him and the cow and set himself as master over the mother stuff on the throne of the world, and found the order of light. Yeah, so hast thou taught me, answered to you. And satisfied as I was in the sacred darkness, yet I took thy idea to my heart and bore it for thee. For the woman loveth the man, and so she taketh his thoughts, even though they are not like hers. The woman belongs to the holy and old, but for the sake of her husband and master she loveth the lordly new. And thus we came to the sacrifice and the atonement. So we did, agreed the old man. And today I could explain all that clearly before the king of the lower world. We wanted to withdraw our Flores, whom as user and Eset, brother-sister pair, we be got in the darkness, withdraw him from the dark kingdom and dedicate him to the purer light. That was our partial payment to the new age, upon which we agreed. And we asked not his wish in the matter, but did with him as we did, and perhaps it was a mistake, yet a well-meaning one. If it was, said she, then are we both guilty, for we concocted it together, to do thus with our son of the darkness, but thou hadst thy thoughts about it and I mine. For as mother I thought not so much about the light and the propitiation as of our son's greatness and honor on earth. I would make of him a courtier and chamber lane by thus preparing him, a royal official, destined by what we made him to be an honorary captain, and to have Pharaoh gild with the gold of favor the man devoted to his service. Those were, I confess, Joseph in Egypt 583. My thoughts, which made atonement to my heart for the atonement. Though I found it very hard. It was but in the order of things, he said, that thou hast taken my idea in thy own way and added to it in thine, so that out of it whole grew our deed, which we did in love to our little son, since he had yet no views of his own. I too was glad at the advantage which flowed to the dedicated boy in thy thoughts as a woman. But mine were the thoughts of a man and turned toward the light. Aha, little old brother, said she, I fear that he has only too much need of the advantages which flowed to him. Perhaps we shall have to speak of them not only at the judgment, but before our son as well. For however tenderly respectful his treatment of us, however high and dear he holds his parents, yet I think and sometimes fear to read in his bearing that secretly he is not glad that we pruned him into a courtier without asking his consent, and before he was able to defend himself. That, we hasten to say hoarsely and with some heat, would be grumbling against the exalted parents in the upper story. For his duty is to reconcile us with the age, it was for that we dedicated him. And what he gets in return is enough to make everything good, so that he need not find fault or pull a long face. Nor do I think he does. Least of all at us, for he is by nature and spirit a man, and thus related to the lordly new. I cannot believe but that he consents to his aunt's act of atonement and wears his consecrated state with pride. Surely, surely, she nodded. And yet, old man, thou art not sure thyself that the cut with which we severed the cord between him and the mother darkness was not a cut in the wrong direction, after all. For did he, by being so consecrated, become a bull of the sun? No. He is only a courtier of the light. Repeat not my own scruples after me, he reproved her hoarsely. Anyhow they are not of the first importance. The first concern is that about the age and the order of the day, and the act of atonement. It is in the nature of atonements that they may turn out badly, and leave something not quite atoned for. Surely, surely, she said again. And doubtless he hath, our Horace. Rewards of the most flattering kind, and his compensations his son. Chamberlain and honorary official to the lordly are magnificent in. Deed, no question of that. But there's Eni too, our little daughter in. Law, Mu'eminat the beautiful, Potiphar's chief wife and head of the house of the secluded ones. Sometimes an old woman and mother. Like me has thoughts about her too. She behaves with most loving respect toward us, yet I suspect that in the depth of her soul she bores a faint secret grudge against us because we made a courtier of our son, so that he is not really in her sight a captain of the guard but 584 Thomas Mann. Only bears the title. Trust me, she is woman enough, Ariane, to sulk over it, and I am enough of her kind to read it in her face when she think herself unwashed. Nonsense, we rejoined. It would be ingratitude itself for her to cherish such a grudge as that in her exalted breast. For she has compensations, and even super compensations, more than Pudipra himself, and I cannot bear to believe that she is gnawed by the worm of envy for earthly things when she has the blessings of the divine, bearing the title of bride of Amun and dweller in the house of his consort at Thebes. Is it nothing, is it a slight thing, to be Hathor, spouse of Re, and to dance before Amun with others of her order, in the close-fitting garment, and to sing to the beating of the tambourine, the gold cap on her head, with the horns, and the disk of the sun between them? No, it is no slight thing, but a compensation of the highest and most glorious kind, which she has as spouse of the courtier our son. All this her kin well knew, when they gave her to him as his chief and true wife when both were but children, and there could be no thought of marriage between them according to the flesh. And it was good so, for an honorary marriage it was and has remained. Yes, yes, responded Tuya. So it had to be. Yet when I think of it as a woman, I find it hard, brilliant indeed and of great honor by day, but an affliction by night. Mud is she called, the wife of our son. Mud in the valley of the desert, a mother name from ancient times. But mother can she and may she not be, on account of our son's SECRated state, and I fear that she lays it up against us, taking it ill. Despite all the gentleness she shows. She must not be a goose, scolded Wea, not a bird of the water. Sodden earth. That she shall hear from me, our daughter-in-law, if she sulks. I do not like to hear thee take her side against our son, Sim. Ply because thou art a mother and a wife. Thou dost offense to Horace our son, and even more to the woman nature for which thou thinkest to speak, for thou degradest it in the world, as though one could never see it in any other image than that of the ever-pregnant hippopotamus. Truly thou art by nature a mole, and it was I by my man's nature gave thee the thought of the new age and the part they meant. And yet thou couldst never have received it nor understood it, nor come to terms with the act of atonement, if there were no link between the woman's nature and the purer and more lordly one, so that it had no share in it at all. For must it be that the black pregnant earth is ever the woman's image and portion? By no means. The woman may in all dignity appear likewise as the chaste priestess of the moon. I will let her know, Diana, that she must not be a goose. As our son's chief and true wife she is counted among the first women of the land. To his greatness she owed it that she is friend to queer Joseph in Egypt 5 to the power of 5th. Tai, the wife of the god, and is herself a god wife of Amun South. Earn house of women and Belengath to the order of Hathor, whose head and first woman of the harem is the wife of Benakanza. Great prophet. So great indeed are her spiritual compensations that she is insured herself a goddess with horns and sun disk, and a white moon nun in her spiritual state. Is it not quite fitting that her earthly marriage is honorary and her spouse on earth a dedicated atonement, and a courtier of the light? All that seemeth to me most excellent, and let me tell thee, it is what I would have said to her, if she hath not understanding for the fitness of it. But Tuya answered, shaking her head, I cannot tell her, for she gives no occasion to her mother-in-law for such a rebuke, and would be amazed if I were to do thy errand, and tell her she is a goose. She is proud, Ariane, as proud as Pidipra, her husband and our son. Neither of them knows aught but the pride of their day, neither moon nun nor sun chamberlain. Do they not live in happiness and self-respect in the sight of day, in harmony with the best society and pleasing in the sight of man? What need they know but this their pride? For if they knew more, they would not admit it or confess it to their own souls, but only continue to pay honor to their pride. How shall I take the word goose from thy lips and give it to our daughter-in-law? For she is no goose, she is proudly conscious of being set apart for the god, and her whole being is scented with the bitter fragrance of the myrtle. When I speak of ill feeling and of affliction I have not the day in mind nor the honors of the day, but the silent night and the mother darkness, where it is no use to scold and call names. Thou hast sometimes been afraid of the vengeance of the light because of our marriage in the darkness. I sometimes as a woman fear the vengeance of the mother. Here we began to snigger. The sound startled Joseph a little, so that he stirred the slightest bit and for a moment lost his imperson. Lydia's dumb waiter. His gaze forsook the background for a flash, and sought the old pair, to see if they had noticed. But they had not. Absorbed as they were in their talk they gave him as little heed as they did the alabaster lamp made by the sculptor Mir Emopet, that stood in the other corner. He turned away his gaze and once more looked past Wizir into the background. But his breath went fast. After all that he had listened to hear old Wiz still laughing his old man laugh, it sounded uncanny. He, went old Wiz. No fear, the darkness is dumb and no hath naught of anger or revenge. Son and daughter-in-law are proud, and know naught of mumps and dumps, nor yet ill feeling against the parents who treated them thus and made a barrow of the little. For when it could hardly walk and had no ideas at all. No. 586 Thomas Mann. Fear. Mumps and dumps are well shut down in the dark, and even if they stuck their noses out into the light they would be bound by the rules of decorum to be gentle and polite to their exalted parents, however much we may have played them a trick in the past to our own advantage. Twice bound, doubly sure, doubly sealed. Nothing to be done against the parents so snug in the upper story. Tuya at first seemed uneasy as she listened, but she was gradually convinced, and joined in his laughter till her blind eyes went quite shut. There sat the old pair in their stately chairs and chuckled together, with their hands on their stomachs, their shoulders stooped, and their heads drawn down between. Yes, thou art right, Tuya chimed in. Thy old mole can understand the joke. We played a trick on our children, but we are doubly safe against their wrath. That was cautious and crafty. And glad am I that my old frog is merry and hath forgot his fear of the judgment in the halls of the dead. But feelest thou now no desire to be refreshed, no exhaustion, so that I should summon our dumb waiter to fetch up his dainties? Not at all, replied Wea. I feel not the slightest weariness, rather. Our hour of talk has given me new life. Shall we save our hunger till The hour of the evening meal, when the exalted family gathers in the dining room and we elegantly hold the lotus blossom to each other's noses. Let us clap that our servants may come and support us as we walk in the orchard, for MV old limbs feel desire to stir. And he clapped. The little maids came running, their mouths open, foolishly in their zeal. Each offered a spindling arm to a parent. Helped them down the terrace and away. Joseph fetched a deep breath and set down his burden on the floor. His arms were nearly as lame as when the Ishmaelites had drawn him out of the well. Certainly these are fools before the Lord, thought he, these alt little old parents. What a glimpse have I had into the painful secrets of this house of blessing, may God pity it. Thus we see that to live in the highest heaven of good taste doth not save one from the most errant blunders. How I should like to tell my father of this exalted idiocy. Poor Potiphar. And he lay down on the mat to rest his tired limbs before carrying the refreshments back to Kemet. Joseph considers these things. He was excited and dismayed by what he had overheard, and during this time it preoccupied his thoughts. For the exalted parents he felt a lively disgust, only held in check by the need for politeness and reverence, not in the least by the darkness of ignorance. For neither his Joseph in Egypt 587 anger at the irresponsible stupidity of those old people in the sight of God, nor his abhorrence of their smug satisfaction at being secure against all reproach, was lacking in any element of clear-sightedness toward himself. It did not escape him that what he had heard possessed instructive implications for him, the descendant of Abram, and he would not have been Joseph had he not been ready to profit by them. The experience was calculated to broaden his view and warn him not to regard his own immediate spiritual home, the world of his fathers and its preoccupation with God, whose nursling and pupil he was, as something all too unique and incomparable. Not Jacob alone had cares in the world. Care was everywhere among men, everywhere. The anxiousness to be sure one understood this problem of the Lord, and the times though it might lead here and there to the most dubious expedients, and indeed Jacob's inherited thoughts of God might afford the subtlest test one could apply to a possible decline of custom and tradition from the will and influence of the Lord. And anyhow it was just here that error lay closest to hand. 1. Did not even need to think of Laban, left clinging to the primitive, nor of the little sun in the jar. There every kind of awareness of the problem had been lacking, even though the practice had already gone far to become an abomination. But precisely the developed sensitivity for such changes could easily lead one astray. Had not J. Cobb's painful misgivings in the matter of the feast tempted him to destroy feast and custom root and branch just because of their roots, which drew their nourishment from the unclean soil. The sun had to beg him to spare the feast, the tree that spread its shade and tossed its tip in the air, which like the Lord had risen out of the earth, but must wither if one uprooted it. Joseph was for sparing, he was not for uprooting. He saw in God who after all had not always been what he was, a God of sparing and of passing over. Not even in the case of the deluge had he proceeded to extremes or hewed at the root of mankind, but had put the idea of the ark into the head of an exceeding wise man. Wisdom and passing over, these seemed to Joseph related thoughts, which might exchange their garb, and even had a name in common, goodness. God had tempted Abram to offer him his son, but then he had not taken him, introducing a ram, in a most edifying way. The tradition of these people here, in however exalted kingdoms of taste they moved, was lacking in such good stories. There was some excuse for them, repulsive as they were with their snickers over the blundering trick they had played on their children. To them, too, instruction had come from the spirit of the Father, in the shape of an uncertainly moving rumor, itself still very much having its being in the darkness, that one must emerge and escape from the stage of the traditionally sacred and come over 588 Thomas Mann into the light. They had received the instigation to the sacrifice. But how like Laban they were in their clinging to the old. For precisely to cling was what they hoped to do, by dint of making sacrifice to the new. But no ram had appeared to these God-forsaken ones, that might turn into a ram of light. The sacrifice had been their trembling little son, Potiphar. Yes, one might truly call that a God-forsaken way of dealing, a gross lack of skill in going about to propitiate a new and splendid age. For an approach to the spirit of the Father, thought Joseph, did not lie in taking things out by the roots, and there was truly a great difference between consummate double-sexedness and its utter abrogation in the courtier. For the double-sex powers united both male and female glory in themselves, like the image of the Nile with one woman's breast and one man's, or like the moon, that was wife to the sun and yet male to the earth, sending the ray of his seed to beget the bull on the cow. The relation of all this to the status of courtier was, in Joseph's mind, as two to nothing. Poor Potiphar. For a cipher he was, in all the splendor of his fiery chariot wheels and his greatness among the great of Egypt. His young slave Osirsife had a cipher for a master, a Reuben tower without the strength or the fallibility, a broken sacrifice, neither accepted nor rejected, a neither nor, not human nor divine, very proud and stately, in the light of day, yet poor indeed, and in need of all the support and flattery that could accrue from outward circumstance and especially from the devotion of Mann. Joseph considered that devotion afresh in the light of his new understanding, and did not hesitate to find it worth imitating. So it was, on the ground of the insight he had gained while playing the dumb waiter, he resolved to be helpful, as Mann was helpful to his Egyptian master, nor did he doubt that he would exceed the measure and quality of the other service. For thus, he told himself, would he best be helpful to another master, and at the highest, in the task of prospering the young slave Osirsife in the land to which he had been transplanted. Here in the interest of truth we must warn the reader lest he level against Joseph the reproach of being coldly calculating. That would be precipitate and censorious. The situation was too complicated for such moral judgments. For Joseph had long been watching Mann, the oldest servant of the house, realizing that he was a good man, whose obvious flattery of his master deserved a better name and must be called a service of love. And the conclusion followed that Potiphar, the honorary captain of the guard, must be worthy of such love, a conclusion confirmed by Joseph's own observation of his master. This great man of Egypt was a noble, fine, and sensitive soul, and kindly, too, in the slave's opinion. True, he took pride in making Joseph in Egypt 589. Others tremble for his sake, but considering his status as a sacrifice to certain mistaken conceptions of the spiritual, that probably ought to be allowed him, Joseph thought. We see that it was not when Joseph began to serve Potiphar, but actually before it, and in his own heart, that he defended him and espoused his cause. In the first place, the Egyptian was his lord, to whom he had been sold, and highest of his sphere. And Joseph's conception of his relation to him included, by right of his tradition, an element of loyal forbearance, which was applicable not only in the higher but in the lower sphere, and to some extent to earthly conditions and immediate surroundings. We are to understand that the idea of the highest bore within it a conception of unity that was favor, able to interchange and a certain equalization as between the higher and the lower. This was reinforced by the idea of helpfulness. The thought that he, Joseph, by serving Potiphar as did Mann, would best be helpful to the wide designs of the highest who sent him his dreams, and other considerations as well came to make his relations with the highest to a certain extent color his attitude toward the master of the fiery wheels. He had seen Potiphar's smile, melancholy, proud, and yes, grateful, in answer to the flatteries of Mann. He had seen the helpless loneliness it expressed. It sounds childish, but Joseph found a resemblance, equally appealing to his pity, between the solitary remoteness of God the Father and the isolation from the human lot of this tower of a man, this mutilated Reuben, however behung he was with the gold of favor. /es, God, too, the Lord, was lonely in his greatness, and Joseph's blood and his memory soak in the realization that the isolation of a wifeless and childless God had much to do with the jealousy of the bond he had made with man. Joseph knew the peculiar happiness which loyal service can give, the lonely, the quite peculiar pain which lack of it can mean. He did not of course fail to see that God, after his nature, had nothing to do with procreation or death, for that he was both Baal and Baalat, the area difference between two and nothing did not for a moment escape him. Yet I but express in words what he certainly felt, when I say that these intuitions of loving and sparing were dreamily at one in his heart when he resolved to keep faith with the cipher in its need as he did with the needy too. Joseph speaks before Potiphar. And now we come to that decisive first meeting and conversation between Joseph and Potiphar, in the orchard. It has not been described in any of the sources, none of the accounts, oriental or occidental, in prose or verse, so much as dream of it. It is in the same case as 590 Thomas Mann. Countless other corroborative details which this version may boast of, bringing to light and embodying in the accepted tradition. We know that it was again Bes-Emheb, the Mock-Vizier, to whom Joseph owed the long-desired and in the result decisive meeting, even though the dwarf could not actually arrange for it but only prepare the ground. And the preparation lay in bringing it to pass that the young slave Osersife, heretofore lounging superfluous about, with but occasional occupation, was one fine day given a job as gardener in Potiphar's garden. Not, of course, as head gardener, for the head gardener was a certain Conanpio, son of Jedi, nicknamed Red Belly, because that part of his body was burnt by the heat and hung down like a setting sun over the apron round his middle. He was a man about the age of Mann, but lower in station, though possessing dignity and competence in his calling, well versed in the lore of plants, both for purposes of decoration and gain, and also on their medicinal side. Thus he was not only forester, gardener, and florist, but also apothecary and barber surgeon, master of the arts of decoctions, draughts, salves, clysters, juices benign and malign, cataplasms, and emetics, which he prepared at need for man and beast, though of men it was only the servants for whom he prescribed, since the masters had a severe professional physician from the temple of the god. Conanpio's bald spot was red too, for he scorned to cover it, and wore a lotus blossom behind his ear, as the scribes did their pens. Bunches of all sorts of herbs hung out of his apron, roots and shoots, which he snipped off or dug out as he moved among his plants, shears, chisel, and a little saw hung from his waist and clanked as he went. He was stout, with a red face screwed up in an X-rays. Zion not at all unfriendly, his nose was knobby, his mouth, likewise, wide, whether in satisfaction or the opposite one could not tell, was covered with irregular, unshaven hairs like little rootlets. They added to the earthy aspect of Red Belly's blinking, sunburnt face. His short forefinger, brownish red and soil encrusted, when he held it up to threaten some ailing looked like nothing so much as a freshly dug bead. Little Bess, then, had approached the gardener on the subject of the foreign slave. He had told him in a whisper that the stranger was gifted and skilled from childhood up in the knowledge of growing things, that before he was sold he used to tend his father's olives in the wretched retinue, and out of love for the fruit had quarreled with his fellows because they had thrown stones at the trees and crushed the olives too roughly in the press. Likewise had given the dwarf to understand that he had inherited a sort of charm, a lucky hand as it were, of twofold nature, from heaven above and from the earth beneath, which was just what a gardener needed, and therefore Conanpio might take the boy among his underlings as at present. Joseph in Egypt 59:1. He was a loss to the household, being idle. It was dwarfish wisdom that spoke, and those who hear Kent had never regretted it. Thus spoke the Mock-Vizier, having in mind Joseph's desire to stand before the master and knowing that employ in the garden would give him the best opportunity. For like all the great of Egypt, the fen-bearer loved his well-watered grounds, the like of which he hoped to possess and enjoy in the life after life. At various times of day he would rest there or walk up and down, talking with the law, or as if the mood took him, not only with Red Belly, their overseer, but with the workers as well, hoers and water carriers. On this circumstance the dwarf rested his hopes, and they were well founded. Thus Joseph was put to work by Red Belly, and it was in the orchard that he received employment, more precisely in the palm garden, which ran from south of the house to the edge of the pond, in place to vineyards on the east, near the court. But the palm garden was a vineyard too, festoons of vine hung between the tall feathered columns, with merely openings here and there that one might pass through. The garlands were heavy with grapes, and the date palms bore each year a crop of many hundreds of liters. The sight of their combined fruitfulness was a paradisial delight to the Ino one. Then, that Potiphar loved his palm garden, with its basins of water, sunk here and there in the ground, and often had a couch spread for him there, that he might listen at the same time to the breeze whispering in the crown of the palm trees and the voice of the reader or the scribe making a report at his side. Here then it was that the son of Jacob found employ, of a kind both evocative and painful, since it called up memories of a dear and now frightfully lost possession, the veil, the coat of many colors. His and his mother's cut at passim. Among its embroideries had been one he had noticed when for the first time he saw the shimmering bridal garment draped over his father's arms, in Jacob's tent. It was a sacred tree, and on either side a bearded angel was fructifying it by touching it with the cone of the male flower. Joseph performed now the work of these two genii. The date palm is dioecious, and the task of pollinating the fruit-bearing trees with the pollen of those which produce pollen sacs instead of blossoms with pistil and stigma is performed by the wind. However, man long ago took over the job and practiced artificial pollination, cutting off the blossom of the non-fruit-bearing tree and bringing it into contact with the blossom of the fruitful ones. It was this which the genii of the veil had been doing to the sacred tree, and just this was Joseph now called on to perform. Red Belly, son of Jedi, head gardener to Potiphar, as signed him to the task. He did so by reason of Joseph's youth and the suppleness of his characters. For it is a task not easy to perform, it takes agility in climbing. 592 Thomas Mann. Daring and a steady head to do the office of the wind. With the help of a padded rope, encircling his body and the trunk of the palm, the climber with his wooden vessel or little basket must work himself up the pollen-bearing tree using what stumps and knots he can find for foothold, till he reach the crest, throwing up the rope each time from the height at which he had arrived, with the motion of a driver who gives his horses the reins. Arrived at the top, he cuts off the panicles, and puts them in his basket, then glides down the trunk. Then one after another he mounts the trunks of the fruit-bearing trees and everywhere puts the seed-bearing panicles to ride, that is, to hang down inside the ovary-bearing flower stalk, which will then produce the pale yellow fruit. These can soon be picked and eaten, though the ones grown in the hot months P and Hather are the really good ones. Konanku with his earth-encrusted bead of a finger pointed out to Joseph the pollen-bearing trees, of which there were only a few. For a single one could pollinate some 30 of the fruit-bearing kind. He gave him the rope, which was very stout and of the best quality, made not of hemp but of strands of reed thoroughly soaked and beaten. He supervised the tying of it round Joseph and the first tree, for he was responsible, should the master lose the price of the new slave by his falling and dashing out his bowels. He soon saw that the lad was clever. He scarcely needed to be tied, but swarmed up the trunk in a way to put a squirrel to shame, and reaching the top formed the business with care and intelligence. Kun soon left him to himself, promising other work in the garden and saying that he might in time become a proper gardener if he did well this work and produce early and abundant fruiting of the pollinated trees. Not only was Joseph ambitious for the credit of his God, but also he found pleasure in the skilled and daring operation. He performed it with great zeal, bent on surprising Kun by his quickness and thoroughness in general. Indeed, this was the effect which Joseph sought to produce upon all men. He worked all day, and then another into the evening. At sunset, when beyond Lotus Pond, city, and river the sky unfolded the almost unbearable splendor of its daily crimson and tulip red, he was alone in the garden among his trees, or rather, in them, setting the last of his panicles to ride by the swiftly failing light. He was sitting in the crown of a tall, swaying trunk dealing with the fruit-bearing blossoms when he heard whispering and foot steps beneath him, and glancing down saw Beauty, the dwarf, looking like a mushroom from that height. The mannequin waved with both arms and cupped his hands to his mouth. "O Sir Siph," he loudly whispered. "O Sir Siph, he is coming." Then he vanished. Joseph hastened to leave his employ, and slid down the tree faster than he had climbed up. There, sure enough, Potiphar Wr as approach. Joseph in Egypt 593. Ing from the pond, between the festoons of vine, with a little train. An erect white figure in the sunset glow, with Mann beside him. A step to the rear, Dudu, the guardian of the jewel house, and two scribes rather farther behind, with Bes-Emheb, who had stolen back to their side. Lo, Joseph thought, with his gaze upon his lord, there he walks in the garden in the cool of the eve. And when the group drew near, he flung himself at the foot of his tree and laid his forehead to the ground, with his hands stretched toward the master, palms out. Potiphar stopped and looked down at the arched backbone in his pathway. His train paused with him. "To your feet," he said briskly but in a mild voice. Joseph with one swift motion obeyed. He stood close by the shaft of the palm, in humble posture, his hands crossed at his throat, his head bent. His heart was exceedingly ready and alert. It had come. He stood before Potiphar. Potiphar had stopped. He must not move on too soon. Everything depended on his staying. What question would he ask? 1. It was to be hoped, which required an answer of some length. Joseph waited, his eyes cast down. "Are you of the household?" he heard the high crisp tones inquire. For the moment the opportunity afforded was small. Only by the manner and not the matter of the reply could he arrest the master's attention and persuade him not to move on. Joseph murmured. "The great master knows all. I am the least and lowest of his slaves. Phi counts him happy who is even the least and lowest of his lord. Only fair," he thought. "He surely will not go on yet. No, he must ask why I am here at this hour. And I must answer prettily. You are one of the gardeners." The mild voice, after a brief silence, went on above his head. He replied, "My lord knows and sees all, even as we, who gave him. Of his gardeners I am the least." To that the voice. "But why do you linger in the garden after the time of leaving, when your fellows do honor to the hour of rest and take their meal?" Joseph bowed his head still lower above his hands. "My lord presides over the hosts of Pharaoh. He is greatest among the great of the land," he said appealingly. "He is like Re, who rides across the heavens in his bark with his train. He is the steersman of Egypt, guiding the bark of state after his will. He is next to Thoth, who judges without distinction of persons. Bulwark of the poor, may his mercy fall upon me like to the satisfaction of the hungry. Like a garment to cover the naked, may his forgiveness come upon me that I lingered at my work among his trees until the hour when he walks in the garden and was a stumbling to his path." 594 Thomas Mann. Silence. Perhaps Potiphar was exchanging glances with his companions as they listened to this well-turned prayer, spoken in rather harsh pronunciation, indeed, but apt in phraseology and though formal yet not without a note of real sincerity. Joseph could not see whether Potiphar looked at his train, but he hoped so and waited. His sharp ears seemed to catch a faint laugh as Potiphar replied, "Zeal in office and industry at late hours call not forth the master's wrath. You may breathe in peace, for it seems you love your task, and are skilled in its performance." Here Joseph thought best to lift his head and raise his eyes. Those deep, black Rachel eyes met in their upward gaze the master's mild, and even sad ones, long-lashed, and brown like the doe's, veiled with pride, yet good-humoredly searching, they looked into Joseph's own. Potiphar stood there, tall and fat and most elegantly clad, his hand on the rest of his tall walking staff, a little way below the cries. Tall knob on its end, pine cone and fan he held in the other hand. The bright-colored faience of his necklace was in a pattern of flowers. Leather gaiters protected his shins, leather, papyrus, and bronze were the sandals he stood in, the points of which ran between his great and second toes. His finely shaped head was bent as he listened, and from the top of the brow dangled a lotus flower. "How shall I not love the gardener's art?" answered Joseph, "and be zealous therein, my lord, when it is pleasant in the eyes of gods and men, and the work of the hoe exceedeth in beauty that of the plough as well as many others if not the most. For it is an honor to the man, and many chosen ones practiced it in ancient time. Was not Ishalem a gardener to a great god and found favor in the eyes of the daughter of sin, and brought her daily blossoms and made her table smile? I have heard of a child whom they exposed in a basket of rushes, but the stream bore him to Aki the water carrier, who taught the boy the art of gardening, and to Shirokinu, the gardener, Ishtar gave her love and her kingdom. And another king, Urimadi of Izan, changed places in jest, I have heard, with El Albani his gardener and set him on his throne. And lo, then El Albani sat there and himself remained king. Well, well, said Putapra and cast another smiling glance at Monka, who was shaking an embarrassed head. So were the scribes, and most of all Dudu, the dwarf. Only little Shepsi's Bess wrinkled his face with delight. But whence have you all these tales? Are you from Karjanyash, then? The courtier said, in Akkadian, meaning Babylonia. Joseph answered in the same tongue, it was there my mother bore me, my lord. But 'twas in the land of Tahi, in a valley of Canaan, that your slave grew up, among his father's flocks. Ah, was all he heard Putapra say. The master liked to speak. Joseph in Egypt 595. Babylonian, and a certain poetic timbre in the reply, vaguely like a quotation, particularly in the phrase his father's flocks, arrested hint and embarrassed him at the same time. An aristocratic dread of evoking intimacy, of hearing things that did not concern him, conflicted with a curiosity already quite lively and a desire to hear more from these lips. But you speak not badly, he said, the tongue of King Kaddish. Mansharb. And falling back into Egyptian, who taught you the fables? I read them, my lord, with my father's oldest servant. So you can read, then, asked Putapra, glad to express legitimate surprise and not wishing to hear more of the father and the eldest servant, or that the father had a servant at all. Joseph bowed his head, not merely inclined it, but rather as though he admitted guilt. And right. The head went lower still. What work was it? The other asked after a moment's hesitation. Which made you linger? I was putting the blossoms to ride, my lord. Ah. And is that a male or female tree behind you? It is a fruit-bearing one, my lord, it will bear. But whether one should call that male or female is uncertain. People disagree. In Egypt they call male the fruit-bearing tree. But I have spoken with folk of the Isles of the Sea, Alashia and Crete, and these call the fruit-bearing ones female and male the unfruitful which only bear pollen, and are barren. This is a fruit-bearing one, then, the captain of the guard said. Shortly. And how old is the tree, he asked, since such a conversation could have but one purpose, an examination into Joseph's proficiency. It has blossomed for 10 years, my lord, he replied with a smile. He spoke with a certain enthusiasm, partly out of Lou's quite genuine feeling for trees, but also because it seemed useful. And it is 17 since its planting. In 2 or 3 years it will bear full crops and be at the height of its yield. Even now it bears close to 200 hin of the best fruit every year, of great beauty and size and a fine amber color. That is, of course, if it is pollinated by hand, instead of leaving it to the wind. It is a tree glorious among your trees, said he with a burst of enthusiasm, laying his hand on the slender shaft, male in the pride of its growth and strength, so that one feels inclined to call it so, as do the Egyptians, but on the other hand male in its fruitful yield, according to the speech of the people of the islands. In short, it is a godlike tree, if your servant may unite in the word what is divided on the tongues of the peoples. 96 Thomas Mann. So, said Putapra teasingly, you can talk of the nature of the vine as well. Do you worship trees at home? No, my lord. Under trees, perhaps, but no more. We have reverence and thoughts of trees, it is true, there is something sacred about them. And they say that they are older than the earth itself. Your slave has heard of the tree of life, with power to produce all living things. Shall one call that all creative power male or female? To his artists at Menf and pharaohs here, who are fruitful of forms and fill the world with beautiful images, is their power male or female, begetting or bearing? Which produces their works? We cannot tell, for the power is of both kinds, and the tree of life must have been hermaphrodite, too. Sexed, as trees mostly are, and as keeper is, the sun beetle, who conceives himself. Lo, the whole world is divided in twain, and we speak of male and female and cannot even agree in distinguishing between them, discussing whether the fruitful tree is male, or the barren. But the bottom of the world and the tree of life are neither male nor female, rather both in one. And what does that mean? It means they are neither virgin are they, like the bearded goddess, and are father and mother at once to the thing they beget, for that they are above sex, and their power of giving has naught to do with being torn in twain. Potiphar was silent, supporting his towering figure on his beautiful staff and gazing on the ground in front of Joseph's feet. He felt a warmth in his face, his breast, and all his limbs, a sort of dim stirring. It held him to the spot and would not let him go, and yet this man of the world knew not how to continue the conversation. His aristocratic dread of intimacy had made him avoid the subject of the young slave's personal life. Now another sort of shyness seemed to bar this avenue as well. He might have gone, and left the young foreigner standing by his tree, but that he could not do, nor did he wish to. He hesitated, and in the pause were heard the pompous accents of Dudu, the dwarf, spouse of Jizet, who took upon himself to say, were it not better to proceed toward the house, my lord? The fire of heaven pales, and at any moment a chill may blow up from the desert, giving him without a coat a cold in the head. To Dudu's annoyance the fen-bearer heard him not at all. The warmth he felt closed his ears to the dwarf's sensible warning. He said, a thoughtful gardener are you indeed, O Canaanitish youth. And returning to the word which had stamped itself on his mind, he said, were they numerous, your father's flocks? Very numerous, my lord. The land could scarce bear them. Your father, then, was a man without care. Save his care for God, my lord, he knew none. What is the care for God? Joseph in Egypt 597. It is enlarged throughout the earth, my lord. With more or with less blessing and well-being it is cherished by all the world, but especially was it from old time laid upon my people, so that my father, a king of his flocks, was also known as a prince of God. A king and a prince, you call him? Then you lived in great well. Being in the days of your childhood. Your servant, answered Joseph, may say that he anointed himself with the oil of gladness in his childhood and lived as of high rank. For the father loved him more than his brethren and made him rich with the gifts of his love. He gave to him a sacred garment, where were woven many of the great lights and signs. 8 Assembling garment it was, and a coat of reversion, handed down from the moth Yar's side, and he wore it in her place. But it was torn from him by the fang of envy. Potiphar had not the impression that he was lying. The youth's eye gazed into the past, the earnestness of his words spoke for him. There was a certain hesitation and vagueness which might be ascribed to his foreign tongue, and the details he gave were convincing. How then did you come? The other began to ask. He wanted to put the question delicately, and began again. How did your press and then grow out of your past? I died the death of my life, answered Joseph, and a new one was vouchsafed me in your service, my lord. Shall I weary your ear with the circumstance of my story and the stages of it? I must call himself a man of sorrow and joy. For the favorite was driven into the desert, into misery, he was stolen and sold again. He drank deep of suffering after his joy. Grief was his bread. For his brethren hated him, and in their hate they laid snares about his steps. They dug a grave before his feet and thrust his life into the pit so that darkness became his dwelling. Do you speak of yourself? Of the least of your servants, my lord. 3 days he lay in bonds to the lower world, so that truly he stank, for he had fouled himself like a sheep with his own filth. Then came travelers with souls of mildness, they raised him forth in the goodness of their hearts and freed him from the maw of death. They stilled with milk the new born and gave him a garment for his nakedness. But after that they brought him before your house, O Aki, great water carrier, and you made him to be your gardener in the goodness of your heart and to be a helper of the wind among your trees, so that his second birth may be called as strange as his first. What of his first? Your servant hath blundered with his tongue. My mouth had no will to speak when it spoke. But you said your birth was strange. 598 Thomas Mann. It escaped me, great lord, as I spoke before you. It was virgin. How can that be? Lovely was my mother, Joseph said, and Hathor had sealed her with the kiss of loveliness. But her body was closed for long years, so that she despaired of her motherhood, and no man could expect to see her loveliness bear fruit. But after 12 years she conceived, and for, with unnatural pains, what time the sign of the virgin rose in the east. Do you call that a virgin birth? No, my lord, if it displease you. One cannot call it a virgin birth only because your mother bore you in the sign of the virgin. Not therefore alone, my lord. One must consider further circumstances, the stamp of loveliness upon her brow, and that for so many years the womb of God's handmaid was closed. All this together with the sign of the virgin makes it up. But there is no virgin birth. No, Lord, as you say it. Or is there, in your way of thinking? Many thousand times, my lord, said Joseph joyously. Many thousand times it comes to pass in the world, which is sundered in sex, and the universe is full of begetting and giving birth, that is X. Alt high above sex. Does not a moonbeam bless the body of the cow awaiting the bull, and she bears happy? Does not old wisdom teach us that the bee is created out of the leaves of the trees? Then there are the trees, themselves the care of your servant, and their mystery, wherein creation plays her game with sex, putting it together into one, and dividing it among them according to her whim. And in one case one way and another, so that no one knows name and order of their sex, or if it is actually one, and the peoples disagree. For often it happens not at all through the sex that they propagate, but outside of it, not by pollination or conception, but by shoots or runners, or because they were planted, and the gardener sets out shots but not kernels of the palm, that he may know whether he is growing a fruit-bearing or a barren one. But if they are propagated by their sex, then sometimes pollen and conception are put together in their blossoms, and sometimes divided among the blossoms of the same tree, but sometimes also among different trees in the garden, the fruitful and unfruitful, and it is the business of the wind to carry the seed of the pollen trees to those of the conception. But when one considers, is it thus truly a begetting and a conceiving in sex? Is not that which the wind does, already quite like the begetting of the moonbeam upon the cow, already a middle stage or carrot transition to a higher kind of begetting and a virgin birth? It is not the wind that begets, Potiphar said. Joseph in Egypt 599. Say not so, O my lord, in your greatness. Often, so I have heard, the sweet breath of Zephyr visits the birds, before the close time is at hand. For it is the breath of God's Spirit, and the wind is spirit. And as sculptors fill the world with beautiful forms, and no one can tell whether their activity is to be called male or female, because it is both and neither, or in other words is virgin fruitful, so too is the world full of fructifying and bringing forth without sex. From the fructification of the breath of God, the Father and Creator of the world is God. He creates all living things, not because they are brought forth from seed, but the unbegotten in other waves lays a source of fruitfulness within matter, which changes it and alters it into the manifold. For all the manifold shapes of things were first present in the thoughts of God, and the Word, born by the breath of God, is their begetter. It was a strange scene, one never before enacted in the Egyptians' house or court. Potiphar stood leaning on his staff and listening. On his fine features the expression of tolerant irony which they habitually ally sought to wear struggled with a gratification strong enough that it might be called joy or even happiness. It was in fact so strong that one may scarcely speak of it struggling with the irony, since joy obviously took the upper hand. Beside him stood Atonka with the little wedge-shaped beard, steward of the house, staring with his little inflamed eyes with the great puffy tears axe underneath, incredulous, dazed, grateful, and with appreciation which was nearer to wonder. He looked into the face of this bought slave, this lad, who was doing something which love had taught himself to do for their noble master, and in a higher, finer, and far more effective way. Then behind him was Dudu, spouse of Gizet, most self-righteously enraged, because the master had been deaf to his warning, and prevented from entering fresh objection and interrupting the interview by Potiphar's complete absorption in Joseph's words. The puppy was obviously cutting a good figure, and the dwarf proportionately disadvantaged. It seemed to him that the things the slave was saying less, really not allowable things, which Potiphar was drinking in as though they were the water of life, detracted in some way from his own dignity and were calculated to weaken it and his influence over certain of the small and certain of the great. As for the small, there was Beauty, the midget, his face wrinkled with delight at his favorite success, fairly swollen with satisfaction because the lad had known how to improve his chance and prove that he had a right to it. Then there were the two scribes, to whom nothing of the kind had ever happened before in their lives, and who had ceased to smile, instructed by diligent study of their master's face and that of Mont, as well as by their own impressions of what they had heard. And beside his tree, before this group of listeners, stood Joseph, a smile on 600 Thomas Mann, his lips, and perorated most enchantingly. He had long since abandoned the humble posture which at first had constrained him, and stood in easy grace, accompanying with pleasing and eloquent guess to the words which flowed unsought from his lips, as with blithe seriousness he discoursed upon the higher procreation and the fruit full power of the breath of God. In the gathering twilight, among The columns of this temple grove he stood there, not unlike an eager child, in whom God speaks to his own glory, loosening his tongue, that it may give forth doctrine to the amazement of the doctors. There is but one God, so he went joyously on, but of God likeness there is much in the world, and of the virtue of giving which is neither male nor female but lifted above sex and has naught to do with dismemberment. Let me, O Lord, as I stand before thee, sing with lively tongue of that giving virtue. For mine eyes were opened in a dream, and I saw as it were a great and blessed house, in a far land, its courts abounding in weal, with buildings, gardens, granaries, and shops, men and cattle in number like the sands of the sea. There thrift and prosperity ruled, sowing and reaping came to pass, the oil mills rested not, wine gushed from the vats and the presses, rich milk from the udders of kine, with golden sweetness from the honeycomb. But by whom did all this move in its appointed ways, and who was the source of this well-being? Ah, it came to pass through its master and head, and through him who owned it. For all went at his beck and nod, and all was moved by the breath of his nostrils. He said to one, Go. And he went, and to another, Do this. And it was done. And without him would have been no life, but all would have withered and perished. From his fullness all fed, his manservants and maidservants, and praised his name. Father and mother was he to the house and to all the estate, for the glance of his eye was like the moonbeam which fructified the cow, and it gave birth to the god, and the breath of his mouth like the wind that bears the pollen from tree to tree, and out of the lap of his presentness gushed all beginning and prospering, as the golden honey gushes from the honeycomb. Thus dreamed I, far from here, of that virtue of giving, so that I perceive that there is a fruitfulness and a begetting which is not earthly after manner or sex, and not of the flesh but of the spirit and of God. Lo, the people dispute whether the fruit-bearing tree or the pollen-bearing one be male, and they agree not. And the reason therefore is that the word is spirit, and in the spirit things contend. I saw a man frightful was he to you, O my Lord, splendid in his might and terrible in the strength of the flesh, a giant and a son of Anak, and his soul was of neat's leather. Then went he out against lions, smote the wild ox, the crocodile and rhinoceros, and laid them all low. And they asked him, Have you no fear? And he answered and said, What is fear? For he knew it not. But another child of man saw I in the world, tender of soul as in flesh, Joseph in Egypt 6 and he was afraid. Then he took shield and spear and spoke, Come on, my fear, and smote the lion, the wild ox, the crocodile, and the rhinoceros. Would you now, my lord, try your servant and think to ask him which of these men one should call by the name of Mann be? For the other it might be that God would put his answer in my mouth. Potiphar stood leaning on his staff, so that he stooped a little. He felt a pleasant warmth in his head and limbs. Such a sense of well-being, it is said, came to those visited by God in the guise of a wayfarer or beggar or some acquaintance or relative, and they held speech together. For it was by this they knew him, or at least received happy intuition. The peculiar sense of well-being which streamed through them was a sign that he with whom they spoke might indeed be a wayfarer or beggar, a friend or relation, a fact to be taken account of by their sober sense and treated accordingly, but yet considering that peculiar sense of well-being to be thought of at the same time in the light of other and far-reaching possibilities. That all things may coincide in time is of their very nature and essence, realities, where each other as disguises. The beggar is not less a beggar because a god has put him on. Is not the river a god, in the shape of a bull or of a wreath-crowned man-woman with one breast of each sex? Did it not make the land, and does it not nourish it? Which does not forbid one to hold a common-sense attitude toward the water of the river, impersonal as itself, to drink it, to ride on it, to wash one's clothes in its stream. And only the sense of well-being as one drinks and bathes may suggest a higher point of view. The borderline between the earthly and the heavenly is fluid, and one need only fix one's eye upon a phenomenon for it to break up in difficulty. Again, there are stages and pre-stages of the divine, half-gods, transitional existences, intimations. In the things which the youth by his tree had uttered about his previous life, much was familiar, much teasingly elusive and monitory, much might be taken in a literary light. Even so, it was hard to say how far it rested upon assimilation and deliberate arrangement, and how much upon objective elements, traits which characterized the life of beneficent presences, beings by nature deific, consoling, saving, and redeeming. The young gardener knew these traits, he had made them spiritually his own and knew how to bring his personal promptings in life into harmony with them. That might be an effect of his elusive intelligence, but Potiphar's striking sense of well-being spoke for the fact that the things themselves bore it out. He said, I have tried you already, my friend, and you have stood the test. Not badly. Of course there can be no talk of virgin birth, he added, in a pleasantly instructive and admonitory tone, simply because your birth was in the sign of the Virgin. That you can well see. He said. 002 Thomas Mann. This out of a sound sense of the practical side of things, and, as it were, not to let the god know that he knew him. Go now, said he, and take your rest with your fellows, and with tomorrow's sun take up your work again among my trees. With that he turned away, smiling and red of face, but after 2 paces brought his train to a halt again, and instead of turning back beckoned Joseph to his side. What is your name? He asked. He had forgotten to do so before. Not until after a pause, which could not have been for reflection. Joseph, looking up gravely, replied. Osersife. Good, responded the fan-bearer, short and crisp, and hastened his steps. Crisp too were his words, best the dwarf heard and reported them to Joseph before an hour was out, when he told his steward Monka as they went. That is an exceptionally clever slave there. Certainly the trees are in good hands with him. But you will scarcely be able to keep him at such work for long. You have spoken, answered Monka, and knew what he had to do. Joseph makes a pact. Not idly have I introduced this conversation, of which elsewhere we have no record, word for word, with all its ins and outs, just as it came to pass. For it was the point of departure for Joseph's career in Potiphar's house. Its immediate sequel was that the Egyptian took him for his body servant, and later set him over his house that he might put all that he had into his hands. The news of it has ridden us swiftly into the heart of the 7 years which raised the son of Jacob to new heights before casting him down to a new death. For in this test, which he had passed, he showed his understanding of the painful secret of the blessing house whereinto he had been sold, the need for mutual forbearance, tact, and flattering service to uphold its hollow dignity. And not only had he shown his understanding, but also his ability to perform the needed service better and more skillfully than anyone else. Such was in particular the experience of Monka, who found himself so far outrun by Joseph's incredible skill in his loyal endeavors for the health of their noble master's soul, I would expressly add, to the honor of the steward's good heart and to point the difference between love and flattery, that he felt no pang of jealousy, but only joy. Indeed, it did not need the master's hint to decide him, after the encounter in the garden, to raise the slave at once out of the obscurity of his lowly state and put him in the way of higher testing. Long since, we knew that what had held the steward back was secret shame at those thoughts which had crossed his mind when Joseph in Egypt 603, stood before him with the role thoughts like to those which stirred in Potiphar during the talk in the garden. Hardly had the next day's sun seen Joseph after his morning meal, at work in the garden as Conanfu's underling and helper to the wind, when Mann summoned him to come before him and announced decided changes in his employ. He found it good to say that these were overdue, and even in a sort to chide Joseph for the delay. How strange men are, and how they will twist the facts in their minds. The steward was pleased to be gruff, making announcement of his subordinate's good fortune in the odd form of a reproach, as though he had been guilty of lingering out by his own acts an untenable situation. He received the Hebrew slave in that part of the court which lay near the stables, between the women's house, the kitchens, and the servants' quarters. Ah, there you are, said he, as Joseph saluted. Well, that at least. You come when you are called. Do you think it can go on like this forever, and you can play about in treetops to your day's end? You think falsely, let me tell you. But now we shall string the lute with other strings, for your days of idleness are over. You are to come into the house for service, with no more ado, wait upon the masters in the dining room, hand the dishes, and stand behind the chair of Pharaoh's friend. You will not be asked if it likes you. Long enough you have played the laggard and run from the higher service. And our looks full of bark and dirt from the garden are your skin and linen. Go cleanse yourself. Get a silver apron from the stores for your weight. Our service, and for your hair a fitting garland from the gardeners. Or how else then did you think to stand behind Potiphar's chair? I did not think to stand there, Joseph replied, very low. It goes not after your thinking. And adjust your thoughts further. To this, after the meal you shall read aloud from the book rolls to the master, for he will try you, before he sleeps, in the northern columned hall, where it is cool. Can you acquit yourself? Thought will aid me, Joseph made bold to answer, trusting in the indulgence of him who had snatched him away to the land of Egypt. And speaking as Egyptians speak. But who is it who may read unto the master till now, he added. Who till now? Amenwe it was, scholar of the bookhouse. Why would you know? Because for the sake of the hidden one I would step before no one steps nor injure any man's boundary stone by taking away his office, which is his pride. Mann was most pleasantly impressed by this unexpected thoughtfulness. Since yesterday and perhaps before he had a clear idea that the capacity and calling of this young man to rival others. 604 Thomas Mann. For office in the house went further than perhaps even he himself suspected, further than to the office and person of Amenwe the reader, and much further still. Thus he was pleased with Joseph's delicacy, quite apart from the fact that he belonged to those Reuben natures which find their joy and the dignity of their souls in being fair and just, in other words, take pleasure in reconciling their own view with those of the higher powers, even if that involved their own dismissal. Mann was this kind of man and acted accordingly. Perhaps because he was not quite well and often troubled with his kidneys. But I repeat that Joseph's tact gratified him. What he said was, you are full of consideration in your relations with men. But let Amenwe's honor and promotion be his affair and mine. For such consideration is but another name for meddlesomeness. You hear. Has the most exalted commanded it? What the overseer commands is a command. And what did I command this minute? To go and cleanse myself. Then do it. Joseph bowed low and retreated backwards. O Sir Siph, said the steward in a gentler voice, and Joseph returned. Mann put his hand on his shoulder. Do you love the master? He asked, and his small eyes with the large tear ducts beneath them looked searchingly into Joseph's face. The question was strangely moving, and fraught with memories familiar to Joseph's thoughts since childhood. Just so had Jacob asked, drawing his favorite to his knee, with just such painful searching had the brown eyes with the pouches beneath them looked into the face of the child. Involuntarily he answered in the formula, which is the right reply to this ever-recurring question, and the giving of which did no offense to its inner nature. With my whole soul, with my whole heart, with my whole mind. The steward nodded his satisfaction, just as Jacob had done. That is right, said he. He is good and great. Yesterday in the date orchard you spoke commendably before him as not every body could have done. I saw well that you can do more than say good night. There were errors in it, as when you spoke of a virgin birth, only for that it occurred in the sign of the Virgin, but one may forgive the errors of youth. The gods gave you subtle thoughts, and loosened your tongue to utter them, so that they wreathe and wind as in a dance. The master had his good pleasure therein, and you are to stand behind his chair. But also you shall be with me in my comings and goings as my pupil and apprentice, that you may gain insight in house and court and field, the business and supplies, and Joseph in Egypt 605 shall in time be my assistant, for I have much trouble in the world, and very often am not too well. Are you satisfied? If I am certain to take no one's place behind the master's chair and at your side, Joseph said, then truly am I glad and thankful, if also not without a slight timidity. For between ourselves who am I, and what can I do? My father, who was king of his flocks, had me taught to write and speak, but in otherwise I might anoint myself with the oil of gladness, and I know no trade, neither cobbling nor paper making nor pot throwing. How then shall I dare to go amongst those who sit and know their task, one this, the other that, and I take upon myself the overseeing of them? Think you that I can make shoes and paper, asked Mann, or pots, or chairs and coffins? It is not needful, nor would anyone ask it, least of all those who can. For I am of different birth from theirs and from another stock, with a head for the general, and thus